Chapter 1. The Golden Finger is the landlord system. Tong Tong awoke to the blinding rays of sunlight, accompanied by the grumbling of her stomach. This ordeal had persisted for nearly a month, and she felt she could endure no longer. Ever since a meteor with a diameter exceeding 20 kilometers collided with the southern Pacific, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and frequent earthquakes had plagued the Earth. While the climate grew increasingly erratic, a terrifying virus had erupted, wreaking havoc on human immunity. Those infected swiftly transformed into grotesque beings, neither human nor beast. They would bite anyone in sight, and those bitten would succumb to the same fate. Initially, the virus targeted only humans, but soon it began to invigorate infected animals and plants, causing them to flourish with unnatural vitality. It seemed that in this cataclysm, humanity was the only species facing extinction. Tong Tong pushed aside the tattered fabric hanging from the window and squinted downwards. Once bustling streets now lay devoid of even a single zombie. It appeared as though the sun had sapped the strength from these creatures. "Host, are you well?" A faint mechanical voice resonated in her mind, as System 037 cautiously spoke. "Surviving is a form of well-being," Tong Tong replied, her eyes devoid of life as she uttered the daily lament from the depths of her soul. "Is this what you call a 5-star luxury? Hotel? Huh?" The voice of 037 grew even softer. "It's merely a minor error. This dilapidated abode lacks even window glass." Since accepting the system's leasing task, Tong Tong had been holed up in this abandoned inn for a full month, relying on a malfunctioning vending machine beside the mobile phone store across the street for sustenance and water. Even though she restricted herself to a single meal each day, she had nearly exhausted all her provisions. "That's because it hasn't been upgraded yet." "Upgraded? How am I supposed to achieve that? I've yet to see what a crystal core even looks like." Tong Tong rolled over like a weary fish, ignoring the system's evasive rhetoric, having heard such platitudes innumerable times before, reminiscent of a boss's empty promises. "You might as well feed me to the zombies." When she first learned of the system's existence, Tong Tong believed she had finally been chosen for greatness, that transforming the hotel from its abandoned state was merely a trial before her ascent. And oh worries, she had the system. The lack of tenants was merely due to the remoteness of the location. Every endeavor begins with difficulty. It would get better in time. Little did she realize that crystal cores were utterly absent from the zombies' minds. In this world, nothing is insurmountable, provided one is willing to relinquish hope. Tong Tong surrendered completely, resigned to the possibility of starving. Let others undertake the task if they wished. Just as dizziness from hunger began to overwhelm her, a sudden bang echoed from below the inn. Cautiously, she peered down through the staircase's gaps, spotting a bloodied man sprawled behind a table. In a month of apocalypse, Tong Tong had grown accustomed to the myriad of ugly visages. The surviving humans were ruthless, committing heinous acts of violence and theft. She had evaded death at the hands of the zombies, only to narrowly escape several times from her fellow survivors. Fortunately, the hotel's passive protection mechanisms were well established, allowing Tong Tong to narrowly escape a grave peril. Grasping a steel pipe for self-defense, Tong Tong approached the man with nimble steps, poised to deliver a blow. However, he abruptly opened his eyes, forcefully swatting her arm away, seizing her throat and pinning her against the wall. "Oh, it's you," he remarked. His subordinate's neck was slender and fragile, easily susceptible to breakage with a mere squeeze of his strength. Upon recognizing Tong Tong's face, Feng Liao licked the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth and released his grip. "Tong Tong, how is it that you've managed to survive until now?" Having not eaten for an extended period, Tong Tong was exceedingly weak. The pressure from Feng Liao caused her to weaken further as she collapsed to the ground, coughing and gasping for breath. "Apologies for your disappointment. Not only am I alive, but I'm thriving, unlike you, who appears as though you're on the verge of death," Tong Tong retorted, rolling her eyes defiantly. Feng Liao possessed a pair of soulful peach blossom eyes, and when he smiled, it seemed as if he could drown a person in his gaze. However, Tong Tong was impervious to his charms. She was all too familiar with his malicious nature. Propping herself up against the wall, she maintained her composure, devoid of any sign of trepidation, and merely experiencing a bout of excessive nervousness. Before she could finish her sentence, her stomach let out an untimely growl. Feng Liao found amusement in her faux seriousness, chuckling, "Ah, Indeed, it seems your stomach is rather anxious as well. 037 had never spoken to her in such a serious manner before. This voice was a system prompt, and Tong Tong hastily opened her interface. Name, Tong Tong. Intelligence, 71100, normal IQ. Combat power, 1100 extremely low. Luck, 32100 low luck. Stamina, 5100 critical low stamina. Please replenish soon to avoid imminent death. Her stamina was alarmingly low, merely 5 points remaining. The system could only ensure that zombies would not breach the premises. It could not guarantee her survival against starvation. Although she claimed to be giving up, the reality of starvation was not something Tong Tong could accept lightly. Host, isn't there a ready tenant available? 037's anxious mechanical voice was tinged with urgency. This was its first host, and it could not allow her demise to jeopardize its future career. Rent the place to him, and we can fully activate the system. Driven by the principle that a miserable existence was better than no existence at all, Tong Tong seized Feng Liao's arm, disregarding the previous awkwardness from their banter. Her eyes sparkling with hope. Would you like to rent my apartment? You only need to provide a level 1 crystal core for a monthly stay. Feng Liao was taken aback by the sudden shift in Tong Tong's conversation and found himself at a loss for words. Should he inquire about the source of her apartment or ask what a level 1 crystal core was? After considerable contemplation, he finally managed to articulate, in this apocalypse, finding a place to stay is quite easy. My apartment is different. Living here guarantees you 100% safety, free from the threat of zombie incursions. Feng Liao was clearly skeptical, dismissing her as someone resorting to desperate measures. He changed the subject. Where did you acquire this apartment? This building. Feng Liao felt a pang of embarrassment at that moment. He had assumed that Tong Tong was in cahoots with unsavory characters, intentionally or otherwise making things difficult for her. However, upon receiving the results of his investigation, he discovered that she was merely an unfortunate soul, blissfully ignorant of the circumstances surrounding her. Before he could even extend an apology, the apocalypse descended upon them. Tong Tong, uninterested in deciphering his thoughts, cut straight to the chase. Are you going to rent it or not? You won't suffer any loss by purchasing a crystal core. But I don't even know what this crystal core is that you speak of, he replied. Upon hearing that Feng Liao had never encountered crystal core, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed Tong Tong's eyes. Feng Liao, already burdened with guilt, noticed her earnest effort to rent out the property, suggesting that there must be a compelling reason behind it. Although he was unaware of the nature of the crystal core, her unwavering conviction indicated its existence. After a moment's contemplation, Feng Liao proposed, "How about this? Would you accept a deferred payment? I'll pay you once I acquire a crystal core." Tong Tong was unsure if this arrangement would be feasible, but with no other options available, she resolutely decided to take a gamble. As soon as she logged Feng Liao into the system, a dazzling firework erupted across the main screen. Ding! Landlord system activated successfully. Welcome, host, Chapter 2, The First Tenant. Tong Tong was enveloped in sheer joy, her smile stretching from ear to ear. Landlord system activated successfully. Welcome, host, 037 echoed the system's prompt. Following the upgrade, the previously barren guesthouse image transformed into a vibrant selection of both floor plan and 3D view modes. Tong Tong eagerly switched between the two, and the floor plan of the guesthouse unfurled before her. The second floor remained unchanged, shrouded in a dull gray and inaccessible, but the once locked rooms on the first floor now radiated brightness, indicating they were unlocked. Alongside a new office for the proprietor. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Tong Tong nearly wept. Little did anyone know the discomfort she endured while lying on the balcony sofa of the second floor for an entire month. Upon clicking on the tenant section, Feng Liao's bloodied photo appeared prominently at the top, marked awaiting assignment. The first floor boasted only 5 single rooms, each identically furnished. However, given that Feng Liao was instrumental in activating the system, Tong Tong decided to let him choose for himself. After scrutinizing the system's updates, she discovered a festive red gift package had materialized in the previously empty storage area, adorned with the words "Come and unwrap me." A novice gift package devoid of loss or deception, available only once miss it, and it's gone for good. T the bottom, a small line read, remaining time, 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. So, a time limit was in play. Was it? Tong Tong clicked her tongue in contemplation and opened the package, hoping to acquire something useful, at the very least some food. Unexpectedly, the moment she opened it, a series of melodious chimes resonated in her mind, and the previous gnawing hunger vanished without a trace. She picked up a baseball bat and swung it a couple of times. Her movements, no longer feeble, now exuded strength and precision, eliciting joyous laughter from Tong Tong. Feng Liao sat nearby, casting frequent sidelong glances at the woman, who had been inexplicably laughing since earlier. Could it be that she had lost her mind from hunger? Sensing Feng Liao's scrutinizing gaze, Tong Tong straightened her posture and nervously attempted to mask her unease. This inn currently only provides accommodation. We are entirely devoid of supplies. If we do not seek food soon, we may very well perish from hunger today. How about we collaborate and venture out this afternoon to procure some sustenance? She was aware of a supermarket's warehouse guarded by zombies, inaccessible to anyone. If Feng Liao accompanied her, the provisions within that warehouse would suffice for their survival in the inn for a while. Feng Liao tore at his tattered sleeve and spread his hands. Look at me, do I seem fit to venture out for supplies? I've just emerged from a horde of zombies and haven't even caught my breath. Moreover, the only structures around are residential buildings. Even if there were supplies, they would have long been scavenged clean, leaving nothing for us. Are we to remain here, starving and awaiting death? Tong Tong kicked the disheveled man on the ground beside her. This room is already on credit. Do you understand? If you wish to stay here, you must heed my words, otherwise I shall cast you out to become zombie fodder. Feng Liao concealed a small stash of compressed biscuits, sufficient for 2 or 3 days. Thus he was not particularly enthusiastic about the idea of searching for supplies. Moreover, he distinctly sensed that Tong Tong's kick had been delivered with full force, a stark contrast to her previous state of weakness that had left her on the brink of collapse. He found this transformation utterly perplexing. He recalled having heard rumors about some fragile women in Jiangbei who sought companions to scavenge for resources, only to deceive them and render them unconscious at supposed supply points, keeping them as livestock. Could this woman have strayed down a similar path? Feng Liao immediately suppressed his carefree demeanor, his expression shifting to one of quiet vigilance. Unaware of the strange expression that crossed Feng Liao's face, Tong Tong continued to peruse the map provided by the system. That I know of a supermarket nearby. Their warehouse is less than 5 kilometers from our location, and it should be unguarded. Now that the system had been activated, their lodging was no longer a concern. The crux of their predicament lay in the lack of essential supplies. She had observed earlier that the system's store would only unlock upon reaching level 2. Consequently, survival resources still needed to be sought after manually. How can you be so certain that it's unguarded? It's been a month. The supermarket must have been the first target for looters. That I had intended to procure supplies from that supermarket before. The manager boasted for quite some time about their intelligent lock system for the warehouse, claiming it was impervious to water and fire, making it impenetrable. Tong Tong recalled how Feng Liao had once opened her boss's safe, using the documents within to report her successfully, which had led to her unfortunate unemployment. Gritting her teeth, she added, "Besides, weren't you rather skilled at picking locks in the past?" Upon hearing Tong Tong reference his past skills, Feng Liao sheepishly touched his nose and nodded in agreement. Perhaps he could consider this an act of goodwill, rescuing a misguided young woman from a perilous path. He certainly could not allow Tong Tong to spiral into ruin. After all, he could always adapt to the situation as it unfolded. Upon hearing that Feng Liao was willing to accompany her to scavenge for supplies, Tong Tong couldn't help but internally celebrate. Given her small stature, venturing out would merely serve as an invitation for zombies to feast upon her. She was hardly more than a morsel. The fact that Feng Liao could arrive at the guest house alone indicated his prowess far exceeded her expectations. With a forced smile, Tong Tong rose from the floor. "Now, allow me to show you to your room, where you can rest comfortably." Feng Liao surveyed the lobby, taking in the peeling, aged sofas, the coffee table propped up by bricks due to a missing leg, and the vintage front desk. While it could be described as clean, the dilapidated state of the lobby left him with little hope for the quality of the rooms. Nonetheless, he chose not to dampen Tong Tong's enthusiasm and leisurely followed her. "The second floor is still a work in progress, so you may stay on the first floor. You can choose from any of these 5 rooms. The one at the back is a restroom, but with the water and electricity currently cut off, it is unfortunately unusable. As she spoke, she opened a door, and a cloud of dust rushed out, causing her to sneeze. She chuckled awkwardly. It's been ages since these doors were opened, so they've gathered quite a bit of dust. Inside the room, the furnishings were rather unremarkable. A single bed measuring 1.2 meters, a small wardrobe, and a tiny desk with a chair by the window. Feng Liao ran his hand over the desk, which was surprisingly clean, devoid of dust. However, upon glancing up, he found himself staring into the eyes of a zombie outside the window, a rather chilling encounter. Fearing that he might reconsider, Tong Tong quickly reassured him. There's no need to worry, our hotel is quite safe, and the zombies cannot enter. Feng Liao, however, was unfazed. In a world like this, what place could truly be deemed safe? The office was slightly better arranged than the single room, but not by much. A bed measuring 1.5 meters, a 3-door wardrobe, a desk, and a small sofa, along with a private bathroom that was rendered useless without water and electricity. Tong Tong, feeling the unpleasant odor of her own clothes, flopped onto the sofa like a spent fish, her demeanor one of despondency. There's no need to rush, dear host. These issues will be resolved once the hotel upgrades, 037 kindly reminded her. With a sudden burst of energy, Tong Tong sprang up and accessed the system. To initiate an upgrade, a guest must check in, requiring a primary crystal nucleus. Upgrading to the second level necessitated 3 guests, while the third would demand 10, and the fourth level a staggering 20. The thought of needing not only guests for each upgrade, but also crystal nuclei weighed heavily on her mind. Currently, she had but one guest, and that one had yet to make any payment. Lying back down, she lamented that this single guest had been coerced into staying through her coaxing and manipulation. 20? I shall achieve that next time. Chapter 3. The Frail Girl Defeats the Zombie. Previously, while remaining indoors, the sensation was not as pronounced. However, upon stepping outside, it felt as though she had been confined within an oven, with beads of sweat cascading down her face. Tong Tong wiped her face and cautiously surveyed her surroundings with a steel pipe in hand. Previously, she had scavenged for supplies during the night. The cooler temperatures were more bearable, and the sensitivity of the zombies diminished under the cover of darkness. As long as she remained vigilant and refrained from making noise, the risks were considerably lower than during the day. However, she had to be wary of others who might be scavenging as well, engaging in predatory behavior. Generally, Tong Tong confined her activities to the vicinity, rarely straying more than 500 meters from the guest house. Now, however, she was accompanied by Feng Liao, whose prowess in combat was notably impressive. After her dismissal, a colleague named Xiao Zhang had discreetly messaged her, warning that the boss sought revenge. Remarkably, Feng had single-handedly taken on 10 adversaries and emerged unscathed. Sigh, she wondered if Xiao Zhang was still alive. Hurry up, Feng Liao urged from the alley ahead. I'm coming, Tong Tong replied, shaking off her scattered thoughts and quickening her pace to match his. The guest house occupied a unique location, surrounded by residential buildings on all sides, and one had to exit the alley to reach the main road. Fortunately, due to its peculiar positioning, zombies rarely ventured inside, preferring to linger around the periphery. Tong Tong had previously resided on the balcony of the second floor, not only because the system had not yet been activated, but also due to the vantage point it provided to observe the situation at the alley's entrance, ensuring her safety. To the right at the mouth of the alley stood a fruit shop, but after a month of relentless heat, the fruits had all rotted, blackened, and congealed upon the shelves. As for why no one had removed these fruits, one might inquire of the dozen or so wandering zombies loitering at the shop's entrance. Feng Liao and Tong Tong had no intention of disturbing these zombies. They crouched low, holding their breath as they stealthily edged along the wall. The basic zombies were rather dull and exhibited little desire to attack. As long as they did not create significant noise, these creatures were akin to the blind. Tong Tong had previously employed this strategy to surreptitiously scavenge a considerable amount of supplies. However, this time, it seemed ineffective. The zombies outside appeared significantly more agile than before. The moment they revealed themselves, the zombies at the shop's entrance emitted guttural sounds and began to converge upon them. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, Feng Liao swung his cleaver at one of the zombies' necks. Perhaps due to prolonged use, the blade was not as sharp as it once was, and it became lodged in the zombie's neck, rendering it momentarily unremovable. As the remaining zombies closed in, Feng Liao shouted at Tong Tong, "What are you standing there for? Use your stick and strike." Tong Tong was taken aback by the remarkable enhancement of the system. With great enthusiasm, she plunged into the horde of zombies, dispatching each one with ease, as if playing a game of whack-a-mole. Feng Liao also unsheathed his knife, and the two of them stood back to back, their intensity escalating with each strike. Previously, he had only perceived Tong Tong as possessing a reasonable amount of strength. But witnessing her effortlessly slicing through the zombies as if they were mere vegetables deepened his confusion. He had acquired such power through extensive training in the military. How could a secretary who spent her days in an office suddenly exhibit such formidable strength? Could this truly be a trap? If a confrontation were to arise, there was a genuine possibility they might not be able to escape. Tong Tong lacked experience in combating zombies. After knocking one down, it soon wobbled back to its feet, causing the battle to intensify. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Liao urgently called out, "Aim for the head. That is their weakness." Upon hearing this, Tong Tong swiftly altered the direction of the iron rod, striking the zombie's head. A viscous, dark liquid erupted from the shattered skull, and the zombie collapsed, convulsing a few times before lying still. As Feng Liao dealt with the zombies, he remained vigilant of Tong Tong's actions. To his astonishment, a multitude of zombies lay defeated at her feet, each one dispatched silently. Her level of danger in Feng Liao's mind escalated further. Tong Tong was fervently engaged in the fray, perceiving the zombies as mere distractions. For a fleeting moment of inattention, she nearly became their prey, but fortunately, Feng Liao's timely intervention saved her as he delivered a swift kick to the zombie behind her, narrowly evading the gaping maw of the creature lunging towards her. The cacophony attracted an increasing number of zombies, creating an ominous encirclement. Feng Liao seized Tong Tong's hand, propelling her through a gap in the horde and into the nearby dry-cleaning establishment. Continuing in this manner was untenable. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. Feng Liao shook out his hands, stretching his limbs, and cast his gaze toward a Wuling Hongguang van parked across the street, a beacon of domestic ingenuity. "There's a vehicle. Let us drive over," he proposed. "But it's locked," she countered. "Fear not. I possess a cunning plan." It was only once they were seated in the vehicle that Tong Tong discovered the nature of Feng Liao's cleverness. He had managed to pry open the lock. From cracking safes to unlocking car doors, what had he not accomplished? "Indeed, it appears you have quite the history of mischief," she remarked. Feng Liao flashed a bashful yet triumphant grin, chuckling softly. "Life is challenging. One must be versatile." The journey toward the warehouse proceeded relatively smoothly, even though a throng of zombies followed closely behind. However, human legs could not outrun a vehicle. After a brief chase, the zombies lost interest and resumed their aimless wandering. The duo successfully arrived at the supermarket, with the warehouse situated at the rear. They needed to traverse the supermarket to access the back entrance. Feng Liao clutched his knife, treading cautiously as he ventured deeper into the desolate supermarket. The aisles were eerily empty, and as they made their way through to the warehouse's grand entrance, silence enveloped them. "Is this the place?" Feng Liao inquired, pointing uncertainly at the imposing door before them. Tong Tong glanced at the symbols on the map and nodded. This was indeed the place. As expected, there was no power. Feng Liao unlocked the door, and with a gentle push, it swung open. The temperature inside the warehouse was significantly cooler than outside, and the breeze that accompanied the opening felt as refreshing as air conditioning. The warehouse was eerily silent, shrouded in darkness due to the power outage, relying solely on the dim light filtering through a small window overhead. Feng Liao, possessing keen eyesight, quickly noted that the warehouse was devoid of any personnel. It seemed that they had gone to great lengths to lure him into a trap. Clearing out such a vast supermarket and warehouse indicated a considerable organizational scale. "Shall you lead the way?" Tong Tong asked, feeling apprehensive in the oppressive quietness, worried about potential dangers and hoping to have Feng Liao take the first step. Feng Liao, however, was reluctant. If he went first, escape would be nearly impossible. You're more familiar with this environment. You should go ahead. Could you not exhibit a bit of chivalry? Protect the weaker female. She retorted. Gender equality, after all. Do you have objections to the words of great figures? Besides, I was the one who took the lead when we entered the supermarket, so it's your turn now. The two engaged in a playful standoff, neither willing to budge. Tong Tong, gritting her teeth, declared, Then let us proceed together. You have no objections to that, I trust? Recognizing that further refusal would seem forced, Feng Liao reluctantly acquiesced to Tong Tong's suggestion. The two walked side by side. Yet Tong Tong felt an unsettling breeze that sent shivers down her spine, causing her to instinctively draw closer to Feng Liao. Who would want you? She snapped, rolling her eyes in irritation before striding ahead of him. Just as they reached the center of the warehouse, the door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Feng Liao was taken aback by the sudden ambush, gazing regretfully at Tong Tong's retreating figure, contemplating how careless he had been. Chapter 4. Level 1 Zombie. Upon hearing the door close, Feng Liao's danger alarms surged to their peak. But he did not expect that what emerged was not Tong Tong's accomplices, but rather a horde of snarling zombies. Zombies, after all, were preferable. They did not stab you in the back nor raise sheep for consumption. Humans devour one another. Instantly, Feng Liao set aside much of his suspicion regarding Tong Tong and breathed a sigh of relief. Had it been humans, he might not have made it out at all. A continuous stream of zombies emerged from behind the shelves, leaving Tong Tong utterly bewildered. Wasn't this warehouse sealed? How did the zombies get in? Feng Liao pointed to a zombie clad in a blue employee uniform beside a container. It seems a delivery worker opened the door, inadvertently stumbling into the outbreak and seeking refuge here. Tong Tong could not fathom any other reason and resigned herself to wielding the steel pipe against the zombies. Unlike the open road, the warehouse was cluttered with shelves and containers, and one misstep could lead to an unfortunate collision with a rack. Though the steel pipe had previously felt manageable, in this confined space, it became a burden. After successfully shattering a zombie's skull, a guttural howl resonated from behind her. Previously, while watching films, she had been puzzled by the zombies' vocalizations, but now, having been immersed in the atmosphere of the undead, she swiftly grasped the essence of their cries: pure, magical devastation. Indeed, cinematic portrayals often draw inspiration from reality. In contrast, Feng Liao's situation was significantly more favorable. He adeptly maneuvered through the throng of zombies, leaping from one container to another, occasionally mocking Tong Tong for her sluggishness, which only fueled her frustration and caused her to strike with greater intensity. However, the consequence of her excessive force was that she soon found herself drained of energy. Lacking combat experience, she fell victim to a surprise attack by a zombie. Fortunately, the zombies lacked claws, otherwise she would have been left with grievous injuries. Seeing that Tong Tong was struggling, Feng Liao urged her to come closer, positioning herself in an area with fewer zombies, as his reach was not long enough to save her otherwise. Nonetheless, it was clear that their current strategy was unsustainable. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, and they could not eliminate them all without eventually succumbing to exhaustion. As he fought, Feng Liao observed the zombies' movements and noted that those in the warehouse were not as agile as those encountered on the streets. They resembled the sluggish creatures from the early days of the apocalypse. An idea struck him, and he called to Tong Tong, instructing her to gather the shelves and form a barrier while he provided cover. All right, Tong Tong responded without hesitation, recognizing that continuing in their current manner was futile. It was indeed better for Feng Liao to resolve the situation. After a half-hour of effort, they finally managed to corral the zombies within the confines of the shelves. This method proved significantly more efficient. Even with her eyes closed, she could dispatch the remaining foes with ease. Once all the zombies were dealt with, Feng Liao, indifferent to the cleanliness of the area, collapsed against the wall, breathing heavily. Tong Tong was also quite fatigued. Despite undergoing systematic enhancement, she still felt exhausted, a sentiment shaped by her upbringing that made her reluctant to show weakness. This eerie place was teeming with zombies. It was unlikely they were all former supermarket stock clerks. This puzzled Tong Tong as well. Logically, the warehouse should have been unoccupied, unless one resorted to lockpicking like they had. However, this electronic lock was not easily tampered with. Without some skill, it could render the main door impenetrable. Moreover, the contents within were abundant, suggesting that no one had intruded. Perhaps, just as Tong Tong was about to voice her thoughts, she noticed a shadow emerge beside the shelf next to Feng Liao. "There's a zombie to your right. Feng Liao," Tong Tong shouted in warning. Instinctively, Feng Liao sprang to his feet and swung his knife, but the zombie adeptly evaded his strike. "Host, this is a level 1 zombie." 037, who had remained silent throughout the afternoon, suddenly interjected. "Zombies evolve by consuming flesh. Lower-level zombies are attracted to those of higher levels. Are you suggesting we've entered the zombies' den? Congratulations, you are correct, but there is no prize." The mechanical voice of 037 seemed to carry a hint of shyness as it continued. "The strength and agility of evolved zombies are significantly enhanced, and their intelligence progresses from a lack of awareness to that of a 3-year-old child. What are you dawdling for? Come and help me." Seeing Tong Tong still perched on the container, lost in thought, Feng Liao gritted his teeth in frustration. He was on the verge of fighting for his life. While she appeared to be daydreaming, Tong Tong hastily armed herself and rushed to assist, straining to capture the attention of the zombies. However, the undead twisted and turned like elusive fish, proving impossible to grasp. She pondered to herself that she needed to ensnare them. Tong Tong stealthily maneuvered past the zombies while surveying her surroundings. Shelves laden with items yet to be arranged surrounded her. Previously, Feng Liao had encircled the zombies with these very shelves. However, the current level 1 zombie exhibited a significantly greater strength, rendering mere confinement ineffective. Tong Tong reminisced about her childhood days in the countryside, capturing sparrows by propping up a sieve and placing millet underneath. When the sparrows entered, she would pull the string, securing her catch with precision. Although zombies are not sparrows and shelves are not sieves, who says one cannot ensnare a zombie? Without hesitation, she instructed Feng Liao to divert the zombie's attention while she crafted a trap. Despite his waning strength, Feng Liao chose to trust Tong Tong. The enhanced bird trap was soon completed, and the zombies were lured in as anticipated. Tong Tong promptly toppled the shelf, effectively trapping the zombies, who flailed helplessly, their arms and legs protruding while they emitted furious howls. With a swift strike, Feng Liao severed the zombie's head, revealing a glimmering object amidst the blackened brain matter. He picked it up, cleaned it off, and glanced at Tong Tong with curiosity. "Is this the crystal core you sought?" Though he was puzzled as to how Tong Tong had known of such a thing residing within the zombie's mind, he wisely refrained from probing further. After all, some mysteries ought to remain untouched. "Host, this is it," 037 exclaimed, nearly bursting with excitement in her mind. Tong Tong faced the prospect of starvation without a shop, while he risked losing his bonus if he failed his mission. As workers, both were aware that every life, even that of a system, held significance. Tong Tong aimed to snatch the crystal core from his grasp, but alas, Feng Liao's towering stature rendered her efforts futile. Weakened from their prior skirmishes, she collapsed directly into his embrace. "You needn't resort to such tactics to win me over. I am not swayed by beauty's charms," he quipped, despite his own exhaustion. This provoked Tong Tong, who felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate with a strike. In the midst of their playful banter, a small door at the back of the warehouse creaked open, revealing a figure clad in a blue employee uniform. The good news was that another crystal core had appeared. The bad news was that they might have to serve it up to the zombies before securing it. Chapter 5. The frenzied hoarding. Upon spotting a first-level zombie emerging from the doorway, Tong Tong and Feng Liao exchanged glances, both acutely aware that they lacked the strength to confront another foe. As the zombie's gaping maw loomed perilously close, they instinctively leaped aside to evade its grasp. This truly was the end. Feng Liao twisted and turned to dodge the zombie's attacks while pushing over shelves to impede its advance. In the midst of this chaos, he continued to banter with Tong Tong. "Though I may have rejected your affections earlier, I vow that if we meet our demise here, I would still choose to be your ghostly partner in the afterlife." Tong Tong was at a loss for words. She thought it best to keep her thoughts to herself. Even in a dire situation, she could not bring herself to regard him with any esteem, as he pranced about like a jester. The zombie, unable to catch up with Feng Liao, turned its attention to Tong Tong. Perhaps it would be best if you refrain from speaking. Where have I ever been a nuisance? She retorted. Look at my 8-pack abs. They are perfectly defined. Feng Liao took a deep breath, patting his belly in an attempt to validate himself. Yet Tong Tong remained unyielding, focused solely on evading the zombie's assault. Perhaps his commotion had attracted the attention of the undead, allowing the two to draw nearer. Seizing the moment, Tong Tong swiftly snatched the crystal core from Feng Liao's grasp, accessing the system and submitting her actions with fluid grace. Ding! Rent payment successful. Initial income has been credited. The rewards for the system tasks are about to be dispatched to your inventory. Please check promptly. The system reminds you, a successful landlord must possess the weapons to defend her domain. The mechanical voice of 037 nearly crackled with excitement, urging Tong Tong to hasten and inspect the rewards in her inventory. What treasures await? She wondered. To her astonishment, it was none other than a powerful sniper rifle. Tong Tong was utterly astonished. Even in the apocalypse, ordinary individuals could hardly acquire firearms. The system had truly bestowed upon her a remarkable gift. Upon clicking to use it, a heavy sniper rifle materialized in her hands from her backpack, its weight instilling a sense of reassurance within her. Tong Tong had never wielded such a weapon before, yet upon grasping it, she instinctively resembled a seasoned warrior, fully aware of its use. Not far away, Feng Liao was still evading the zombies, clearly fatigued and on the verge of being caught. Suddenly, a deafening gunshot echoed through the air, and the zombie behind her collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. A single shot to the head. Tong Tong approached with delight to admire her achievements, her mood exceptionally joyful. Even her technique in extracting the crystal cores became considerably gentler. If you had mentioned this exquisite item earlier, we wouldn't have wasted so much time. Feng Liao exhaled heavily, casting a radiant gaze upon the weapon in Tong Tong's hands. No man could resist such a treasure. None. Tong Tong cast him a disdainful glance, lightly blowing away the non-existent dust atop the object, her face reflecting her contempt for Feng Liao's seemingly worthless demeanor. Undeterred, Feng Liao persisted, shamelessly inquiring, "Where did you acquire this? Why have I never seen it before? Can you possibly procure one for me as well?" Tong Tong preferred to ignore him and turned her attention to inspecting the supplies in the warehouse. It is best not to pry into matters concerning beautiful women. One should promptly engage in work. Noticing her reluctance to converse, Feng Liao also set aside his curiosity. After all, everyone harbors their own secrets. The two swiftly conducted an inventory of the supplies in the warehouse. Unfortunately, the fresh fruits and vegetables had all perished due to the power outage, and the meat in the refrigerator had spoiled beyond consumption, releasing a foul odor. The containers primarily held sealed grains, flour, and cooking oil, all of which had a lengthy shelf life. Additionally, there were scattered items including clothing, shoes, various daily necessities, and even a small umbrella from a well-known brand. Tong Tong, in silent frustration, cast her belongings aside as she rummaged for essentials: fresh undergarments, sanitary pads, tissues, soap, and an array of other necessities. "Drive the car to the entrance. We shall load everything we can," she commanded, her focus unwavering on the supplies. Oblivious to the commotion that had just transpired, which would likely prevent us from acquiring anything more next time. Understanding her intent, Feng Liao obliged, forcefully opening the door and propping it with an unused shelf before heading to the front of the supermarket to fetch the vehicle. As Tong Tong tidied up, she inquired, 037, "Can these items fit in the system's backpack?" "That would be splendid. Pack them in, pack them in." 037 eagerly wished for its host to store an abundance of valuable items. Not only could they be utilized personally, but they could also be sold in the system's marketplace. However, the backpack had its limitations. As of now, the host level only allowed the unlocking of 10 compartments, with each compartment capable of holding a maximum of 100 identical items. If I were to place all the supplies in a large container, would that count as a single item? Indeed, it would, dear host. Then, wouldn't that allow for an infinite nesting of items? Tong Tong licked her cracked lips, parched from the harsh conditions, and for the second time since the apocalypse, A genuine smile graced her face. You asked when the first instance was? That would surely be when the system allowed for credit activation. Tong Tong, with a smile, busily packed scattered rice, flour, oil, and other items into the box. Are you not happy to have supplies? She retorted. Happy, of course. Feng Liao flashed a broad grin, knowing that Tong Tong surely had more delightful treasures yet to be revealed. For the time being, staying together was a splendid choice. Then let us hurry and pack up. Resolute in her decision to temporarily reside at the guest house, Feng Liao willingly accepted Tong Tong's directives. 5 bags each of rice and flour, 10 boxes of large bottled water, 5 substantial boxes of assorted canned goods, instant noodles, vacuum-sealed sausages, all ingeniously wedged into every available nook. Finally, various outer jackets, autumn clothing, winter coats and pants, undergarments, and feminine products filled the carriage to the brim. Moreover, even the seating area and spaces beneath their feet were occupied with nuts, chocolates, and candies. They truly maximized every inch of space. Tong Tong was preoccupied with the supplies that remained behind, prompting her to request Feng Liao to halt the vehicle at the entrance of the supermarket, assuring him she would join shortly. During her previous endeavor to gather items, she had been discreet, merely collecting a few bags of rice and flour that could not fit. However, now that she was alone, she felt liberated to take everything, including the small umbrella she had previously dismissed. Surely, such an item would be a scarce resource in the apocalypse, she mused. In a world where survival was paramount, it was unlikely anyone would be inclined to bring forth a multitude of children, a prospect that would entail considerable burden. With determination, Tong Tong extended her hand, summoning the contents of 10 shells of rice, flour, and oil, 10 shells of outerwear and undergarments, 5 shells of condiments, 20 shells of assorted snacks, and the remaining 30 shelves brimming with various odds and ends, including small appliances, into her spatial backpack. Only a few trifles were left outside. If not for her concern about Feng Liao's suspicions, she would have preferred to leave no trace behind. Having completed her collection, Tong Tong jogged to the entrance of the supermarket, where Feng Liao rested his chin on his hand, regarding her with a knowing glance. Have you gathered everything you sought? Tong Tong nodded, but refrained from elaborating further. Tong Tong felt that the eye-rolling she did that day was equivalent to a year's worth. It has been said that one should refrain from meddling in matters concerning beautiful women. Tong Tong, infuriated, was about to unleash a torrent of curses when he was abruptly interrupted. Ahead lay an imposing wall. Chapter 6, Real Life CS. Tong Tong exchanged a glance with Feng Liao, and they both harbored the same thought. Someone was obstructing their path with nefarious intent. In such circumstances, it was likely that an alternate route would also be fraught with perilous traps, rendering it impassable. Could our vehicle withstand a collision? Heaven forbid that they might find themselves stranded, having lost both their way and the integrity of their vehicle. With a touch of exasperation, Tong Tong playfully slapped Feng Liao's restless hand to still it. Indeed, while the Wuling had long been celebrated as a miraculous vehicle across various regions, the presence of a cement block, half the size of the car ahead, significantly heightened the risk of an overturn. A flipped vehicle would not be catastrophic, but the loss of their cargo would be intolerable. Those supplies could sustain them for at least 2 months without the need to venture outdoors. And Tong Tong was unwilling to part with them. After a brief wait, they resolved to let the other party make the first move. Yet, as the minutes dragged on without any sign of activity outside, the cramped confines of the vehicle, compounded by the malfunctioning air conditioning, rendered their situation increasingly irksome. Tong Tong could no longer endure the wait. Grasping her weapon, she prepared to descend. Yet before she could even open the car door, Feng Liao firmly restrained her with a hand. He leaned forward, curling his fingers in a gesture, beckoning Tong Tong to draw nearer. Tong Tong tilted his head in suspicion. He recalled that he had made the same gesture while playfully teasing the young ladies at the company. Not wishing to engage with him, she found herself unable to ignore Feng Liao, whose unwavering gaze was intensely penetrating. Reluctantly, she acquiesced to his intent and moved closer. It must be said that Feng Liao was undeniably handsome, particularly with those soulful peach blossom eyes that seemed to drown a person in their depths when fixed upon them. Leaning close to Tong Tong's ear, he whispered softly, "Do not be hasty. We still do not know how many of them there are. Continuing like this, we will be nothing short of live targets." The warmth of his breath stirred a fluttering sensation within her, leaving her ears tinged with a rosy hue. Throughout her life, Tong Tong had never been this close to a strange man. She reminisced about her school days when her classmates were fond of reading romance novels, dreaming of encountering their destined soulmate. Yet, in reality, she found herself in a relationship with a boy sporting a face full of acne and yellow hair. Tong Tong felt invigorated, while Feng Liao drew closer, causing her breath to quicken. Her back pressed firmly against the seat as she gazed intently at the man before her. "Why are you staring at me so? Have you been captivated by my beauty?" Feng Liao exhaled, shamelessly tooting his own horn. He shifted his body, wedging himself between the seats to reach into the back of the car, retrieving bread and ham. "I merely sought to grab a bite. A person is like iron, and food is like steel. If one skips a meal, one feels restless. Even in death, one should at least die with a full stomach." He extended the items towards Tong Tong, but upon seeing her lack of response, he let out a teasing laugh. "What is this? Do you truly wish for us to be a pair of ghostly spouses?" Upon hearing Feng Liao's playful remarks, the flutter in Tong Tong's heart dissipated entirely. She swatted his hand away, declaring, "We cannot be ghostly spouses, but we can certainly be widowed." Feng Liao feigned a pitiful look. "Are you truly that heartless?" "Of course." Tong Tong turned away, unwilling to engage with him. Yet this man became more animated. "Not eating?" he teased. "This ham sausage is quite delightful, with a barbecue flavor." His playful demeanor, reminiscent of a man toying with a kitten, was truly exasperating. Tong Tong snatched the ham sausage from him, sulking as she stuffed it into her mouth. Surprisingly, it was indeed quite delectable. "I want another pack." The two lingered in the car for an extended period, indulging in an array of snacks. As dusk approached, they remained motionless, seemingly in a meditative state, showing no intention of exiting the vehicle. This unnerved those lying in wait outside. In a nearby building, a burly man with a scarred face and long hair tied back in a ponytail led the group. Growing impatient, he clenched his teeth but refrained from acting hastily. After all, he had witnessed the man and woman emerge unscathed from the warehouse, where two formidable high-level zombies resided, adversaries they had struggled to conquer for half a month. The scarred man gestured for a portion of his team to advance and assess the situation. His subordinates, filled with trepidation, felt powerless to voice their concerns. Given that the duo had effortlessly dealt with such formidable zombies, what was the difference between leading the charge and walking into certain doom? Reluctantly, they steeled themselves and moved forward. Meanwhile, Feng Liao sat in the car, exuding an air of calm confidence while meticulously observing his surroundings from the corner of his eye. He had long since noticed the group stealthily approaching and smirked, cheerfully asking Tong Tong, "Had you ever played real-life CS?" Tong Tong nodded in affirmation. Yet she remarked that her prior experience was scarcely distinguishable from ignorance. Feng Liao, unconcerned with her level of expertise, merely instructed her to heed his commands. Thus, he directed Tong Tong to remain in the vehicle while he descended to engage in a preliminary round of farming. Once the time was ripe, he would summon her to reap the rewards. "When a second wave of adversaries arrives, I shall instruct you to fire. Only then should you pull the trigger. Do you understand?" Tong Tong agreed while holding the gun, resembling an obedient puppy. Feng Liao, delighted, ruffled Tong Tong's hair, leaving it tousled. "So well behaved. Stop it. My hair is already oily," Tong Tong retorted, exasperated as she brushed aside his meddling hand. "Aren't you the least bit concerned about me? It's rather disheartening." Feng Liao attempted to draw closer once more. Tong Tong, with a serious expression, gazed at him and declared, "If you were to perish, I would carry your unfulfilled desires and live on, assuredly outlasting you." Feng Liao burst into laughter, no longer indulging in aimless chatter. He grasped a steel rod and prepared to exit the vehicle. "Wait, there's something valuable," Tong Tong retorted sharply, yet discreetly, with her hand concealed by her bag. She redeemed a trident from the system. The newly acquired crystal core vanished in an instant, even at the discounted price provided by the system upon activation. It still cost her 5. With a pained expression, Tong Tong reluctantly handed over the items to him. Had it not been for her concern about his lack of weaponry and the possibility of his demise amidst such peril, while she herself was burdened with a truckload of supplies, she would not have been so generous. And where did you procure such intriguing items? I found them in the truck. Surely, he was aware of the origins of the vehicle, as it was he who had pried it open. Nonetheless, Feng Liao, ever perceptive, chose not to inquire further. Make sure you shoot accurately later. Don't hit your husband. Feng Liao waved his hand dismissively and leaped down from the truck. Chapter 7. The Art of Provocation. As soon as Feng Liao alighted from the vehicle, he spotted a suspicious figure lurking behind the truck, wielding a wrench in an attempt to pry open the door. With a swift motion, he delivered an elbow strike, sending the intruder crashing to the ground. A glance towards the nearby buildings revealed a throng of ragged individuals gradually encroaching upon their vehicle, dozens of them, like a swarm of hungry wolves. Feng Liao secured the truck door and instructed Tong Tong to lock it. Stay low for now. I'll gauge their capabilities. Upon noticing someone disembarking from the target vehicle, the ambushers ceased their concealment and surged forward like ravenous wolves. This horde, though numerous, comprised nothing more than untrained commoners with scant weaponry. At best, they wielded makeshift wooden sticks. Feng Liao found it exceedingly easy to dispatch them, effortlessly knocking several down with a few well-placed punches and kicks. When the initial wave failed to gain any advantage, the leader, a scarred-faced man, escalated the threat level, commanding his subordinates to arm themselves and refrain from engaging Feng Liao one-on-one. Thus, the next group advanced brandishing an assortment of weapons, including various knives and even construction shovels, resembling thugs demanding protection money. As he deftly fended off the attackers, Feng Liao could not resist taunting them. Is this all you've got? Look here, you shouldn't strike at my head. Aim for my knees instead. And perhaps I wouldn't stand so firmly. And you, if you swing like that, you might end up severing your comrade's arm next to you. Enraged by his mockery, the crowd became increasingly fervent, their fury evident as they fought with renewed vigor. Although Feng Liao exhibited remarkable agility against this untrained mass, he found himself gradually overwhelmed by sheer numbers. The scarred leader, grinning maliciously, circled around the back of the truck, seeking to eliminate this troublesome foe. However, a man seasoned by military training would not easily expose his back to an adversary. Unbeknownst to the leader, Feng Liao seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of his surroundings. Effortlessly evading the attack, spitting contemptuously, he cursed loudly while continuing to evade the blade aimed at him. Tong Tong, witnessing the unfolding chaos from the truck, felt a rush of trepidation. Why shoot now? Feng Liao performed a swift somersault, narrowly avoiding another strike. The scarred man, realizing there was a woman inside the vehicle, sneered, "Don't be hasty. Once I've dealt with you, she shall join you below as a pair of star-crossed lovers." He did not believe that they still held firearms. Thinking that Feng Liao was merely diverting his attention, and thus continued to charge ahead, eager to swiftly eliminate Feng Liao. Tong Tong never anticipated that even at such a critical moment, Feng Liao would still attempt to take advantage of her. She felt a surge of frustration, but nonetheless picked up the gun and followed through with his instructions. Unfortunately, Tong Tong's marksmanship was lacking. She failed to hit the enemy and nearly shot Feng Liao instead. You ought to aim more accurately before firing. How could you miss such a large target? Tong Tong, feeling guilty, offered an apology, nearly sending her partner into peril. Fortunately, Feng Liao reacted swiftly, pulling his scarred-faced subordinate into the line of fire, thus averting a dire fate. Upon hearing the gunfire, the scarred man realized the gravity of the situation, regretting his decision to meddle in such treacherous waters. He began to retreat hastily, eager to escape, for firearms wielded a power far beyond that of mere blades. The surrounding subordinates, witnessing their leader's near demise and the presence of firearms, were engulfed by intense regret. They relinquished their weapons and fled in a panic. However, hindsight is priceless. Tong Tong fired from a vehicle while Feng Liao delivered the finishing blows outside, resulting in the near annihilation of the scarred man and his crew. In this post-apocalyptic world, compassion offered no refuge. Only the eradication of threats could guarantee safety. After thoroughly scanning the area and confirming that all adversaries had fled, Feng Liao let out a sigh of relief, leaning against the vehicle to rest, signaling to Tong Tong that it was safe for her to descend. Tong Tong had never witnessed such a multitude of corpses. Even amidst the apocalypse, with zombies lurking outside, they did not register as true death in her eyes. At least they moved and ran, providing a semblance of life. The ground was strewn with bodies, a gruesome tableau of crimson and ivory, which caused her stomach to churn, prompting her to lean against the car door and retch violently. Feng Liao retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the back of the vehicle, urging her to rinse her mouth and regain her composure. It had been a month since the world had ended, and she needed to learn to adapt. Tong Tong was reluctant to speak. She had previously encountered robbery, but had never resorted to lethal force. At most, she would strike with a blunt object. Furthermore, the system provided all necessary defensive mechanisms, rendering her relatively safe. If you do not eliminate them, they will undoubtedly turn against you with deadly intent. Tong Tong felt unwell, but surprisingly refrained from rebuking him. In desperate situations, human desires tend to magnify infinitely. The once peaceful society was undeniably a thing of the past. The younger brother was aggrieved, asserting that it was not due to their ineptitude, but rather that the man was exceptionally formidable, and the woman beside him wielded a firearm. A gun? Indeed, boss. Moreover, they were rather peculiar, having driven away in a mere van, taking everything from the warehouse. Upon hearing that the two of them had resolved what their entire group could not conquer, Su Jinka's frustration escalated. They had been monitoring that warehouse for half a month, not only failing to gain entry, but also losing several men in the process. Ultimately, they had considered leveraging the warehouse for their own gain. Now, the plan had backfired. The yellow bird had not been captured, and all his subordinates were gone. Su Jinka recalled the supplies within that warehouse, which only intensified his headache. What a waste. The younger brother dared not provoke his ire, cautiously shrinking into a corner to diminish his presence. You go keep an eye on them and see which direction they head. I refuse to believe they can fly away. Chapter 8. Intoxication leaving the supplies in the vehicle was perilous, despite her exhaustion. Tong Tong resolved to transfer everything indoors before resting. The items piled in the hall occupied the majority of the space. This time, Feng Liao's involvement proved invaluable. Tong Tong tentatively inquired, "Shall we split it evenly, or would you prefer to allocate the distribution? A man and a woman working together is less taxing. Such calculations are better suited for women. Once you have sorted it out, I can assist in moving everything inside." Feng Liao reclined on the sofa, reluctant to move, lazily stifling a yawn. Tong Tong rolled her eyes, yet she understood in her heart that Feng Liao was indeed accommodating her. It was effortless for those handling the distribution to desire a greater share or to reserve the better items for themselves. After finally finishing the moving, Tong Tong reclined on her bed to examine the system panel. She had not had the opportunity to do so when the crystal cores were credited in the afternoon, but now she could scrutinize it closely. Name: Tong Tong Intelligence, 71-100, normal IQ, Strength, 15-100, low combat capability, Luck, 32-100, low luck value, Stamina, 75-100, normal stamina, in the System Task section. A new progress bar appeared. Recruit 3 tenants, acquire 3 level 1 crystal stones, and prepare materials for hotel upgrades, with a deadline of 7 days. Upgrade reward: Hotel unlocks bathing facilities. Task progress completed. 3-1. Bathing facilities. Tong Tong's eyes sparkled with an unearthly glow, for it was a mystery how long it had been since she last bathed. Ever since the water supply was cut off, even quenching her thirst had become a challenge. Thus, the notion of having ample water for washing her hair or body was utterly far-fetched. She resorted to styling her hair into a braid, coiling it atop her head to diminish the rate of oiliness. Would ascending to a second-tier hotel grant her access to water? Tong Tong took a whiff of her clothing, and an unpleasant odor assailed her senses. Yet, she remained uncertain about the required materials for the upgrade. Glancing at the words on the interface, she extended her hand and tapped on the upgrade materials. Secondary upgrade materials: 50 units of metal, 50 bags of cement. Progress: 50-0, 50-0. quick upgrade can be directly purchased with system coins. Metal? It wasn't specified which type would suffice. As for cement, that was straightforward. She could simply head to the store. In this post-apocalyptic world, such items were rarely utilized, and even when they were scarce. Any hardware store would likely have them. However, what exactly were these system coins? Tong Tong poked 037, seeking clarification. So, not only must I recruit individuals to contribute crystal cores for the upgrade, but I'm also required to provide upgrade materials? Tong Tong felt a wave of frustration wash over her, gazing longingly at the enticing bathing facilities. She let out a resigned sigh. Victory was within reach. She resolved to persevere, albeit gradually. While a proper bath was out of the question, she could manage to wipe herself down with wet wipes every couple of days. If she felt this unclean, one could only imagine the state of those outside. With this thought, Tong Tong dismissed the distant prospect of bathing and recalled the few bottles of water she had stashed in her system's backpack. Water would be available after the system upgrade, so why not indulge a little and wash her hair with bottled water? Tong Tong sprang up, dashing in the bathroom. Once she had tidied herself up, she finally settled on her bed, feeling refreshed. She lay back, letting her hair cascade over the edge of the bed. Her eyes closed in a moment of contemplation. Knock, knock, knock. With only 2 people in the entire guest house, she knew without a doubt who it was. I'm hungry and thinking of preparing something to eat. Would you like to join me? After expending so much energy in the afternoon, Feng Liao felt a twinge of hunger. I'm still growing, so it's perfectly normal for me to be this hungry. Tong Tong fell into silence. A man in his 20s, still growing? Is he just a glutton? In the hall, Feng Liao lit a candle and placed it on a worn tea table, the fragrance of sandalwood gradually wafting through the air. There was no choice. The warehouse only had this type of aromatic candle, and besides, the scent was not unpleasant. A set of camping utensils lay haphazardly scattered about. With a pot of water perched atop a camping stove, 5 packets of instant noodles, and 5 cut-up sausages arranged on a wooden board. This fellow even thought of this? Tong Tong snatched the bottle of wine and took a sip, glancing sideways at him. Back then, you stood behind your boss, sternly demanding documents from me, inexplicably warning me to be honest and stick to my duties. Feng Liao slurred his words in complaint. Tong Tong recalled a rather unpleasant encounter during their first meeting. The man had presented himself in a rather disheveled manner, his clothes carelessly fastened, while he shamelessly flirted with the young woman in the data room, igniting a fire of indignation within her. Feng Liao, oblivious to Tong Tong's expression, continued with his monologue. I initially thought you were in cahoots with that old man. Upon discovering my true identity, you revealed yourselves to be less than virtuous. Who among us can claim to be virtuous? Tong Tong retorted, her ire boiling. You flirt with young girls under the pretense of reading their palms, and that makes you a good person? The mere thought of it fueled her anger further. He captivated all the young women in the company, yet he relished in tripping her up and constantly hurled sarcastic remarks her way, branding her as a mere pretty face devoid of substance. Indeed, you, the esteemed young Master Feng, have taken it upon yourself to be a paragon of virtue, eagerly reporting crimes. Have you ever paused to consider my plight? I, too, am in need of sustenance. Clearly inebriated, Tong Tong unleashed her frustrations not only upon Feng Liao, but also directed her ire towards her former employer. Her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, that old man was no saint either. He turned me into an unemployed wanderer, leaving me unable to find work. After finally securing an interview at a small company, the apocalypse seemed to strike once more. What was the point of all that relentless effort in the past? This wretched world. Tong Tong danced with fervor, expressing her pent-up frustration, nearly tumbling off the sofa. All I desire is a home of my own. Why must it be so difficult? As the effects of alcohol took hold, Tong Tong inadvertently dropped the bottle from her grasp, shattering it upon the floor and spilling the liquor everywhere. With her eyes closed, she succumbed to slumber, exuding an air of indifference to the world around her. Feng Liao sighed, initially intending to glean the secrets that lay within her. But to his surprise, her tolerance was remarkably low. Before he could steer the conversation in the right direction, she was already inebriated. He had no choice but to lift her from the ground and carry her to her room, postponing the task of cleaning up the ensuing mess. Chapter 9. The tenant who came knocking. Tong Tong could not recall when she had drifted into sleep the previous night. Upon awakening, it was already midday the following day. The repercussions of her hangover manifested as a throbbing headache, and as she rubbed her temples, she nearly stumbled down the staircase. 037, respond, she said, is everything in order? Indeed, host, came the reply. I haven't uttered anything inappropriate, have I? Not all. As fate would have it, upon entering the hall, Tong Tong spotted Feng Liao seated on the sofa, seemingly engrossed in some endeavor. The man looked up with a cheerful grin, greeting her warmly. Ah, you're awake. Tong Tong ignored him and took water to the restroom to freshen up. The woman in the mirror had a pallid complexion, with dark circles under her eyes, resembling someone who had been consuming substances. Hastily brushing her teeth and splashing the remaining water on her face, Tong Tong finally unwrapped her food, intending to have a bite to eat. Tong Tong had no choice but to silently put away the items, saving them for dinner later. In the hall, Feng Liao was still tinkering with something, though it remained unclear what had kept him occupied for such an extended period. As Tong Tong approached, she discovered it was a radio. Where had it been found? From a dilapidated building outside. It truly required great audacity to venture out solo amidst the throngs of zombies. While observing Feng Liao tinkering with the broken radio and listening to the crackling sounds emanating from it, Tong Tong began to ponder the task assigned to her by the system. In this post-apocalyptic world, she had encountered only one tenant, Feng Liao. The others either came with intentions of looting and destruction or regarded her words with disdain, considering her dreams fanciful. Who would think of renting in such a decrepit building? With so many abandoned houses lining the streets, which one couldn't be occupied, Tong Tong found herself in a predicament, mentally inquiring of 037 about the consequences of failing the task. Host, there are no penalties for failing the task. However, the system requires recharging. The crystal cores provided for your upgrade are primarily utilized for the operation of the lodge. Should you refrain from completing tasks and fail to supply energy, the system's small building will gradually deteriorate due to insufficient energy, ultimately becoming an ordinary house devoid of its function to shield against zombies. What? The system will vanish if the tasks remain unfulfilled? Tong Tong immediately lost her composure. In this apocalyptic world, having a secure refuge was her greatest reliance. Without the system, her survival would likely be short-lived. What is the matter? Why the sudden alarm? Feng Liao was rendered speechless by her reaction. Nothing. She opened the panel to check the system's energy, which could sustain them for another fortnight, yet anxiety crept in. Noticing the change in her demeanor, Feng Liao set down the radio with curiosity. We've rested for a couple of days now. Perhaps it's time to engage in some productive endeavors. Do you have any plans? Share them with me. Staying in a lodge was indeed limiting, as the sky offered neither tenants nor supplies. Tong Tong felt a stirring desire to venture outside. The lack of electricity was indeed inconvenient. At night, they could only navigate in darkness, relying on a handful of scented candles from the warehouse for illumination. Even so, they were reluctant to use them, conserving them for moments when visibility became utterly impossible. Finding a generator was certainly worth the expedition, and it would also provide an opportunity to gather upgrade materials and perhaps recruit a couple of tenants to fulfill the system's tasks. Perhaps due to their prior skirmishes, the van emitted a deafening roar as it started, resembling the sound of a tractor. This noise was highly likely to attract zombies before they even reached the gas station. A throng of them was drawn towards the sound, a formidable mass that sent shivers down one's spine. What should we do? Tong Tong asked the driver, aware that the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming and they could not possibly handle them alone. Tong Tong also concurred with this approach. After all, even great leaders had once employed guerrilla tactics surrounding cities with rural strength. Consequently, Feng Liao deliberately drove at a leisurely pace, maintaining a speed that was visible yet unattainable for their pursuers. The zombies, indeed, followed them in a dazed manner, only to be met with a face full of exhaust fumes. Once they had lured the zombies to a sufficient distance, Feng Liao pressed the accelerator with force, causing the zombies to fall behind. howling in place for a moment before reverting to their vacant demeanor. The number of zombies at the gas station had significantly diminished. Tong Tong assessed the situation and determined that they could manage this quantity, preparing to disembark with her firearm. While a gun is undoubtedly a valuable asset, one must not become overly reliant on it. Her combat skills were still lacking, and she would be defenseless if an opponent closed in. Feng Liao halted her, intending to seize this opportunity to enhance Tong Tong's abilities. For mere brute strength alone would not suffice. Tong Tong pondered for a moment and felt the same. Although equipped with weapons provided by the system and her body enhanced, she could not match Feng Liao, not even tenfold. The two of them struggled to eliminate all the zombies, and just as they were about to refuel the vehicle, they discovered that the tank was utterly empty, save for a small generator tucked away in the corner. It appeared their efforts had been in vain. Tong Tong, feeling disheartened, remarked, "After all that labor and a whirlwind of activity, we are left with nothing but this pile of junk. It's hardly cause for celebration." She resolved to take it as survival training, and with a generator in hand, they were, in fact, ahead of the game. Feng Liao reassured her, noting that at least they had secured a generator, which was not entirely fruitless. Just as they reached the doorway, a youthful voice called out from nearby, "Big shot, take me with you." Before Tong Tong could fully comprehend the situation, the young man dashed up to them. Tong Tong took a step back, her previous experiences having instilled in her a heightened wariness toward strangers. "Please take me with you, I am quite useful," the young man continued to plead. "I previously worked as a temporary employee at a gas station, and I am aware of where the fuel reserves are located." Though Tong Tong lacked tenants, she did not dare to indiscriminately choose individuals. Setting aside the question of this young man's character, given his timid demeanor, it seemed unlikely that he possessed anything of value. Consequently, the three individuals found themselves in a stalemate. Chapter 10. The naive university student He Sheng was an unfortunate university student. Just how unfortunate was he? At the tender age of 4, his father tragically perished in a workplace accident after falling from a height. By the age of 9, his mother lost both legs to a factory machine, relegating her to a life confined to a wheelchair. Despite receiving a substantial compensation from the factory, despair consumed his mother, leading her to take her own life one fateful night by inhaling gas. With the considerable sum left by his parents, a parade of relatives descended upon him, seeking to lay claim to the money for their own benefit. Young He Sheng, oblivious to their intentions, believed they genuinely wished to take him into their homes, granting him joy for a time. However, upon realizing they could not extract money from him, they turned their backs, unwilling to take responsibility for him. Throughout his middle and high school years, He Sheng resided in dormitories, spending even the New Year's holiday in the company of the gatekeeper. It was precisely because of these circumstances that he developed a particular obsession with wealth. During his university days, he frequently took weekend jobs, striving towards financial independence. However, just as he completed his thesis, the apocalypse struck, leaving him with merely a high school diploma to show for his efforts. His misfortunes continued as he found himself trapped in a gas station while working a temporary job. Were it not for the relatively plentiful supplies in the convenience store, he would have starved shortly after the onset of the apocalypse. The gas station was not devoid of visitors. On the contrary, several groups had arrived over the past month. Yet, as a university student with no practical skills and unable to drive, no one was willing to take him along. If they refused to take him, so be it. However, these visitors also cleared out the supplies from the convenience store. He could not hope to outrun them on foot, and he could only watch helplessly as they took away the provisions before departing. After enduring several beatings, He Sheng finally learned to be prudent, secretly stashing away a portion of food. However, with the supplies limited, he knew they would eventually run out. The overwhelming number of zombies outside made him too fearful to venture out alone, leaving him to wait for passers-by to clear the area of the undead. At long last, he awaited Tong Tong. As Tong Tong and Feng Liao battled the zombies, He Sheng found refuge in a nearby convenience store, observing their agile movements. Fearful of being mistaken for a zombie himself, He Sheng hesitated to join them. Yet, despite his trepidation, he knew he had to accompany them, for his supplies had run dry. Tong Tong and Feng Liao represented his last glimmer of hope, and he felt compelled to take a chance. Noticing their vehicle and relatively tidy attire, he surmised they were not lacking in resources. As long as he didn't become a liability, he would comply with their wishes. After all, they were his lifeline. Seizing the moment as they prepared to leave, Hisheng dashed out, clutching Feng Liao's clothing and babbling fervently. Please take me with you. I promise I won't be a burden. I know where to find gasoline. Let me lead the way. He was certain they had come for fuel, and he knew precisely where to locate it. How could they possibly refuse him? Feng Liao was taken aback by the sheer foolishness of the boy, pondering how he had survived this long. Exchanging glances with Tong Tong, they assessed Hisheng's slender frame. It was unlikely he could pose a threat. Given their numerical advantage, they decided to temporarily accept him, thereby alleviating the hassle of searching for a gas station. Hisheng nervously settled in the back seat of their pristine vehicle, feeling somewhat out of place. After a month in the apocalypse, he resembled a beggar. Once the car was in motion, Hisheng sought to demonstrate his sincerity. He not only disclosed the location of the gas station, but also detailed the surrounding conditions. With unwavering conviction, he asserted, the gas station is just 3 kilometers ahead, and it's mostly deserted, surrounded by an industrial park. Despite their uncertainty, they chose to follow Hisheng's directions, recalling the adage, having come this far, we can always retreat if the situation turns dire. The drive was smooth, devoid of any zombie encounters, and upon arrival, they found the gas station nestled against the road, yet obstructed by several fuel trucks that completely concealed it from view. Unable to assess the situation inside, they resolved to find a vantage point for observation. Soon, Feng Liao spotted an unfinished building across from the gas station, its doors and windows uninstalled, rising only 6 stories, with tarps draped over its top. After scrutinizing the area and noting the absence of both people and zombies, he decided they should ascend. The trio climbed to the 6th floor and peered out of a window. The gas station was sparsely populated with zombies, but the ground was marred with dark bloodstains, indicating trouble ahead. Draw your weapon and fire a test shot, Feng Liao instructed Tong Tong, warning her that the gas station was filled with fuel trucks and pipes, and any explosion could jeopardize their safety in this precarious position. Upon hearing the commotion, Tong Tong drew her firearm and aimed it at the horde of zombies at the entrance of the industrial park, squeezing the trigger. Although she missed her target, the resounding gunshot startled Hisheng, who gazed at her in awe, his mouth agape, as if he could swallow an egg whole. Excitement surged within him. Indeed, he had placed his trust in the right ally. With a loud bang, the zombies erupted into a frenzy. Simultaneously, the gates of the adjacent industrial area burst open, and a sea of the undead surged toward the gas station, the cacophony echoing like a hellish symphony. Witnessing the densely packed throng, Tong Tong could not help but exclaim an expletive. Is there truly no one here? This is all humanity. The nearby industrial zone, brimming with workers, left no doubt in her mind that it was implausible for there to be no one around. They were merely indulging in false hopes. For the mere mention of the industrial area triggered thoughts of her upgrade materials. Surely, there must be steel pipes available in this vicinity. Why would she need to trade supplies for system coins to upgrade? Moreover, the requirements for a second-level upgrade were already substantial. What would the future demand? It would be prudent to conserve her resources. Hisheng, upon hearing Tong Tong's expletive, felt a pang of anxiety and quickly explained. When I came here for a shift change earlier, there were hardly any people. I had no idea there would be so many zombies now. The factory workers, provided with meals and lodging, rarely ventured to the gas station, so it was not surprising that Hisheng had not encountered anyone. Beyond the ordinary zombies, Feng Liao keenly observed several within the horde moving at a markedly faster pace. They were first-level zombies. He was acutely aware of the challenges posed by such foes, having barely managed to deal with them previously by employing traps, and later relying on Tong Tong's firearm to eliminate another. It appeared that there were not just 1 or 2 first-level zombies in this throng, but at least 5 or 6. Given the immense horde, firearms would prove less effective. This was a predicament that neither of them could resolve alone. With the situation becoming increasingly dire, the trio found themselves pursued by a swarm of zombies. Feng Liao, endowed with remarkable stamina, and Tong Tong, bolstered by her system, were swift on their feet, though Hisheng struggled. In the past, running 800 meters had nearly drained him, and in this post-apocalyptic world, he had remained hidden in the gas station, unaccustomed to such frantic flight. He quickly found himself gasping for breath, his tongue lolling out, followed by a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, as his chest felt as though it might burst from the exertion. Just as he was about to fall behind, Tong Tong suddenly halted, maneuvering around an abandoned vehicle obstructing their path. "Split up and run around the cars," she shouted. He shung, clutching his side with one hand and gripping his thigh with the other, grit his teeth, and dove toward the obstacles. He was not foolish. He followed Tong Tong's lead, weaving through the maze of vehicles until they finally managed to shake off the horde, leaving only a few straggling zombies that Tong Tong dispatched with her iron rod. It was a harrowing experience, and they were fortunate not to have rushed in recklessly. Had they not maintained their distance from the start, they would have likely been overwhelmed by the zombies. "What now?" Tong Tong queried, sitting up from the ground. "Should we find another place?" Feng Liao shook his head decisively, asserting, "It is undoubtedly unfeasible. Consider the circumstances. In this post-apocalyptic era, most gas stations have long been stripped bare. Why was that one untouched? Simply because it is infested with those damned zombies. Similarly, any location where resources can be easily acquired is bound to be devoid of supplies. Conversely, places abundant in resources visible at a mere glance are either traps set by others or the lairs of the undead. I believe we must rely on our wits to navigate this." Hisheng suddenly interjected with this remark. Tong Tong was beaming with joy. "Do you have any good ideas?" "Isn't that what I've been thinking about?" "Then think it through and tell me." This made me quite excited. Tong Tong rolled her eyes. Hisheng slapped his thigh in realization. "I've got it," he exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "I see you came by car. There must be plenty of fuel left in it, right? I have just the solution." He disappeared behind the supermarket and emerged with a fuel canister, equipped with a nozzle. Tong Tong gazed at the object before her. At first glance, it seemed rather simple. Yet upon closer inspection, it appeared even more straightforward. "What is this?" "An oil pump." Feng Liao suddenly snatched the item away, perplexed, and exclaimed, "Isn't this the tool of an oil thief? Is your gas station truly legitimate?" "How can it not be legitimate?" Hisheng clarified. Previously, 2 truck drivers encountered an oil thief but failed to apprehend him, leaving this behind. The 2 gentlemen requested us to hand it over to the police station, but alas, the apocalypse arrived before we could do so. Tong Tong hesitated and said, "Your idea is, we don't necessarily have to stubbornly stick to that gas station. There are so many vehicles on the street. If we siphon from each one, it may be less efficient, but the safety factor is significantly higher." Without further ado, they set to work. Hisheng carried the siphon pump, while Tong Tong and Feng Liao acted as his bodyguards, ensuring his safety. After diligently working for a couple of hours, they managed to empty the gas tanks of half the vehicles on the street. Yet, the vast tank they had was only filled halfway. The efficiency was lacking. Feng Liao disdainfully shrugged. "Is this little bit of fuel even enough to last us a few days? Not to mention powering your shabby motel." Tong Tong shot him a glance and retorted, "A hotel is a hotel. What do you mean by a shabby one? If you can't articulate properly, it's better to remain silent." Hisheng, with his bright and innocent eyes, cautiously replied, "Though it may seem scarce now, in due time, little by little, it will accumulate. I lack that patience." Feng Liao removed the fuel tank from Hisheng's back, giving it a shake. Indeed, it was sufficient. Tong Tong regarded him with caution, inquiring, "What are your intentions?" Feng Liao chuckled a few times and replied, "I intend to set a fire." "Are you out of your mind? The zombies are encircling the industrial park, and right across is a gas station. You plan to ignite a blaze?" She retorted, "Do you think you can outrun the explosion of a fuel truck?" He persisted in his persuasion. "It's sweltering outside. Wouldn't you prefer to sleep with the air conditioning on? In the future, wouldn't you like to boil water for a warm meal? When you're bored, don't you wish to have those electronic devices to play a song or watch downloaded films?" Tong Tong gritted her teeth and resolved to proceed. By evening, Feng Liao stealthily poured gasoline onto the road in front of the gas station, carrying a canister. Tong Tong stood poised with a firearm at the unfinished building's window. Hisheng stood beside her, fervently encouraging Feng Liao in the shadows. his hands clasped in prayer for divine protection. After dousing the area in gasoline, Feng Liao jumped into his vehicle, honking repeatedly as he reached the entrance of the industrial park. Witnessing the encroaching horde of zombies, he swiftly turned and fled, leading the undead along a path ignited by gasoline. As the car blared its horn, Tong Tong held her breath, unleashing 3 shots towards the ground. A dazzling burst of sparks erupted, followed by a raging inferno that engulfed the entire street in mere moments. The deafening roars of the zombies persisted, relentlessly pursuing Feng Liao's vehicle, even as flames engulfed their bodies. The evening sky's crimson hues melded with the fiery chaos below, as if the very fabric of existence was ablaze in torment. Though the remaining zombies in the industrial park were few, they were not easily dispatched by just 2 or 3 individuals. Feng Liao replicated his earlier actions once more. In the dead of night, the 2 of them charged towards the gas station, emboldened by their earlier success. He Sheng joined the fray, wielding a fire axe. However, fortune was not on their side this time. A gust of wind stirred, causing the flames to spiral uncontrollably towards the gas station. Fortunately, the zombies had already been reduced to charred remains, and Feng Liao, risking imminent explosion, drove into the blaze, snatching a fuel tanker just before the explosion rocked the area, propelling himself down the next street. Behind him, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, consuming an area spanning several miles within a span of 5 minutes. Since the onset of the apocalypse, such scenes had become disturbingly commonplace. It was akin to soaring on the wings of a great bird at the edge of the Naiha Bridge, dancing perilously within the halls of Yama. On the death ledger, the names of 3 individuals flickered ominously, as if their ancestors below were bowing in bloody reverence. In the face of life and death, a profound camaraderie blossomed among the trio, their legs still cramping from exertion by the following morning. Through the infrared telescope, the hotel and the tanker parked before it appeared as a tempting morsel. Did they see clearly? How many individuals were there? Indeed, there were only 3, 2 men and a woman. Damn it, 3 people dare to be so brazen. Let us go, arm ourselves, and teach them a lesson. Chapter 12. A grand upgrade at the small and a splendid day commenced with the installation of the generator. Tong Tong and Feng Liao were utterly perplexed by this task. It was a significant undertaking, involving issues such as drainage, fuel supply, smoke exhaust, and the placement of electrical conduits. Moreover, ventilation and temperature regulation were of paramount importance. A minor misstep could lead to malfunctioning electrical devices, but a catastrophic explosion would spell disaster. Thus, accepting me into your fold is undoubtedly one of the wisest decisions of your lives. Yisheng rolled up his sleeves with a grin, confidently stepping onto a stool. With a touch of humility, he proclaimed, I may not be an expert, but my university major was mechanical engineering, and I assure you, assembling a modest generator is well within my capabilities. After sweating profusely for an entire morning, the refreshing breeze of the air conditioning finally swept in. Tong Tong collapsed onto the bed, blissfully closing her eyes. It was truly worth it. He Sheng, having just arrived, was eager to integrate into the team. He was exceptionally diligent, and after a brief respite, he busied himself with various tasks. One moment he was boiling instant noodles, the next he was tidying up, attentive and considerate. During their meal, Tong Tong glanced at the system panel. In the tenants section, a new face appeared, He Sheng's innocent and clear visage, accompanied by a string of check-in information. She then opened her personal panel. Name, Tong Tong. Intelligence, 71-100, normal IQ. Strength, 15-100, low physical power. Luck, 42-100, slightly below average. Stamina, 65-100, normal stamina. Excellent. The second tenant had already checked in. Although rent was still outstanding, how far could the third tenant be? They had made significant progress towards unlocking the bathing feature. However, this time it was an addition to the luck value. She wondered if it would bring about any remarkable changes. If her luck value were to rise significantly, could she possibly transform into a lucky charm? With bountiful provisions raining down upon her without any effort, this was clearly just her wishful thinking, and the bonuses from attracting tenants were random, leaving her without control over where they would be allocated. After we finish eating, you two will accompany me to the hardware store. I need to upgrade the inn. No sooner had she spoken than a tremendous bang echoed from the front door, followed by a series of anguished screams. Tong Tong was taken aback, and, at that moment, she heard the system in her mind announce, "Malicious attacks detected at the hotel. The security system has been automatically activated." Tong Tong let out a sigh of relief, her anxious heart finally at ease. The security system indeed proved effective. Feng Liao and He Sheng, however, were not as composed as she was. Hastily rushing to the window to take a look, outside, at least a dozen individuals surrounded them, each wielding knives and clubs, unmistakably there to cause trouble. Their faces were grimy and charred, with hair standing on end as if struck by lightning. Though they were alive, they appeared utterly wretched, their anguished cries attracting the attention of the zombies. This group was now entangled in a desperate struggle with the undead, their bodies battered and weakened. In a matter of moments, two of them fell victim to the zombies' bites, prompting the remaining members to hastily flee in their vehicle upon realizing the dire situation. He Sheng gasped, covering his mouth, gesturing toward the chaos outside, then glancing back at Tong Tong, who remained blissfully savoring her instant noodles. What on earth happened? Feng Liao chuckled, his smile somewhat peculiar. Have they even installed anti-theft electric nets? Quite impressive. Tong Tong said leisurely, "Of course, you can rest assured living here. Whether it be zombies or humans, no one can breach this place." He Sheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. "The outer walls are completely imperceptible. This is truly high technology, isn't it? This equipment is simply astounding." Tong Tong lifted her chin and remarked, "If there are so many places to stay on the street, why would I bother running a hotel to make money?" He Sheng suddenly felt awkward and replied, "You charge for staying here?" Embarrassed, he added, I don't have any money." "No worries, you can owe me for now. You can pay me back later." Tong Tong smiled with a hint of mischief. "However, only accept zombie crystal cores, not cash." "Crystal cores?" Feng Liao explained, "Last night, while battling zombies, I noticed a few that were particularly agile and faster than the others. Did you catch that? Once defeated, they drop a stone-like object from their brains. Which is the crystal core?" He pointed at Tong Tong, sharing a knowing smile. "Our boss is counting on those for experience points." As Tong Tong's heart raced, a flicker of suspicion crossed her mind. Could Feng Liao be privy to something, or perhaps harboring other conjectures? After all, conjuring a firearm and advanced weaponry from thin air was undeniably suspicious, wasn't it? Nevertheless, she had resolutely decided to remain silent, allowing others to speculate as they pleased. By evening, the fatigue and thrill from the previous night had dissipated, restored by a satisfying meal and restful sleep. The trio donned their gear and set out once more. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated inn, Su Jinka irritably swept aside the clutter on the table. "Three of you couldn't handle it? Useless. Purely worthless." A dozen individuals were crammed in the room. "Boss, this really isn't our fault. Who would have imagined that such a rundown motel would be equipped with an electric fence? Our men were caught off guard, and that's why we ended up in such a predicament." Su Jinka's anger flared as he retorted, "Can't you think of a solution? That massive fuel tanker and all the supplies at the supermarket. Three of them should be no match for us." A blonde-haired man timidly suggested, "Boss, maybe we should let it go. We've already lost quite a few brothers, and besides, they have guns. No matter how many we have, it wouldn't matter." Before he could finish, Su Jinka struck him across the face, his expression thunderous. "What kind of ambition is that? So what if they have guns? How many bullets can one gun hold? Use your brain." "Boss, I have an idea." A bald man suddenly interjected. "Their fuel tanker is right outside. Why don't we set it ablaze and blow up their vehicle?" Su Jinka interrupted him with another slap. "Only you can come up with such brilliance. What happens to the supplies if the vehicle blows up? I ask you, what will we do about the supplies? Without them, why the hell would I waste time setting fires?" Silence descended as no one dared to speak further. Su Jinka contemplated, "If we can't get in from the outside, perhaps we should try to infiltrate from within." "Boss, are you suggesting? Call the man-eating flower. Only she can handle this." While hardware stores are not as ubiquitous as supermarkets, they certainly wouldn't be as easily emptied. Feng Liao drove for 2 streets before discovering a relatively secluded store. This was an urban village, typically devoid of visitors, and the shop specialized in wholesale building materials. The three of them disembarked from the vehicle. "I need 50 steel pipes and 50 bags of cement." "Let's move," Tong Tong declared, leading the way with Feng Liao and He Sheng flanking her. "Why do you need so many pipes and cement?" Feng Liao inquired, but before Tong Tong could respond, he added, "Let me guess. You want to talk about the beauty issue, right? You know you shouldn't pry." The front door of the shop was locked. Tong Tong stepped aside, saying, "Come on, it's your time to shine." As Feng Liao worked on the lock, a voice suddenly emerged from behind them. "Are you trying to steal from my store?" Chapter 13. The Newcomer? Feng Liao paused, and Tong Tong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. A man halted them, not a youth by any means, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s with a fierce countenance. He donned a camouflage work uniform, and a steel rebar was clipped to his waist. His hand had already grasped the rebar, his expression brimming with vigilance and apprehension. "This shop belongs to me. You pried the lock. What am I to do when the zombies arrive?" Indeed, in the apocalypse, morality takes a back seat. It is unwise to embody the role of a saint in such times. In this desolate world, Tong Tong had nearly mastered all the rules one ought to remember. She could, without a shred of guilt, eliminate those who sought to harm her or remain in a hotel, expressionless as she observed others being besieged and devoured by the undead. Yet, when an older man justly reproached her for breaking into his shop, she felt a pang of guilt. Tong Tong pressed her lips together and said, "I apologize, sir. We were unaware that someone was here." She tugged at Feng Liao's sleeve and suggested, "Let us go to another place. There are plenty of building material wholesale stores." Feng Liao remained still, prompting Tong Tong to furrow her brows and look at him. "Sir, do you have steel pipes, rebars, or cement in your shop? We can barter with food. We have provisions in our vehicle." Feng Liao grinned. He Sheng chimed in, "Indeed, sir, your store lacks food and drink. Shall we exchange?" The gentleman licked his lips, his hands caressing the steel pipes, and inquired, "What food do you have?" Tong Tong exchanged a knowing glance with He Sheng, who promptly comprehended the cue and dashed to the vehicle. He emerged with an abundant assortment of snacks, predominantly high-calorie chocolate biscuits, intended for sustenance during their journey. The uncle was evidently tempted, yet he maintained an expression of disdain, remarking, "What value could such trifles possibly hold? Never mind, just leave them there." As he spoke, he retrieved a set of keys from his pocket and unlocked the door. Feng Liao kept a vigilant gaze on the uncle, his hands firmly tucked into his pockets, never relinquishing his grip on the steel dagger concealed within. The muscles in his arms were distinctly tensed. The uncle, too, exhibited signs of tension, as evidenced by the subtle rise and fall of his chest. "You two go ahead and carry it," Feng Liao intentionally stated. "I shall remain here to guard the vehicle." Tong Tong understood his intention, as he and He Sheng busily maneuvered in and out, carrying bags of cement. "Sister Tong, should we take some welding rods?" "Yes, take them." "What about the electric welding and angle grinder?" "Take all of it." Observing the two of them bustling about like hamsters, the uncle in the safety gear appeared somewhat displeased, remarking, "With all the items you're taking, those few provisions will hardly suffice." Tong Tong generously declared, "I shall leave you with 5 more packets of salt." "Sister Tong, we didn't bring any salt with us," came the reply. "Mind your own business regarding matters of beauty." The load was simply too excessive. The rear seat of the Wuling Hongwang could not possibly accommodate it all. He Sheng resorted to hoisting the cement onto the roof of the car, securing it with ropes, while steel pipes and rebar were fastened to either side of the vehicle. Tong Tong honored her promise and truly presented the uncle with 5 bags of salt, which she retrieved from her spatial backpack, a remnant of her previous shopping spree at the supermarket. As the uncle departed, their collaboration had been delightful. To her surprise, a hint of a smile emerged on the uncle's fierce and unpredictable visage as he said, "You are always welcome to return." Indeed, Tong Tong spoke with certainty, yet her heart was filled with silent resentment. She vowed never to return, for the hardware store was not solely theirs to claim. Suddenly, as she passed by an alley, a woman, bearing an expression of panic, emerged from the shadows, pursued by a horde of zombies. Armed with a small axe, she was wrapped tightly despite the sweltering heat, clad in a thick fabric jacket and knee-high boots. Her hair, cut into a jagged bob, resembled a cap atop her head, yet even in such disarray, Her beauty was unmistakable. "Help! Help!" she cried, sprinting after the vehicle, with the undead relentlessly trailing her. Tong Tong beheld the scene. Unable to restrain herself from clenching her fists, her forehead pressed against the glass of the car window. "Perhaps it is an infected one," she murmured. Feng Liao maintained his foot firmly on the accelerator, his lips tightly pursed. He Sheng, seated in the back, closed his eyes with hands clasped together, murmuring incessantly, "I saw nothing, I saw nothing." The woman's cries for help gradually faded into the distance, yet inexplicably, the car's speed began to diminish. For a moment, silence enveloped the vehicle, and no one uttered a word. Tong Tong rolled down the car window and called out, "Hurry and get in." At that moment, with a loud clang, He Sheng had already pulled open the car door. The woman responded swiftly, with a quick stretch of her hand and a graceful step. She entered the vehicle, just as a swarm of zombie hands reached out, attempting to drag her down. In an instant, she reacted with remarkable speed, neglecting to adjust her position as she slammed the door shut, trapping those outstretched hands outside. With no room left in the back seat, she folded herself onto He Sheng's lap, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. However, she was unfazed. After a brief moment to collect herself, she remarked, "Thank you. I never expected to encounter a good person at a time like this." He Sheng replied softly, "No need to thank me. By the way, I think you resemble a celebrity, Meng Anya, truly. Yet, I believe you're even more beautiful than she is." The woman chuckled lightly. "I could never be more beautiful than her." She tilted her head and smiled at He Sheng, saying, "Because I am Meng Anya." He Sheng gasped in surprise, his eyes widening. His nervousness made him stammer even more, struggling to articulate his words. Do you have somewhere to go? If not, perhaps you could join us." He Sheng chuckled foolishly. "Tong Jia, what do you think?" With all the upgrade materials in hand, he had been pondering the need for a third person, and now, here she was. Of course it was splendid. Tong Tong sat in the front seat, extending 2 fingers, reminding them both that they owed her a crystal core. Feng Liao remained silent throughout the journey. One by one, the items were lifted into the vehicle, and Meng Anya willingly assisted. Her face was sharp and appeared slender, yet she possessed considerable strength, effortlessly carrying 2 bags of cement on her own. All the belongings were stacked in a storage room of the inn, and the group, thoroughly exhausted, retired to rest after placing everything down. Tong Tong, shaking her aching arms, opened the system panel and placed the items inside. The progress bar surged forward rapidly, leaving only a mere fraction of the journey until the upgrade was complete. To be precise, it was still short by 2 crystal cores. "Boss, the man-eating flower has gotten onto their vehicle." Chapter 14. A perilous night. As the day drew to a close, Tong Tong had initially planned for everyone to venture out in the morning to collect crystal cores. She had already selected the location, the outdoor supply store across the street from the inn. With just 2 crystal cores, they could enjoy a hot shower that very night. Tong Tong stretched lazily, intending to freshen up her face and feet with a wet wipe before sinking into a blissful slumber on the grand bed. However, in the dead of night, an ear-piercing alarm pierced the silence, triggering the defense system. Tong Tong sprang from her bed in alarm. Logically, with the defense system in place, she had no cause for concern about intruders or zombies breaching the premises. Yet, the alarm's shrillness compelled her to hastily investigate. Upon emerging, she found several others frantically attempting to extinguish flames. Indeed, the inn was ablaze. Someone had hurled a petrol bomb, bound with stones, through the shattered glass of the first-floor windows, igniting the curtains. While outsiders could not enter, this did not render the inn impenetrable. A few stones could shatter glass with ease, and incendiary devices could easily breach iron bars. Fortunately, the fire was initially subdued, as the curtains had not been cleaned for quite some time, accumulating layers of dust that hindered the flames from spreading vigorously. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Liao swiftly tore down the curtains and extinguished the flames with a few well-placed stomps. Yet, the crisis was far from over. The windows had been breached, leaving gaping holes that allowed the inky darkness of the night to seep in, while a humid breeze caressed their faces. Outside, several zombies, prowling the streets, seemed to have caught a whiff of the living through the openings, howling as they approached. Meanwhile, The unthrown petrol bomb continued to burn quietly at the base of the wall, its flames flickering with an eerie blue hue. And merely a few paces away lay a fuel tanker. Tong Tong hurriedly exclaimed, "There might be an ambush outside. I shall accompany you." Feng Liao, who had just moments ago worn a serious expression, now wore a hint of mockery, raising an eyebrow and teasingly saying, "Oh, how concerned you are for your husband. Cool me. Let's show those fellows a thing or two." Tong Tong cast him a sidelong glance, grasping her trusty hammer with resolve. "I'll make a couple of marks on you if you keep running your mouth," she retorted, stepping out the door first. The zombies were few in number, and with a few swift blows, Feng Liao dispatched them effortlessly, while Tong Tong extinguished the flames. The two surveyed the desolate street. She considered herself a fundamentally kind person. Yet when her safety and that of her companions were at stake, she would not hesitate to use her hammer to shatter an adversary's skull. Feng Liao's muscles tensed, though his tone remained light. "Who would have thought? You're quite decisive in your methods." Over there, at the end of the street, something glimmered subtly, almost imperceptibly, but Feng Liao's keen eyes caught it instantly. "Chase!" The pair swiftly hopped into their vehicle, and Feng Liao pressed the accelerator to the floor, tailing the car ahead with fervor. Frustration welled within him. Once a renowned racer, known as a wisp of smoke in the capital, he had dominated the mountain roads. Yet here he was, struggling to keep pace in a dilapidated van, nearly pushing the accelerator into the fuel tank, unable to even catch up with the exhaust of the other vehicle. Tong Tong's face was taut as she deftly retrieved her sniper rifle from her backpack, rolled down the car window, and leaned out, taking aim. With a resounding bang that pierced the night, the vehicle ahead, barely visible save for its faint tail lights, jolted violently before veering into another street, vanishing completely from sight. Feng Liao, incensed, slammed his hands against the steering wheel. Had they been in a different vehicle, he would have dispatched the target long ago. "Where on earth did you pull that from? It's practically invisible." Surprisingly, Feng Liao was not astounded. Rather, he felt a surge of exhilaration. "What sort of superpower is this? Care to share? And do you think it's something I can just disclose?" "Fine. If you choose not to tell, it hardly matters to me." At the inn, Hisheng stared in disbelief at the warehouse that had once been cluttered with cement and steel bars, now eerily empty. Sweat trickled down his forehead. He distinctly remembered hauling in bag after bag of cement, every steel rod, until the space brimmed. Now, only a welding machine and a few rods remained in the corner. After slapping himself to ascertain he wasn't dreaming, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Meng Anya stood quietly behind him, a knife stained with zombie gore tucked within her pant leg. She had originally been sent by Su Jinka as an undercover agent, tasked with luring individuals out and seizing control of the premises. The plan was proceeding flawlessly. All that remained was to eliminate the man before her. No, just a single, unexpected cut would suffice for his demise, thus completing her mission. The moment presented itself as an exquisite opportunity. Meng Anya chuckled softly, but did not draw her weapon, lacking even the slightest intention to do so. Instead, she deliberately made noise. "What's wrong? Run into trouble?" He shung, as if seeing a beacon of hope, sprang up in a panic. "Look, everything's gone. You remember it was all right here, don't you? Now it's all vanished." Meng Anya maintained her smile, crossing her arms. "What's all the fuss about? With zombies roaming about, who has to say humans haven tea evolve superpowers too? What do you think that girl Tong is collecting crystals for?" Hisheng was left speechless. You knew all along?" Meng Anya replied with a laugh. "Just a wild guess. Perhaps I was mistaken." Observing Hisheng still standing there in bewilderment, she pointed at the welding rods on the ground. "Aren't you going to get to work?" "I'm not skilled at this either. Let me assist you." "Oh, right. Good. You're doing splendidly." It looks much more reassuring now. The disappearance of the cement and steel bars was a topic everyone tacitly agreed to avoid. The next morning, Tong Tong, brimming with enthusiasm, announced her plans for the day. With a focus on ensuring her own safety, she insisted on acquiring 2 crystal cores. Otherwise, there would be no food for anyone. Following the events of the previous night, her already fervent desire to upgrade had only intensified. Chapter 15, Upgrade Boss, the carnivorous plan operation failed. What shall we do next? In the dilapidated and stifling inn, Beads of sweat cascaded down Su Jinka's forehead. Before him, a fire blazed, and a pigeon skewered on a stick was roasting to a crisp, its skin glistening with a glossy layer of honey, emanating an alluring aroma. The individual who entered to report could not help but swallow hard. Su Jinka remained impervious to the surrounding distractions, patiently awaiting the fragrant scent of the roasted pigeon before he finally removed it from the flames and shared it with those beside him. This woman likely envied the superior living conditions of others, and thus sought to soar to greater heights. The outbreak of zombies coincided with the weekend, and the outdoor supply store harbored a considerable number of the undead. A cursory glance revealed at least 50 or 60, among which 2 exhibited far more agility and swiftness than their counterparts, hinting at a potential leadership dynamic within the throng of lesser zombies. The one clad in a yellow vest, and the other a long-haired figure in a dress over there. Take heed, their movements are swifter than those of the other zombies. Tong Tong shouted, having witnessed 3 or 4 zombies dispatched by Feng Liao, whose headshots were precise and lethal. In one hand, he wielded a solid iron rod, while the other brandished a steel spike with seamless coordination. As he swung, shadows danced in his wake, and the zombies fell in response, their bodily fluids splattering in all directions. With each pair of kills, he would strike a few poses, intentionally showcasing his prowess. "Isn't he handsome?" Feng Liao exclaimed as he leapt onto a load-bearing pillar, executing a backflip, the iron rod twirling gracefully in his grasp. Sheng's eyes gleamed with admiration as he swung his fire axe and declared, "Brother Feng, you are astonishingly impressive." Tong Tong turned her face in disdain, scoffing softly. "What a joke, utterly foolish. One could get struck by lightning for such pretentiousness." With a swift motion, she felled a zombie with 2 well-placed strikes. Glancing around before calling out, "Be vigilant. We must not stray too far apart. Let us keep an eye on each other's blind spots. Meng Jia, Xiao He, stay close to me. The 3 of us should support one another from behind. Exercise utmost caution and avoid recklessly plunging into a horde of zombies like some imbeciles." Despite being labeled a fool, Feng Liao remained unperturbed, even sticking out his tongue in playful defiance. "Care for a lesson? I offer it free of charge." Observing him effortlessly dispatching 5 or 6 more zombies, Tong Tong will be lying if she claimed not to feel a twinge of envy. Yet, in the face of monetary gain, who truly cares about dignity? Tong Tong rubbed her hands together and approached. "Big boss, teach me." Feng Liao smiled. "Be good. Don't call me big boss, call me husband." Sheng immediately chimed in, raising his voice in a playful manner. "Husband." The last syllable wavered, nearly causing Feng Liao to tumble. "What on earth are you calling?" As they spoke, half of the room's zombies had already been dealt with, while the remaining ones relentlessly surged forward. Curiously, the 2 level 1 zombies seemed to be retreating against the horde, as if attempting to flee. Tong Tong's keen eyes quickly observed, urging, "Don't let it escape, or all our efforts will be in vain." Despite having slain numerous zombies, even Feng Liao found himself slightly out of breath. Tong Tong, having enhanced stamina from the system, felt her arms grow weary, let alone Sheng and Meng Anya, who were clearly exhausted. A strategy was needed. Suddenly, Meng Anya proposed, "Let's split our actions. He and I will lure the zombies away, and once the door is shut, you and Brother Feng can focus on dealing with those 2. What a brilliant idea." The 4 of them promptly paired off, with Sheng and Meng Anya maneuvering towards the west entrance of the shop. Sheng took the lead to block the zombies, while Meng Anya smashed the lock with her hammer, flinging the door wide open. The 2 intentionally shouted as they led the zombies outside. Over 20 zombies were drawn out, and just as the 2 first-level zombies were about to flee, Feng Liao swiftly shut the door. The subsequent task became significantly easier. One person attracted the zombies while the other swiftly ascended to the highest shelf, retrieving the sniper rifle with bare hands. With precision, he aimed and fired, taking down one zombie after another. The crystalline cores rolled out like stones, which Feng Liao gleefully held up, exclaiming, "Not bad at all. Be careful," Tong Tong shouted. Feng Liao reacted swiftly, rolling on the ground just as a chill breeze swept past the back of his head. Unbeknownst to him, a zombie had stealthily approached, and he remained oblivious to its presence. Upon closer inspection, this particular zombie had a greenish exterior, exhibiting swifter movements and greater strength than a first-level zombie. Clearly possessing a higher intelligence as well, it could camouflage itself. Could it be that the zombies had evolved to a second level? Tong Tong, with a sense of caution, fired 2 shots at the green-skinned creature. One bullet struck its forehead, yet the zombie astonishingly remained alive, only slightly slowed in its movements. With determination, Tong Tong fired again, and this time the undead staggered and collapsed to the ground, emitting a ghastly sound from its throat. Remarkably, it was still not completely dead. Tong Tong climbed down from the shelf, her heart still racing. Feng Liao also patted his chest and exhaled a short breath. Having navigated this apocalyptic world for so long, it was only the second time he had come perilously close to meeting his end. The first instance had been when he attempted to ignite an oil tanker amidst a raging inferno. He plunged a steel cone into the skull of the zombie, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. Or remarkably hard head. After several attempts, his arm began to feel numb before he finally pried out the core within. Its entire body was exceptionally tough. Tong Tong remarked, "This time, we were fortunate. Had I not fortuitously landed a shot, that creature could have wiped us out entirely." Holding the core in his hand, the system promptly delivered a notification. This was a level 2 core. After storing it in his backpack, the system immediately reported a reward, 50 hand grenades. A radiant smile spread across Tong Tong's face as she realized she had exceeded her expectations. Wealth was within her grasp. The system unfolded the blueprint of the inn, and a few virtual hammers began to clatter noisily upon it. 2 hours later, the blueprint indicated that the upgrades had been completed. The water circulation function was activated, and the inn's automatic repair system had been enhanced. Bursting with excitement, she rushed to the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and watched the water flow joyfully. Tong Tong was utterly delighted. She could now wash her face, take a shower, and flush the toilet normally. She could utilize the washing machine and mop without enduring the discomfort of a smoky bed. Moreover, with the upgrade of the inn's one-click repair system, any future damage could be restored to its original state with just a click, provided the materials were ready. She immediately shared this wonderful news with her teammates, of course, without revealing all the details. After all, it was a matter of beauty, best left undiscussed. Meanwhile, the system issued a new task. With 5 guests, 10 primary crystal cores, or 1 secondary crystal core, then could upgrade once again. Chapter 16. An ambush in the shadows. At that moment, Tong Tong's desire for an upgrade reached its zenith. Life, after all, should have a purpose. She could almost envision a luxurious, post-apocalyptic paradise beckoning her. The following morning, Meng Anya hummed a tune while cooking, exuding a refreshing fragrance reminiscent of shower gel. While he Shung merrily found an electric vacuum cleaner to tidy up in harmony with the enticing aromas wafting from the kitchen. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and the commotion inside attracted around 10 zombies. However, they seemed to be thwarted by some mysterious force, unable to even attempt to break through the doors or windows. Initially, Hishang felt quite anxious, fearing that the steel bars he had welded were insufficiently secure. But once he realized that the zombies couldn't even touch the bars, he relaxed, even beginning to sway his hips by the windowsill. "Wow, what delicious food are you making? It smells so good." Tong Tong descended from upstairs, still clad in her pajamas, exuding a similar freshness. Little did anyone know how long she had soaked in the tub after the advent of running water. Spotting canned luncheon meat, which had a long shelf life, she decided to fry it and prepared some instant noodles as well. She exclaimed as she placed a large pot of noodles on the table, returning with clean bowls and chopsticks, along with a vibrant plate of fried luncheon meat that emanated an irresistible aroma. Having tidied up the room, Hishang glanced at the dishes on the table, and without a word, nimbly leaped over the sofa to reach the dining table, greedily inhaling the delightful fragrance. Delicious. So fragrant. Meng Jia's cooking is exceptional. Meng Anya chuckled. What skill is there in this? It's a pity we don't have any leafy greens. Hey, why has Tifong Gu come out yet? He usually wakes up the earliest. Hisheng swallowed hard. You all eat first. I'll go call him. We have a new task today. and we'll discuss it at the dining table." As she spoke, Tong Tong made her way to Feng Liao's room. "Feng Liao, rise and shine. The sun is up. Meng Jia has made breakfast." After knocking on the door for an extended period, with no response, Tong Tong felt puzzled. She twisted the doorknob, finding it unlocked, and stepped inside. The room was in utter disarray, with clothes, trousers, and socks strewn about, leaving her uncertain whether they were meant for washing or discarding. Amidst the pile of garments on the bed, she spotted a lump and playfully slapped it. "Feng Liao, rise and shine." Feng Liao emitted a soft sound, turning over, and reluctantly opened his eyes, just a sliver, his voice languid. "What time is it?" "9:30. Feng Liao sat up in bed, seemingly wary of the cold. Clutching his blanket, the air conditioning in the room was set to a low temperature, indeed making it somewhat chilly. Tong Tong casually switched off the air conditioning and urged, "Come out for breakfast. Sister Meng has prepared a delightful meal. If you delay, there may not be any left for you." Feng Liao appeared somewhat absent-minded, nodding faintly, his demeanor lacking vitality. Tong Tong gently touched his forehead, realizing the reason for his lack of energy. He had a fever. "Did you catch a chill last night?" After sitting for a while, he appeared more alert. Feng Liao yawned and stretched, his bones creaking as he did so. "Perhaps. I'm not sure what happened. I fell asleep in a bathtub and woke up to cold water. It was quite a shock. Are you all right?" Tong Tong asked, her hand moving from his face to his neck with concern. In their entire team, Feng Liao was the strongest, and he could not afford to fall ill. "I'm fine. A hot meal and some warm water will do the trick," Feng Liao replied with a smile. "It's nice to know my wife cares." "Enough of that. With all that energy, you should be taking down more zombies." Tong Tong shot him a look. "Hurry up. I'll 1 tea wait for you." "Understood." After Tong Tong departed, a considerable amount of time passed before Feng Liao emerged, appearing to be in decent condition. With a hearty appetite as he eagerly devoured 3 slices of luncheon meat in one swift motion. "You may have noticed, and I shall not conceal it, that the reason Auron has enjoyed a sudden influx of running water is solely due to the upgrade of the zombie crystal cores. To achieve further enhancements, a greater quantity of crystal cores is required." Meng Anya and He Sheng listened intently, while Feng Liao maintained an air of distraction. "It's not as if I consumed them myself," Tong Tong jested, then turned serious. "As you witnessed yesterday, only those zombies that exhibit swift and agile movements possess crystal cores. My analysis suggests that these particular zombies must have fed on human flesh. After you both diverted the zombies yesterday, Feng Liao and I stumbled upon another type of zombie, whose skin exhibited a faint bluish hue, and whose bodies were exceedingly rigid, proving incredibly difficult to dispatch, and they possessed a certain level of intelligence." Meng Anya's expression grew tense, and He Sheng, with a cautious breath, inquired, "Does this type of zombie harbor more formidable crystal cores in their brains?" "Precisely," Tong Tong declared, leaning forward with fervor, her eyes gleaming with determination. "For the sake of our future happiness, our safety, and the quality of our lives, we have 3 missions today. First, we must search for new allies to join our cause. Feng Liao, let us oversee this together. I refuse to believe that in such a vast city, we're the only survivors. Second, we must collect crystal cores, as many as we can." Tong Tong glanced at her watch and said, "It is now 10 o'clock. We shall depart promptly at 11. Meanwhile, Su Jinka personally led a group of individuals, stealthily closing in on Tong Tong's inn. A dozen men, armed with various weapons, concealed themselves at the alleyway entrance in front of the inn. Su Jinka had calculated that when the individuals inside the inn emerged, they would inevitably need to drive, and thus would traverse this particular path. The ground was littered with small pebbles, each one meticulously placed, concealing a sharp nail beneath. As the vehicle passed, the tires would undoubtedly sustain damage, prompting the occupants to investigate. He had prepared an elaborate surprise for them. Adjacent to the alley stood a Huixian supermarket, which had been completely emptied of its goods, yet the vantage point from the second floor by the window served as an excellent ambush site. In these times, firearms were rare, but a hidden crossbow could still be lethal. Chapter 17. An ambush. Su Jinka let out a cold snort through his nostrils, clearly seeing his target eliminate the one wielding the gun first. If she does not emerge, we shall storm in and force her out. The lives of our brothers rest upon your aim. Rest assured. Su Jinka nodded, then turned to a bald man beside him. Is the Molotov cocktail ready? The bald man shook a bottle in his hand, grinning. It's foolproof. We just need the right moment. Initially, Su Jinka had intended to employ the old tactic of throwing the cocktail inside to draw them out, but before he could act, he spotted the occupants of the hotel emerging through his binoculars, sequentially boarding their vehicle, and indeed headed this way. They were remarkably well organized. Su Jinka crushed his cigarette but into the ground and signaled to his companions, "Prepare yourselves." As the vehicle approached and reached the gravel-strewn path, the driver, oblivious to the peril of the pebbles, soon found 3 of the 4 tires punctured. The van came to a sudden halt, causing a jolt among its passengers. Feng Liao slammed his hands on the steering wheel, exclaiming, "The tire is flat. I'm going to check it." Just as he was about to exit the vehicle, Tong Tong grasped his arm, cautioning, "Perhaps the tire is punctured. Can you even change it?" That was a valid point. Replacing a tire was less practical than acquiring another vehicle, given the abundance of abandoned cars lining the streets. It seems we're not far from West Street. The intersection is just ahead. Meng Anya stretched her neck to peer ahead, suggesting, "Let us walk over together and see if we can find another vehicle." With that, several of them exited the car, while Su Jinka smirked, delighted by the unexpected smoothness of his plan. He relaxed his breathing. His comrade, concealed on the second floor of the supermarket, had drawn his bowstring taut. He was supremely confident in his aim. Wielding a composite bow with a range of 500 meters, and the arrows, sharpened by his own hand, were lethal. Targeting Tong Tong, he steadied his aim, prepared to strike. Even the sunlight seemed to conspire with him. It was not yet noon, and the sun, positioned to the east, was obstructed by the building, leaving the glistening arrow cloaked in shadow, revealing not a glimmer of light. The moment the arrow was released, a commotion erupted in the alley. Much like the mantis stalking the cicada, oblivious to the lurking yellow bird, this group, while lying in wait for others, had unwittingly stepped into a trap set by the undead from the very beginning. In the alley where Su Jinka and his companions lay in ambush, an overwhelming horde of zombies surged forth, seemingly having been hidden for ages. One particularly agile zombie let out a low growl, and the rest of the undead appeared to be under its command, resembling seasoned hunters as they launched an assault on Su Jinka's group. The anguished screams echoed through the air. Those who were bitten realized their fate was sealed and desperately stabbed their knives into the zombies, only to be met with disbelief as their eyes widened in shock. The blade would not penetrate. At this point, Su Jinka could no longer entertain thoughts of ambushing others. He urged his surviving brothers to break free. "Boss, it's too chaotic. I still need," came the hesitant voice over the radio. Su Jinka cursed, "Are you an idiot? Kill the zombies. Strike down those that move the quickest among them." He led his men in a frantic escape, or rather, he allowed the throng to press around him as they fled. Yet, how could the zombies allow their meal to slip away? The tide of the undead surged like a tempest summoned by that agile zombie as they swarmed toward this direction. Tong Tong and her companions found themselves just outside the alley, inevitably caught in the crossfire of misfortune. Initially, they believed the zombies were targeting them. However, upon glancing into the alley, she beheld Su Jinka and his group, strangers to her, only to realize they were there to orchestrate her demise. She had mistakenly assumed they were kindred spirits in adversity. Out of a sense of humanitarian concern, she kindly cautioned, "Be careful of that green-skinned zombie. Its body is remarkably tough, and it has the ability to summon other undead." Tong Tong kindly reminded, yet Su Jinka, in a fit of rage, retorted, listening to the anguished cries of those around him being devoured. "Do I need you to tell me?" he exclaimed furiously. He Sheng, wielding a hammer, gasped for breath as he leaned closer to Tong Tong. "There are quite a few of them. Should we save them?" At this moment, the question was not whether to save anyone, but rather if one could preserve their own life. Tong Tong gritted her teeth and urged, "Run. Head towards West Street. Do not scatter. Feng Liao, clear the path, and I shall assist you in fending them off." "Fear not." Feng Liao swiftly kicked aside the zombies that obstructed their way. Then, with a leap, he deftly severed the skulls of two more with precise strikes. Feng Liao, are you all right? Tong Tong's heart raced. Despite her typically carefree demeanor, she possessed a keen sensitivity that allowed her to discern Feng Liao's distress at once. This individual, usually burdened by a certain image, had ingrained the art of being stylish into his very essence. For him to suddenly abandon such flamboyance could only indicate one possibility. His physical condition no longer permitted him to indulge in such bravado. Let me handle it. Tong Tong dashed forward, positioning herself before him, and retrieved the grenades she had previously exchanged for within the system. Without a hint of hesitation, she pulled the pins and hurled them one after another. She had only a limited supply, and as she prepared to throw more, Feng Liao grasped her wrist firmly. Breathing slightly labored as he implored, "Conserve your ammunition. I am fine." The group maneuvered through the throng, finally escaping the encirclement of the undead. The agricultural market was now within sight. Tong Tong and a few others ascended a security booth, standing at a height of approximately 2 meters. Tong Tong drew forth a formidable sniper rifle and dispatched several level 1 zombies. He Sheng, exhausted from the endeavor, lay sprawled atop the booth, his eyes rolling in fatigue, while Meng Anya, utterly drained, succumbed to nausea. The level 1 crystal cores were, in essence, not significantly different from ordinary stones, save for a slight luminescence. Unless one deliberately sought them out, they could easily be overlooked. What purpose could these objects truly serve? The group sat within their recently discovered vehicle, gazing vacantly at the crystal cores. "Do you think," He Sheng inquired with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, "that if we consume them, we might acquire superpowers?" Tong Tong ran her fingers through her hair and remarked, "Who knows? Why not give it a try?" He Sheng immediately shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattle drum. "What if consuming it turns me into a zombie? Besides, how can one swallow such a large piece?" He leaned closer with a grin and teased Sister Tong. "We are quite familiar by now. Surely you know how to use it. Do share." Chapter 18. Collaborating with a tiger for its skin. This left Tong Tong in a precarious position. How should she respond? Should she admit ignorance? He Sheng appeared foolish, but he was far from dim-witted. If she didn't know how to use it, why would she go through the trouble of collecting it? How could she explain the peculiarities surrounding her at the hotel? Such a confession would not only be met with disbelief, but could also undermine their unity. The truth was, she genuinely didn't know how to utilize it. She couldn't possibly reveal the full extent of her system, as that was her trump card. Moreover, having endured numerous hardships due to the twisted nature of humanity in this apocalypse, maintaining an air of mystery was essential to instill caution among her companions. This hesitation was evident on He Sheng's face as disappointment washed over him. Still not willing to divulge? Meng Anya nudged him gently with her elbow, interjecting with a smile. Tong Tong isn't the type to hoard advantages. If she is reluctant to speak, it must be due to some difficulty. Perhaps she hasn't fully grasped it herself. To substantiate her claim of not being secretive, she evenly distributed several crystal cores she had collected, assuring them, "Once I have clarity, I will certainly explain everything in detail." The vehicle came to a sudden halt as Feng Liao declared in a low voice, "We've arrived." Upon looking up, they were greeted by a large green sign. Perhaps the nearby zombies had been lured away by the second-tier zombie, as the vast agricultural market appeared eerily deserted. Nevertheless, the group remained vigilant, maneuvering the vehicle cautiously to the seed store. Upon entering, it was evident that survivors had already raided the shop. The expansive space was nearly stripped bare, with even the roasted seeds cleared out. After searching for some time, they managed to collect a basket of green beans, a basket of red beans, and a few cucumber, lettuce, and cabbage seeds, enough to sustain several people. Additionally, a modest supply of pesticides and fertilizers remained, which they packed up as well. Having left in the morning, by the time they finished loading their haul, it was already dusk. Feng Liao drove with Tong Tong in the passenger seat. One hand gestured animatedly towards her mouth while the other opened a bag of biscuits to feed him. Feng Liao's eyes narrowed playfully. "You seem increasingly concerned for me. Are you starting to fancy me?" He pretended to clear his throat. "I could grant you the opportunity to pursue this young master." "Get lost." Tong Tong laughed, rebuking him lightly before adding, Isn't there a pharmacy up ahead? Let us stop for a moment. Tong Tong let out a soft laugh. Do not flatter yourself too much. If you don't eat now, what will we do if one of us falls ill later and lacks medicine? This was indeed a valid point. Inside the pharmacy, the zombies were scarce, confined behind glass doors, aimlessly wandering. Upon catching sight of fresh flesh, they immediately perked up, banging against the door with fervor until it shattered. This was merely a minor skirmish. There was no need for Feng Liao to intervene. As Tong Tong swiftly handled the situation upon disembarking from the vehicle, the pharmacy showed no signs of having been visited by survivors. The shelves were stocked with an array of medications, fever reducers, anti-inflammatories, pain relievers. Regardless of brand, they swept through them all. Yet, they could not gather everything. After all, medicine could not serve as sustenance. In critical moments, one relied on it for survival, and to indiscriminately hoard it would be a grave misjudgment. Hisheng busied himself unloading the goods, commenting, "Actually, we did encounter a group today. It was just unfortunate timing, wasn't it, Meng Jia?" Meng Anya responded with a half-hearted agreement, her heart racing with unease. The appearance of Su Laoda today was no mere coincidence. It was evidently aimed at them, or rather, specifically at her. For all these years, she had been a glamorous star in public, yet in secrecy, she was merely a plaything in Su Laoda's palm, longing to break free from his grasp. Thus, when she learned she was to go undercover, she was overjoyed, and upon witnessing the capabilities of Tong Tong and Feng Liao, she betrayed without hesitation. Betrayal, however, meant facing retribution. Meng Anya had mentally prepared herself for this. Yet she worried, if they discovered her past as an undercover agent, would they still accept her without reservation? This was her greatest concern. She could only hope that the Su faction would be devoured by zombies. After all, they were hardly virtuous individuals. Meng Jia, what are you so absorbed in thinking about? Tong Tong approached her warmly, grasping her wrist. Come on, we still need your help with the vegetable planting. We are utterly clueless. Meng Anya smiled gently, rest assured. Within 3 months, I will ensure everyone enjoys fresh vegetables. It was Su Jinka. Presently, he was in a state of utter disarray, covered in the filth and stench of zombie blood, appearing weak and gasping for breath as he leaned against the vehicle. "Ah, it's you?" Tong Tong stepped closer, glancing around. "What about the others with you?" Su Jinka shook his head. "They're all dead. I barely managed to escape with my life." Tong Tong's little thoughts immediately sprang to life. In truth, when Hisheng lamented earlier, she chose not to respond, for she would never accept a team capable of overshadowing her as tenants. Doing so would jeopardize her authority within the group. However, with him now standing alone, the circumstances had entirely changed. "Since you have nowhere else to go, why not come to me?" Su Jinka's face brightened instantly, as he had never anticipated that the place he had long coveted would be so easily accessible. "Sure, let me in, I can assure you." "No," Meng Anya suddenly interjected, her voice rising. "Absolutely not. He is not a good person." Unable to disclose that she was sent by Su Jinka, she could only vaguely state, "I used to know him. He is involved in the underworld and harbors ill intentions." Su Jinka's expression darkened abruptly as he glared coldly at Meng Anya, only to break into a smile moments later, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Given my current state, how could I possibly endanger so many of you?" Tong Tong pondered for a moment, then turned to Meng Anya with a reassuring smile, saying, "It's all right, I can handle him." Chapter 19. His superpower the night had fully descended, and the quaint inn was aglow with warm yellow lights. When the heavy curtains were drawn, one could hardly discern that within this desolate city lay such a vibrant sanctuary. When Su Jinka entered, he was both startled and delighted, appearing somewhat awkward as he fidgeted about, embodying a rather naive demeanor. "My surname is Su Jinka. Let's look out for one another from now on," he said, bowing slightly as he shook hands with each person. Upon reaching Meng Anya, a hint of playful intrigue graced his smile. "Isn't this the illustrious Meng? I once visited your film set, and you graciously signed an autograph for me. Do you remember?" Meng Anya's face slowly drained of color, and after a moment of stammering, she politely replied, "Of course. I certainly remember." She forcefully withdrew her hand, her fingertips now pale. Hisheng, perceptive as ever, remarked Su Ge. You seem to be injured quite severely. Is it? Su Jinka rubbed his wounded area, a glimmer of sorrow in his eyes. Rest assured, it's not an external injury. I found myself in a dire situation with the zombies and had to leap from a height. I fell, but it's nothing serious. It will heal in a few days. As he spoke, Feng Liao, who had remained silent, suddenly cast a glance in his direction, yet said nothing. After a light meal, Tong Tong began to introduce us in. The first floor is where we usually gather. The rooms are fully occupied, so you will stay on the second floor, in the room directly across from mine. We typically rise at 9, so please try to retire early in the evenings. Your room is equipped with a water heater and running water. The 2 storage rooms downstairs are for keeping supplies, and all collected items are stored there. They're usually locked, and I hold the key. Should you need anything, just let me know. Tong Tong uttered a phrase, and Su Jinka nodded in response, trailing closely behind her with a smile that radiated obsequiousness. Meng Anya, on the other hand, quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Tong Tong remained cautious of him, not fully considering him one of her own, for prior to Su's arrival, the place where supplies were stored had never been locked, and Tong Tong had never minded if they took some food back to their rooms, as long as it was not wasted. The most crucial point was that she did not mention rent. To become a part of the inn, one must pay for their lodging. Oh, by the way, I see you have quite a few people under your wing. Surely you have amassed some valuable items? Tong Tong's voice bubbled with excitement. Su Jinka was taken aback, not expecting Tong Tong to direct her attention towards him. Nonetheless, it mattered not, for his modest possessions were merely a bargaining chip for mingling within this peculiar inn. One must give to receive, a principle Su Jinka understood well. My belongings are of little worth, and were originally intended as a tribute to you. How splendid. We are all family now, why speak of tributes? Consider yourself officially welcomed. Tong Tong clapped her hands and declared, let us rest early tonight, and tomorrow morning we shall go to retrieve the items. Su Jinka eagerly agreed, and when no one was watching, a cunning glimmer flickered in his eyes. Feng Liao was just about to take a shower, and had already disrobed halfway when Tong Tong unexpectedly entered, startling him into hastily donning his clothes. Here, take your temperature. Otherwise, I shall be uneasy. Feng Liao accepted the thermometer, glanced at it, tucked it under his armpit, and grinned playfully. You've invited the wolf into your den. Have you realized my importance now? Inviting the wolf into the den? Do not tell me you failed to notice. Feng Liao leaned back against the sofa, half closing his eyes, and remarked, that Meng Anya is peculiar. She is usually quite astute, yet today she acted abnormally. If she claims not to know Su Jinka, even Hisheng would hardly believe it. No matter how earnestly Su Jinka tried to rectify his standing, just look at Meng Anya's expression. It was akin to encountering a specter. Tong Tong nodded, acknowledging the observation. However, there was one detail that caught her attention. When Su Jinka mentioned his injury, you cast a glance at him. Did something seem amiss? Feng Liao pondered. His injury does not appear to be the result of a fall. Rather, it resembles that of a collision. A collision? Indeed. He exhibited sluggish movements, yet his legs seemed unaffected. Typically, when one falls from a height, it is the legs and feet that sustain injuries. Yet in his case, the injury is located on his chest, as if he had been running too swiftly and collided with something. Tong Tong shook her head, pondering. That doesn't seem right. When one is about to collide with something, shouldn't they instinctively raise their hand to shield themselves? Unless, of course, they're caught off guard or lack the time to react. Feng Liao stroked his chin in contemplation. Thus, he is rather peculiar. Well, never mind him for now. Let me check the thermometer. It should be ready. Tong Tong leaned closer to him, retrieving the thermometer, which registered a slight human warmth. 37. 5 degrees. Thankfully, remember to take your medicine and rest early. Our little Karami depend entirely on you. At that moment, 2 rosy clouds appeared on Feng Liao's face. Even the tips of his ears flushed red. She was acutely aware that Su Jinka would undoubtedly seek retribution against her, yet she could not help but entertain a glimmer of hope. With so many people around, and Su Jinka alone, injured no less, what could he possibly do to her? How could he dare? After all, she had paid for her accommodation, while he had not. She was one of them. This thought comforted her, and after a long day of toil, she soon succumbed to slumber. In the dead of night, the bed suddenly sank on the other side, jolting Meng Anya awake. A heavy, robust male body abruptly pressed down upon her. In that instant, her heart nearly leapt from her chest. Without allowing her a moment to speak, a large hand firmly covered her mouth and nose. The sound of heavy breathing resonating in her ears. Meng Anya kicked and struck, desperately struggling, shaking her head vigorously. Sujinka! She uttered a muffled cry of despair. If you lay hands on me here, they will not let you off. They want to let me off? It is I who will not let them off. Sujinka chuckled softly. Do not be surprised, just enjoy the show. The moment his hand lifted from her mouth and nose, she let out a heart-wrenching scream, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks, her body trembling violently. Before long, her cries summoned Tong Tong, and he shung to her side. The room was flooded with blinding light. Meng Anya huddled on the bed, weeping like a delicate flower in the rain, her face and body still marked by fading handprints. What happened? Hisheng was the first to rush in. Meng Anya shobet. It was Sujinka. You tried to assault me. No way. Meng Jia, you must have had a nightmare. Hisheng scratched his head, turning to look at the bewildered Sujinka standing at the door. Hearing your screams, I hurried over. Sugu was still upstairs. I saw it with my own eyes. Chapter 20. The secret of superpowers. Meng Anya felt as though struck by lightning. How could this be? From the moment his hand left her mouth and nose to her desperate scream, it was but an instant. How long had Hisheng and the others taken to arrive? Her heart sank, uncontrollable fear coursing through her, even more intense than on the day of the zombie outbreak. Could it be? Could you have seen it wrong? She asked, clinging to her last shred of hope. Hisheng looked at Tong Tong, who calmly replied, he did not see it wrong. He just came out when I did. The man in question, Sujinka, stood at the door, still smiling innocently, scratching the back of his head. It's my fault for looking too fierce, scaring the girl into nightmares. Fortunately, Tong Tong and brother, he were there to witness it. Otherwise, I would have been wronged to death. Even if I had 8 legs, I could not possibly fly out of your room in an instant, could I? Her words were both heartfelt and rational. Yet Meng Anya shook her head, her tear-filled eyes nearly shattering. She pointed a trembling finger at Sujinka, insisting, there is no mistake. He barged in, seized my throat, and even pinched my face. Tong Tong's eyes shimmered with intensity. Meng Anya, after all, was a grand star accustomed to a life of luxury for many years. Despite enduring several months of hardship in this apocalyptic world, her skin remained delicate, with distinct red marks that could not be feigned. Sujinka glanced at Hisheng, who was dutifully standing by the bed, and then at Feng Liao, murmuring softly, I am not the only man here. His smile was tinged with bitterness, reminiscent of a bullied and marginalized soul, as he sighed, from the moment I arrived. Miss Ming seemed to reject me, so whenever something goes awry, the first instinct is to pin the blame on me. Alas, Hisheng, feeling the blatant provocation, immediately exploded in a flurry of panic, exclaiming, why are you looking at me? How could I possibly do such a thing? It wasn't me, it wasn't me. He cast a furtive glance at Feng Liao, instinctively shrinking his neck, before turning to Meng Anya to explain, Sister Meng, please believe me. I am truly not that kind of person. Meng Anya remained in a state of alarm, even feeling somewhat disoriented herself. Could it be that she had misidentified the culprit? Who was that person just now? She shook her head, encircling herself in confusion. I don't know, I truly don't know. In truth, her earlier outcry had contained a hint of theatrics. She had been convinced it was Sujinka, intending to seize the opportunity to expel him. Now, however, genuine fear gripped her. This small 5-member team had barely come together for a few days, and the trust among them was still fragile. If this matter was not handled properly, it could lead to a breakdown of camaraderie, sowing seeds of suspicion and ultimately resulting in their disintegration. Tong Tong and Feng Liao exchanged a glance, and Tong Tong said, Sister Meng must be frightened. It is not impossible that these red marks were caused by her dreams just now. I will stay here with her. As the crowd dispersed, Tong Tong settled beside Meng Anya's bed, softly offering her comfort. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. You knew Sujinka before, did you not? That is why you fear him. Tong Tong gazed at her with calmness, while Meng Anya bit her lip, her expression fraught with conflict. Tong Tong continued, "Do you know why I never asked him for the rent? It is because I have never trusted him from the very beginning, yet you have settled the rent." This very statement provided Meng Anya with a sense of reassurance. She bit her lip and lowered her head, saying, "In the past, I was merely a small actress, having starred in numerous productions without gaining any recognition, lacking both money and connections. Eventually, through the introduction of a director, I met Sujinka. I became his woman. He invested in me, and I landed a few major productions, which catapulted me to fame. I admit, I may have been somewhat ungrateful, as once I achieved success, I yearned to break free from him. I devised numerous plans, yet before I could execute any, the apocalypse arrived. He has a gang of ruthless followers, and I found myself compelled to align with him." Upon hearing this, Tong Tong comprehended the situation and continued for her. "He is indeed the leader of the group that has been causing trouble lately, isn't he?" Tong Tong let out a cold laugh. "Unable to conquer our formidable challenge, you resort to sending an undercover agent, hoping for a collaboration from within and without?" Meng Anya, nearly engulfed by despair, nodded in response, yet quickly added, "In the past 2 days since my arrival, you must have noticed that I have shifted my allegiance. You are superior to him. I believe we are kindred spirits. Thus, your reluctance to speak stems from the fear that should I uncover the truth, you might be expelled as well." Meng Anya closed her eyes, large tears rolling down her cheeks, yet her heart brimmed with joy. She understood that Tong Tong's words guaranteed her safety. "Oh, rest assured, regardless of the circumstances, I will safeguard you," Tong Tong replied with a playful tilt of her head, eliciting a moment of surprise from Meng Anya, who soon could not contain her laughter and embraced Tong Tong, resting her head upon her shoulder. "I knew I had not chosen unwisely. From the very beginning, she had placed her bet correctly. The one who could brave a horde of zombies to rescue her would never abandon her in perilous times." Tong Tong had never experienced such intimate contact with anyone throughout her life. Even though her companion was a girl, she felt an unusual shyness. Her ears turned crimson instantly. "All right, let's sleep. Tonight, I will keep you company. If he dares to come in again, I shall give him a jolt." The following morning, the vehicle started, still driven by Feng Liao, but the passenger seat was now occupied by Sujinka. "I don't live far from here. Just cross this street and take a turn." Feng Liao replied softly, concealing a small blade within his hand gripping the steering wheel. Before their departure, while he was in the restroom, Tong Tong had shared her speculations with him. He had awakened his supernatural abilities. Feng Liao turned on the tap, his hands resting on the edge of the basin. "Is it related to speed?" he pondered. "Otherwise, who do you think was the one who broke into Meng Anya's room last night? Was it he, Sheng, or you?" Tong Tong chuckled. "Perhaps it was you?" Feng Liao teased in return, though his head lowered, his body slumping slightly. "On a serious note, let him sit in the passenger seat later. Keep an eye on him. Can you manage that?" Rest assured. Chapter 21. Sowing discord although Feng Liao was driving. A significant portion of his attention remained on Sujinka. Sujinka exhibited no peculiar behavior, yet Feng Liao understood that he too was undoubtedly observing him. Were his subordinates truly annihilated amidst the horde, as he claimed? Tong Tong had speculated about this with him. He was not one to take risks lightly. His injuries were genuine. It would be unnecessary to inflict harm upon himself for an act. Indeed, a person who had awakened their speed abilities and barely escaped the encirclement of zombies would undoubtedly have left his subordinates in a dire state. Even if they had not been entirely wiped out, surely only a handful remained. This was precisely why they dared to follow Sujinka straight to his lair. Moreover, Tong Tong surmised that Sujinka would refrain from taking action against them for the time being, as he needed to comprehend the peculiarities of the place before attempting to seize his inn. However, it cannot be guaranteed that he would not engage in other schemes, such as last night's attempts at sowing discord. His little brother Feng feeling unwell? As the car approached an intersection, Sujinka suddenly inquired, his tone sincere and filled with warmth and concern. "No," Feng Liao replied casually, feigning indifference, though a cold sweat broke out along his spine. "What a perceptive individual. Indeed, Feng Liao felt somewhat unwell. The medication taken the previous night had little effect, and upon awakening, his fever had returned with a vengeance, sending chills throughout his body, leaving him lightheaded. At such a moment, even if he were to perish, he must endure until this phase passed. When his focus was intensely concentrated, the discomfort subsided somewhat. As the vehicle entered a narrow alley, the large frame could no longer proceed. Su Jinka smiled and said, "Let us stop here. The space is tight on my end." He led the way ahead, while Tong Tong cast a worried glance at Feng Liao and said, "It seems there are no zombies around. Brother Feng and Sister Meng can stay behind to watch the car, and Xiao he can assist me inside to move the items." No one voiced any objections. He Sheng, a guileless and affable individual, walked in front with Su Jinka, his arm slung casually over Su's shoulder. Upon arrival, they encountered a dilapidated residential building. The entrance door was locked, and Su Jinka used a key to gain entry. Inside, the unit was enveloped in darkness, with walls plastered with various advertisements, and a large red sign hung prominently, proclaiming third floor, Shenhua Hotel. "Brother Su, this is where you reside?" He Sheng inquired, glancing around. "You have the key to the building. Are you the owner?" He Sheng sighed, patting Su Jinka's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. "In these apocalyptic times, one has no choice. To elaborate, my family is from another province, and I am here for university. When the crisis first unfolded, communication with my family was severed. And I suspect—" Tong Tong smiled brightly, of course. Ascending to the third floor, Su Jinka opened the central door, and, as it swung ajar, a wave of mouth-watering meat aroma wafted out, causing He Sheng to involuntarily sniff the air. Su Jinka chuckled, saying, "They call it supplies, but in truth, there's not much to eat. I figured that in this apocalypse, one cannot survive without indulging in some meat. Look, we've hunted everything, from birds in the sky to fish in the river." The room was sparsely furnished, cluttered instead with boxes upon boxes of goods. He Sheng approached and was astonished to see an entire wall stacked with white liquor, either the famed Feitian Matai or Wu Yangya. "Wow, Sugo, impressive," he exclaimed. The room also contained rice, flour, oil, and downstairs, I have a delivery truck. Let us load everything into that. With renewed vigor, He Sheng was the first to lift a box of liquor. "Sugo, where's the truck?" Su Jinka replied, "It's just downstairs. Follow me." And Tong Tong, "Could you please tidy up inside? No need to follow us up and down the stairs." "How can that be? If I don't follow, you'll have the chance to sow discord." "It's no trouble. It's just a few steps, and He Sheng's strength can't match mine." With a body enhanced by the system, she effortlessly lifted 4 boxes of white liquor. "Sugo, please lead the way." Su Jinka's smile faltered slightly. "All right, let's go." Next came an assortment of snacks and biscuits, with dozens of boxes amassed and various grains piled up. Surprisingly, he also had about 10 large rabbits and 3 hens. After a few more trips, He Sheng's stamina was evidently waning, and Su Jinka, injured, was also panting heavily. "Tong Jia, give me a moment. I need to take care of something." Leaning against the wall, He Sheng wiped the sweat from his brow. "Sugo, where's your restroom?" In this day and age, who cares about restrooms? Su Jinka gestured with his chin. "Over there, by the utility pole." He Sheng glanced shyly at Tong Tong nearby, feeling a sudden bashfulness. A temporary solution would suffice. "Come on, I'll take you there." They didn't have to walk far, just around the corner on the first floor. The two relieved themselves, and as they unfastened their trousers, Su Jinka casually remarked, "So, how long have you been with them?" Lighting a cigarette, he adopted a tone of casual conversation. He Sheng was oblivious to the way Su Jinka had subtly categorized him and Tong Tong as separate entities. Continuing the conversation, He Sheng replied, "Not long. Just a few days, but Tong Tong is really kind. We work together, facing life and death, just like family." Su Jinka scoffed lightly. "You may see them as family, but they might not feel the same." "Huh?" He Sheng, having finished his business and about to step out, heard Su Jinka's voice. "What do you think about what happened last night? Was it Meng Jia who had a nightmare?" He Sheng replied innocently, unaware of the implications. "A nightmare?" Su Jinka exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, shaking his head with a bemused smile. "You are still too young to discern the intricacies of this situation." "What intricacies?" You ask? Have you ever pondered it? Last night, it wasn't you nor was it I. So who could it be? Hishang felt a jolt of realization and whispered, Are you suggesting Brother Feng? Lowering his voice further, he continued, That can't be right. Brother Feng has feelings for Sister Tong. They are a couple, after all. That is precisely why you are still young, Su Jinka replied. Let me speak candidly, brother he. Within our group, are you the most skilled fighter? Or perhaps the strategist? Neither, I presume. So why did they choose to take you in? Think about it. Hishang genuinely contemplated his words, a hint of suspicion creeping in. Is it for the crystal core? Yes, I remember Sister Tong mentioning that to become a resident, one must pay a fee of a crystal core. He produced the crystal core that Tong Tong had given him from his pocket. This is it. Earlier, when I asked her how to use it, she refused to tell me. Chapter 22. The rescue of a comrade, however. While the speaker may have spoken without intent, the listener was attentive. And Su Jinka immediately perked up at the mention of the crystal core. He had dispatched numerous zombies, and though he occasionally encountered a particularly formidable one, they would flee after a swift blow to the head. Who would waste time prying open a zombie's skull? This object was small, inconspicuous, and did not seem remarkable in any way. What purpose does it serve? Hishang shook his head. I don't know. When I joined, Sister Tong treated this item as a fee for lodging. After she handed it over, that shabby little motel was transformed, even providing unlimited running water. Can you believe it? Did she not ask you for it? Su Jinka examined the crystal core closely and replied, No, she did not. Su Jinka felt an urge to strike him on the back of the head with a brick. What a fool. Nevertheless, today's ordeal was not in vain. At least he had gleaned the significance of the crystal core. Furthermore, that woman, like him, had awakened extraordinary abilities, and that peculiar motel was a manifestation of her powers. Perhaps the crystal core was a means to enhance one's abilities? If that were the case, Tong Tong was indeed indispensable. Without her, the motel would revert to being an ordinary establishment. A plan must be devised to reclaim the motel. The journey back was fraught with peril, as they encountered a horde of zombies, among which stood a towering, green-skinned creature. It loomed over the others, as if endowing them with intelligence. It was the very being that had claimed the lives of his comrades. Su Jinka appeared visibly anxious. Feng Liao quickly maneuvered the steering wheel, turning the vehicle sharply to avoid the approaching horde. Hishang, still inexperienced behind the wheel and driving a truck laden with goods, found his vehicle lacking in speed and agility compared to smaller cars. Before long, they were surrounded by the horde. Hishang cried out in terror, overwhelmed by the sheer number of zombies. The medium-sized truck he was driving was already on the verge of collapse, its side windows shattered. The more frantic he became, the less he knew what to do. Trembling, he clutched a thick iron rod as he leaned against the seat. Sister Tong, Brother Feng, help me. Feng Liao gritted his teeth and pressed on the accelerator with all his might. If the truck could barely withstand the horde, there was no hope for this smaller vehicle. It would surely be extinguished in no time, endangering the lives of everyone inside. Hishang's terrified screams echoed like a whip, urging the entire group forward. Meng Anya lay on the back seat, her gaze fixed anxiously on the rear window, her fists clenched tightly, yet she remained silent. Su Jinka was equally reticent. It was Tong Tong who furrowed her brow. What would Hishang do? Feng Liao slammed the gas pedal to the floor, and the small vehicle surged forward rapidly. He then pressed the horn forcefully, the piercing sound drowning out Hishang's cries for help, drawing a portion of the zombies towards them. This won't work. Such actions would only attract more zombies. Hishang still. Feng Liao interrupted her. There's no other choice. We must switch vehicles up ahead. Tong Tong took a deep breath. Change the vehicle? I recall there was a heavy truck ahead, and the driver had mutated inside it, indicating that this vehicle has the key. Feng Liao's voice remained steady, yet the veins in his hands bulged, a trickle of blood oozing between his fingers. In his exertion, he had gripped a blade concealed in his palm, inadvertently cutting himself. The blood dripped down, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. 10 minutes. He only needed to endure for 10 minutes. However, Hishang had been hauling boxes all day. Did he truly possess the strength to last another 10 minutes? Soon, the small vehicle approached the heavy truck, a faint metallic scent of blood causing the trapped occupants to writhe in agitation. Feng Liao gauged the distance, leaped up, and deftly severed the feeble head of the zombie with his blade. The corpse was unceremoniously discarded from the driver's seat. "I'll go save him. You all retreat first." "Wait." Meng Anya rolled down the rear window and leaped up, her agility not quite matching Feng Liao's. He had to assist her to get aboard. "I'll accompany you." Feng Liao nodded. Then he turned to Tong Tong, who glanced at Su Jinka and said, "I'll assist as well. You all go ahead, and I'll divert the zombies. Be careful. Be careful." Tong Tong gripped the steering wheel, feeling its warm, sticky surface beneath her fingers. Biting her lip, she executed a drift and charged into the throng of corpses. It was at this moment that Su Jinka chose to speak. "Is Xiaohe truly worth the peril that so many of you are undertaking?" He scoffed, recalling that just moments ago he had been informed of their doubts about him, suggesting that he might deliberately lead them into the horde of the undead. With a sigh, he continued, "Even if you were to risk everything to rescue him now, he may not express gratitude. Rather, he might resent you for arriving too late. Such is the nature of humanity." Tong Tong was also smiling, her eyes fixed ahead, yet her tone was sharply piercing. "If we do not rescue him, won't we have fallen into your trap?" Su Jinka was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Fallen into my trap? What trap? You truly have a knack for humor." As terrifying, grayish hands pounded against the glass, black nails probing through the shattered openings. Hisheng had succumbed to utter despair. He watched helplessly as his friend, whom he had trusted like family, drove away, fully aware that if they didn't hastily leave, they too would be trapped. Even if they were determined to save him, he might urge them to flee quickly. They departed with such swiftness and decisiveness, as if they had long been prepared to abandon him. It was then that he recalled Su Jinka's earlier words, "You are no longer of any use. They will certainly abandon you." A prophecy fulfilled, they indeed cast him aside with such ruthless certainty. Tears streamed down Hisheng's face as he let out a sorrowful laugh. "Then let it be. I might as well embrace death, for I have long been deserving of it. But before I perish, I cannot leave without taking down a few more zombies." Gripping the iron skewer tightly, he let out a heart-wrenching roar and kicked the car door. He was determined to exit the vehicle and confront them. Suddenly, a heavy truck barreled in with the force of thunder and wind. Hisheng, at the moment he heard his friend calling, Hisheng's seemingly lifeless heart suddenly leapt, pulsating within his eardrums. The tears that had frozen in his eyes now warmed them, nearly melting away his resolve. He shouted once more, "Brother Feng, Sister Tong Tong, ah!" In that instant, he felt that dying would be worth it. Simultaneously, whether it was the overwhelming surge of despair or the vehicle's inherent fragility, the door that he had kicked earlier now bore a foot imprint, and moments later, it completely detached and fell. Hisheng felt a lump rise in his throat, his vision blurring with golden spots and dizziness. Joy turned to sorrow. This was indeed the epitome of joy turning to sorrow. The zombies outside did not hesitate for a moment, howling as they charged inside. Hisheng roared as well, brandishing his iron skewer, striking and kicking, and in the blink of an eye, the heavy truck had arrived, carrying with it a pungent wave of blood and decay. The two vehicles were positioned closely, and Feng Liao directly leaped out of the window, shattering the glass with a kick, plunging into the horde with wild abandon. Meng Anya did not stand idly by. She did her utmost to assist Feng Liao in dispatching the zombies lurking in his blind spots, their cooperation seamless. After they finally cleared the zombies between the two vehicles, Hisheng exhaled in relief and jumped down from his seat, scrambling aboard the truck. "Are you unhurt?" No, my pants are thick." On the other side, Tong Tong began to honk her horn, successfully diverting a horde of zombies. Hisheng, feeling utterly drained, slumped in the passenger seat. The tumultuous highs and lows of their escape had left him in a state of numbness. As the two vehicles emerged from an intersection, Hisheng could no longer contain himself and burst into tears, clinging to Feng Liao. "Brother Feng, I thought you had abandoned me. I was terrified just moments ago," he exclaimed. "Why are you so hot? Are you running a fever again?" Feng Liao disdainfully shook his waist. "Let go. Be gentle." He inhaled sharply, noting the strength in Hisheng's grip. Why didn't you use that on the zombies earlier? What? Yixing blinked innocently, staring at his own hands in bewilderment. How wasn't he applying any force? He picked up the iron rod he had just held, which was roughly the thickness of 2 adult fingers, grasping one end and bending it with ease. To his astonishment, the rod, so robust, yielded to his strength. He had merely intended to test it, exerting hardly any effort at all. A broad grin spread across Yixing's face as he recalled the car door he had kicked off. Brother Feng, look, I. He stammered with excitement, but Feng Liao simply nodded, maintaining a composed demeanor. Very good. Now, I can protect you all, he declared eagerly. Yes, you will shield us. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at their destination. Yixing joyfully leaped from the vehicle, and Tong Tong followed suit. Before she could even open the door, she was handed 2 broken iron rods. Tong Tong. Yixing chuckled, playfully winking and patting his chest, declaring, I did it. I have evolved superpowers. Tong Tong, in her astonishment, momentarily forgot to open the door and seized Yixing, her eyes flickering with excitement. How did this transformation occur? I am uncertain as well. It just happened suddenly. At that moment, I felt as if I were on the brink of death, contemplating a desperate struggle against those zombies. And then it manifested. Tong Tong slowly nodded. After all the commotion, the sky had darkened significantly, and hunger gnawed at their insides, leaving them ravenous. The dining table was piled high with instant noodle containers. A few individuals had finished their meal and were now cracking sunflower seeds. Yixing was the most exuberant among them, while others were occupied with the seeds. He had arranged an array of small stones and broken bricks along the edge of the table. With a gentle squeeze, he transformed the bricks and stones into a substance resembling plaster. He had demonstrated for over half an hour, captivating his audience from initial enthusiasm to a state of numbness. Just as he completed his sentence, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed from outside. The security protocol had not been activated, which eased Tong Tong's mind slightly. Yixing, ever the bold one, rushed to open the door. As he pulled the curtain aside, the door barely cracked open when he staggered backward with a startled exclamation, tumbling to the ground and scrambling away into the room. Tong Tong, quickly, grab your gun, throw your grenade. Outside, it was not a zombie. But what could possibly frighten a person with unexpectedly awakened superhuman abilities to such an extent? The tension in the room escalated. At that moment, a voice from outside said, I apologize, my cat gets a bit excited when it sees strangers, but it generally doesn't bite. To their astonishment, it was the voice of a child. Tong Tong approached, and Yixing hurriedly concealed himself behind her, yet bravely extended an arm to shield Tong Tong. Upon seeing the so-called big cat, even she was momentarily startled. What was presented as a large feline was, in truth, a northeast tiger, beneath Tong Tong's watchful gaze. This imposing creature shook its head and wagged its tail, gradually diminishing in size until it transformed into a diminutive kitten. Could this creature possibly be a devourer? Amidst the instant noodles and sunflower seed shells, the large cat elegantly groomed its fur, revealing itself as an orange tabby of surprisingly petite stature. The onlookers shifted their attention from the cat to its owner, a boy who had just turned 10. He was dressed in a clean and tidy little suit, complete with a tie-and-tie clip, and his shirt buttons were impeccably fastened. Sporting black-rimmed glasses and tousled chestnut curls, he appeared remarkably well-groomed, exuding an air of decorum that belied both his tender age and the chaos of this post-apocalyptic world. My name is Zhou Bao, he said, expressing his gratitude for their willingness to open the door. Perhaps you might consider taking me in? He adjusted his glasses and flashed a courteous smile. I have been observing your establishment for 2 days now, and am quite intrigued by your security system. Moreover, it appears that your food supplies are ample. Although your team may be small in number, the camaraderie among you is palpable. Tong Tong was quite intrigued by this little adult. Having grown up, she had encountered all sorts of children, yet a child like Zhou Bao was a rarity. Are you really only 10 years old? She inquired. Would you like to see my birth certificate? Zhou Bao replied with a smile. It might be a bit challenging for me to produce it at this moment. Tong Tong smiled faintly. I am the proprietor of this establishment. Should you wish to stay here, a fee is required, specifically crystal cores. Do you possess any? Is this what you mean? Zhou Bao rummaged through his pocket and produced a handful of shimmering crystal cores. "One handful is insufficient," he remarked, as if his suit pants were a pocket from another dimension. He continued to extract handful after handful, ultimately placing several gleaming crystal cores upon the table. Amidst a scattering of sunflower seed shells and brick dust. "Are all these for me?" Zhou Baobao nodded earnestly. "As long as you allow me to reside here. Guests are always welcome. How could I refuse? That would be quite agreeable. Please, come upstairs, young master." Tong Tong, resembling a devoted attendant, stood beside Zhou Baobao, bowing slightly with a gesture of invitation. Zhou Baobao, displaying courtesy, inclined his body slightly, and in that moment, Big Me leapt onto his shoulder. He effortlessly lifted the suitcase beside him, which Tong Tong promptly took with keen perception. There were 4 vacant rooms upstairs, and Tong Tong guided him to the innermost one, where a wall bordered the left side, and 3 empty rooms separated them on the right, ensuring that no disturbances would interrupt the slumber of this esteemed young master. This room has 24-hour running water, and the bathroom is equipped with a water heater. Should you desire hot water, you will need to boil it yourself. Considering the generator's capacity, our power supply operates from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. and 7 p.m. to midnight. Zhou Baobao nodded, displaying neither surprise nor dissatisfaction with the living conditions, which were a far cry from the ordinary post-apocalyptic environment. He casually placed the suitcase on a chair, and a hint of shyness suddenly crossed his gentle and polite visage. Regarding food and daily necessities, he had anticipated that the child would at least nod in agreement. Yet to his surprise, Zhou Baobao shook his head with a calculated demeanor. "I am capable of much more." With that, he opened his suitcase, revealing a computer within. Tong Tong gazed at him as if he were an extraterrestrial being. As he retrieved his computer and plugged it in, "As you can see, I am still quite proficient with computers." "So what?" Zhou Baobao surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "I mentioned upon my arrival that I have a keen interest in your security system. If you share the program code with me, I could assist you in upgrading it." "Program code? What is that?" Tong Tong awkwardly replied, "Well, I'm afraid. You wouldn't know either, would you? Where's the mainframe?" Baby Zhou gazed at her with curious eyes. "In my mind?" Tong Tong shook her head. The light in Zhou Baobao's eyes dimmed instantly. "It seems my father was right," he said with a sense of disappointment. Tong Tong inquired curiously, "What did your father say?" He replied, "When a person speaks fluently and suddenly becomes hesitant, there must be an unspeakable secret lurking beneath." "Ah!" Tong Tong wished to express her utter ignorance of the matter at hand. Yet, even if she were privy to the information, she would hardly divulge it entirely. In such a harsh and unforgiving post-apocalyptic world, could one truly expect an ordinary little boy to thrive, especially one as delicate and refined as the one she nurtured? Should she reveal everything to him, it might incite a tragic performance of orphaned lamentations. With a forced smile, she deftly shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Are you hungry? Have you eaten?" "Thank you for your concern. I've already had my meal." "Then do rest early. I've turned on the hot water heater in the bathroom for you. Should you need anything, feel free to find me." Downstairs, peering into the kitchen, Su Jinka glanced over, then leaned closer to He Sheng, lowering his voice. "Brother He, were you frightened today?" Su Jinka chuckled softly, shaking his head. "What's the matter?" "Oh, nothing, nothing." He Sheng clapped Su Jinka on the shoulder, saying, "Brother Su, this is where you are mistaken. We are brothers. What is there that cannot be spoken plainly? Do you feel ostracized?" He even attempted to console Su Jinka. "Brother Su, I've sensed it too. Sister Tong Tong and the others seem to be wary of you. But, as time passes, the truth of a person's heart will reveal itself." Su Jinka wore a pained expression, releasing a sigh as he replied, "Brother He, to be honest, I have seen through the nature of human hearts all too well." He Sheng was taken aback. "Was it not so?" Su Jinka leaned in closer, about to speak when Tong Tong descended the stairs, clearing her throat lightly, and with a warm smile asked, "What secret conversation are you two having?" He Sheng replied, "Oh, Brother Su was just mentioning that you all have been quite busy today." Su Jinka, taken aback, hurriedly interjected, "We were just saying that after a long day of toil, it's best to retire early." Meng Anya poked her head from the kitchen, responding with a cheerful affirmation. Tong Tong gradually descended the staircase, casting a subtle smile at Su Jinka, seemingly in challenge, before passing him by and making her way directly to Feng Liao's room. The door was unlatched, and the sound of water splashing echoed from the bathroom. "Who is it?" "It's me." Tong Tong leaned against the bathroom wall and remarked, "Today, we have truly torn our facade with Su Jinka. He has likely discerned our underlying circumstances. I suspect he will take action tonight. We must strike first." Tong Tong. The sound of water ceased, and Feng Liao's voice emerged, somewhat hoarse and tinged with weakness. Sensing something amiss, Tong Tong was immediately alert, and then, with a sudden plop, something fell inside. Tong Tong hurried inside. Feng Liao lay beneath the shower, hastily wrapped in a bath towel, his body flushed and red like a boiled shrimp. As she reached out to touch him, the water was icy cold, yet his skin burned with an intense heat. Chapter 25. A critical moment. In a state of urgency, Tong Tong paced anxiously in the bathroom, resembling a creature tormented by a ferocious dog. With no other recourse, she crouched down, one hand supporting Feng Liao's back while the other steadied his leg, attempting to lift him horizontally. It wasn't that she lacked the strength. Thanks to the enhancements from the system and her relentless training against the zombies in recent days, she had certainly built up her physical prowess. However, Feng Liao's towering height of over 1.8 meters posed a challenge, as her arms were somewhat insufficient for a proper princess carry. Tong Tong took a slight breath and swiftly placed the person onto the bed, quickly covering them with a blanket. Despite her rapid movements, she caught a glimpse of that area, which was rather spectacular. After completing these mental preparations, Tong Tong was finally able to confront the predicament she faced. Su Jinka could strike at any moment. He had developed an extraordinary ability related to speed, and although it appeared that his injuries had not fully healed, she could not ascertain the actual severity of those wounds. As for the newcomer, Zhou Baobao, he had expressed his interest in the security system early on. Even if she meticulously explained the machinations of power in the adult world, he might not grasp it. Moreover, given that the formidable Demi could transform into a northeast tiger, Su Jinka would undoubtedly seek to win him over. At that juncture, whose side would he take? Lost in thought, Tong Tong absent-mindedly took a thermometer to check Feng Liao's temperature. Upon seeing the reading, she was taken aback. The thermometer had reached its maximum. Feng Liao? He had completely succumbed to unconsciousness, his brow furrowed, and his temples slightly bulging, clenched teeth betraying his agony. Tong Tong's heart twisted in anguish, nearly bringing her to tears. She leaned against his chest, listening to the frantic rhythm of his heartbeat. 2 acetaminophen tablets were crushed, dissolved in warm water, and she pried his clenched jaw open with a spoon to force the mixture inside. Half of the medication trickled out, while the other half lodged in his throat, provoking a muffled cough that quickened his breath even further. What to do? What to do? If only the system could be upgraded. A sudden realization struck her. With Su Jinka and Zhou Baobao, the system was indeed ready for an upgrade. Following the upgrade, she could extract a gift, and her own physical capabilities could also be enhanced. How could she have forgotten such an essential detail in her flurry of thoughts? Soon, the system displayed a schematic, and within the tenants section, the virtual avatars of Su Jinka and Zhou Baobao transformed from grayscale to vibrant color, coupled with the previously collected second-level crystal core. The upgrade progress bar filled to capacity, accompanied by the cheerful sound of cartoon hammers at work, and the schematic was rejuvenated. System message: Hotel security system has been upgraded. Repair and reinforcement of damaged doors and windows completed. Maintenance of room infrastructure completed. Reinforcement of hotel auxiliary facilities, including fuel tanks, transportation vehicles, and food storage warehouses, completed. Disappointment was etched upon Tong Tong's face. While an upgrade is indeed a positive development, it does little to alleviate the plight of Feng Liao's condition. Upon accessing her personal panel, the following information was displayed. Intelligence, 71-100, normal IQ. Strength, 45-100, normal combat power. Luck, 42-100, below average luck. Stamina, 65-100, normal stamina. It appears that this time the random allocation favored strength, though she remained uncertain about her odds of victory against Su Jinka. With the 5 energy cores brought by Zhou Baobao, along with those accumulated over the past few days, she pressed her lips together and deposited them into the system, fervently hoping for a reward in the form of medicinal supplies. As the energy cores were credited, rewards began to materialize one after another. 500 sniper rifle bullets, 500 liters of diesel, 500 liters of gasoline, 10 packets of special injury medicine, ineffective against the zombie virus, and 10 packets of special sleeping pills. As the rewards continued to accumulate, Tong Tong finally resigned herself to her fate. Having swallowed 2 fever-reducing pills about 10 minutes ago, she touched Feng Liao's forehead once more, only to find that not only had his fever not subsided, but seemed to be intensifying. With no other option, she returned to the bathroom to wet a towel, placing it upon Feng Liao's head, and retrieved a bath towel to gently wipe his body in an attempt to lower his temperature. Feng Liao's eyelids fluttered, and he emitted a raspy sound, though his words remained unintelligible. Tong Tong paused for a moment before giving up, softly whispering in his ear, "Wait for me. Once I resolve the matter with Su Jinka, we can all find peace." Su Jinka was in the bedroom, acutely aware that Tong Tong had begun to suspect him, and that Meng Anya had perhaps even betrayed him. His delay in taking action was not due to a lack of desire. He had his own considerations. His injuries were not feigned and were, in fact, far more severe than he had let on. He was not surprised that He Sheng had developed extraordinary abilities in the face of life and death, for he too had awakened his powers under similar circumstances. When a particularly troublesome zombie had clawed at his throat, he had instinctively propelled himself several hundred meters away in an instant. His newfound ability was speed. However, this came with its drawbacks. While his speed had surged, his reflexes could not keep pace, and he collided violently with a wall at the intersection. The impact was so forceful that he felt as though his insides were shattering. His upper body felt as if it had turned to dust. Struggling to reach the hotel entrance, he nearly expended his last ounce of strength. From that point on, he had been merely enduring. Had it not been for this, could Meng Anya have survived until now? He had intended to sow discord, to gradually dismantle this ramshackle troop from within, but evidently he had run out of time. The pain from his injuries still throbbed, yet the prospect of trading it for this hotel seemed worthwhile. Once he dealt with these individuals, he could recuperate here, where ample food and water were available, enough gasoline for power generation, and no worries of zombies breaking in. Lying on the bed, he smiled faintly, dressed himself, and weighed a grimy dagger in his hand. The blade was saturated with zombie virus. A mere cut would seal a person's fate. He had always been cautious, carefully concealing the dagger as he approached He Sheng's door. This fool had no defenses against him. One stab would suffice. Meng Anya posed no threat, and while Feng Liao might be a bit more troublesome, in the face of absolute speed, how much of a threat could he truly pose? Su Jinka knocked on He Sheng's door, calling out, "Xiao He, I just remembered something. Open the door." He Sheng, still groggy from sleep, squinted as he opened the door. "What is it, Su Ge?" In an instant, the dagger lunged forth, followed by the sound of a gunshot. Chapter 26. A catastrophe of mutual destruction. The knife and gunfire erupted simultaneously, startling He Sheng, who instinctively leaned back and fell hard on his backside. It was only then he noticed the piercing gleam of cold steel against the bright lights of the room, contrasted with the dark corridor. His scalp tingled with fear, and he exclaimed, "Su Ge." Su Jinka was shot in the back, but merely staggered before breaking into a grin, the muscles in his face contorting grotesquely, stripping away any semblance of his usual honest demeanor. Tong Tong stood at the corner by Feng Liao's door, gripping her gun, her eyelids fluttering. A bulletproof vest? Just as she was about to pull the trigger once more, Su Jinka's reflexes outpaced hers. In the blink of an eye, he had concealed himself behind He Sheng, a dagger pressed against his throat. Tong Tong was utterly exasperated with this foolish lad and sighed. "He Sheng, are you still confused? He intends to kill you. He seeks to monopolize our hotel." "Nonsense." Su Jinka stood firmly behind He Sheng, shielding him completely. In a grave tone, he declared, "Brother He, I apologize. You have seen for yourself. She fired at me first. I am at a loss as to what I have done wrong. Yet they have conspired against me, leaving me with no way out. Brother He, if you still regard me as a brother, let us stand together. After all, We are both ostracized. Rather than waiting to be expelled at any moment, we might as well fight with all our might. Sister Tong, Su-gu is truly a good person. He has provided us with so many supplies. You cannot simply take advantage of him and then cast him aside. That would be quite ungracious. Tong Tong took a deep breath and remarked, "You truly are foolish beyond measure. His knife is poised against your neck, and yet you still wish to speak on his behalf." He Sheng retorted anxiously, "Isn't your gun also directed at me? What have I done to deserve this?" Su Jinka smirked, then added fuel to the fire. "Have you realized? Associating with women leads nowhere. Such narrow-mindedness cannot withstand adversity. Let's make a proposition." He continued, "Brother, he is correct. He has neither offended nor provoked anyone. Why involve him? How about this? I will lower my knife, and you will lower your gun, and we can have a proper discussion. What do you say?" Tong Tong's eyes narrowed slightly. "All right, you release him first." Su Jinka smiled and said, "I will count to 3, and we shall release together." "Good. 1. Su Jinka quietly reversed the dagger, causing Tong Tong's sniper rifle to dip slightly. 2. He Sheng felt a chilling grip on the nape of his neck. 3. A tremendous force thrust him away, and, simultaneously, a sharp pain surged through his back as the cold blade sliced through his clothing, warm blood trickling down his spine. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, a series of gunshots erupted, sparks bursting along the wall, doorframe, staircase, and railing. Su Jinka's speed reached its zenith. A shadow darted through the air, and in the blink of an eye, he had crossed to the opposite room. It was then that He Sheng realized he had been slashed. All notions of brotherhood and exclusion were mere illusions. "Tong Tong, be careful." As he uttered these words, Su Jinka's powerful hand had already seized Tong Tong by the throat. The sniper rifle clattered to the ground, producing a heavy thud. Tong Tong's eyes were bloodshot, and her face was a deep crimson as she desperately struggled. Su Jinka was not faring any better. Blood was streaming from his thigh, and his complexion had turned a vivid red as he gasped for air. Soon, the ground was soaked with blood. With great force, he slammed Tong Tong against the wall, then violently hurled her away. Tong Tong struggled on the ground, coughing painfully. At that moment, Su Jinka picked up the gun. He limped towards her, placing his injured leg on Tong Tong's back, raising the firearm and aiming it at He Sheng. "There are ropes in the warehouse, the kind used for binding steel bars. Go fetch them and tie her hands and feet." He Sheng stood frozen, wincing in agony from the injury on his back. "Why aren't you hurrying?" In He Sheng's eyes, Su Jinka appeared transformed, a menacing figure devoid of reason, resembling a ruthless bandit from a film. "You refuse to go? Then I shall have no choice but to shatter her skull." Only then did He Sheng awaken to the gravity of the situation. "Don't move. Don't move. I will go at once." Su Jinka erupted into laughter, delivering a brutal kick to her. "Do you know why I haven't killed you?" Tong Tong was well aware that the inn was, in fact, an extension of her extraordinary abilities. She feared that if she were to perish, the hotel would revert to an ordinary establishment. Tong Tong lifted her face and smiled at him, articulating each word. "Do you think you've won?" "What?" With a thunderous crash, a fuel truck barreled through the entrance. The door was shattered and deformed, the enormous vehicle forcing its way into the living room, illuminating Su Jinka's face in a ghostly white light. The wandering zombies outside were also roused, roaring as they attempted to surge inside. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary vehicle could never have penetrated this far, especially after the hotel had undergone renovations. However, Tong Tong had exploited a minor loophole. If external vehicles were incapable, what about those considered as hotel annexes? Prior to the unfolding of events that night, Tong Tong had prepared this contingency. He possessed extraordinary abilities, while we were merely ordinary people. If he truly turned against us, what would we do? That night, Meng Anya shared a bed with Tong Tong, unable to sleep due to her mounting anxiety. Tong Tong smiled and said, "Do you think he's the only one with extraordinary abilities? Even if we cannot confront him, he must have something he cherishes dearly." "You mean, this hotel?" She continued, "Such a man, who only acts for personal gain, has gone to such lengths. Could it merely be to engage us in a trivial dispute? He is after this hotel." Tong Tong remarked thoughtfully, When it comes to a desperate situation, I fear not the destruction of both jade and stone. Sujinka had forgotten that Meng Anyu was not merely a woman who relied on him. She was a man-eating flower. She drove the oil tanker in, her eyes glinting with the resolve of mutual destruction. A grenade was clutched in her hand, the safety pin already removed. Either you leave, or we perish together here. Sujinka's veins throbbed on his forehead, his face a ghostly white, even more pallid than frost. Chapter 27. Lightning Abilities. Sujinka stared at Meng Anyu, attempting to find a hint of weakness on her face, but to no avail. Silence enveloped the vast hotel, broken only by the low moans of the undead and the sound of racing hearts. After a prolonged silence, Sujinka suddenly let out a laugh, a booming guffaw. He scoffed, turning to Tong Tong with a mocking tone. Surely you do not believe a few words could intimidate me? Do you take me for someone easily frightened? He took deliberate steps toward Meng Anyu, who stood motionless, allowing him to easily seize her wrist. With a swift motion, he struck her down, his eyes gleaming with the ferocity of a predator. Is this the game you wish to play? He glanced at Tong Tong, smirking with derision. If it were you brandishing a grenade and threatening to die together, I might have believed it, but her? Sujinka shook his head. You still do not comprehend who she is, do you? She is merely a harlot. Do you understand what that means? Before the apocalypse, she would sleep with any man for money and resources. After the world fell apart, she clung to me for even the slightest chance of survival. To expect a harlot to sacrifice herself for noble ideals is utterly ridiculous. He erupted into laughter. Meng Anyu's chest heaved violently as she gritted her teeth. Rising from the ground, seizing the opportunity amidst Sujinka's laughter, she retaliated with a sharp slap across his face. Enough. I may be a harlot, but what are you? You are a beast. I have long since had enough of you. Death is inevitable. Falling into your hands, I shall die anyway. I might as well make it swift. Breathing heavily, she vented her fury. Sujinka was not one to be easily subdued. He grabbed her by the collar, delivering blows to her face and a punch to her stomach. Meng Anyu curled up like a shrimp, unable to withstand the assault. Her grip on the grenade tightened, turning pale with determination. She truly hurled the grenade toward the oil tanker. Sujinka's pupils dilated in shock. In the blink of an eye, he tore off his clothing and lunged for the grenade, catching it in his garment and flinging it far out the window. Just at that critical moment, Sujinka's body froze. A small wound opened on his neck, from which a fountain of fresh blood gushed forth. He collapsed to the ground, lingering on the brink of death, while the gathering zombies at the door caught the scent of blood and surged forward in a frenzy. Heart-wrenching screams echoed through the dreadful night. Hishang's hands trembled uncontrollably, his pupils flickering with fear. He fell to his knees, his breath uneven. Meng Anyu approached and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Well done." Hishang mechanically nodded, forcing a smile that was more sorrowful than a cry. The one who struck Sujinka was not armed with a gun. Such a cautious individual would never relinquish a weapon of such lethal capability. Although the firearm was not in hand, Tong Tong possessed bullets, and retrieving items from the system required no physical means. Amidst the fierce conflict between Sujinka and Meng Anyu, a row of bullets appeared before Hishang. Neither spoke. A mere exchange of glances sufficed. Hishang closed his eyes and grasped a handful of bullets. With his strength, the force of firing them barehanded would rival that of a shotgun. He released them, but only one struck true. One bullet was sufficient to be fatal. Sujinka was dealt with, yet the peril was far from over. His dying screams and the gruesome sight of his body being torn apart by the zombies drew more of the undead towards them, and the hotel's entrance lay shattered. This place was no longer safe. Tong Tong rubbed her injured spot and retrieved a steel rod from the space. Let us withdraw for now. Hishang, please carry Feng Liao out. He is suffering from a high fever and has already lost consciousness. Anya, as for us too. Before she could finish her sentence, a thunderous roar echoed from upstairs. A small kitten leaped down from above, and mid-air, its body expanded unexpectedly, transforming into a fierce tiger that charged toward the pile of corpses with a ferocious growl. Zhou Bao Bao, rubbing her eyes and yawning, emerged dressed in her pajamas. "You are all so noisy," she remarked. Tong Tong gave him an awkward smile and said, "Well, we are experiencing some management issues. As you can see, we may need to gather our belongings and flee quickly. While the ferocious tiger is indeed formidable, it cannot withstand a pack of wolves. The number of zombies is increasing rapidly. Despite Demi's prowess in dispatching them one by one, many have already managed to squeeze through the door. Fortunately, the fuel truck is blocking the entrance, preventing a massive influx of the undead, yet at least a dozen have still made their way inside, all of whom were dealt with by Tong Tong and Meng Anya. Before long, Hisheng had already carried Feng Liao out. He was not entirely foolish. Having at least dressed Feng Liao in his undergarments and wrapped him in a blanket. Sister Tong, Feng Ge feels so hot. Is he going to be all right? Let's focus on escaping first. Outside, a dense throng of zombies loomed, with more and more pressing into the room. Tong Tong made a swift decision and climbed onto the oil tanker, suggesting that we all squeeze together, as it should be able to accommodate us. Just then, Hisheng suddenly shouted and fell to the ground. "What's wrong?" Hisheng, on the verge of tears, replied, "Sister Tong, Feng Ge, he is not well. This is not a fever. He is on the brink of something much worse." The temperature continued to rise, and a burnt odor suddenly emanated from the blanket wrapped around him. At that moment, Feng Liao abruptly opened his eyes, bloodshot and wild. "Are you all right?" Even a fool could discern that Feng Liao was far from having a fever. He had awakened his extraordinary powers. He stood rigidly, fingers splayed, with electricity crackling at his fingertips. At that instant, a zombie lunged towards Tong Tong. She stepped back, and in that fleeting moment, Feng Liao struck. Lightning erupted before them. And in an instant, the zombie collapsed, charred and lifeless, a nauseating scent of burnt flesh pervading the small hall. Breathing heavily, Feng Liao shielded everyone behind him. Fingers spread wide as bolts of lightning exploded, and in no time, all the zombies in the room were struck down, lying motionless on the ground. Tong Tong exhaled deeply. Her genuine happiness for Feng Liao was undeniable, yet she found herself unable to smile. The cheers and celebrations could wait until the troubles were resolved. "Oh no, drive the car out. We have quite a battle ahead of us." Chapter 28. The new use of crystal cores at dawn. Dozens of crystal cores shimmered along the long street. A multitude of charred corpses lay scattered from one end of the street to the other, with a fuel tanker obstructing the entrance to the hotel. Tong Tong, Hisheng, and Meng Anya lay exhausted on the sofa, barely able to lift a finger. Feng Liao, having recovered from his fever, exhibited none of the pallor typically associated with post-illness fatigue. After a night of relentless struggle, he appeared invigorated. Following a brisk cold shower, he donned his clothes and proceeded to the kitchen, where he prepared a pot of rice and sought Ed a couple of substantial sausages. "Shall we refrain from venturing out today?" he proposed. This suggestion garnered unanimous agreement among the group. Zhou Baobao surveyed the surroundings before turning to Tong Tong and suddenly remarked, "So, the defense system here is actually a manifestation of your special abilities?" While everyone else fought valiantly against the horde of zombies, he adhered to the principle of not being a burden, opting to remain in the hotel. This allowed him to thoroughly explore the premises. Contrary to his expectations of encountering a supercomputer, he found that the soul generator was of minimal capacity, incapable of powering anything beyond basic appliances. To put succinctly, only one among the lights, rice cooker, or water heater could operate at a time, and using the washing machine would necessitate the cessation of all other devices. "Have you considered replacing the generator?" Zhou Baobao inquired. "Moreover, I believe it would be prudent to install a surveillance system for enhanced security." Tong Tong found his words quite reasonable, yet she felt an unwillingness to move. After a considerable effort to lift her hand, she barely managed to grasp the chopsticks, only for her arm to tremble uncontrollably, akin to Parkinson's, prompting her to set them down once more. Feng Liao, perceptive as ever, took the chopsticks from her, feeding her a piece of sausage followed by a mouthful of rice. Upon witnessing this, Hisheng immediately opened his mouth wide, exclaiming, "Brother Feng, food, I'm hungry." Feng Liao shot him a glance, then grabbed another pair of chopsticks, positioning himself between the two. He alternated feeding each of them. While the installation of surveillance was not an immediate concern, The pressing matters at hand were the repair of the door and the windows. Meng On Yu suggested, otherwise, you might as well watch. Within 3 days, the zombies will gather once more. Tong Tong nodded and remarked, this is quite manageable. I have just upgraded the hotel's defense system. As long as we have sufficient building materials, the repairs can be accomplished in no time. He Sheng, in a flurry, groaned and flopped onto the sofa, shedding his coat to reveal a gash on his back. Could you spare me some medicine? That scoundrel Su managed to slice me. It hurts terribly. Meng Anyang's expression shifted dramatically as she sprang to her feet. Upon seeing the wound on He Sheng's back, her hands trembled. Are you saying that you were injured by Su Jinka's knife? Noticing her distress, Tong Tong and Feng Liao also grew anxious. What is it? Su Jinka's knife is tainted with zombie virus. He never cleans his blades. He deliberately harbors those viruses. He Sheng leaped from the sofa, his hair standing on end. What? No. It can't be. Am I going to become a zombie? What am I to do? He was nearly in tears. I don't want to die. Don't panic. Feng Liao reassured him, pressing him back onto the sofa. He leaned closer to sniff the wound's scent, examining the torn fabric with scrutiny, and said, you should be fine. Tong Tong responded, do not panic just yet. By the time this night passes, if you return into a zombie, it would likely have already occurred. He Sheng blinked, resembling a cancer patient listening to their doctor discuss a treatment plan. The incision is slanted, the blade is quite offset. It may have brushed against your clothing upon piercing your skin, thereby wiping away the virus from the blade's surface, Feng Liao deduced. It is also possible that the knife has not encountered fresh zombie blood or flesh for quite some time, causing the virus to lose its potency. How long this pathogen can survive in the air remains uncertain. However, your wound lacks the foul stench of zombie bodily fluids, so you should be fine. He Sheng let out a sigh of relief, placing a hand on his chest and murmuring, what a stroke of luck. I knew I would be all right. Suddenly, Zhou Baobao interjected, that is not necessarily the case. Some individuals can transform into zombies in as little as 1 or 2 hours, while others might take 3 or 4 days. Oh, begone with your nonsensical talk, as if you've witnessed it yourself. If I were to become a zombie, you would be the first I'd bite. He Sheng shot him a glare, his complexion fluctuating between pallor and ashen. Tong Tong comforted, it's all right. Everything will be fine. She retrieved a small packet of potent healing powder from her space, no larger than a cotton swab, and upon tearing it open, the powder appeared minuscule. With great care, she sprinkled it onto the wound. This will suffice, rest assured. Zhou Baobao observed the scene in silence, choosing to distance herself slightly. Demi occasionally ventured out to hunt, and being near someone who could transform into a zombie at any moment left her feeling rather insecure. Feng Liao, wishing to shift the conversation, feigned nonchalance. All right, let us eat first. If we delay any longer, the meal will grow cold. Afterward, they could all take a shower and enjoy a good night's sleep. Do not worry. The fuel truck is blocking the entrance, and the zombies cannot enter. At the dining table, as they chatted, He Sheng gradually forgot about his injury, and their conversation naturally turned to supernatural abilities. Now that both Xiao, he, and I have developed our powers, what about you? Do not keep it a secret. Share it with us. He Sheng chimed in, indeed, Tong Jie, we have faced life and death situations together. How does one utilize the crystal core? Please enlighten us. Feeling the attention of her companions upon her, Tong Tong pondered for a moment before revealing, it is not that I have been secretive. I simply do not know how to articulate my ability. I suppose my power is this hotel itself. As the hotel upgrades, so do I. Tong Tong scratched the back of her head and said, perhaps it is a spatial dimension? Wow, I knew it. This ability is extraordinary. He Sheng clapped his hands, but then, as if recalling something, he immediately deflated. Being a mobile warehouse for humans is advantageous, yet it also carries its drawbacks. If one were to encounter someone with ill intentions, wouldn't that merely turn one into a living storage unit? Feng Li teased her with a smile in his eyes. No wonder you've been reluctant to reveal it. A space-type ability, combined with an upgradable in, quite impressive. Speaking of which, what exactly are those crystal cores for? We are all abilities users, while you can use them to upgrade. It does not imply that we cannot as well. Tong Tong, burdened by her weighty body, rose from the sofa and retrieved a crystal core from her pocket. This is precisely the point. It is illogical for me to upgrade with it while you cannot. So, how exactly is this item utilized? Is it through mental absorption? Or must it be ground into powder for consumption? In the 29th chapter, titled Transforming into a Tiger, the crystal cores varied in size and shape, with most emitting a dim glow, while a select few shone brilliantly. These are the second-level crystal cores, each equivalent to 10 first-level ones, Tong Tong explained. Shung grasped a crystal core, channeling all his willpower into the diminutive object, attempting to absorb it into his body with a mere thought, as one might read in a fantasy novel. However, despite pulverizing the small crystal, it failed to swiftly penetrate his mind. Could it be that it was meant to be ingested? Shung pondered as he examined another core. After all, there were plenty of crystal cores to squander. Feng Liao took a direct approach, washing a plate of the cores and scrubbing them with dish soap and a steel wool pad multiple times, presenting them as if he had just crafted a gourmet dish. Shall we try oral consumption? The crystal cores were roughly the size of a child's fist, and swallowing one whole could be perilous. Thus, he had specifically asked Shung to smash one into fragments. The two exchanged glances, and finally, with a resolute heart, they washed the pieces down with mineral water. Tong Tong and Meng Anya gazed at them with eager anticipation. How do you feel? Have you noticed any changes in your bodies? Zhou Baobao supported herself with her arms on the table, resting her head on her hand, her glasses reflecting a glimmer of wisdom. I don't find it effective. Zombies store the crystal cores in their brains to acquire lasting energy while you shatter them. The fragments will merely travel down the esophagus into the digestive tract. Even if a portion of energy is absorbed, it will ultimately be excreted as waste. Shung gave a firm tap on his meticulously styled head, his hand a tad heavy. Zhou Baobao covered her head, her eyes brimming with tears as she glared at him. Unfortunately, such complaints rarely achieve their intended purpose, often inciting a desire to strike again. A chorus of tiny meows echoed from outside, and soon, an orange kitten emerged from beneath the oil tanker, leaping gracefully onto the dining table and striding elegantly towards Zhou Baobao, purring softly. In an instant, Zhou Baobao's tearful expression transformed into one of fierce determination as she pointed at Shung's nose, exclaiming, "Big kitty, bite him!" The kitten sprang off the table, and Shung instinctively knew trouble was brewing. He dashed away, but in a flash, a fierce tiger with striking eyes lunged toward him with a roar. Fortunately, Shung possessed extraordinary strength. He grasped the tiger by the neck, preventing it from getting too close, yet his legs felt utterly weak, and he flailed helplessly. A picture of chaos. Tong Tong smacked her forehead, exclaiming, "Stop messing around." Feng Liao found it amusing and remarked, "Where did you get this cat?" His curiosity extended not only to the feline, but also to the peculiar child, Zhou Baobao, who was anything but ordinary. Zhou Baobao rested her chin on her hand and replied, "I'm not quite sure. Originally, Demi was just a regular kitten. Before the zombie outbreak, I took it to summer camp, and then the teachers and classmates turned into zombies, wanting to devour me. Suddenly, Demi transformed into a tiger. At this mention, a glimmer of childlike innocence flickered in the eyes of the little adult, as she recalled how dim-witted Demi had once been, oblivious even to its own name. However, after its transformation into a majestic tiger, it exhibited remarkable intelligence. Tong Tong had gathered a fair amount of information regarding the backgrounds of the other guests at the inn, but Zhou Baobao remained an enigma. "Where are you from? What do your parents do?" she inquired before dashing upstairs, not forgetting to grab a bag of snacks on her way out. The others exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the shared understanding that this child was no ordinary individual. While Zhou Baobao was reluctant to share her story, they could hardly dismiss her due to that. 50 bags of cement and 30 steel bars. Nothing else is needed. Tong Tong calculated. With the right materials, the system could perform automatic repairs with remarkable speed. Although they had lost several items from the vehicle, likely taken by other survivors, losing a few possessions was not alarming. What truly worried her was attracting unscrupulous individuals, as she had never underestimated how depraved humanity could become in the apocalypse. Having survived for several months, she had witnessed the horrific spectacle of cannibalism firsthand. Food and water were abundantly available, as the inn's system had recently undergone an upgrade thriving on an ample supply of crystal cores. Feng Liao had somehow procured 2 pots of ordinary cacti, housed in red ceramic pots. The blue-green spherical cacti were adorned with tiny yellow spines, which had been commonplace before the apocalypse. Yet now, such simple items had become luxurious treasures that brought a sense of tranquility. Feng Liao kept one for himself and gifted the other to Tong Tong. Tong Tong was initially taken aback, but soon decided to place her potted cactus on the dining table for everyone to admire. Zhou Bao Bao was particularly enamored, often leaning over the table to gaze at it, even when mealtime had not yet arrived. Occasionally, she would reach out, seemingly tempted to pluck a spine, yet ultimately refrained, as if reluctant to part with it. This child displayed remarkable restraint, managing to suppress her innate curiosity. One could only wonder what experiences had shaped her. Tong Tong kept these observations to herself and sought ways to arrange several recreational facilities within the house. Simple amusements, such as flying chess and other board games, were easy to procure. However, more complex options were no longer feasible, for this was indeed the end of the world. Chapter 30. The Garden Plan. To lead a leisurely life, relying solely on ready-made provisions was far from sufficient. Merely lounging about would not suffice either. Nevertheless, the urgency to strive relentlessly was no longer as pressing as it once had been. Occasionally, she encountered other survivors. However, those who had managed to endure until now had mostly banded together. Tong Tong had extended invitations on several occasions, only to be met with polite refusals. In truth, others struggled to comprehend her fervent desire to welcome newcomers, particularly in light of the incident involving Su Jinka, which had naturally instilled a sense of wariness towards new individuals. Zhou Bao Bao was still a child, appearing rather well-behaved, but the prospect of another newcomer raised concerns about their true intentions. This filled her with a sense of unease. As she observed the progress bar for the system upgrade stagnating, she could only console herself with the thought that fate had yet to align. The inn was situated on a busy street, adorned with a somewhat retro design. The building soared 4 stories high, featuring a wooden staircase and an emergency exit, with streets flanking both the front and back entrances. Tong Tong pondered the idea of enclosing the area behind the inn, lifting the asphalt pavement to cultivate a vegetable garden. The establishment of this garden was imperative. Meng Anya and I were tasked with constructing the walls, while the strong Zio would pry up the asphalt and till the soil, sealing off Li Yao's duties, and you were to ensure the safety of everyone. With a sense of accomplishment, Tong Tong glanced at the watch. Noting that it was 9:10, at 9:30, we would set off collectively. Zhou Bao Bao raised her hand high. What about me? What can I do? Tong Tong tilted her head with a smile, playfully pinching his little face. You are in charge of wetting the towels to wipe off the sweat, passing the water, and keeping an eye on to me. Don't let it eat the rabbit. It just killed a chicken yesterday. No problem. The group, wielding hose and carrying cement, along with Feng Liao, who had brought a truckload of bricks from the construction site, were all eager and excited, as if they could already savor the sweetness of ripe fruits and vegetables. Little did they expect that creating a 5-meter by 5-meter vegetable garden would entail such an enormous undertaking. He Sheng struck down with a hoe, breaking through the asphalt, only to find rocks beneath. When the rocks were unearthed, there lay sand beneath them, a far cry from soil capable of nurturing crops. As for constructing the surrounding wall, that proved even more challenging. After all, it is a craft. None of those present had a background in civil engineering. Tong Tong and Meng Anya, one handling cement and the other stacking bricks, toiled for half a day, and after much effort, they finally erected a wall over a person's height, only for a gust of mischievous wind to knock it down. The vegetable garden plan was declared null and void, Tong Tong lamented. At the dining table, the spicy rabbit heads and fragrant rabbit meat had dwindled to a mere pile of bones. Zhou Bao Bao licked her fingers, still savoring the flavors, her eyes sparkling like Demise as she gazed at the pigeons and chickens in their cage. Tong Tong tapped each of them on the head, exclaiming that it was for laying eggs. I never mentioned wanting to eat it. Zhou Bao Bao pouted. What shall we do now? Feng Liao contemplated, suggesting that perhaps we could take a trip to the outskirts. Tong Tong pondered for a moment and concluded that it was unfeasible. The journey to the suburbs would take 2 hours by car, which was simply too much to endure. Tong pondered. Moreover, cultivating vegetables is not akin to growing flowers. One must apply fertilizer, which inevitably creates an unpleasant odor indoors. Therefore, why not plant them next door? The hotel is flanked by shops, with a spacious shoe store on the right, which has long been vacated since the proprietor transformed into a zombie. Tong Tong slammed the table, declaring, "Let us give it a try. If it doesn't work, we shall reconsider." Hisheng believed that the extraordinary abilities he had awakened were best suited for agricultural labor. Meanwhile, Zhou Baobao remained industrious. However, ever since his ill-fated attempt at cooking, which nearly resulted in an explosion in the kitchen and left him with 2 burns from scalding water, no one dared to enlist his help. Within 2 days, a modest vegetable garden spanning 15 square meters was established, paving the way for Meng Anya to take charge. She meticulously categorized the seeds for planting, devising a clear plan for watering and fertilization. The surveillance system Zhou Baobao had tinkered with proved invaluable. Given that the garden was adjacent, frequent visits posed certain risks, prompting the group to gather around the monitors, checking in nearly 800 times throughout the day. The poultry and livestock also found their designated spaces, albeit with a rather pungent aroma. However, this was inconsequential as their waste served as excellent fertilizer. As the small venture began to flourish and tender shoots emerged from the garden, an armored heavy truck stealthily entered the alley, trailed by a bus towering over 2 meters in height. The surveillance camera installed on the street captured this scene, and simultaneously, an alarm blared from the sound system in Zhou Baobao's bedroom. Consequently, everyone in the inn became aware of the unfolding situation. Tong Tong cautiously lifted a corner of the curtain on the first floor, peering outside with vigilance. A vehicle was parked diagonally across from the inn, and one by one, individuals disembarked. The first to exit were young men, each wielding a weapon. Among them, one adeptly picked the lock and effortlessly opened the seemingly sturdy entrance door. After approximately 2 hours, only one person emerged, gesturing towards the vehicle. Subsequently, the bus began to release more passengers. This time, there were women, elderly individuals, and children, and even a visibly pregnant woman was present in the crowd. Tong Tong calculated that there were nearly 100 individuals. This was the largest survivor group she had encountered since the onset of the apocalypse. Chapter 31. The Survival Expedition in the End Times. Perhaps that group had not anticipated that, in this remote and rudimentary village, there would be other survivors residing so close to them. 2 vehicles were parked ostentatiously outside, with only 2 young adults disembarking to retrieve some provisions, astonishingly without assigning anyone to guard the vehicles. Tong Tong leaned against the window for an extended period, watching until all those individuals had ascended the building and the entrance door was firmly shut. "Sister Tong, what do you think they're here for?" Hisheng inquired curiously. "Probably for tourism," Tong Tong replied casually. Hisheng chuckled. "That is hardly plausible. They clearly resemble a group seeking survival. Why even ask when you already know?" Meng Anya expressed her concerns. "We are so close to them. What if they discover us?" Hisheng shrugged nonchalantly. "If they find us, so be it. What can we do? I notice there are elderly and young children among them. They likely mean no harm." Feng Liao disagreed. "That is not her point. Have you considered why they have come this way?" The location where Tong Tong resides lies on the outskirts of a sprawling metropolis, where the nearby resources have long been depleted. Survivors are left with 2 options: either band together to venture into the heart of the city or escape to more remote areas capable of sustaining themselves. The sudden arrival of such a large group in this desolate place is undeniably peculiar. Meng Anya nodded thoughtfully and continued. "I suspect there may be a substantial survivor base being established nearby, attracting well-informed individuals. Perhaps this group poses no threat, but what of others?" One cannot dismiss her concerns as unfounded. Tong Tong pondered. When soldiers come, we shall block. When water flows, we shall cover. What other course of action could there be? Suddenly, a group of individuals appeared across the street. Tong Tong and her companions had initially intended to venture out as usual, but now they had no choice but to suspend their plans. It was not that they were overly suspicious. Rather, with such grand enterprises at stake, caution was paramount. Zhou Baobao reclined on the sofa, utterly indifferent to the commotion, her eyes fixed eagerly on Meng Anya. "Aunt Meng, when will dinner be ready?" she inquired, having completely forgotten about the meal preparations while observing others bustling about all afternoon. Meng Anya chuckled as she affectionately ruffled Zhou Baobao's hair. "What would you like to eat?" "Scallion pancakes," Zhou Baobao exclaimed, knowing that the fastest-growing seedlings in the garden were the scallions, which had just begun to sprout. She had been diligently monitoring the surveillance. "After all," Meng Anya laughed, "you're quite the connoisseur, wanting to eat them as soon as they sprout? Isn't the purpose of planting them to enjoy eating them?" Zhou Baobao replied, her reasoning sound. Even Yisheng swallowed hard. "I would love some scallion pancakes too. We could simply use fewer scallions and more oil." "Very well. Scallion pancakes it is," Meng Anya responded cheerfully as she donned an apron. "Feng Tong Tong, what will you two be having?" "Anything is fine," they replied in unison, exchanging a glance before diverting their gazes. "Oh dear, anything is fine?" Yisheng mimicked with a strained voice, bursting into laughter. Feng Liao promptly tossed a cushion in his direction. Tong Tong chuckled and playfully scolded. "How annoying! What is the matter? Do you envy the connection I share with Brother Feng?" Meng Anya, leaning against the kitchen door with a spatula in hand, exclaimed, "This is too much. While I toil away in the kitchen, suffocating from the smoke, you two are out here having a grand old time." Tong Tong chuckled in the evening. "While I prepare dinner, you all can amuse yourselves." Yisheng replied, "Sister Meng works hard in the kitchen. I can certainly wash the dishes and tidy up afterward. This is much more agreeable." Zhou Baobao, having enjoyed a streak of victories, soon lost interest in the game. He tossed the pieces aside, leapt off the sofa, and dashed into the kitchen. "Aunt Meng, you've worked so hard. Let me assist you." Meng Anya pinched his little cheek. "You're such a good boy. I will soon finish up here. So, could you please place the cooked pancakes over there to cool, and then bring me 2 plates?" Tong Tong stretched her neck to glance into the kitchen, chuckling. "Are you really daring enough to let him do that?" Having spent ample time together, she had come to understand Zhou Baobao well. Although he appeared mature, composed, and exceptionally intelligent, one might even describe him as a prodigious child adept in computer programming and security systems. He was, in fact, utterly inept in everyday life. If tasked with mopping the floor, he would manage to turn it into a slippery mess of water and bubbles, often ending up in a tumble. When it came to washing his face, he would invariably choke on the water, and dressing himself could result in a comical stumble. The only reason he seemed so polished was that he had not been separated from his ever-attentive bodyguard for long. Indeed, Zhou Baobao was attending a summer camp, accompanied by a cadre of bodyguards and nannies. The lavish lifestyle of the affluent was truly an eye-opener for the less fortunate. One couldn't help but admire Zhou Baobao's remarkable adaptability. Despite the plummeting quality of life, he had never uttered a word of complaint. Feng Liao jested. "I believe he isn't eager to assist. Rather, he's hoping to sneak a bite." With a plate in hand, Zhou Baobao stood in the kitchen, his cheeks puffed out. Meng Anya, unable to bear seeing Zhou Baobao wronged, immediately defended him, saying, "At least he has the intention," which is more than can be said for those who merely wait with open mouths. She tore off a piece of a cooled scallion pancake and fed it to Zhou Baobao. Delicious." Zhou Baobao's eyes sparkled as he exaggeratedly proclaimed. "This is even better than what the chef my grandfather hired makes." Was Aunt Ming a chef before? She must be the most beautiful among them. Fully aware it was flattery, Meng Anya nonetheless felt elated by his words. Feng Liao, somewhat awkward, rubbed his nose. "Well, I'm not just about eating either." All right. I'll go fetch some bowls and chopsticks." In addition to the pancakes, Meng Anya had cooked a pot of rice, opened a package of pickled vegetables, and prepared 2 cans of sardines, alongside a soup made with eggs and seaweed. In the post-apocalyptic world, this could be considered quite a rare feast. As they enjoyed their meal, indistinct sounds of a quarrel drifted in from diagonally opposite their door. Curiosity piqued, Tong Tong and her companions swiftly moved to the window, pulling back a curtain corner to peer outside. In front of the building's entrance stood 5 or 6 individuals, jostling and bickering, their faces flushed with emotion. Though the words were muddled, the general sentiment was discernible. "That pregnant woman can't do anything. I say we should have abandoned her long ago. I never agreed to take her in, and now look where we are. She's bound to drag us down." You can't say that. When we were cut off from water and food, she opened her supermarket to us. Without her, over 100 of us would have been left to fend for ourselves. Acting with conscience, are we? Now you bring up conscience? Fine, if you're so concerned about conscience, tell me what we should do now. She is about to give birth. What then? The others attempted to mediate, with one suggesting, let us not argue here on the street. Another path, let us speak kindly. It has not been easy for us to arrive at this point. Chapter 32, Generous Gifts. From the words of this group, it was apparent that the two individuals embroiled in the quarrel were the leaders of the team, given that a pregnant woman among them was nearing her time. Indecision had gripped them, and they hesitated to argue in front of the others, fearing it might shake their morale. After much bickering, the one who had suggested abandoning the expectant mother conceded, slapping his thigh and letting out a long sigh. I'm not so heartless, he lamented. Having been together with Yuqing for so long, I cannot bear to see her come to harm. Yet, what are we to do now? We can wait a few days. But this issue cannot be resolved by mere waiting. The group outside continued to sigh and smoke, occasionally cursing under their breath. At that moment, the mediator spoke up. Isn't it strange? We have been arguing here for ages, yet not a single zombie has been drawn to us. Strange indeed, Tong Tong thought to herself. If only you had come a month earlier, I assure you the moment you raised your voices, you would have been greeted by a horde of zombies. That night, they fought until dawn, and nearly all the wandering zombies within a several-mile radius were vanquished. The street was littered with corpses, reeking under the sun, and it took several days just to burn them. Perhaps now and then, a stray zombie might emerge from some hidden corner. But those were swiftly torn apart by the ever-hungry big cats that roamed the area. Their anxiety was palpable, and Tong Tong shared in their distress. She empathized with their plight, uncertain of what the right course of action might be. On one hand, their resources were dwindling, barely enough to sustain nearly 100 mouths. It was an unsustainable strain. Giving birth was not an instantaneous affair, and it seemed unjust to let one person's predicament endanger so many. On the other hand, they had welcomed her into their midst with ample supplies, seeking refuge. Could they truly abandon her now? After a moment of reflection, she turned to find only 2 scallion pancakes remaining on the plate, and the rice pot was nearly empty, with little else left in terms of accompaniments. Hisheng. Tong Tong took a deep breath, her head feeling ablaze. Hisheng's cheeks bulged as he chewed, his mouth glistening with grease, and he awkwardly sucked on his fingers. Ever since he acquired his formidable powers, his appetite had grown remarkably, almost rivaling that of Demi. Hisheng forced a smile, suggesting, I thought you all were merely watching the commotion and not eating. I recall there are a few packs of cookies in the storeroom that are nearing their expiration date. How about? Before he could finish, he was pinned to the ground and beaten, clutching his head in despair, crying out for help, while even Zhou Bao, enraged, hopped around in frustration. Amidst the scuffle, a knock echoed at the door, and upon opening it, they found the very group that had been arguing outside. Tong Tong remained cautious, positioning herself so that Feng Liao stood behind her as she opened the door. Is there something amiss? The man clad in a black vest rubbed his hands together, appearing somewhat embarrassed. We just arrived here and heard some commotion, initially thinking it was zombies. It turns out there are survivors. He shyly extended his hand, offering a nervous chuckle. Greetings, my surname is Wei. To be frank, we have a member in our group who... Tong Tong interrupted him, saying, I overheard your argument on the street just now. I am sorry, but I am unable to assist. A flicker of disappointment crossed the face of the man in the black vest. Just as he was about to leave, a nearby man with a buzz cut, appearing to be in his early 20s and of a similar age to Hisheng, remarked, I noticed that the neighbors have chickens and rabbits. Are they yours? Tong Tong suddenly grew vigilant. Do you desire my rabbits and chickens? The rabbits are one matter, but the chickens hold considerable value. There are only 3 in total, and just the other day, one was tragically killed by the cat. We were counting on them for their eggs. Well, it's not for our consumption, but rather to provide nourishment for the pregnant woman, ensuring she receives adequate nutrition without indulging in excessive meat, fearing she may not endure the strain later on. He followed up by saying, we do not intend to take your possessions without recompense. Once our pregnant woman gives birth, we shall offer her placenta to you. That, indeed, is a precious medicinal substance, with nutritional benefits far surpassing that of chickens. Tong Tong gazed at him, while the man with a buzz cut awkwardly scratched his head, perhaps realizing that his suggestion was somewhat excessive. Tong Tong stared at him for a prolonged moment, her teeth clicking together in agitation. "Stop right there," she exclaimed through gritted teeth. "What are you doing? Just wait." Tong Tong dashed into the storeroom and emerged shortly thereafter, clutching 5 eggs and a packet of brown sugar. With a brief moment of hesitation, she bit her lip and declared, "Here you go." It was a rare encounter in the apocalypse to come across a group of relatively kind-hearted individuals, and she felt compelled to offer some assistance for her own conscience's sake. Yet, those were 5 precious eggs. Just 5. The 2 wretched hens had inexplicably laid only a single egg over the course of several days. Without a rooster to fertilize them, the eggs could never hatch into chicks, but nonetheless, they were still eggs. Upon first laying eyes on the pregnant woman, Tong Tong felt a foreboding sense that her precious eggs would soon be lost. The group, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected bounty, cheerfully accepted her offering. Suddenly, Tong Tong interjected, "Wait, what? Are you having second thoughts?" Tong Tong shook her head and said, "I will give you 2 rabbits, but do not even think about the hen." All right. The rabbits will suffice." The man with the buzz cut grinned widely as he picked up his belongings and departed. The others exchanged glances, chuckling amongst themselves. Feng Liao teased, "If you care so much, then just don't give it. Your expression resembles someone who has just had a piece of flesh torn from their body." "Oh." Feng Liao raised an eyebrow. "You said it." As he spoke, he actually began to head for the door. Hey. Tong Tong hurriedly pulled him back, stamping her foot. Forget it. This time, I will let it slide, but if I ever show such foolish kindness again, you must cover my mouth and drag me indoors." Feng Liao, with a mischievous grin, leaned closer and tousled Tong Tong's hair. "You certainly know how to strategize. Let all the good deeds fall upon you, while I take on the role of the villain." "Huh?" He playfully protested. "I couldn't possibly do that. I might even be more foolishly kind than you." "Then let Xiao He handle it." "Xiao He?" Feng Liao looked at him and laughed. If it were him, he might have actually given away the hen. "I certainly would not. I am no saint," He Sheng quickly defended himself. "The most rational and composed among us is Sister Meng. Wouldn't you agree?" Meng Anya had remained silent until now, when she suddenly spoke up. "I just remembered, when the communication was still intact, I was on the phone with a friend. She is an obstetrician, and her husband is a special forces soldier. If she were here, she might truly be able to assist them." Chapter 33. Complications in labor. Meng Anya's words successfully captured everyone's attention. Tong Tong's large, shimmering eyes were fixed intently on her. After much hesitation, she managed to voice her thought. "Are you suggesting that we go to your friend's house together, rescue your friend, and then have them assist the pregnant woman in labor?" Meng Anyan lowered her head, fidgeting with her hands, although she hadn't explicitly stated it. Everyone could discern that it was indeed what she had in mind. "I have no desire to play the savior in an apocalyptic world. It makes no sense to risk my own life for the sake of others," Tong Tong murmured. Meng Anyan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the rationale. Thus, the matter was set aside. The entire afternoon passed without any further commotion from the neighboring door. He Jin remained vigilant, locking the adjacent door to prevent any potential thievery of their precious old hen. With nothing else to occupy their time, Meng Anyan and Tong Tong played cards while Zhou Bao played with a cat and tinkered with the computer. Feng Liao practiced his skills, honing his fundamentals. He Sheng had long coveted Feng Liao's expertise, and so he mirrored his every move. As dusk approached, Tong Tong tossed down her cards and headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. At that moment, a knock resounded from the opposite side. "Excuse me, do you have scissors or gauze? Hot water would be even better." Feng Liao nudged the door open with his foot and replied, "We have everything. The water will need to be boiled fresh, so please wait a moment." "Oh, thank you, said the man with a buzz cut as he entered, taking a seat on the sofa and involuntarily inhaling the fragrant aroma. He Sheng, roughly the same age, elbowed him playfully. "What's going on?" The buzz-cut man slapped his thigh in frustration. "Don't even mention it. They say she's dilated 3 centimeters, and the pain is unbearable. We're short on supplies, so I guess we'll just leave it to fate." He Sheng sighed in sympathy. As they conversed, he learned that the buzz-cut man's name was Li Yuming, and surprisingly, they were alumni. As they continued to chat, it turned out they were from the same graduating class and had similar experiences. How did so many of you come together? Li Yuming explained, that's a long story. I joined them later. Apparently, our leader, Wei, the one in the black vest today, is the head of the security team in the Rongsha community. When the zombie outbreak first began, he sensed something was amiss. He led the security team to eliminate the infected and sealed off the entrances to the complex, confronting zombies whenever they appeared. I was rescued from the school supermarket by them. To be fair, Wei is quite commendable. Initially, there were over 500 people in the community, but as supplies dwindled, some suggested leaving to find a self-sustaining location. At this point, Tong Tong, who had been boiling water in the kitchen, couldn't help but poke her head out. There must have been significant conflicts, right? From over 500 to less than 100. Was it infighting among your own? Once we prided ourselves on our democratic spirit. Whenever a matter arose, we would convene and deliberate together. However, when it came time to depart, a suggestion was put forth to abandon the elderly, the infirm, and the weak. Consider this. Right in the heart of the city, amidst a throng of zombies, over 500 individuals moving together would undoubtedly attract attention. Moreover, there was not enough food to share. Yet, Leader Wei firmly opposed this notion, prompting several other leaders to proceed independently with their own groups. Hisheng could not help but applaud, exclaiming, Leader Wei, you truly embody commendable qualities. Why does this sound like a glorified retelling? Queried Zhou Bao, her gaze fixed on the computer screen, her tone laced with sarcasm. To put it bluntly, were you not simply cast aside as burdens? Most of you likely have elderly or young ones at home. Your reluctance to abandon your families led to your ostracization from the genuine core team, a circumstance that was unavoidable. Li Yuming's countenance darkened upon hearing this. Who among us speaks so harshly? We cannot allow the apocalypse to strip us of our humanity. Otherwise, what differentiates us from the soulless creatures outside? Well said. The water had reached a boil. Tong Tong filled 2 large thermoses and retrieved a clean plastic basin, within which lay a bottle of Mao Tai, 2 rolls of gauze, and several commonly available antiseptic and anti-inflammatory medications. Take these for now. Should you find yourselves in need of anything else, do not hesitate to ask. If I have it, I will certainly assist. Holding the supplies, Li Yuming felt tears welling in his eyes. Thank you, thank you. I hardly know what to say. These days, my heart grows heavier with the state of the world. I am truly grateful to have encountered you. Otherwise, I would have succumbed to despair regarding humanity. Tong Tong laughed heartily and offered a spoonful of chicken soup to the kind-hearted young man. In times of hardship, it is essential for people to stand together and lend a helping hand. As long as we unite in our efforts, there will come a day when we vanquish the zombies and restore the peaceful landscape of the world as it was before the apocalypse. After seeing him off, Tong Tong and her companions found themselves ravenous, devouring their meal with haste. As darkness enveloped the sky, a sudden, faint, heart-wrenching scream pierced the desolate night. Tong Tong leaned against the window, gazing outside, yet she could discern nothing. The faint, intermittent cries resonated, sending chills down the spine of anyone who listened. Is she in labor? I wonder how things are progressing. Feng Liao, noticing her concern, chuckled. If you're truly worried, why not go take a look? Or perhaps you could bring her here. Indeed, Tong Jia, have you not always wished for a new addition to our ranks? It will be perfect. After the delivery, the new mother will need to recuperate, and surely, with over 100 people, they cannot possibly wait for her for an entire month. When the time comes, we can certainly bring her here. I share the same sentiment. Tong Tong pondered for a moment before retrieving a packet of potent painkillers from his system. Weighing in her palm, I'll go take a look, she declared. Feng Liao sprang up from the sofa, exclaiming, I'll go with you. After knocking on the door for what felt like an eternity, someone finally came to answer. However, before even stepping inside, the harrowing cries of the pregnant woman echoed through the dimly lit corridor, sending a chill down their spines. Alas, it is unfortunate for you all, Tong Tong remarked. Her condition appears dire. She has been wailing for an extended period. My mother mentioned that she might be experiencing a difficult labor, 10 centimeters dilated, yet the baby's head remains unseen. Quite terrifying, wouldn't you say? Chapter 34. Pursue your desires with vigor. This was an antiquated apartment building, standing 7 stories tall, with 4 units on each floor. The pregnant woman resided on the lower second floor. Upon entering, Tong Tong was immediately struck by an unpleasant odor. The foul stench of human excrement mingled with the scent of decomposing flesh and a hint of liquor, complemented by a trace of stewed meat. In such a confined and stifling environment, it was enough to induce nausea. The room was modest in size, consisting of 3 bedrooms and a living area, evidently tidied up to some extent. The pregnant woman was laboring in the inner room, while the coffee table in the living area was cluttered with baby formula, diapers, swaddling clothes, and other miscellaneous items. On the other side, a bowl of unfinished meat soup sat abandoned. After a brief period of waiting, the elder of the group approached, one named Wei, while the other, less talkative, merely nodded towards Tong Tong. Wei settled onto the sofa, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag, offering it to Feng Liao, who politely declined. "It is truly commendable of you," Wei lamented. "I have heard that the situation is rather grim. One can only say it is her unfortunate fate." Suddenly recalling something, he added, "Would you care for some water?" "Xiao Zhao, please fetch some tea." Clearly a formality, Tong Tong declined, as the noxious odor rendered her unable to even part her lips. Frankly, she found the scent of smoke bothersome. Yet in comparison to the revolting stench permeating the room, it seemed almost refreshing. Just as the pleasantries were exchanged, the door to the inner room swung open, revealing an elderly woman in her 50s or 60s, hunched over as she emerged carrying a basin of crimson, foul water. She moved to open the living room window, preparing to dispose of it below. Wei quickly intervened. "The scent of blood is too strong. It could attract zombies. Pour it into the toilet instead." Difficult labor? Unable to deliver? It has been several hours, yet still no sign of the baby's head. When I peeked, the child's hand was the first to emerge. Doesn't tea that spell disaster? Wei exchanged glances with his companion, cautiously suggesting, "If it comes to that, let us not prolong her suffering. It is not that we lack compassion. If she manages to give birth safely, we would not deny her a meal." Yet, in this case, he gestured towards Tong Tong with a nod. "What do you think?" Tong Tong remained silent. At that moment, the continuous wailing abruptly transformed into a pitiful whimper reminiscent of a cat's mewling, the sound suggesting a struggle for breath. "Actually, I have a solution," Tong Tong said. Without waiting for anyone to inquire, she produced a packet of special medicine provided by the system and stated, "Dissolve this in water for her to drink, and she will drift off to sleep, alleviating her pain somewhat." The elderly woman tending to the pregnant woman accepted it with skepticism. Tong Tong continued, "One of my companions knows a doctor, an obstetrician. During the initial outbreak of the zombies, we communicated over the phone, and he might still be alive now." At this point, Tong Tong fell silent. After all, who would willingly place themselves in peril to save a stranger? Besides, late at night. It's safe to assume that doctor is in the city, correct? It's been nearly half a year. Who knows if he is still at home? What if he has fallen victim to the zombies? What if he evacuated with other survivors? Another silent observer spoke slowly. "Our team appears numerous. Yet each member has their own family, parents, wives, and children nearby. If something were to happen, how could we explain it to their families? To speak frankly, the child she carries is not of our blood. We have already done our utmost." Indeed, even Tong Tong had to concede that, as mere acquaintances, it was difficult to find fault with their reasoning. The whimpering in the room gradually subsided, and the elderly woman who had stepped out to fetch water quietly re-entered, whispering, "She has fallen asleep. This medicine truly works wonders. She is in a deep slumber. Yet, no matter how soundly she sleeps, she will eventually awaken, and the child within her must be born." Tong Tong bid farewell. On the way back, she inquired of Feng Liao, "Why have you been silent all this time?" Feng Liao flashed a smile and replied, "I am here to protect you, not to engage in conversation." Tong Tong cast a glance at him and said, "I wish to seek out that doctor, perhaps to test my luck." Feng Liao raised an eyebrow at her, remaining silent. Tong Tong quickly interjected, "Even if it's not to save her, you are a doctor. Can you guarantee that you will never fall ill? The last time you had a fever, it nearly terrified me." Feng Liao remained silent, prompting Tong Tong to nudge him lightly before shaking her head vigorously. "No, I cannot be so foolishly kind-hearted. That is far too unrealistic. She pressed her hand against her chest, murmuring, a saint meets a grim fate, and ill-timed kindness is ill-advised. The lives of others are of no concern to me. A saint meets a grim fate. If you wish to go, I shall accompany you. Tong Tong gazed at Feng Liao in surprise, who responded with a radiant smile. You clearly wish to do something good, yet you conjure 1,000 reasons to refrain. If your desire is genuine, there exists but a single reason. You simply wish to do so. Feng Liao then remarked, Meng Anya, where is your doctor friend? I shall pay a visit. Meng Anya, busy washing dishes in the kitchen, hurriedly set aside her task, her face reflecting astonishment. Now, Feng Liao raised his wrist to glance at his watch, revealing it was already 9:30. Meng Anya, as if meeting him for the first time, paused before inquiring. Did Tong Tong suggest this? Not at all, Tong Tong interjected, waving her hands dismissively. Upon reconsideration, it seems too perilous, not worth the risk. Perhaps it is best to refrain. Feng Liao extended his long arm, drawing Tong Tong into his embrace. His playful demeanor shifted to one of earnest seriousness. Do you remember what I was doing when we first met? He was investigating the illicit accounts of the company where Tong Tong was employed. That matter had no direct bearing on him and was fraught with danger, yet he pursued it nonetheless. His concerns were never about personal gain or loss. It was the same then as it is now. Ultimately, he is inherently a person of noble spirit. I shall accompany you, Tong Tong declared. It would be prudent for us to watch over one another. Feng Liao laughed heartily, exclaiming, This is what one calls harmonious partnership. Tong Tong shot him a glare, exclaiming, This is what I call a damn nuisance. Zhou Bao Bao gazed at the group, stroking the large cat, and sighed deeply, as if conversing with a feline, or perhaps merely engaged in soliloquy. I have a feeling I might have to guard the house again. His prediction proved to be entirely accurate. The car's headlights sliced through the dense darkness. Feng Liao was at the wheel, with Tong Tong seated in the passenger seat, while Meng Anya and He Sheng occupied the back. He Sheng was brimming with excitement, suggesting, Let's name this operation. I feel so grand. Chapter 35. A late night visit. The initial phase of their departure unfolded seamlessly, the vehicle weaving through the streets, its headlights resembling two elongated pillars. Before the zombies could react, they sped away in a blur. Feng Liao had a particular fondness for this car, even going so far as to procure tools for modifications. He Sheng had become increasingly adept at welding, reinforcing the windows with steel bars. This meant that even if the car became ensnared in a horde of zombies, it would not easily be overturned, nor would the glass shatter, ensuring a high degree of safety. After a 2.5-hour journey, as they gradually approached the city center, the number of zombies swelled, particularly beneath the apartment complex of Meng Anya's friend, where dozens of the undead were meandering. The sky was as dark as ink, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Feng Liao abruptly exited the vehicle, instructing, Stay in the car. I'll handle this. The moment he peeked out, the wandering zombies began to stir restlessly. Unperturbed, Feng Liao clenched his fist, and in an instant, sparks flickered at his fingertips, a blinding radiance piercing the night sky, illuminating his brows and eyes. In a flash, several zombies were rendered lifeless, emitting a horrifying stench of charred flesh. Soon after, Tong Tong and the others disembarked as well. It's this unit, 6th floor, 607. Meng Anya stated, forcing a smile. Given how long it's been, even if she's at home, knowing our purpose for coming here, she might still scold me for not being a good friend. It was an inevitable circumstance. Previously, she had toiled under Su Jinka, and considering that beast temperament, bringing friends out would not be a help to her, but rather a detriment. Tong Tong patted her shoulder, urging her to proceed and take a look. She retrieved a flashlight from the vehicle, the kind that is said to be so powerful it can rouse a rooster into crowing upon activation. Acquired from an outdoor supply store. Upon flicking the switch, a brilliant white light enveloped the entire building, illuminating it as if it were bathed in the glow of a nascent dawn. The zombies shrieked and lunged forward, and for each one that approached, Feng Liao dispatched them with precision. Meanwhile, He Sheng wielded a hefty fire axe, spinning it deftly in his hands, cleaving through the skulls of the undead. Even the first-level zombies could not withstand his might. One led the charge while the other kept a vigilant watch. Tong Tong and Meng Anya mostly kept their hands tucked in their pockets, finding themselves without much to do. Before long, the quartet arrived at the base of the building, and Feng Liao sniffed the air, a glimmer of excitement crossing his face. Evidence of human habitation lingered here. Among the overgrown weeds lay refuse and excrement tossed from above. Let us go. Their spirits lifted. The group ascended the stairs with enthusiasm. The outer door was locked, unlike the old apartment buildings near the inn. This entrance featured a unified facial recognition lock. In the darkness, a faint red light flickered on the machine. Indeed, there were occupants inside, and the power supply was functioning normally. However, the door presented a challenge. The glass was reinforced against explosions, rendering it impossible to bypass the facial recognition. Would He Sheng have to cleave the door open with his fire axe? That seemed rather disrespectful, especially considering there were people residing within. Tong Tong glanced around and noticed the notice board posted by the property management nearby. It displayed a photograph of the cleaning staff. An idea struck her, and she took out a small knife to cut the photo from the board, placing it in front of the identification window. With a soft click, the door swung open. He Sheng exclaimed in surprise, his tone exaggerated. As expected of you, Sister Tong. Your quick thinking never ceases to amaze me. Tong Tong remained silent, while Feng Liao broke into a smile, remarking on the identity of the woman in question. TSK, Tong Tong exclaimed, stepping on his foot before striding inside. Standing at her friend's doorstep, Meng Anya's heart raced ferociously. After taking several deep breaths, she knocked on the door. The night had grown quite late, and the corridor was eerily quiet, making the sound of her knocking resonate with an unsettling clarity. Tao Tao, are you there? It's Xiao Meng. After calling out for some time without a response, she was instead met with the door creaking open just a crack. A man's voice, laced with suspicion, inquired, "Who are you? How did you get in?" Meng Anya quickly replied, "We mean no harm. My friend lives here. Have you seen them? A man and a woman. The girl's name is Tao Tao." Before she could finish her sentence, the door was slammed shut with a resounding thud, the voice behind it coldly stating, "I don't know. The original residents here have all perished. You should leave at once." Meng Anya's complexion paled, her heart sinking to her very core. Well, Tong Tong followed closely and inquired, "Who is in charge here?" There was no need for further elaboration. It was evident that the individuals inside were intimidated, not daring to open the door. Before long, a piercing alarm resonated throughout the corridor, accompanied by a flashing red light overhead. In a swift motion, a dozen robust young men armed with weapons surged forth from the staircase and elevator. The scene resembled an unexpected invasion by zombies. Feng Liao furrowed his brow, instinctively shielding everyone behind him as he drew the iron rod secured at his waist. The leader, tall and muscular, brandished an anti-explosion shield in one hand, while the other held a gun with alarming prominence. Tong Tong's heart raced to her throat. Meng Anya, however, exclaimed with delight, peering out from layers of protection, "Xingbin." Her eyes sparkled with tears of joy. "I knew it. You must be all right. Where's Tao Tao?" The man in charge initially appeared taken aback, but a smile broke across his face as the flashlight illuminated their surroundings. "Meng Anya, you're alive too." He strode over. "What brings you here?" "Tao Tao was just mentioning you yesterday." In a neighboring villa, candles flickered in a room where a petite woman with flowing hair, clad in silk pajamas, rushed forward, embracing Meng Anya with a mix of laughter and tears. "Thank goodness you're safe. Thank goodness. Your hair looks terrible. You had such beautiful hair, and you cut it off. How could you?" Though Tao Tao was in her 30s, her demeanor and tone resembled that of a youthful girl, her face still untouched by the harshness of life. "I heard that in the dead of night, outsiders broke in, and I was terrified. I'm not afraid of zombies knocking at the door, but outsiders," she rambled on, recounting the tumultuous changes she had endured since the apocalypse. How her husband gradually transformed their community into a safe haven, her words punctuated by fervor. Finally, she remembered to ask, "Why did you come here in the middle of the night? It's so dangerous." Meng Anya, holding her hand, felt a tinge of shyness. Yet, despite her hesitation, she had to speak up. "I came to ask for your help." "No, I should say, to plead for your assistance. Chapter 36. Midnight at the hospital. Meng Anya recounted the events, stumbling over her words. Tao Tao gasped in disbelief at the conclusion of her tale. You mean to say, that pregnant woman was a complete stranger, and you came here in the dead of night because she was in labor? Meng Anya nodded. Tao Tao's voice wavered. And you don't even know if I was here? You just took a chance in the middle of the night? Perhaps her incredulous tone made Tong Tong feel somewhat awkward, leading him to chuckle. You know how it is. In such dire circumstances, one can act impulsively. We came to take a chance to do what we could and leave the rest to fate. Given that, it seems that woman's luck is quite remarkable, Feng Li Yao remarked with a smile. Tao shook her head vigorously, glancing at the deep, dark night outside. She couldn't help but pull her collar tighter and dryly said, one cannot say her luck is too good. This statement was almost a polite refusal. After all, on such a perilous night, she appeared untouched by hardship. Why should she risk herself for a stranger? She could be resting on a soft bed, wearing the most comfortable pajamas, embraced by her loved ones in this secure haven, peacefully awaiting the dawn. Why does she dare to take such risks? In this apocalyptic world, where the undead roam freely, countless lives are extinguished every moment, merely a matter of fortune. The death of a pregnant woman is hardly commendable. Consider the day the zombie outbreak occurred. What a hellish nightmare it must have been within the hospital walls. How many expectant mothers and newborns perished that day? Such thoughts remained unspoken by Tao Tao, for they were well understood by all. Why don't you stay here for the night? My place is quite spacious, with plenty of vacant rooms, she offered. Meng Anya still held Tao Tao's hand, while Tong Tong rose to her feet, apologizing for the late intrusion. We shall not impose any longer. As they reached the doorway, Meng Anya lingered, expressing her concern. Take care of yourself. Do you have enough food and supplies? I have some vegetables growing over there, which will be ready for harvest soon. I can bring you a bit, though it won't be much. Tao Tao pouted and replied, I'm managing well here. There's a vegetable patch behind our community, and I've raised some chickens and ducks. Please, don't worry about me. And you must take care of yourself as well. How could you dare to give her sleep aid? Tao Tao interjected, her voice rising in urgency. She needs to be alert at this time. Otherwise, she risks suffocating the child. If the baby dies, the mother will soon follow. Tong Tong's heart raced with a sudden thud. Her intention had been to alleviate the suffering of the mother, yet she had inadvertently put her in jeopardy. Tao Tao bit her lip, glanced at the time once more, and finally stamped her foot in determination. I shall accompany you, even if it means I'm merely doing a good deed. Tong Tong was overjoyed, and like a bear, he swept this petite woman into his embrace. And you, my friend, are the true hero. Tao Tao, lacking in heroic spirit, took a deep breath and declared, let me know that you must absolutely protect me, or else I shall haunt you even in death. Tong Tong immediately painted a vivid picture. Rest assured, I will certainly not allow a single zombie to approach you. You have faith in our capabilities. After all, who would dare venture out at midnight to seek you if they weren't skilled? Thus, Tao Tao was successfully lured into the car, and thankfully, she married a good husband who insisted on accompanying her, unwilling to leave her side. Consequently, the spacious back seat became somewhat cramped. When it came to her professional field, this seemingly delicate and naive woman transformed into a mature and seasoned individual. Her round face tightened, adopting an expression that inspired trust in her patients. Although there was no anesthesiologist present, she had some knowledge of anesthesia, and upon comprehensive evaluation, the surgical risks remained significantly high. Tao Tao worked at the city's First People's Hospital, a typical tertiary hospital bustling with patients, which by now was likely overrun with zombies. The danger was palpable. Feng Li Yao remarked, I recall there is a county hospital nearby. It should have the necessary resources and could provide quicker assistance. Tao nodded, gazing out at the encroaching night, realizing time was of the essence. Any further delay would heighten the risks associated with the surgery. No one opposed this sentiment, and the vehicle roared to life, speeding toward the suburban village. Upon arriving at the county hospital's entrance, Tong Tong activated the small, sun-like light, illuminating a substantial portion of the sky. Let us go. Predictably, the bright light startled the zombies, inciting a frenzy. Even in the county hospital, there were a considerable number of people present. The three-story building had shattered glass at the entrance, and a large pool of blood marked the threshold, with a dozen zombies emerging like swarming bees. Feng Liao employed his usual methods. A flash of electricity filled the air with a nauseating scent of charred flesh. After dispatching the first wave, Tong Tong and Meng Anya shielded Tao Tao, while He Sheng and Xingbin guarded the two women from the front and rear, cautiously advancing inside. The hospital was eerily dark. Even the emergency lights were dim, and the bright beam from their flashlight illuminated the mottled green paint on the walls, reflecting a grim hue. Suddenly, a chilling gust swept through, and a zombie with half a decayed face leaped out before them, moving with astonishing speed and possessing remarkably tough skin. Caught off guard, Xingbin reacted swiftly, swinging a watermelon knife down upon the zombie's head, producing a dull thud as the blade dulled upon impact. The dark, claw-like nails were already reaching for Xingbin's face. Tao Tao screamed in a flash. Xingbin kicked the zombie in the chest, causing it to stagger back 2 steps. The recoil nearly sent him tumbling as He Sheng hurriedly steadied him, subsequently throwing his fire axe, which struck the zombie squarely in the forehead. Yet it did not fall. Instead, it let out a piercing wail, and soon, the unmistakable, low growls of zombies echoed from all directions within the hospital. Having never encountered such terrifying zombies, Tao Tao was utterly panicked, frantically attempting to escape. Chapter 37. A frightening ordeal at the hospital. Tao Tao was completely disoriented, resembling a headless fly desperate to flee, while Feng Liao stood guard at the entrance, confronting the zombies that were converging from elsewhere. This also implies that it is the most perilous over there. Tong Tong hastily grasped her, holding her wrist tightly and enveloping her in a protective embrace. "Do not fear. You shall come to no harm." The steady rhythm of his heartbeat gradually calmed Tao Tao's frayed nerves, allowing her to regain her composure. While that exceptionally formidable zombie was dispatched by He Sheng with 2 deft strikes of his axe, he crouched on the ground, resembling a deranged individual as he rummaged through the zombie's skull, extracting a glimmering crystal core. With a grin, he wiped it clean and tucked it away in his pocket. Though uncertain of its utility, possessing it was certainly better than not. Tao Tao's mouth fell agape. "What is this?" He Sheng replied with a smile. "A crystal core. What is it for?" Tao Tao blinked, curiosity dancing in her eyes. He Sheng shook his head. "No idea. Who cares? Forget it." After finally vanquishing the lead zombie, the remaining foes would be much easier to handle. The group maintained their formation, with He Sheng leading the way, Xingbin following closely behind, and Tong Tong and Meng Anya flanking Tao Tao, cautiously advancing forward. The first floor of the county hospital housed outpatient services, including fever clinics and ENT departments, while the second floor contained 4 drip stations, as well as ECG and ultrasound rooms. Ascending further, they would reach the delivery rooms. As they climbed, the number of zombies dwindled. However, in such an environment, one could scarcely afford to breathe freely. Who would dare to be careless? They were ever fearful of a howling zombie emerging from behind a precariously shaking door. As they moved forward dispatching foes, the short distance of a few hundred meters took them over half an hour to traverse. Most patients in this hospital were elderly or children residing in the urban village, seeking treatment for ailments such as colds or coughs. Thus, many of the attacking zombies were seen dragging 4 drips with them. Passing the second floor, they encountered several small children, no taller than Tong Tong's knees, illuminated by the beam of their flashlight. Some revealed their ghastly white skulls. Others had lost chunks of flesh from their faces, or had necks bitten halfway through, their heads drooping limply. With each swing of his axe, He Sheng dispatched them, his voice tinged with sorrow. "Sister Tong, I never want to come to the hospital again." One could only imagine the horrific scene that unfolded on the day of the zombie outbreak. Chaotic crowds, ailing patients, helpless children wailing, and loved ones turning against each other. Large splashes of dark blood stained the walls, and scattered, broken limbs littered the ground, remnants of those who had been devoured before they could even mutate. A veritable hell on earth surrounded them. Tong Tong's voice remained composed. "The living are of utmost importance." As they spoke, they arrived at the entrance of the delivery room. The door was locked. Given the hospital's outdated facilities, few would choose to give birth there, resulting in the delivery room rarely being opened. He cleaved the lock with his axe, and indeed, it lay empty, the air heavy with a musty odor. Tao Tao, clearly still shaken by recent events, hesitated as she approached the surgical instrument preparation room. Fortunately, despite the thick layer of dust, the necessary supplies were still present and accounted for. She first retrieved a medical box, methodically placing each surgical instrument inside, along with various medications, anesthetics, anesthetic needles, analgesic sticks, disinfectant solutions, and anti-inflammatory drugs. Before long, she had filled 2 boxes to the brim. That should suffice, she muttered to herself. In case of emergencies. No, the instruments cannot be taken away, nor the lights. Glancing at the flashlight in Tong Tong's hand, she decided it would suffice for the time being. Furthermore, she hastily gathered another box of supplies. Once everything was adequately prepared, the group descended the stairs with an agility reminiscent of being propelled by fire wheels. Feng Liao remained stationed at the door, where dozens of zombies lay sprawled before him. How is it? I heard some noise inside just now, but I couldn't break away. At 3:30 in the morning, the eastern horizon began to faintly glow with the first light of dawn. Tao Tao sat in the car, her hands trembling incessantly. Xingbin took her hand gently, offering quiet reassurance. It's all right, everything is fine now. Do not be afraid. We have all made it out in one piece. Tong Tong gazed at the sky for a moment for the passenger's seat, then turned to say, try not to feel too pressured later. Life and death are fated, and we have all done our utmost. Tao Tao, her complexion pale, nodded slightly, yet still felt a chilling tremor coursing through her body. At last, the car came to a sudden halt in front of the entrance of an old apartment building, and they all disembarked in succession. Feng Liao knocked on the door repeatedly, but there was no response. Finally, he decided to pry the door open himself. He hurried up to the second floor, employing his skills to force the door open. Inside, the occupants were in a state of half-slumber. An elderly woman, tasked with caring for the pregnant woman, dozed on the living room sofa, which was positioned beneath an open window, a thin blanket draped over her. Startled awake by the commotion, she exhaled a sigh of relief upon seeing Tong Tong. It's you all. How is the pregnant woman? The elderly lady sighed, and with great effort, rose to walk further into the room, remarking, she's still the same. The child cannot be delivered. I just dozed off for a moment, while Old Lee's family is inside keeping watch. As the door swung open, a heavy, humid warmth enveloped those present. The pregnant woman lay in bed, covered with a blanket, her face still bearing traces of agony. Though her breath was faint, she had not yet succumbed to death. Tong Tong switched on the flashlight, adjusting it to a lower setting to soften the intensity of the beam, which then coalesced into a focused shaft of light. Tao Tao hurried over to inspect the situation, and a throng of individuals gathered around her. The room, already stifling, became even more suffocating with the added presence, leaving her struggling to catch her breath. The windows were flung open, and the others stepped outside, while Tong Tong and Xiao Meng remained to assist me. In the same breath, she handed over 3 boxes and requested, is there hot water available? Please boil a pot of water and ensure that everything inside is thoroughly cooked for no less than 10 minutes. Feng Liao accepted the boxes, stating, this cannot be boiled here. I will take care of it right away. Tao Tao pulled back the blankets and conducted a cursory examination. The situation had escalated to a critical level, with fetal movement nearly undetectable, yet the expectant mother remained in a deep slumber. This posed a significant challenge. She attempted to gently press on the mother's abdomen and examine the cervix, confirming that the baby's head was not visible, though the tiny hands had emerged. The mother's lower region was completely torn, a sight too harrowing to behold. Tong Tong cast a fleeting glance and felt a shudder run through her. She cautiously inquired, what is the success rate for a surgery under these circumstances? It is uncertain, Tao Tao replied, sliding onto the bed, her eyes slowly brimming with tears. Chapter 38. A narrow escape from death. What should have been a straightforward cesarean section had become fraught with peril due to the treacherous external conditions. Tong Tong had slain numerous zombies and even humans, yet she had never witnessed the gruesome act of eviscerating a living person. The sharp scalpel effortlessly sliced through the pregnant woman's lower abdomen, and blood began to flow profusely. Meng Anya, in a flurry, hurriedly grabbed gauze to staunch the bleeding, her hands trembling uncontrollably, eyes wide open, tears welling in her orbs due to some physiological stimulus. "Don't panic," Tao Tao croaked, swallowing hard. "Tong Tong, try calling the pregnant woman to see if you can awaken her. Otherwise, I am uncertain about the dosage of the anesthetic. She cannot remain unconscious." Layer by layer, the blade continued to cut, and Tong Tong held the flashlight in her hand, feeling a faint ache, yet she dared not move. In this tense moment, she called out to the pregnant woman, but no matter how she tried, the woman remained in a deep stupor, her steady rising and falling chest the only indication of her continued existence. "If she wants to wake up, what should we do?" "Keep calling. If she doesn't respond, speak to her, check her eyes." Tong Tong swung the flashlight around, and Tao Tao glanced at it, nodding in affirmation. "It's fortunate that she is not in a state of deep coma. Keep talking to her. Do not cease. She can hear you." All right. What can I possibly say? Should I reassure her that there is no need to fear and that she will surely be safe? Or perhaps mention how lucky she is that we have actually managed to summon a doctor for her? Or maybe suggest, do not sleep? Take a guess whether your child is a boy or a girl. Tong Tong was at a loss for words, her mind in disarray, her voice tinged with a roughness. A life hung in the balance, tantalizingly close yet painfully distant. She could console herself with the notion that, regardless of the outcome, she had exerted her utmost effort. Even if the pregnant woman were to perish, she would remain true to her conscience, harboring no regrets in the days to come. However, she could not convey this sentiment to the expectant mother. She must feign an even greater reverence for the value of her life. The power of life is indeed contagious. As the blood diminished, Tao Tao propped open the incision with her hands, plunging both arms inside. Soon the pale, bloody fat began to ooze from the edges of her wrists. Tong Tong fared slightly better, yet Meng Anya could distinctly see the glistening white mass within, even the pulsating intestines. A wave of nausea washed over her, and unable to contain herself, she turned away and rushed to the window ledge, heaving violently. Vomiting, much like drowsiness, is also a contagion. Tong Tong felt a tingling sensation in her hands, her legs trembling uncontrollably. She turned her head and retched several times. Tao Tao, maintaining her composure, reassured her, "It will be over soon." Taking a shallow breath, her hand had already reached the tiny body of the infant. At that very moment, the pregnant woman awoke. Illuminated by the blinding beam of the flashlight, she gazed in horror at the events unfolding upon her body, her pupils constricting, as if her very soul were quaking. You all," Tong Tong hurriedly explained, "do not be afraid. She is a doctor performing a cesarean section. You will be fine once you awaken. It is splendid news." The pregnant woman initially appeared stunned, but soon her eyes brimmed with tears that cascaded down her cheeks as she wept uncontrollably. "I was not dreaming. Someone truly has come to save me. You must help me. I implore you. I promise. I will definitely." Her sobs rendered her speechless. "We will certainly save you. Rest assured." Tong Tong replied, her eyes glistening with tears as she smiled gently. "Do not worry. I've already considered everything. My base is just across the street. If it is inconvenient here, you may stay with me. I possess everything you might need. Thank you. I'm at a loss for words. In any case, thank you. I genuinely thought I was on the brink of death." Tao Tao, while performing the surgery, inquired, "How do you feel now? Pain?" "No, not pain, but rather a sensation of pulling and discomfort in my lower abdomen." "That is good." Tao Tao sighed in relief. "Continue to converse. Do not drift off. Once the baby arrives, everything will be well." The pregnant woman revealed, "My name is Li Jiayu. I used to run a supermarket. It wasn't large, but I managed it alone, and business was satisfactory. Fortunately for her, on the day of the zombie outbreak, she felt unwell and decided to close her store to rest at home. Drowsily, she heard chaos erupting outside, witnessing one person pounce upon another, tearing and biting, blood spilling everywhere. Before long, the bitten individuals staggered to their feet, roaring and attempting to bite others. Terrified, she quickly drew the curtains and attempted to call her husband, who was away on a business trip, but the calls never connected. Then she heard the sound of her door being violently struck, rendering her silent, frozen on the couch, until the knocking eventually faded away. I remained at home for several days. Initially, I had electricity and water. I called friends and family. Some answered, while others were unreachable. The news was inundated with reports of a zombie outbreak. Eventually, the water and electricity ceased and my supplies dwindled. Being pregnant, I dared not venture outside, enduring until the day when Wei Lauda and his group began clearing buildings. My supermarket was also looted, but fortunately, the storage still contained ample supplies. I offered these to Wei Lauda, grateful for his integrity in providing for us women and children. Otherwise, I would not have survived to this day. Li Jiayu continued to recount her experiences following the outbreak, detailing the numerous challenges and her husband's uncertain fate. Before long, she felt an emptiness in her abdomen, and soon, a pristine bundle of flesh was brought forth. Unable to contain herself any longer, she burst into tears. Am I safe now? Can I truly live? Peach remained silent, the white bundle illuminated by the beam of the flashlight. In truth, the child was covered in meconium, having been delivered without a single cry, clearly stifled in the process. Fortunately, Peach had meticulously prepared all the necessary tools, and warm water had already been heated and set aside. She entrusted the infant to Meng Anya, instructing her on various tasks while she herself attended to suturing the mother. Yes, it was imperative to suction the amniotic fluid from a baby's mouth. There was no rush to clean him up. Let him cry out. If necessary, gently tap the soles of his feet or press your fingertip against his heart. Meng Anya fumbled through her duties, contemplating bursting into tears to confess her inability. Yet the unwavering gaze of Li Jiayu bore down on her. Could she truly admit her shortcomings? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, finally, the sound of a baby's wail broke the silence. Once the child was cleaned and wrapped in a small blanket prepared in advance, the room erupted in a chorus of laughter and tears. Tong Tong's arms were already weary beyond endurance. When Tao Tao announced that the stitching was complete, she simply collapsed onto the ground, too exhausted to even rise. Outside the window, the dawn was breaking. The sky a canvas split between darkness and the first light of day. Mother and child were safe. Chapter 39. A farm at 6:30 in the morning. The day had brightened considerably. Li Jiayu had drifted into a hazy slumber, her child swaddled in blankets, peacefully resting beside her. Tong Tong and her companions were utterly exhausted, particularly Tao Tao, who, while not overly fatigued, found the experience utterly overwhelming. During her previous shifts, it was not uncommon to handle 2 or 3 surgeries in a single night, and the anxiety and shock were simply intolerable. Tao nodded, reclining into the sofa and resting her head on her husband's lap, swiftly falling into slumber. She was currently quite addicted to the rewards. By the way, don't you have chickens over there? Stew one and prepare a generous amount of broth. Tong Tong was on the verge of closing her eyes when she heard those words, and her eyes widened instantly, resembling those of a startled cat. No way. I only have 2 hens. If you want a chicken, you might as well take my life. All right, Tong Tong decisively proclaimed. Let us make a deal. I will stew the chickens, and if you don't compensate me, I shall hang myself at your doorstep. Tao Tao chuckled. Oh, come now. It's not that dramatic. Hurry up, I'm starving. Tong Tong couldn't resist and casually petted the cat as she passed by. The moment her hand brushed against the spot where the cat had licked, it immediately reacted with disdain, huffing at her in irritation. This feline, known as Big Me, had an appetite that surpassed even He Sheng's. A cat no larger than a palm could devour 2 large bags of cat food in one sitting if not out hunting, leaving Tong Tong astounded, wondering which alternate dimension her stomach was connected to. After returning to their respective rooms, they indulged in a relaxing bath. Donning soft, comfortable pajamas, Tong Tong sank in her bed, feeling as if her soul were descending into a peaceful slumber. With her eyes closed, she swiftly drifted into sleep. When she next opened her eyes, she groggily glanced at the clock, realizing it was already noon. As she yawned and prepared to go and kill the chicken, she discovered that Feng Liao and He Sheng had already captured the hen and were busy draining its blood into a bowl. Meng Anya, adorned in an apron, pondered in the kitchen, without scallions, ginger, or garlic, it will undoubtedly taste fishy and unpalatable. Baby, could you check the storeroom for cooking wine? Joe Bow Bow, cradling Big Me in his arms, gazed at her blankly. Can't you see I'm so hungry that I can hardly move? While you all slept until noon. I've been starving. He pouted, clearly displeased. Meng Anya chuckled. Young Master Zhou, how could you allow yourself to become this famished? Even if you cannot cook. There are plenty of biscuits and chocolates in the storeroom. Surely, you can manage to open a package? Meng Anya was at a loss for words at the child's cleverness. Sister Meng, let me help you find what you need. What other seasonings do you require? We won't need any seasonings. Pregnant women shouldn't consume overly strong flavors. Just check if there are any dried longan, red dates, chestnuts, or cordyceps flowers in the dry goods section. Before long, Feng Liao had finished with the chicken and was submerging it in boiling water, meticulously removing the feathers. Tong Tong leaned in with a teasing tone. Sometimes I find myself genuinely curious about what it is that you do. She counted off on her fingers. You can drive recklessly. You are adept at scrutinizing financial statements. You possess remarkable agility. You understand firearms, and now you even know how to slaughter chickens. Could it be that you hail from a special forces background? Feng Liao smiled slightly. You guessed correctly. I am indeed a versatile special forces soldier, and a sergeant major at that. Really? Absolutely. Otherwise, how could I exude such an air of righteousness? It was peculiar, although it was a perfectly ordinary and quite plausible statement. The manner in which he articulated it imbued it with a sense of jest. Tong Tong disregarded him, taking a small stool to sit down beside him, and together they plucked the chicken feathers. In a short while, the chicken was prepared. Meng Ani took the cleaned old hen, performed a quick final touch, and placed it into the pot. Alas, the chicken was rather lean, lacking sufficient fat. Tong Tong chuckled, remarking that having something to eat was already a blessing, regardless of its quality. She then added that when the chicken was ready, she would reserve a leg for herself, pondering whether this was being overly frugal. After all, not taking both legs would still show consideration for the dish. Approximately 2 hours later, the chicken was stewed to perfection, filling the air with an intoxicating aroma. Meng Anya indeed saved a leg, while the rest was brought over. As they approached, Li Jiayu was being assisted by 2 elderly individuals, painfully taking each step, tears streaming down her face. There was no choice but to walk. Otherwise, intestinal adhesions were no trivial matter. The soup smelled delightful. Tao Tao dashed over, ladling some broth into a bowl, sipping a mouthful before exhaling a long sigh of satisfaction. Delicious. Meng Anya teased. Look at you, so unrefined. Could you possibly have less? At that moment, the 2 leaders of the survivor group arrived, immediately inhaling the fragrant aroma upon entering. This is simply exquisite. Big Wei's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at the chicken soup. You are all so gracious. How can we accept this? The soup was first served to the pregnant woman, allowing her to savor it slowly. After fasting for over 6 hours, she was nearly faint from hunger, cradling the bowl regardless of its heat, and drank half of it in one go. On the small dining table lay several boxes of self-heating rice. As they shared their meal, Big Wei declared, since we are all in this together, I shall not hold back any longer. We are not wandering aimlessly. There's a farm in Qing City that you may have heard of. It remains intact, just as it was before the apocalypse, fully self-sufficient and actively seeking survivors. This news was invaluable to ordinary survivors. The information was unequivocal. I've already dispatched individuals to make contact, or else I could not lead so many people away. The leader, surnamed you, appear to be in his early 30s, unremarkable in appearance, always donning a black jacket. As he dined, he removed his outerwear, revealing a physique adorned with impressive muscles that filled his short-sleeved shirt. Noticing the attention of Tong Tong and Meng Anya for the first time, he blushed from his cheeks to the nape of his neck, hesitantly putting his jacket back on. I observed that they had chosen well. A young girl even browsed the cosmetics counter. I inquired further, and they mentioned that their village consisted of several hundred households with self-cultivated land and livestock, including chickens, pigs, and fish. When the zombie outbreak initially began, the farm experienced chaos, but eventually, the village chief led a group to eliminate the zombies and restore order. We have only this left, he continued, pouring more into their bowls. Come now, don't be shy. Accompanied by self-heating rice and the slightly warm soda that had been stored in the vehicle, Big Wei continued his narrative. Wei the boss exclaimed, downing nearly half a bottle of beer in one go, before letting out a long belch. Chuckling, he remarked, the world is in chaos. Initially, I did not take their words seriously and merely sent 2 individuals to investigate. To my surprise, they spoke the truth. Your village is still somewhat fortunate. You cannot fathom the malevolence of the city center, particularly along Central Street. The zombies are becoming increasingly formidable, and each time we venture out, we lose a significant number of people. There is no alternative but to flee. As the alcohol warmed his spirits, Wei the boss jovially slapped his thigh and declared, what is the point of remaining here? Why don't you all join us? Truth be told, had Tong Tong not acquired this system, she would have been tempted to follow Wei the boss. If his words held any weight, that place was no mere farm. It was undoubtedly a paradise. Yet, she was burdened with this system, which afforded her the opportunity to develop and establish her own base, thereby wielding absolute influence. To abandon such ambition and accompany them would risk her very existence. If she fell asleep at night, the system might manifest itself and extinguish her life. She remained silent, hastily finishing her meal before checking on Li Jiayu. After satisfying her hunger, Li lay on her side, exposing half her body to nurse her child. She had given birth to a son, yet had not named him. Gazing at the infant, eyes closed, clenching his tiny fists as he suckled earnestly, she found herself overwhelmed by a bittersweet sorrow, overshadowing the joy of newfound motherhood as she pondered her ability to provide for him. If only he had perished within me, I would not have felt the pangs of attachment. But now, cradling him in my arms as he nourishes himself from my breast, the thought of losing him one day truly terrifies me. Tears. As she spoke, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Tong Tong and Meng Anya stood by her side, offering gentle reassurances. Do not fear. Once you're able to rise and walk, come to my place. I have everything you need there. Is there anywhere you feel discomfort? Does the incision hurt? Dr. Tao Tao is right here. Please inform her of any unease you may have. The remaining chicken leg had already been taken by Feng Li Yao to be braised. He first dissolved rock sugar in the pot, then added the chicken leg, followed by a splash of water. Next, he included bay leaves, cinnamon, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and a small half-can of beer. After reducing over high heat, the chicken leg became tender, the meat falling apart in delicate shreds. The aroma was irresistible. Zhu Bao Bao, already captivated, exclaimed, may I have the broth at the bottom? I wish to soak my rice in it. 1 spoon for each, she added eagerly. Tong Tong chuckled. I shall pass, having just finished my meal over there. Meng Anya, however, showed no such restraint, eagerly taking a bite that made her eyes narrow in delight. You're so navi. I'm saving room for the chicken leg. The atmosphere at the dining table was pleasant, and Tong Tong took the opportunity to share the news she had overheard. With our access to electricity and water, and the prospect of fresh vegetables and poultry in the future, why can't we grow into a thriving base? Tong Tong pondered. Especially, I possess extraordinary abilities. In the future, this humble and could very well flourish and expand. Why should we not surpass others? However, Meng Anya did not share her optimism and expressed her concerns. This idea is feasible, but it cannot be implemented at present. Consider this. Since the farm is keen on recruiting survivors, it will undoubtedly attract a multitude of individuals. Our location may very well be a necessary route. This realization struck Tong Tong. In such a vast city, with a population of millions, can we truly guarantee that everyone possesses the same benevolence and simplicity as Lao Yu and Wei Laoda? The bloody example of Su Jinka looms before us. Feng Liao remarked, Anya is correct. One cannot dismiss the possibility that someone harbors ill intentions and might seize the opportunity to rob us. Are we certain that our extraordinary abilities are unique to us? Others may not possess them. Zhou Baobao puffed her cheeks, speaking with a sense of gravity. Until we ascertain the strength and character of others, we must prioritize our own safety. Tong Tong turned to him, inquiring, what are your thoughts? Chapter 41. Waves upon waves. Feng Liao complained, gesturing toward a truckload of parts. Who among you can assemble this? Sheng shook his head vigorously, resembling a bobblehead. I can't. I never learned this in school. Zhou Bao climbed onto the vehicle, scrutinizing the components for a while before exasperatedly raising her hands. I've never seen this before. My grandfather never took me apart. This was troublesome indeed. Sheng began unloading the items, joining Zhou Bao in their attempts to figure out how to proceed, but nothing seemed to work. Either they would fit only to fall apart immediately, or they simply could not be assembled. What are you all busy with? Wei Laoda leaned in curiously. Wei Laoda chuckled. I was wondering what the fuss was about. This is quite simple. Can you assemble it? Tong Tong asked, her face lighting up with hope. I'm just a security guard. I wouldn't know how to do this. However, I have a friend who specializes in home installations. Just wait, I'll call him. The man arrived shortly, surveying their half-hearted efforts and shaking his head in disbelief. What is this? In a matter of moments, he efficiently removed the door and had it reinstalled in less than half an hour. All done. This is electric-controlled. Just press the button to open it, or you can pull it manually. Thank you, thank you. Tong Tong rummaged through her pockets, finding nothing. But it was Feng Liao who alleviated her embarrassment by producing 2 chocolate bars from his pocket. Under normal circumstances, if someone were to hire a worker to install a door and the payment amounted to merely 2 chocolate bars, the worker might as well defile their door in response. However, in this dystopian world of food scarcity, where survival was the only objective, 2 chocolate bars were a rare and precious reward. The brother chuckled broadly. It's just a door installation. You are far too courteous. After sharing a few laughs, Wei Laoda suddenly remarked, now that the door is installed, are you truly not planning to leave? Well, we have water and electricity here. It's not easy to build up a home, and I must admit, I'm rather reluctant to leave. Tong Tong responded politely. All right then, we shall depart the day after tomorrow, and Jialu along with her child will be in your care. Wei Laoda spoke, his lips quivering slightly. Thanks to you. I truly. Sighing, Feng Liao grasped his hand. You have all done wonderfully. Take care on your journey, and we shall meet again. Indeed, we shall meet again. Once more, Feng Liao took the wheel, with Tong Tong in the passenger seat and Meng Anyun in the back, holding on to Tao Tao's hand, feeling quite reluctant. I heard life in the city center is quite arduous, she said, her eyes glistening with tears. If anything happens, you must come to us, or perhaps to that farm. Tao Tao nodded, biting her lip, yes. Wei Laoda mentioned the same thing earlier and even gave me the address. Tao Tao's eyes shimmered with tears as well, but she managed to smile, gently tapping the top of her head. Only now do you remember me in times of trouble? Were you before? Next time there's work like this, I'm not doing it. That place is stifling, hot, and foul. I haven't had a good night's sleep in days. Gratitude? I can see that you have come here with the intention of reciprocating the favor. Am I right? Rest assured, as promised, 1 rooster and 1 hen will undoubtedly be in your favor. With a rooster, the hen's eggs will hatch into chicks, and perhaps before long, she will possess a rather sizable poultry farm. Upon returning, Tong Tong eagerly accessed the system, navigating to the tenant section. There, she discovered Li Jiayu's avatar, albeit still grayed out. She placed a spirit stone within, and instantly, her avatar transformed into vibrant colors, accompanied by a display of fireworks, signifying successful occupancy. However, her son's information was absent, indicating that the system regarded them as a single entity. Nonetheless, the progress bar advanced significantly, revealing that with just 1 more tenant, an upgrade would be attainable. Presently, her inn retained the modest structure of a 1980s guest house. Although equipped with numerous modern amenities, the building was not tall, and the number of rooms was limited. Yet, as she scrolled back through the progress bar, her heart brimmed with desire. With an increase in guests, the inn would gradually evolve into a 7-days inn, a city express hotel. At the very end of the progress bar lay the prospect of an island-language hotel capable of accommodating thousands. Should she reach that point, she would indeed be the island's sovereign. As for the corresponding rewards, each one was more tantalizing than the last. Tong Tong, filled with excitement, performed a series of shadowboxing moves on her bed. Having exhausted her remaining energy, she sank into a deep slumber, cradling dreams of a beautiful future. By the time they arrived, it was already dusk. They stayed for but a single night before departing. as they passed the inn's entrance. They were entirely unaware that it still housed guests. Soon after, waves of passers-by came and went, with two groups even crossing paths, yet no conflict arose. Nor was there any substantial interaction. Most simply spent the night and departed. Li Jiayu had regained her ability to walk, yet she remained in her confinement period. Her body still frail. With the relentless demands of caring for her infant day and night, she appeared increasingly haggard. Though Tong Tong's abode may lack for nothing in terms of sustenance, the conditions are still a far cry from those prior to the apocalypse, making it impossible to enjoy a constant supply of meat, eggs, and dairy. However, Li Jiayu is not one to indulge in pretentiousness. She feels immense gratitude for the hospitality extended to her by strangers, and even feels a twinge of discomfort at her good fortune. Thus, whenever she finds a moment of leisure during the day, she descends to the lower floor to take a stroll, assisting in tidying up by sweeping and dusting, despite any protest to the contrary. On this particular day, while she was busy wiping the windowsill, her expression suddenly shifted dramatically. Startled, she tumbled from the sofa below the windowsill. Chapter 42. The malevolent spirit of humanity. Li Jiayu is not one to be easily startled. In fact, in these times, there are few who react with audible gasps at the sight of something alarming, as such individuals rarely survive to see the present day. The others, who had been engaged in activities downstairs, rushed over to help her upon witnessing her distress. What happened? What did you see? Hisheng and Feng Liao were about to draw back the curtains to investigate when Li Jiayu urgently interjected. No. Her voice, strained and trembling with fear, was barely a whisper. Across the street, there's someone. In the past month, vehicles had frequently passed by. So how could a single individual evoke such terror in Li Jiayu? Feng Liao cautiously parted the curtains a fraction to glance outside, then promptly shut his eyes, his chest heaving with indignation as he struck the wall with his fist. Beast, what did you see? Tong Tong inquired, pulling aside the curtains. The street across was now devoid of life, yet it bore witness to a grisly spectacle. A corpse, bound hand and foot, its head severed. Blood flowed from the neck, pooling and spilling across half the street. Judging by its size, the victim was a child, certainly no older than 10 years. In such dire times, the struggles of a child under 10 must be immense. Yet here it lay, beheaded in broad daylight. What kind of beast could perpetrate such an atrocity? At that moment, Zhou Baobao had already accessed the surveillance footage from that street, and the images displayed were utterly shocking. A large cargo truck was parked at the street's end, followed by a convoy of 10 or so luxury cars, including Lamborghinis and Ferraris. Such a procession, even before the apocalypse, was a rarity, let alone now. Within the footage, a figure emerged from the leading vehicle, a bald man clad in a designer trench coat, his ostentatious Hermes belt prominently displayed. After surveying the surroundings, he pulled a walkie-talkie from his jacket pocket and uttered something before re-boarding the vehicle. The convoy proceeded at a measured pace into the street, halting precisely in front of a hotel. The man who had just disembarked cast a cold smirk at the securely locked doors of the hotel and spoke again into the walkie-talkie. Subsequently, the convoy's occupants descended en masse, making their way into the building directly across the street. Tong Tong was uncertain whether it was her heightened sensitivity, but she couldn't shake the feeling that the individuals entering the establishment were fixated on her presence. Several of them cast furtive glances in her direction as they passed through the door. Among this group were both men and women. The men were all in their prime, while the women sported long hair, donned short skirts, and high heels. Some bore the marks of violence on their faces, while others were impeccably made up, adorned with jewelry and clutching designer handbags. It was all rather peculiar, exceedingly so. Meng Anya observed the surveillance footage and remarked, "Our hotel has many commendable features, but the sound insulation is woefully inadequate. However, have you noticed? There is not a sound to be heard outside." Li Jiayu, her face ashen, nodded in response, striving to compose herself. "Just a moment ago, I witnessed a man dragging a child over. The child was wailing and crying, yet through the window, I heard nothing. It must be a supernatural ability," Feng Liao asserted with conviction. "Among those individuals, there is undoubtedly someone who possesses the power to muffle sound. It is well known that zombies have poor eyesight. They rely primarily on sound and scent to locate their prey, with their auditory and olfactory senses far superior to those of ordinary humans. With such a power, they could easily find a secluded place, secure the doors and windows tightly, and regardless of the commotion, would never attract a zombie's attention. Hisheng swallowed hard and inquired, but why? Why would they resort to murder? I can't shake the feeling that they have already discovered us. Zhou Baobao scrolled the mouse to rewind the footage. It revealed that as soon as the convoy entered the street, their pace slowed dramatically before coming to a halt at the intersection. A man exited the vehicle, peering cautiously around, and tossed a stone ahead. Subsequently, he dragged a child from the car to the center of the street, mercilessly stabbing the child before fleeing the scene. Zhou Baobao gasped in horror at the footage. It was utterly terrifying. While Demi could transform into a tiger to those individuals, she may have merely appeared as a moving mound of flesh. I believe I now understand their intentions, Meng Anya stated calmly. The zombies in the street have been largely eradicated, but the outsiders are unaware. Upon encountering such an empty street, they may suspect it to be a trap set by the zombies. Thus, they first muffle sound, then commit murder, hoping to lure nearby zombies out, ensuring a peaceful night's rest. Feng Liao nodded in agreement. Your analysis is astute, but you've overlooked one crucial point. What is it? The necessity of murder. To verify the presence of lurking zombies does not inherently require taking a life, yet they chose to kill. Tong Tong slammed her fist on the table, her voice laced with indignation. This indicates that they have grown accustomed to killing. For them, taking the life of a child is akin to slaughtering a chicken. No, perhaps a chicken is even more valuable. Zhou Baobao whispered. It seems we haven't fed the chickens today. No one acknowledged his comment. Tong Tong continued her analysis. In such a street, surrounded by shops and residential buildings, yet not a single zombie in sight, it would raise suspicions. Why are there no zombies? Clearly, it is because there are survivors. With this clue in mind, they observed the tightly drawn curtains and the securely locked doors of the hotel, alongside the brand-new roller shutters on either side, which revealed a hint of something amiss. They simultaneously recalled the chilling smirk of the man in the trench coat standing before the hotel. What should we do? Li Jiayu's voice trembled. Although she had been there for a while, she had never witnessed the defensive capabilities of this hotel. At that moment, the sound of a baby's cries echoed from upstairs, heightening her anxiety. In a flurry, she contemplated rushing upstairs. Yet she did not wish to miss the collective decision-making in the face of such malevolent neighbors. Tong Tong reassured, you go up and check on the children. There is no need to worry. They cannot enter. Li Jiayu was calmed by this resolute statement and hurried upstairs in a flurry. With the recently upgraded hotel security system, Tong Tong was confident that no intruders would breach their sanctuary. However, this also implied that they themselves were confined within. She was certain that someone was watching from across the way, and it would be a miracle if they could leave without falling into an ambush. Indeed, while Feng Liao and Hisheng possessed extraordinary abilities, how could they be certain that there were no formidable powers on the opposing side? Chapter 43. Provocation and Lesson. Absolutely do not venture outside. They are numerous, and we are few, which puts us at a disadvantage, Tong Tong pondered. Zhou Baobao, I appreciate you monitoring the surveillance. For the next couple of days, let us refrain from any confrontation and maintain a low profile, acting as if we are non-existent, blending into the shadows. Feng Liao rubbed his hands together, expressing a tinge of regret. I haven't stretched my muscles in days. If they refrain from any aggressive actions, we'll slip by unnoticed. However, if they attempt to commit murder in the streets again, I shall not let them off lightly. Exactly. Tong Jia, we are not afraid of them. If they dare to send someone out to kill in broad daylight again, I will be the first to oppose it. As the afternoon passed without incident, those who had been downstairs retreated upstairs. They ceased meal preparations, opting for snacks to stave off hunger, and even resorted to using walkie-talkies to communicate. Li Jiayu soothed the child within, her heart racing with anxiety, fearing that the group might burst in and cast her child aside like a mere animal in the streets. Aunt Tong, there are zombies approaching, likely drawn by the scent of blood. They just came over, and the zombies had exploded. They must have firearms. Zhou Baobao, as innocent voice echoed through the walkie-talkie. This revelation cast an even darker shadow over the gathering. They have guns. Hisheng's voice trembled. Tong Jia, is this glass bulletproof? Can the door withstand the force of a truck crashing into it? To be honest, Tong Tong felt a twinge of unease as well. Everyone, stay alert. Do not change into sleepwear tonight. Keep your weapons close. It's better if you all come up here to stay. In case of an emergency, we can look out for one another. Meng Anya was the first to ascend, carrying a large bucket of water and provisions, with a nimble watermelon knife tucked in her waistband. She then remarked on Feng Liao and Hisheng, one empty-handed and seemingly laden with unknown items, while the other wielded two firefighting axes. Tong Tong positioned the sniper rifle at the stairway, with the last two grenades tucked securely in his pocket, prepared for a potential confrontation at any moment. It's nothing. We endured the ordeal with Su Jinka, so why should we fear them? Furthermore, they are unaware of our resources and may not dare to strike against us. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Baobao's voice suddenly soared an octave higher. They are coming. 1, 2, 3. 15 individuals, all armed with crowbars and long knives. Tong Tong's heart leapt to her throat. Outside, there had been an eerie silence, suddenly shattered by a thunderous bang, accompanied by the piercing sound of metal reverberating, causing a painful ringing in their ears. They have smashed the rolling shutter door, the place where we raised the chickens and rabbits. What shall we do? Upon hearing this, Tong Tong was infuriated. Damn those scoundrels! She seized her sniper rifle, ready to charge out and confront them, but was seized by Feng Liao's arm. Do not attempt to dissuade me. Surely, you cannot overlook the fact that their assault on the hen house is merely a ruse to gauge our strengths and weaknesses. There is still a moment to negotiate. If we fail to demonstrate our resolve now, they will discern our true capabilities. Feng Liao was no fool. He understood perfectly. Goodness. He smirked. Is there a more formidable deterrent than lightning? Feng Ge, I'm with you. Hisheng cracked his knuckles in anticipation. There's no need for that. Having two of us might suggest our own uncertainty. You and Tong Tong should remain inside to support me, merely pretending that we have a legion here. As the rolling shutter door was on the verge of being torn apart, the chickens inside were already in a frenzy, squawking in panic, while those outside were positively exhilarated. I knew there were treasures here. All right, brothers, we'll satisfy our cravings tonight. Apologies, but it seems your cravings will be left unfulfilled. Feng Liao swung the door wide open and stepped out with boldness. Who the hell are you? A young man with dyed red hair, as thin as a skeleton, gazed at him defiantly, clutching a sharpened steel rod. Surrounding him were a dozen others, brandishing their weapons with an air of arrogance. Feng Liao stood his ground, leaving the door ajar behind him. He was acutely aware that not only were his comrades observing him, but also the ruffians on the street and even those in the building across the way. In such moments, maintaining composure was paramount. Leisurely, Feng Liao retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, casually tossing it, allowing several cigarettes to spring forth. He slightly inclined his head, placing one between his lips without a lighter, igniting it with a flick of his thumb and forefinger, producing a flicker of blue flame. He had never smoked before and was utterly unskilled at it. After taking a feigned puff, he exhaled immediately. You ask who I am? He pinched the cigarette between his fingers, declaring, I'm the owner of this house you are attempting to destroy. Within 3 counts, leave or face the consequences. I would not hesitate to give you a new hairstyle. You're quite bold. Let me tell you what I have my eyes on is mine, and you should just... Before he could finish, Feng Liao flicked his fingers, sending a blue arc of electricity surging through several individuals. They convulsed, shrieking in agony as they collapsed to the ground. Upon touching their heads, they found their hair singed, with some longer strands curling, emitting wisps of white smoke. Feng Liao exhaled white smoke himself. Still not leaving? He raised his hand, causing the glass of the opposite building to tremble, followed by a cacophony of shattering glass, reminiscent of firecrackers during the New Year. Immediately afterward, he ducked behind a large vehicle at the entrance, the sound of bullets ricocheting off the car's frame resonating. Did you think you were the only ones with firearms? Though Tong Tong did not quite catch what he had said, she understood that it was time for her to lend a helping hand. She instructed Hisheng to muster his strength and throw a grenade. which he skillfully hurled right at the feet of that group. With a thunderous explosion, the red-haired man who had just spoken, along with the two individuals beside him, was instantly obliterated. The injured were numerous. The remaining members of the group, stunned and deafened by the blast, hastily fled, dragging their bloodied bodies behind them. This serves as a lesson for those who dare to knock on my door. If you are still unconvinced, feel free to try again, Feng Liao declared, swaggering into the house and shutting the door behind him. Once the door was closed, he let out a long sigh of relief, a triumphant smile spreading across his face as he turned to Tong Tong and remarked, "Well, what do you think? Am I not impressive?" Tong Tong had yet to speak when Sheng raised his thumb and said, "Feng Ge, have you previously dabbled in the underworld? That fierce energy you exhibited earlier even scared me." Feng Liao, not one to shy away from boasting, replied, "In my idle days, I was far more fearsome than this. These people, they are ruthless, and you must be even more ruthless than they are. Otherwise, they will devour you to the bone. Well, they surely won't come back, will they?" Li Jiayu asked in hushed tone. Chapter 44. The standoff indeed, they did not launch another incursion, yet throughout that night, with the exception of Li Jiayu's son, none found solace in sleep. They understood that a night of tranquility did not signify harmonious coexistence between the two factions. The vegetable garden they had painstakingly cultivated was left unattended for an entire day and night, with the chickens and rabbits unfed. A day or two of neglect might not be catastrophic, but to the watchful eyes of their adversaries, it would reveal a sign of weakness. Once weakness was exposed, Feng Liao's audacity would be rendered futile. At the break of dawn, Meng Anya prepared porridge, and the group consumed it alongside pickled vegetables, their meal overshadowed by their worries. "We must devise a plan to drive them away. We cannot continue like this," Tong Tong said, biting her lip. "Moreover, we need to tend to the chickens in the morning and check on the vegetable garden. Since our resources have already been laid bare, we must project an air of indifference towards them." Before he could finish his meal, he ventured into the warehouse, dragging out a sack of feed. He stacked 6 bags together, lifting them effortlessly with one hand, his back straight and proud, even managing to take a moment to weigh them. Tong Tong pondered. "I'll accompany you, just to lend a hand, making it seem as though we are not short of manpower. Otherwise, I might as well go myself." Meng Anya replied, "You're the backbone of our establishment. The inn relies on your support. What would happen if something were to befall you? That's out of the question." Without a moment's hesitation, Tong Tong retorted, "You are far too beautiful, making you susceptible to their advances." She teased with a laugh. "What if someone were to act rashly for your sake? We would have no recourse to plead our case." Meng Anya, feeling both shy and flustered, could not help but strike her lightly. What a time to jest at my expense. In truth, Tong Tong was not lacking in beauty either, especially with her large, round eyes that sparkled like crescent moons when she smiled, causing her eyebrows to arch charmingly, exuding an endearing quality. Yet, even the most stunning, ordinary person pales in comparison to a superstar. At dawn, Sheng ambled about like an elderly gentleman exercising in the park, one hand behind his back while the other hoisted 6 hefty bags of feed, stacked higher than his own head. He carried them nonchalantly, as though handling a few sheets of A4 paper. "A bit over the top, wouldn't you say?" Tong Tong kindly reminded him from behind. The two maintained a casual demeanor, yet they were not entirely relaxed, both adorned in bulletproof vests specially acquired from the Municipal Bureau a few days prior. Upon reaching the entrance, Sheng, still bearing the feed, prepared to open the door, but the rolling shutter had been damaged the previous day, rendering it inoperable. With a slight smile, he tossed down the feed, gripping one side of the shutter with one hand while exerting force in the opposite direction with the other. With a ripping sound, the metal door was effortlessly torn apart, akin to tearing old newspaper. At this rate, he could easily rip apart a living person as well. Without breaking a sweat or losing his composure, he swaggered through the doorway, securing it with a chain upon his return. Just as he was about to tend to the vegetable garden, a head suddenly poked out from the opposite building, whistling at the two. "Hey, buddy, quite the strength you've got there." The man, adorned with multiple rings and piercings, fit the stereotype of a rogue. With a grin, he remarked, "Brother, check this out. Think you can catch it?" His hand formed the shape of a gun. His lips pursed as he made a mocking Pu sound, laden with playful sarcasm. Tong Tong dared not to be careless. The moment his fingertip extended, she hastily tugged He Sheng to take cover behind the car. Two loud bangs echoed. The little rogue's fingertips emerged from the smoke, and the vehicle was marked with 2 additional bullet holes. An extraordinary being, one who could transform their body into a weapon, capable of firing infinite bullets. It turned out that the gunfire from yesterday did not originate from a firearm. "Hey, I'm asking you a question. Can you catch this?" He Sheng, with a mournful expression, replied. "What should I do?" "Tong Jia. How can I respond? If I say I can't catch it, then my pride will be utterly crushed. But if I claim I can?" This is absurd. Just a few days ago, He Sheng had smashed walnuts, and in a moment of distraction, he had struck his own finger with a hammer, nearly bringing him to tears. Catching a bullet? That would be risking his life. Tong Tong clenched her fist and stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Not bad. However, I doubt I can catch it. How about we compete to see who is faster?" With a swift motion, she drew a large sniper rifle from her spatial pocket, aiming the barrel playfully at the blonde's head. In truth, she was somewhat overestimating her prowess. Deep down, she was aware of her shooting skills. Average accuracy and unimpressive speed. It was merely an act for show. As expected, the blonde's mocking demeanor faltered, his facial muscles twitching as he hesitated to reveal himself. At that moment, a large hand suddenly grasped the nape of his neck, lifting him effortlessly. A tall man chuckled. "Spatial manipulation. How rare. Our abilities are rather similar." He snapped his fingers, and one of the luxury cars parked below had its surrounding air abruptly coalesce into a vortex, vanishing in an instant. Tong Tong took a quiet breath. Her system provided a space that could store items, yet its capacity was limited. Unlike the ability to effortlessly absorb a sports car with a mere snap of the fingers, such a feat was beyond her reach. As she contemplated tossing in some crystal cores for a chance at a lottery, hoping to draw a weapon of mass destruction to obliterate them all. Given her ample supply of crystal cores, she was interrupted by the sudden sound of a cat meowing at her feet. As Tong Tong's eyes darted, before she could utter a word, Meng Anya emerged from within, murmuring, "Why is it taking so long? Oh, what an adorable cat. Where did it come from?" Her voice was pitched, sending shivers down Tong Tong's spine. The plump cat, having already grown accustomed to her presence, and just having fed, was in high spirits and cooperatively meowed. Meng Anya glanced upstairs, playfully tapping the cat's head with her finger, and remarked, "What would happen if such a small cat were to be devoured by a zombie? Let me see it transform into a tiger." Tong Tong felt her eyelids twitching. What a surprise. They were about to showcase their talents. Would it be a demonstration of linguistic prowess? Demi graciously shook her head and transformed into the majestic form of a Siberian tiger. Meng Anya was utterly delighted, gently patting Demi on the head. Then raising her voice in a playful tone, "Such a good girl. Now give us a fierce roar-a-woo." Demi yawned widely, her expression tinged with impatience. Yet from a distance, it was evident that she was imitating Meng Anya's demeanor. The spectators in the opposite building were left in awe. Chapter 45. Midnight Rescue. Meng Anya's display was no longer merely a matter of supernatural abilities. It had evolved into something more fantastical. Typically, such behavior indicated a lack of intention to stay long-term. They were frightened and had decided to leave. In this world, human life is precious, and one's own life is even more so. Lacking in resources, there was no need to sacrifice lives over trivial matters. From this perspective, they were more cautious and adept at restraint than Su Jinka. Despite a series of victories, even with formidable foes surrounding them, Tong Tong could not resist indulging a little. Opening 2 bottles of soda and 2 bottles of beer, along with 4 boxes of self-heating hot pot to celebrate. In the middle of the day, He Sheng and Feng Liao clinked their bottles of green beverage with dark and orange drinks, proclaiming a toast. Li Jiayu, still in the nursing period, hesitated to eat anything reckless. She took a small sip of what seemed to be expired drink, her face lighting up with joy. "I was genuinely worried that this wonderful place would be taken away by that group. To be honest, last night, I even contemplated jumping out the window with my child. But then I thought, as a woman carrying a child, where could I possibly run? Once I crossed this street, I would be devoured by zombies. So I resolved that even if we were to die, at least we would perish together." Wiping her tears, She laughed through her sobs. You all are incredible. Seeing you showcase such talent, I fear nothing for my child anymore. The table was filled with laughter and merriment as they ate and drank. Even little baby, who had recently emerged from the confines of infancy, was brought out. This little one spent most of the day asleep, and when awake, rarely cried. On the rare occasion of being alert and calm, he waved his tiny hands joyfully, reveling in the laughter around him. As for the great contributor to this success, to me, she deserved a grand reward. Tong Tong rummaged through the warehouse for quite some time and eventually discovered 2 boxes of cat food tucked away in a corner. Without a moment's hesitation, she opened them and brought them to Demi's mouth. However, to her surprise, Demi, having awakened the bloodline of a tiger, had taken to hunting daily and had grown accustomed to the taste of wild game, dismissing the canned food entirely. Reluctant to waste the open cans, they ultimately mixed the contents with chicken feed to nourish the rabbits. Laughter and merriment filled the air until dusk, yet the building across the way remained eerily still. Hisheng perched by the window, the pallid moonlight cascading down and blanketing the ground in a frost-like sheen. In the distance, the flickering of candlelight could be faintly discerned, casting an air of ghostly solitude in the tranquil night. Why haven't they left yet? There's no rush. I believe it's merely a matter of days. Feng Liao reasoned. The ones across aren't foolish. We've already scavenged the nearby resources clean. They remain here, oblivious to our true capabilities, wasting their own supplies. Fenga, where do you think they might head next? Who can say? Tong Tong suddenly exclaimed. Who cares where they go, as long as they do not bring us any harm? It infuriates me to think about it. Why do they have the ability to gather hundreds, while I toil away for just a handful? Perhaps you started late. Feng Liao chuckled. Do not forget that when I first met you, you were so famished you could hardly stand. Bah! Meng Anya sniffed and asked, do you smell something? What could possibly? Feng Liao abruptly smacked his thigh, exclaiming, oh no, my water heater. He had turned off the water pipe because of the noise, but forgot to switch off the heater. A burnt odor wafted through the air, and upon glancing over, he saw black smoke billowing from his closed room. Goodness! Tong Tong shouted. Feng Liao, if you burn down the house, we are not done. Do not focus on me. We must extinguish the fire first. Tong Tong knew well that fire was no trivial matter. She recalled that during the hotel upgrades, they had not installed a fire prevention system. There were no extinguishers, and as Meng Anya rushed to fetch water, Hisheng was the first to sprint to cut off the power. Fortunately, they discovered it early. The heater was only emitting smoke without any actual flames. Feng Liao spent the night dismantling and disposing of the water heater. Tong Tong seized Feng Liao by the collar, brandishing her hands with fervor, her demeanor suggesting that he might very well meet the fate of the antiquated water heater. Such a relic had long surpassed its expiration date. I cannot bear the brunt of the blame alone, Feng Liao murmured, touching his nose in a feeble attempt at justification. Zhou Baobao, having retired early, could not help but interject upon hearing the commotion downstairs. What a trivial matter. Tomorrow, we shall procure a new one from the appliance market. I shall set up a program to ensure that it automatically cuts off power beyond a certain threshold. An upgrade is imperative. The current pace is simply too sluggish. Tong Tong reclined on the sofa, pondering whether attaining 2 more levels might enable the development of an automated power supply system. Yet to upgrade, one requires assistance, people. But where could one possibly find such individuals? Tong Tong cast her gaze across the way. The night had grown deep, and the eerie silence of the old building, reminiscent of a haunted house, was abruptly pierced by a chilling wail. Beasts! You are all beasts! The lamentation was accompanied by screams, followed by a resounding crash as something plummeted down, causing the luxury car parked below to emit a piercing honk. Almost instantaneously, both the honking and the cries faded into silence. The sounds were fleeting, vanishing abruptly, leaving an unsuspecting listener to believe they had merely experienced a nightmarish dream. Tong Tong nestled beside the luxurious car, her heart racing like a drum. She attempted to utter a few words, only to be astonished by her inability to produce any sound. Feng Liao understood her unspoken thoughts. He gently grasped her somewhat cold hand and nodded slightly, conveying a silent understanding. Half an hour earlier, while others had succumbed to slumber, Tong Tong seized the cover of night to stealthily enter Feng Liao's room, startling him awake with the beam of her flashlight. "What are you doing? Are you staging a nocturnal raid on a respectable man?" Feng Liao feigned retreat into his bed, striving to project an expression of sheer terror. "Is it really necessary for me to compensate for merely damaging your water heater? Come now. I'm here to discuss something serious," Tong Tong asserted as she perched herself on his bed. Feng Liao reached for the bedside lamp, pressing the switch twice, only to find that the light remained extinguished. Evidently, there had been a power outage. "No need to fuss. Just listen to me first." Tong Tong swallowed hard and said, "You are aware that my extraordinary ability is tied to this hotel, correct?" "Indeed. In order to advance, I require crystal cores and tenants. However, there are hardly any people around here. I am thinking, you intend to lure the occupants from across the street?" Tong Tong widened her eyes in astonishment. "How do you know?" she inquired. "I understand your thoughts. Those over there may not be united, nor are they necessarily all of the same ilk. I wish to take a chance." Chapter 46. Stealthily infiltrating. If this were uttered by an ordinary person, they would have surely argued with Tong Tong, or at the very least exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind?" Both sides are embroiled in a fierce struggle. Their adversaries are determined to seize what is not theirs. Now, just as there is a glimmer of opportunity to withdraw, you wish to stay. Is this an invitation to the wolf? What kind of folly is it to engage in such reckless behavior? Thus, Tong Tong did not consult anyone else, but directly approached Feng Liao. She knew that Feng Liao understood her intentions and possessed an inherent inclination towards risk-taking. Why should we be the only ones subjected to other schemes? Seated on the bed, her expression earnest, Tong Tong proposed, "On this dark and windy night, do you dare to join me in a venture?" Feng Liao regarded her with equal seriousness, responding, "A venture? Were you not aiming to rescue someone?" A survival team, led by individuals with extraordinary abilities, comprised entirely of young adults, treats teenagers as expendable resources while nurturing numerous women. The purpose of these women, some adorned with heavy makeup and others bearing scars, is abundantly clear. Tong Tong did not hesitate to entertain the most malicious conjectures about this group of people. The zombie outbreak had persisted for over half a year, and she had witnessed an overwhelming number of malevolent individuals. This apocalyptic scenario had nearly transformed humanity into beasts. "Though I possess a kind heart, I am not excessively benevolent," she remarked. "Before undertaking a good deed, I must first weigh the pros and cons." Feng Li gazed at her with a smile in his eyes. "Is this the result of your careful consideration? Will you proceed?" "Yes." To exercise caution, the two of them stealthily leaped from the back window of the hotel kitchen, inching closer under the cover of the night. Just as they reached the edge of the street, a chilling scream pierced the stillness of the night, followed by the horrifying sight of a woman, grotesquely disfigured, being hurled from an upper floor. She crashed onto a vehicle, a burst of crimson splattering forth, and in the ethereal glow of the moonlight, the blood appeared to congeal into glistening beads, cascading down in a string. Tong Tong had not encountered death for the first time. She had witnessed far more brutal demises. However, the sight of the woman's contorted visage still struck her with profound horror. Feng Liao placed his hand before the woman's nose and shook his head. He had already observed this group on their way here, and at present, only the 6th and 7th floors flickered with candlelight, suggesting that the woman had been cast down from one of these levels. Wax residue clung to her chest and thighs. The first floor housed a household goods store, its glass door partially shattered, with one half still closed. This area had been silenced by an individual possessing a sound-dampening ability, rendering their attempts at communication futile, no matter how loudly they shouted. This certainly posed a challenge, yet also bore its advantages. Any noise they made would go unheard within. This tested the tacit understanding between the two. Should they ascend from here? Tong Tong gestured. Feng Liao shook his head and pointed to a large water pipe at the side of the building. Tong Tong nodded. In fact, she had just been contemplating the same thing. The person across from her appeared neither mad nor foolish, and although there were few zombies in the vicinity, that did not guarantee their absence. It was illogical to leave such a significant vulnerability unguarded. Ascending from this point was likely fraught with peril. Caution was imperative. More caution was essential. Feng Liao tested the weight-bearing capacity of the pipe, then placed a foot against the wall, almost soaring upwards as if performing a graceful acrobatic feat with a swift motion. He grasped the pipe and slithered up like a serpent. Upon reaching the third floor, he exerted a forceful push with his foot, propelling himself to the edge of the window. Following the shattered window, he rolled inside effortlessly, and after a brief moment, he poked his head out of the window, beckoning to Tong Tong. Tong Tong nodded, imitating the actions of Feng Liao as she stepped onto the pipe against the wall. After only a few attempts, her arms ached terribly. The pipe was slick and offered no grip, and with the wind blowing, it swayed precariously. Her palms began to perspire. After a few climbs in the evening, she slipped down a bit. After much effort, she finally reached the second floor, utterly exhausted. Cautiously, she stepped onto the edge of the second-floor window and leaped upward, grasping onto the protruding section of the third-floor wall, where Feng Liao pulled her up. The room on the third floor was unoccupied, and the two of them quietly circled around before gently opening the door. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, almost impenetrable to the eye. They groped their way along the wall until they reached the entrance of the corridor. It was here that they discerned a glimmer of light. At the staircase leading to the fourth floor hung a lantern powered by batteries, beneath which lay a bed with a figure reclining on it, yawning repeatedly. Clutched in his hand was a mobile phone, the source of its illumination unknown, casting a glow upon his face as he seemingly immersed himself in a novel. Tong Tong's heart raced, almost lodged in her throat. Upon arrival, the sound seemed to have returned. Just as she was preparing to imitate a rat's squeak, she realized it was entirely unnecessary. The man in the novel had never anticipated that anyone would dare to intrude at such an hour. After incapacitating the man with a jolt of electricity, Feng Liao swiftly stepped over the bed and ascended the stairs, while Tong Tong meticulously searched the man's belongings. She discovered a red button in his pocket, presumably a panic alarm. With caution, she pocketed the device. Upon reaching the fifth floor, they found no one guarding the staircase. The four doors had been forcibly pried open, slightly ajar, with varying sounds of snoring emanating from within. Feng Liao gestured towards the rooms, then pointed to himself, and finally directed his finger upward. Tong Tong nodded in understanding. No words were necessary. You deal with these henchmen, and I shall proceed upstairs. On the sixth floor, amidst the flickering candlelight, the air was laden with sinister sounds. Halfway through, Feng Liao heard the weeping of a woman and the heavy breathing of a man. He swallowed hard, striding confidently forward. To Tong Tong, the interplay of light and shadow rendered his silhouette both distinct and obscure, while the sharp, triangular dagger in his hand reflected a faint golden sheen. One of the rooms on the fifth floor housed approximately 10 individuals. Tong Tong quietly slipped inside, first donning a mask, then retrieving the tranquilizers rewarded by the system. The medication was in powdered form. She emptied 3 packets into a humidifier she had previously stored in the system. Once connected to a power source, a white mist erupted, filling the room in under 10 minutes. She repeated the process, saturating each room with the drug-laden vapor, before stealthily hiding in the restroom, waiting. Chapter 47. Intense Battle. Blue arcs of electricity replaced the flickering, wicked candlelight, illuminating nearly half the sky in an instant. Cries of alarm, shouts of anger, and the hurried footsteps of individuals rushing up and down echoed through the air. A piercing alarm sounded. Chaos erupted upstairs. Help! That bastard from across the way has intruded. What the hell are you all doing? Where are the sentinels? Old Zhang, hurry! The voice abruptly ceased, replaced by an unpleasant, acrid odor in the air. Tong Tong awaited the voice she longed for, and instantly dashed out from the restroom. The room was filled with sprawled individuals. Yet not a single one stirred at the sound's intensity. The power bestowed by the system was indeed formidable. The upper floor was in chaos, and the lower floor was no less tumultuous. Tong Tong stood guard at the staircase, her form nearly concealed by the darkness enveloping it. Equipped with a sniper rifle fitted with a night vision scope, she could perceive others while remaining unseen herself. There were at least 16 or 17 fully armed individuals stationed on both the first and second floors, exuding an aura of menace. Through the infrared lens, She silently marveled at her fortune for having remained vigilant alongside Feng Liao. Otherwise, she would have walked straight into a trap upon entering. With unwavering resolve, she fired with precision, her demeanor icy, as if she were not ending lives but vanquishing a horde of creatures more terrifying than zombies. After just 2 shots, those aggressive foes faltered, scattering like headless flies. Reinforcements fled in disarray. She discharged 2 more blank rounds, and soon after, the rumble of a car engine echoed from downstairs. Tong Tong scoffed, having expected something far more formidable. In reality, they were merely a rabble. Armed, she advanced to rendezvous with Feng Liao, who was already embroiled in a fierce battle. On the 6th and 7th floors, there were approximately 20 individuals residing, and, aside from the women, kept like pets. Only 6 or 7 men remained. These few men constituted the very core of their entire unit. Feng Liao had anticipated this, prompting him to adopt a strategy of swift resolution. The moment he appeared, he launched a surprise attack, swiftly slitting one man's throat. The naked woman on the bed let out a piercing scream and hastily pressed the alarm beside her pillow. It was too late for Feng Liao to intervene. Amidst the chaos, he claimed several more lives. When Tong Tong arrived, armed with a sniper rifle, he found himself confronting 3 individuals with extraordinary abilities. The one capable of shooting bullets from his body appeared utterly oblivious to the value of vitality. As he unleashed a barrage of gunfire from behind the coffee table, bullets flew chaotically through the air, igniting sparks. Feng Liao swiftly dragged a sofa over himself for cover. Just as the electric arc flickered, he noticed the air twisting ominously. In an instant, both the sofa and the arc vanished. It was that spatial ability, hiding behind the refrigerator in the living room. Tong Tong couldn't discern his face clearly, but she vaguely perceived that his physique was neither tall nor robust, unlike Feng Liao. Without hesitation, she raised her weapon and fired. After 2 shots, the man disappeared, only for Tong Tong to be met with an even more intense barrage of gunfire. Feng Liao, over here. Feng Liao rolled on the ground, sparks erupting all around him, and he tumbled out the door, unleashing a bolt of lightning in retaliation. The blinding electric light illuminated the room, revealing its occupants and completely exposing himself. Tong Tong and her opponent fired simultaneously. The brilliant white light intertwined with fierce sparks and the acrid smoke from the gun barrel, causing Tong Tong to stagger and tumble into the corridor. Tong Tong. Feng Liao's palms were clammy with sweat. He could no longer concern himself with the interior. Hastily assisting Tong Tong to her feet, his heart racing violently. "I'm fine. I'm wearing a bulletproof vest." She inhaled sharply, her expression contorted in pain. That flimsy vest may have been bulletproof, but it offered no protection against pain. Just moments ago, a bullet had struck her squarely in the chest, searing and unbearable, leaving her gasping for breath. However, this was hardly the time for sentimentality. Tong Tong grasped Feng Liao and struggled to stand upright, slipping into the corridor. "I hit one just now, though I do not know who it was. I've incapacitated those downstairs with sleeping pills. They won't awaken anytime soon." She swiftly reported her achievements. Feng Liao responded, "I have only them left here. Not all the women you wish to save are virtuous. If we're to bring them to our side, we must be discerning." Tong Tong endured the pain, once more raising her firearm. A faint smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "It is still too early to speak of such matters." Feng Liao also chuckled, saying, "Not too early. They are doomed." Lightning surged once more, rendering his face pale as a sheet, and in the instant the lightning flooded the room, the wall they were leaning against vanished. The battleground extended into the corridor. This building, being old and cramped, had rooms averaging merely 100 square meters, with some as small as 40 or 50. The corridor was dark and narrow, providing no semblance of cover. A torrent of flames erupted indiscriminately, merging with the lightning. The electrical box and pipes were riddled with holes, and whether it was merely an illusion, Tong Tong felt the entire structure tremble. Unbeknownst to them, they found themselves trapped between the 6th and 7th floors. The peril of their situation was self-evident. "We must ascend." Echoing footsteps pursued them as they swiftly darted into a room on the 7th floor. This room, of course, was also occupied. Tong Tong, without a glance, raised her gun and fired a shot into the ceiling. Anyone who wishes to live, stay put in this room. The women inside naturally dared not scream, wishing they could vanish beneath the bed. She hurriedly issued her command and ignored them, taking a position in one corner of the room alongside Feng Liao. With only one grenade remaining, she weighed it thoughtfully in her hand. An oppressive silence enveloped them. Listening to the rhythm of her own heartbeat, Tong Tong bit her lip and made a daring decision. She chose to take a gamble, believing that the darkness of the room would obscure her face from their view, wagering on the sordid intentions of men. She handed the gun and grenade to Feng Liao and signaled towards the other room. Feng Liao instantly grasped her intent, gripping her arm tightly. This was unwise. Just then, a shrill scream echoed from downstairs. A woman's scream, followed by the shattering of glass and the sound of heavy objects crashing down. I know you fled upstairs. If you're brave, come down swiftly. You have 2 minutes. If not, I will kill each of these women one by one. The harrowing cries pierced Tong Tong's ears. She broke free from Feng Liao's grasp and entered the room. Before long, she emerged once more, her hair cascading down, a faint scent of perfume enveloping her, and her attire nearly stripped away, save for a crimson, suggestive nightgown. We were always meant to take some risks. Chapter 48, Deadly Concealment. Their unspoken understanding required no extensive dialogue. Not even a simple, I'll lure them in, act when a moment is right. Feng Liao watched Tong Tong descend the stairs, his lips pressed tightly together, clutching the grenade with a fierce grip. In the dark before dawn, the atmosphere felt suffocating. Tong Tong descended the stairs, her heart beating in sync with a frantic rhythm. She inhaled deeply, constricting her throat, and cried out in a trembling voice for help. They had long since made an agreement. Whoever descended from the upper floor would be shot without hesitation. Tong Tong realized that this group had utterly reduced their women to mere commodities, rendering their lives inconsequential. Steeling herself, she cried out, Boss, it's me, Xiaonan. The man upstairs has been shot. I am terrified. The tremor in her voice was genuine, as she was not a seasoned operative, but an ordinary person thrust into a perilous situation. In this moment, she desperately needed to play for her life. She wagered that these arrogant individuals would lack the patience to inquire about the name of the prey they had ensnared. The man has been shot? What about his accomplice? Indeed, the shooting ceased, and she continued, her voice strained. I don't know. It seems she abandoned him, saying something like, wait for me, and then vanished. Silence enveloped the room below, and no further sounds emerged. The path ahead was shrouded in darkness, the door of the opposite unit ajar, nearly hanging off its hinges, revealing a shadowy room that resembled a gaping abyss, poised to devour the unwary. Her adversary, perhaps a devil cloaked in human skin, lurked within that chasm, silent and motionless. She swallowed hard and ventured cautiously, Boss, are you still there? What am I supposed to do? After a brief interval, the stillness dissipated, and she heard the voice respond, then come over. They must have conspired about something. Yet, the silence-emitting ability had just been activated, and the wielder of that power was still alive. Tong Tong's thoughts raced like lightning as she retrieved a small art knife from the depths of her pocket, concealing it within her palm. With deliberate steps, she ventured into the abyss. The scent of blood permeated the air. Upon entering, she was startled by a sudden jolt. Her eyes widened as she beheld a lifeless female form at the threshold. Overcome with despair, she lunged forward, her disheveled hair cascading around her, infused with a faint hint of perfume and a revealing nightgown. In the darkness, all that remained was a hazy silhouette. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in from behind, and she felt a powerful hand grip her throat, the pungent aroma of blood invading her senses. Her throat quivered, nearly inducing nausea. Do not attempt any tricks, or I shall crush you. The clammy hand tightened around her neck, slick and unyielding. Tong Tong feared her disguise had been uncovered, only to hear a voice nearby declare, I believe this woman is merely a ruse they have orchestrated to deceive us. Nonsense about calling for reinforcements. Their people are faltering. We must strike first. Move. Tong Tong was suddenly thrust forward, her body colliding heavily against the cabinet. In her hazy state, she observed two figures exiting, one after the other, while the remaining individual, seemingly devoid of strength, gradually slid down against the wall. It appeared that the chaotic gunfire moments ago had not been in vain. She cautiously approached the person seated on the ground, but as she drew near, that individual swiftly produced a gun from their sleeve. "What do you intend to do?" Tong Tong's heart raced as she realized, to her astonishment, that not only did they possess gun-wielding superhumans, but they also had real firearms. With a trembling voice, she uttered, I wish to see you." A deafening bang echoed, and the acrid scent of gunpowder filled the air as the blade in Tong Tong's hand found its place against the man's throat. The gun was aimed askew, yet her blade remained true. It sliced through flesh, and blood gushed forth as he convulsed and collapsed, life extinguished in mere moments. She staggered to her feet, her chest heaving violently, the warm blood splattered across her neck and face still radiating heat. This was her first experience of taking a life in such close proximity with such precision. A wave of nausea gripped her stomach, and she violently retched. Are you all right?" A weak voice called from behind, belonging to a woman. Through the haze, she perceived the woman's long hair disheveled, as if it had been fiercely yanked. Behind her, 2 or 3 heads peeked from the door, all shivering in trepidation. Tong Tong steadied herself for a moment and said, "You all stay here and do not move. I will be back shortly." She treaded lightly, ascending the stairs with deliberate care. The commotion above was incessant, undoubtedly indicative of a fierce battle, intermingled with the anguished cries of women. As Tong Tong ascended the second step, a resounding explosion reverberated, and a wave of scorching heat surged towards her. Feng Liao had detonated a grenade. She hurriedly ascended, taking 2 steps at a time, only to be confronted by a desolate expanse of rubble and debris. The gunfire continued unabated, prompting her to swiftly seek refuge behind a fire extinguisher, concealing her entire body behind it, and then cautiously inching forward while clutching the extinguisher. Feng Liao was in a state of frantic agitation. Tong Tong, undeterred by the immense peril, lured his target upstairs. Concealed in the shadows, he faltered. The bullet from his sniper rifle was thwarted by a beam, its echo stirring the adversary's vigilance. The air shimmered like ripples, and then a colossal sofa hurtled toward Feng Liao's head. In the face of fury, perhaps the opponent's feelings ran deeper, compounded by the humiliation of being deceived. In any case, both sides simmered with pent-up rage, locked in a deadly struggle that seemed destined for a fatal conclusion. After several intense skirmishes, the horizon unveiled a sliver of dawn, the gray sky gradually transforming into a vibrant orange hue. Although this old building was not tall, its orientation was impeccable. Almost at the moment the sun ascended, the shattered glass windows reflected a brilliant golden light, gradually revealing the indistinct figures within, now coming into sharp focus. Unbeknownst to them, an entire night had slipped away. Tong Tong felt an increasing sense of urgency. If she could not swiftly eliminate these 2 individuals, the people downstairs who had been rendered unconscious by sleeping pills would eventually awaken. She could not ascertain whether those below possessed any extraordinary abilities. The situation demanded immediate resolution. However, the 2 adversaries were far from foolish. They had already sought refuge behind cover. One wielded the power of bullets, while the other commanded spatial abilities, and neither dared to reveal themselves easily. Tong Tong clenched her fists tightly, her heart nearly leaping out of her throat. In an instant, she made a daring decision. With all her might, she lifted the fire extinguisher and hurled it into the living room. In that fleeting moment, sparks erupted from the extinguisher, and a dark shape flashed before her eyes. Too swift for her to discern. All she could hear was a sharp, piercing wail. Tong Tong. Feng Liao suddenly rose from behind the sofa, urging her, "Run." Chapter 49. The dust settles without uttering a word. Tong Tong hastily descended the stairs, practically tumbling down in a rather ungraceful manner. Perhaps the scanty fabric of her pajamas had become disarrayed during her frantic escape. However, in the face of potential peril, such trivial concerns were far from her mind. Moments earlier, as she had hurled the fire alarm box in a flash, her adversary's spatial abilities leader had also cast a bag of lime into the fray. The lime served as a diversion, a means to draw Feng Liao's attention, while their true target remained Tong Tong. Their plan hinged on eliminating Tong Tong. No, even merely injuring her would suffice. Once Feng Liao surfaced in response, it would herald his demise. This was the opponent's calculation. Regrettably, in terms of combat acumen and reflexes, they fell short of Feng Liao's prowess. The bag of lime was cast aside, yet Feng Liao did not even glance at it. His focus remained steadfastly on their hiding place. The instant they made their move against Tong Tong, he raised his hand, unleashing a burst of electric power. The currents surged through the dust-laden air, manifesting as streaks of lightning that transformed the 7th floor into a battleground of thunder. The brilliant white light was blinding, and the intensity of electricity reached a zenith, melting nearly everything in the living room under the heat and current. A faint aroma reminiscent of roasted meat wafted through the air, tinged with a hint of char. Realizing the source of this burnt scent, Feng Liao furrowed his brow, his stomach churning violently, barely managing to suppress the urge to vomit. The women huddled in the bedroom had long been retching. After a few minutes, as the dust in the air began to settle, Tong Tong cautiously approached, carefully avoiding any metallic surfaces covering her mouth and nose. After a moment, she remarked, "This smell. Surely, the meat is well cooked now?" Feng Liao nodded in silence. At that moment, dawn had broken outside, though the light remained dim and hazy. The two shared a glance, a silent understanding passing between them, and they seated themselves on the floor. The morning breeze swept through the shattered window, gradually dissipating the burnt odor that lingered in the room. After a night of fierce battle, their formidable foes had vanished, and only then did they realize the extent of their exhaustion. Feng Liao fared slightly better, while Tong Tong was in dire straits. Her limbs felt weak, and even the slightest movement of her arms was a struggle. Her entire body ached. "Well, those downstairs, have you dealt with them?" Feng Liao suddenly inquired. "Do I strike you as a cold-blooded killer? I merely sedated them with sleeping pills. They should awaken shortly." Tong Tong shook her head, lacking the energy for such matters. She decided to give the few cars downstairs to them, withholding the supplies and letting them fend for themselves. Even if there were genuinely good people among them, it would simply be their misfortune to align with such a morally bankrupt group. Feng Liao expressed his agreement, then inquired, "What about the women?" After all, Tong Tong initially came for them. "I mentioned before that not all those women are virtuous," Tong Tong replied. Feng Liao smiled and added, "Furthermore, we cannot support those who merely consume without contributing. Otherwise, over time, Xiao He and the others will certainly voice their discontent." Tong Tong had already contemplated this. The women bearing wounds could accompany them, while those with exquisite makeup and flowing hair likely possessed ample survival skills. Thriving in such an environment would ensure they manage well elsewhere too. This approach, however, seemed overly simplistic and harsh. Take Meng Anya, for instance. She had fared quite well under Su Jinka's wing, yet can one truly claim her character is lacking, merely subsisting on others' efforts? Her thoughts are astute and well-considered. Employing such a method might inadvertently exclude another Meng Anya. Nevertheless, at this moment, Tong Tong had no time to meticulously differentiate between them. Once their discussion concluded and they had rested sufficiently, they stood up, ready to descend and assess the situation. As they did, Feng Liao couldn't help but whistle at Tong Tong. He had previously overlooked it, but now he realized just how impressive her figure was. Tong Tong cast a glance at him, exclaiming, "Get lost!" After taking a few steps, she suddenly recalled why Feng Liao had said such a thing, her face flushing crimson. This fellow, who could have offered her a proper reminder, chose instead to employ such an irksome method. As she was descending the stairs, an unexpected gust of wind swept through the 5th floor. Both of them stiffened. Trouble was brewing. The people downstairs were awakening. Moreover, some of them possessed extraordinary abilities. As the wind subsided, 3 figures emerged before them. One was a bespectacled man, another donned a shirt, and the third was a somewhat stooped young man. Such audacity! The bespectacled man surveyed the unwelcome guests, then glanced upstairs, a flash of anger igniting in his eyes. Were they still intent on leaving? He was enraged. After finally finding a refuge and aligning himself with a relatively generous leader, it all seemed to be crumbling in a single night. It was utterly infuriating. Feng Liao subtly stepped forward, discreetly shielding Tong Tong behind him. Liangzi, why waste words with them? We have 3 on our side. The advantage is ours. The man in the shirt could no longer contain himself, advancing with a knife drawn, charging toward them. Feng Liao moved forward with a mere twist. He discerned that the opponent was a strength-type ability user. A strength type, you say? Feng Liao remained unfazed, raising his hand to snap his fingers. Boom! The man in the shirt collapsed instantly. The bespectacled man ground his teeth in frustration, while the stooped young man revealed his terror. A tempest! The bespectacled man opened his mouth, and suddenly the airflow around them accelerated, sending dust swirling chaotically. The 5th floor was engulfed in a haze. Tong Tong and Feng Liao immediately assumed a defensive posture. The anticipated assault did not materialize. Instead, amidst the mist composed of dust, a sharp sound of shattering glass resonated. Tong Tong widened her eyes and immediately dashed towards the direction of the sound. Indeed, there was a window beyond which lay the street. The bespectacled man utilized his wind-based abilities, safely landing on the street with his companion. They had barely any time to pursue him. With a swift press of the accelerator, the two sped away from the scene. How infuriating it was that he managed to escape. Tong Tong felt a surge of anger. Let him flee. If he dares to return, she would simply beat him again. Feng Liao remained indifferent, confident that if he could be defeated once, he could certainly be vanquished again. With better preparation for the second encounter, he would not be afforded another chance to escape. Now, only one final matter remained: observing the gradually awakening individuals. Tong Tong began to usher them away as per her prior intentions. However, upon mentioning the purpose of her arrival, several women uncontrollably knelt before her. Thank you, thank you. Tong Tong swiftly approached to assist them, and after sharing her plans, some were overwhelmed with joy and tears, while others exhibited a fleeting expression of pale fear upon their faces. Tong Tong's expectations were indeed correct. If one can thrive in the hands of such deranged individuals, then they are capable of flourishing anywhere. They tidied their belongings and gradually made their way outside. Tong Tong remained at the end, gently wiping away the tears from the face of a young girl. You need not be afraid any longer. All of this has come to an end. Mine is just across the street. Come, let's first wash up and rest before discussing anything further. The others naturally had no objections. After dispatching a couple of mindless zombies, they swiftly arrived at the entrance of the hotel. Zhou Baobao had been waiting at the door for some time. Upon seeing Tong Tong standing in front, he immediately swung the door wide open. Tong Tong gently patted his head, reassuring him, it's all right, we are safe. They entered the hotel, and Zhou Baobao closed the door, activating the security system. Observing the secure and cozy surroundings of the hotel, everyone finally felt a sense of relief in that moment. They were at last safe. Tong Tong began to arrange for the women to bathe, apply medication, and rest. The torment of recent days had left them utterly exhausted, and they harbored little desire concerning their surroundings. After receiving their treatment, they retreated to their rooms to sleep. There were a total of 6 women, and Tong Tong instructed them to make do in the hall for the night, deferring further arrangements until the morrow. Early the next morning, when Tong Tong descended the stairs, she found the women from the previous night tidying up the first-floor hall. Upon noticing her arrival, they greeted her in unison, "Good morning, boss." In that brief hour of morning interaction, the women had already discerned Tong Tong's status and had collectively decided on how to address her. Tong Tong greeted them, "Good morning. Have you had breakfast yet?" The 6 women exchanged glances, and one slightly older woman shyly spoke up, "We just arrived, and it feels inappropriate to partake in your food." Having all endured the trials of a post-apocalyptic world, they understood the true value of sustenance. Tong Tong's impression of these women improved considerably. "No rush. You may eat first. Once you have finished, we can discuss your future endeavors." With a total of 6 individuals present, Tong Tong naturally hoped they would choose to stay, although she acknowledged that some might harbor alternative intentions. Upon receiving her consent, the 6 women took their seats at the dining table. Upon seeing the array of fresh food before them, they could no longer contain themselves and eagerly began to eat heartily. "Take your time. There's no need to hurry," Meng Anya observed from the side. Although she had not participated in the previous night's skirmish, the injuries on the women made it evident what they had endured, and a flicker of sorrow and compassion crossed her eyes. Meng Anya's words only prompted the 6 women to eat even faster. At last, the breakfast concluded, and the 6 women found themselves quite full. This was the first time since the outbreak of the apocalypse that they had savored such delectable fare. Previously, they had lived lives akin to that of slaves. Not only was being full a distant dream, but even having something to eat was a rarity. "Are you all satisfied?" Tong Tong inquired at the opportune moment. The 6 women nodded in unison, affirming that they were indeed full. Tong Tong, with gentle persuasion, inquired, "Do you still wish to indulge in such abundance?" The 6 women nodded once more, only to subsequently lower their heads in a semblance of disappointment. "Tong Tong, you must have realized that this establishment is, in fact, an inn. Should you desire, you are most welcome to take up residence here. We offer comfortable accommodations and delectable cuisine, all available to you in exchange for crystal cores." "What exactly is a crystal core?" inquired a girl with short hair. A crystal core is the essence found within the brains of zombies. When one vanquishes these creatures, there exists a certain probability of obtaining a crystal core. Tong Tong elucidated patiently. "Vanquish zombies?" Upon learning that the acquisition of crystal cores necessitated the slaying of zombies, the expressions of the 6 young women were imbued with varying degrees of terror. Tong Tong nodded, affirming that it was indeed about slaying the zombies. "As you witnessed last night, the undead are not truly fearsome. With the right timing, one can successfully vanquish them." Tong Tong shared her experiences with the hope that these young women would choose to remain. After an extended period of hesitation, so long that Tong Tong nearly succumbed to slumber, the girl with short hair finally rose to her feet and said, "I choose to stay, but I am still somewhat weak. May I request a few days to rest?" Tong Tong nodded with a smile. "Of course, our inn allows for credit. You may rest here for a few days to recuperate and take the opportunity to explore the environment. During your stay, I will have Meng Anya attend to your needs. Feel free to communicate any requests to her." Upon hearing Tong Tong's words, the other women chimed in, "I will stay too. I want to remain as well." They were individuals who had narrowly escaped peril, and now that they had found a haven of safety, they were utterly unwilling to depart. At the moment they confirmed their stay, a prompt indicating an upgrade from the system resonated. A vast panel materialized before her, displaying an array of new information compared to the previous version. Firstly, it presented the resident information: name, Tong Tong intelligence, 71,100, normal IQ, strength, 2,100, low combat ability, luck, 5,100, average luck, stamina, 65,100, normal stamina, name, Feng Liao intelligence, 85,100, normal IQ, strength, 6,100, normal combat ability, luck, 6,100, slightly below average luck, stamina, 7,100, normal stamina, name, Zhou Baobao intelligence, 98,100, above average IQ, strength, 2,100, low combat ability, luck, 8,100, above average luck, stamina, 3,100, low stamina. Through the panel, Tong Tong also learned the names of the 6 women. Their attributes were predominantly low. Even after a night's rest, their stamina remained between 20 and 40. However, once they had recuperated, their stamina should return to normal levels. Since checking into the inn, Gu Xian and the others quickly bonded with the locals, particularly Meng Anya, who they would consult whenever they had a moment, seeking her wisdom on combating zombies. Aware of their backgrounds, Meng Anya shared with them the essential strategies for survival. 3 days passed, and for the sake of preparedness, Tong Tong resolved to venture out once more to search for supplies. This time, in addition to Feng Liao, she brought along Gu Xian and Lin Xiaoyan. Gu Xian was the short-haired woman, while Lin Xiaoyan was the girl with a penchant for ponytails. Meng Anya and the others remained behind to guard the inn. Their destination was the southern outskirts, rumored to house an ironworks. Although many from various bases had already scoured the area, the expansive ironworks still held potential remnants. If nothing else, they could dismantle the equipment within the factory grounds. The car sped along the road, ultimately arriving at their destination. The wide-open gate revealed a scene littered with severed corpses, surrounded by a few wandering zombies. Beneath the sun's radiant glow, their movements appeared sluggish. Tong Tong swiftly noticed as Gu Xian and Lin Xiaoyan brandished their weapons, delivering a series of blows to the zombies' heads. These were merely low-level zombies, and after their assault, only pools of blood remained, devoid of any crystalline cores. Disheartened, Gu Xian had anticipated that they would certainly uncover a core on this outing. Yet, gazing at Tong Tong's determined silhouette, her resolve reignited. If their leader could achieve it, so too could she. The four of them continued their journey in the vehicle, delving deeper into the heart of the area. Although they were aware that this place had already been thoroughly scavenged, Tong Tong clung to a glimmer of hope and headed towards the warehouse first. As she had expected, all the salvageable metal had already been taken. Perhaps there is still something left in the factory, Feng Liao reassured her. What more could Tong Tong possibly say? They could only venture into the factory to take a look. Even before approaching the factory, the four felt a wave of searing heat surging towards them through the factory gates. Chapter 51. Fire Elemental Mutant Zombies. An ominous sensation simultaneously arose within the hearts of the four. What is happening? Feng Liao glanced at Tong Tong. Tong Tong was also deep in thought. The apocalypse had persisted for several months. The employees of the ironworks had either managed to escape or had become one of the recently turned zombies. The machinery within the factory had long ceased to function due to lack of maintenance. This strange heat wave, perhaps it would be prudent to investigate. Tong Tong glanced around and then raised her hand, pointing towards a two-story building nearby. Its height was just right, though it required the elimination of a few scattered zombies. Armed with the experience of their first encounter, Gu Xian and Lin Xiaoyan eagerly volunteered to lead the way. Tong Tong originally had the intention to train them, and they voluntarily took the initiative, which pleased her immensely. Having received guidance from Meng Anya, they were well aware of the zombies' weaknesses. What they lacked was merely practical experience. After enduring several rounds of zombie encounters, their movements became increasingly deft. Initially, Tong Tong had to assist them with finishing blows, but as time progressed, they not only no longer required her support, but also instinctively sought out the crystal cores. It must be said that fortune smiled upon them. As they neared the ground floor, the two encountered a first-tier, strength-based zombie. Utilizing their petite physiques and harmonious coordination, they successfully vanquished the first-tier zombie. This time, they were not left disappointed, as a yellow crystal core rolled out from the shattered cranium of the zombie. Though they emerged somewhat soiled, the acquisition of the crystal core brought radiant smiles to the faces of the two young girls. Tong Tong was quite pleased. At the very least, they had developed the ability to venture out on their own. Ultimately, the group of four finally arrived at their designated spot on the second floor. Tong Tong rummaged through the space and ultimately retrieved 4 telescopes. It was fortunate that she remembered today. Otherwise, they would have remained oblivious to the conditions within the factory. Peering through the telescopes, Tong Tong observed a scene of utter darkness inside the factory. Amidst the pervasive blackness, a crimson figure stood out, its form engulfed in flickering red flames. The intense heat they had previously sensed emanated from this very zombie. Gazing at its jet-black skin, Tong Tong's expression shifted dramatically. It was astonishingly a second-tier zombie. Boss, what is the matter? Second-tier zombies were rare, and Meng Anya had not elaborated on them in detail. Tong Tong set down the telescope, her expression unusually grave. The forthcoming mission bore a certain peril. You need not accompany us, merely provide support from a distance. Gu Xian wished to voice her thoughts, yet was halted by Lin Xiaoyan, who assured her, we understand. Tong Tong left behind a sniper rifle for them and departed with Feng Liao. Once they had left, Lin Xiaoyan turned to Gu Xian and said, Gu Xian, since the boss doesn't want you to go in, there must be danger inside. I understand, but I wish to assist, Gu Xian replied. Of course. Gu Xian was aware of the peril. It was precisely this awareness that compelled her to instinctively want to accompany Tong Tong. She had lost far too much and did not wish to endure another loss. Lin Xiaoyan, aware of some of her past, could only gently pat her shoulder, urging her to trust their boss. Gu Xian nodded, picking up the sniper rifle in her hands. Meanwhile, as Gu Xian and Lin Xiaoyan conversed, Tong Tong and Feng Liao arrived at the factory's entrance, knowing that a fire-type level 2 zombie awaited them inside. Tong Tong had thoughtfully grabbed 2 fire extinguishers on the way. However, 2 extinguishers were hardly sufficient. They could only hope that the factory's built-in cooling system was still operational. Let us begin. Tong Tong suppressed her anxiety, raised her hand, and forcefully struck open the factory doors. As the doors swung open, the sound immediately attracted the attention of the zombies. A furious roar erupted from within. At that moment, Tong Tong was immensely grateful that she had cleared the surrounding zombies before entering. Otherwise, that single roar would undoubtedly have triggered a horde. Nevertheless, despite her efforts, this roar still summoned a small wave of zombies. This minor influx was left for Gu Xian and the others to handle, while Tong Tong and Feng Liao split their paths upon entering the factory. Feng Liao drew the attention of the level 2 zombie head-on, while Tong Tong darted to the second-floor control room in search of the cooling equipment. As the level 2 zombie lunged to attack Tong Tong, Feng Liao raised his hand, using lightning to obstruct the creature's advance. Roar! The thunderous growl echoed as the massive zombie charged towards Feng Liao, flames spewing from its mouth and scorching the ground where Feng Liao had just stood, leaving a smoldering pit. Feng Liao couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying heat. Though he had initially estimated the threat of the zombies inside, facing one in reality revealed that this creature was more formidable than any he had encountered before. Feng Liao unleashed lightning attacks while deftly evading the zombie strikes. After several attempts, he realized that this fiery behemoth not only radiated flames, but also possessed an exceptionally tough exterior. Each lightning strike merely bounced off its hardened skin. Taking a deep breath, Feng Liao slowly retrieved the grenades that Tong Tong had given him. Since the lightning proved ineffective, he would try a different approach. He threw several grenades at the zombies' feet. Boom! 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 The factory resonated with the sound of violent explosions. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, the zombie let out a wail. Its once impenetrable skin cracked and peeled away in pieces. In that moment, Feng Liao finally discerned the truth. Zombies, unperturbed by the onslaught of thunder and lightning, possess a metallic layer encasing their bodies. When lightning strikes, the high-voltage currents are deftly diverted into the ground by this metallic exterior. However, now that this protective layer has been breached, Feng Liao prepares to unleash a second lightning strike. As Feng Liao launches the attack, Tong Tong ascends to the second floor. Unlike the first floor, the second is constructed entirely of metallic corridors. The architecture here is remarkably easy to navigate. At the end of the corridor stands a room, towering amidst the numerous walkways. Along her journey, she encounters no zombies until she arrives before the control room's door. Outside the control room lies a middle-aged man clad in an employee uniform, his chest hollowed out. The nature of his wounds suggests he was forcibly mutilated. To validate her grim conjecture, a bloodied hand emerges from the man's chest, releasing a foul stench of congealed blood and decaying flesh. Through the glass of the control room, she glimpses a disheveled female zombie, her hair disarrayed and attire tattered. As if sensing her gaze, the female zombie emits a fierce roar, which resonates with profound sorrow for Tong Tong. Chapter 52. Another zombie capable of emotion? The female zombie's roar is short-lived. It soon reverts to a vacant expression, as if the sorrowful outrage it just displayed had never been. Although the reason behind the zombie's emotional display eludes her, Tong Tong realizes that to enter the control room, she must confront the creature within. Taking a deep breath, she kicks open the heavy door. Almost instantaneously, the female zombie lunges forth as the door swings wide. Tong Tong swiftly evaded. The female zombie missed her strike and landed on all fours. After touching the ground, rather than launching another assault, the female zombie lifted her head and bared her teeth at Tong Tong, revealing a set of incisors as sharp as steel needles. This was her warning. Tong Tong's gaze was resolute as Feng Liao battled the mutated zombies below. She was determined to swiftly conclude the conflict at hand. Gripping the iron rod firmly, Tong Tong gradually concealed her hand behind her back, retrieving a handgun from her spatial pouch. In close combat, the handgun proved to be both precise and rapid. As Tong Tong sought an opportunity, the female zombie's crimson eyes remained fixed upon her, patiently awaiting the moment when Tong Tong would make the first move or reveal a vulnerability. The standoff between the girl and the zombie seemed to be at an impasse. However, this stalemate was fleeting. In the next instant, the handgun was drawn from behind Tong Tong, aimed squarely at the zombie's head, and a shot rang out. Bang! The bullet was unleashed. Tong Tong was merely 5 to 6 meters away from the female zombie, a distance at which she could ensure the precision of her firearm. The bullet traversed the air, seemingly poised to shatter the zombie's skull, yet it abruptly halted in midair. Tong Tong was momentarily taken aback. Her instinct for danger compelled her to retreat swiftly. No sooner had she moved away than the claws of the female zombie struck the floor where she had just stood. What close call! Tong Tong felt a surge of unease. This female zombie was likely a mutated second-tier undead. Yet, how could a single location harbor two such aberrations? Aren't zombies known to devour one another? Before he could ponder further, the female zombie, realizing her speed could not reach the prey before her, suddenly straightened up. In that instant, her howl shifted in pitch, transforming into a haunting wail. As her voice reverberated, Tong Tong noticed the world before him beginning to spin. This was dire. Tong Tong couldn't suppress her anger. To maintain her clarity, she plunged a fruit knife into her own flesh. The sharp pain jolted her out of her dizziness. But at that moment, the female zombie had already approached her, leaving little room for escape. With no other option, Tong Tong raised the iron rod defensively before her. The sound of nails scraping against the metal was chilling. Astonishingly, the hard rod was being scratched into multiple segments by the zombie's claws. Witnessing her weapon fracture, Tong Tong swiftly retreated to evade another attack from the female zombie. The creature, undeterred, emitted a peculiar sound once more. This time, Tong Tong was more cautious and covered her ears. Indeed, the sensation of dizziness was considerably less severe than before. By now, she had discerned the nature of the female zombie's abilities, a combination of sound waves and speed mutation. The sound waves were manageable. Blocking her ears could mitigate 50% of the onslaught. The remaining 50% would merely induce a slight dizziness, not impeding her mobility. As for agility, she believed that after her enhancements, she could match the zombie's swiftness. The two engaged once more. Before the confrontation, Tong Tong seized a nearby stool. Although primarily made of iron, it could serve as a means of defense, albeit not as formidable as the iron rod. The female zombie, surprisingly, charged at her with fervor. Emitting an excited roar, Tong Tong dodged the attack, and with the stool, she executed a graceful arc in the air, striking the zombie's back with a heavy blow. Without granting the creature a moment to react, she advanced swiftly, raining down a series of powerful strikes with the stool. Enhanced by her fortitude and fueled by rage, within less than a minute, she obliterated the female zombie's head into a mushy pulp. From the remnants, a completely transparent crystal core rolled out, an essence of psychic abilities. The sound wave attacks had mutated into a manifestation of psychic power. How wonderful it would be to possess such an ability. Almost simultaneously, as the female zombie succumbed to her demise, the fire-type zombie battling Feng Liao downstairs seemed to sense the shift. With a thunderous roar, it expressed its fury, not to summon allies, but to vent its emotions. A second-tier zombie had developed a degree of intelligence and could perceive subtle emotions. Witnessing the fall of its companion, it lumbered forward, intent on attacking Tong Tong. "Your opponent is me," Feng Liao declared as he unleashed bolts of lightning once more. After being thwarted once or twice, the fire-type zombie opened its mouth, spewing forth a torrent of molten iron. Feng Liao dodged hastily. Humans can tire, and he, being human, had been engaged in combat with the fire-type zombie for so long that his stamina had plummeted to its lowest point. If Tong Tong were able to glance at the numerical panel at this moment, she would discover that Feng Liao's health points had plummeted to their lowest threshold. The fire-type zombie did not exert itself during this attack. It had its own calculations to consider. After repelling Feng Liao, it pivoted and charged towards the second floor. Tong Tong initially intended to evade, yet upon sighting the distant cooling sprinkler, her evasive maneuvers transformed into a desperate sprint. The flaming zombie relentlessly pursued her from behind. Fearing it would lose its way, Tong Tong deliberately halted to wait for it. At last, the flaming zombie reached the sprinkler. Seizing the moment, Feng Liao dashed to the control room as the flaming zombie followed Tong Tong. With precise timing, he pulled the lever, activating dozens of sprinklers throughout the factory. The previously sweltering air was instantly chilled. The most dramatic transformation occurred with the fire-based zombie. Enveloped by the deluge of water vapor, its raging flames rapidly extinguished, leaving only wisps of white smoke. Attack! Tong Tong signaled. Feng Liao emerged from the control room, wielding an iron rod. He swung it down upon the flaming zombie's head. Surrounded by the mist, the flaming zombie's movement slowed, its body grew heavy. It roared in fury, attempting to break free from the confines of the water vapor. At that juncture, both Tong Tong and Feng Liao launched their assault simultaneously. The iron stool wielded by Tong Tong came crashing down with a resounding thud. Fragment after fragment of its metallic exterior shattered under such relentless assault, cracking and ultimately cascading to the ground. Chapter 53. The suffering grandmother Feng Liao, utterly drained of vitality, could resort only to his electrical powers. A torrent of lightning surged through the fractured surface, penetrating the body of the fiery zombie. The creature emitted agonizing howls of torment. After a series of maneuvers from both individuals, the fiery zombie finally collapsed, motionless upon the ground. A crimson crystal core rolled out from the zombie's skull. This core possessed a peculiar characteristic. Within its red exterior, a golden liquid flowed languidly. Tong Tong encountered such a crystal core for the first time. She contacted the system. System, please identify this. 037. Upon examination, this is a quasi-level 3 crystal core. Although it currently remains a level 2 core, it requires only the consumption of one more zombie to evolve into level 3. Once the core transitions from level 2 to level 3, it will undergo a mutation. The most significant distinction being whether there is any fluid movement within it. Ah, so that is the case, Tong Tong mused, glancing at the crystal core in her hand, feeling a twinge of fear. Just one more zombie, and it would evolve into a level 3 zombie. She had never encountered a level 3 zombie before. But judging by today's events, the attacks from level 2 and level 3 zombies were not of the same caliber. If the fire zombie truly evolved into a level 3 zombie, she would have no choice but to abandon the ironworks. She stowed all the items she could gather into her backpack, and when it became too full, she dismantled some things, as long as they were of the same type. They could be accommodated within the pack. The sky began to darken gradually. Considering the increased activity of zombies at night, Tong Tong resolved to find a place to rest. The safest haven was naturally the small 2-story building across from the factory. They had previously cleared it, and now, with the door securely shut, it would be utterly safe here as long as they did not encounter a horde of zombies. Tong Tong retrieved several packets of instant noodles from her backpack, distributing one to each person. Gu Xian and Lin Xiaoyan, being novices, were assigned to guard the first half of the night. Perhaps due to their earlier efforts in clearing out the zombies, the first half of the night was remarkably tranquil. There was not a single zombie in sight, let alone a horde. Finally, as the latter half of the night arrived and the shift changed, Gu Xian and Lin Xiaoyan succumbed to a deep slumber. Tong Tong leaned against the railing, admiring the enchanting scenery under the moonlight. Feng Liao, rarely finding a moment of tranquility, stood beside her, sharing in the appreciation of the moon's beauty. Hey, Feng Liao, look over there. The serene silence between them lasted but 5 seconds before Tong Tong suddenly tugged at Feng Liao's sleeve, pointing to the left. Feng Liao followed the direction of her finger. There lay a broad street, teeming with a multitude of zombies. A horde of emotionless zombies was not enough to capture his attention. No, look further towards the forest. Tong Tong insisted, still pointing in the same direction. It was only then that Feng Liao turned his gaze toward the road in that direction. Squinting, he quickly discerned something unusual. Amidst the throng of zombies on the bustling street, an elderly man with white hair was swiftly navigating through the crowd, making his way directly toward them. Strangely, the surrounding zombies seemed to disregard the old man's presence, continuing their aimless wandering along the street. Tong Tong observed the elderly man's unsteady gait and could not help but question whether he would collapse on his way to the ironworks. However, The old man's stamina proved to be better than she had anticipated. He did not falter on the path, but rather fell at the entrance. Feng Liao cast a glance at Tong Tong, his meaning unmistakable. Should we offer assistance? Tong Tong hesitated, for no one could ascertain whether the elderly man had been bitten by a zombie or if he had transformed into one. If they attempted to rescue him only to discover he had indeed become a zombie, it would be they who were in peril. Feng Liao, observing her expression, immediately discerned her concerns. We can first bind him with rope, and once we confirm he is not a zombie, we shall release him, Feng Liao proposed. Tong Tong's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, it made sense. She promptly retrieved a length of hemp rope used for securing boxes from her spatial storage. The zombies at the factory's main entrance had already been cleared once. After a night had passed, only a few aimlessly wandered near the entrance. With almost no effort, the two approached the elderly man. Feng Liao took action, binding the old man securely. As they drew nearer, they noticed the numerous gashes etched across the elderly man's weathered face. Particularly alarming was the right side, where chunks of flesh had been cruelly severed, revealing deep wounds down to the bone. Tong Tong couldn't help but gasp in horror. Such injuries were undeniably brutal. Yet, astonishingly, there was not a trace of blood on the old man's face despite the severity of his wounds. While Tong Tong pondered this unsettling detail, the old man suddenly opened his eyes. Two distinctly different colors collided within Tong Tong's gaze. The right side of his face bore the lifeless gray of a zombie's eye, while the left side showcased the normal black pupil of a human. The jarring contrast of these two sets of eyes coexisting within a single individual was utterly disconcerting. You. The old man stared fearfully at the two before him, his voice trembling as he spoke. Tong Tong scrutinized the elderly woman intently, ensuring that she still possessed the awareness of a normal person before she spoke. Dear lady, there is no need for fear. We have come merely to gather supplies. Upon witnessing your fall, we approached to check on you. We harbor no ill intentions. The elder remained silent, her gaze cautious and assessing. Once she ascertained that the woman showed no signs of zombification, Tong Tong loosened the ropes binding her. As soon as the elder was liberated, she instinctively attempted to retreat. In that fleeting moment of turning, her eyes caught sight of the sniper behind Tong Tong, and her previously untainted visage erupted with intense emotion. She lunged toward Tong Tong, grasping her shoulders tightly. Young lady, you possess firearms. Are you officials? No, Tong Tong replied, shaking her head. We are merely here to collect supplies. Disappointment flickered across the elder's face, but suddenly, as if a thought struck her, she raised her head with urgency. I know of a place with a doctor and ample supplies. I can guide you there. The elder's sudden transformation left Tong momentarily taken aback. After a pause, she gently pressed the elder's hands, saying, Please do not rush. We can discuss this calmly. No, time is of the essence. They intend to kill my granddaughter. Dear lady, we are merely gathering supplies, not robbing them. If there is something urgent, please share it with us, Tong Tong said earnestly. The elder's anxious demeanor sparked suspicion in Tong Tong. She found it hard to believe that a frail old woman would casually lead strangers to another base for the purpose of resource plundering. The elder fell into a silence once more. Finally, as if having resolved to disclose her truth, she lifted her gaze and spoke earnestly. Chapter 54. The pseudo-farming journey. At this juncture, the elder no longer concealed her past and recounted her experiences. She had once been an ordinary village doctor. Due to its remote location, her village had largely escaped the ravages of the undead. In fact, the village chief had organized efforts to eliminate zombies and restore productivity, successfully establishing a veritable utopia amidst the apocalypse. However, everything changed a week prior. A medical vehicle entered their village, and the individuals aboard claimed to be official quarantine personnel, asserting that there were virus carriers among them. Under the pretense of safety, some villagers boarded the medical vehicle and ingested the so-called preventive potion. Under its influence, all who had boarded transformed into zombies, including her and her daughter, who were among the victims. Had it not been for the outbreak of hostilities at the farm last night, she would still be on that medical vehicle, reduced to a mere subject of experimentation. Considering her words and observing the wounds upon her face, Tong Tong could not suppress a shiver of apprehension. Tong Tong understood that in the apocalypse, Human life was as insignificant as grass. Yet she never anticipated that there would be individuals brazen enough to conduct experiments on human beings. Feng Liao gently patted her shoulder, suppressing the anger that had just begun to surface. Do not act impulsively. She had not acted recklessly. Her anger was merely a fleeting emotion. However, she was not so naive as to blindly trust the words of an elderly man she was meeting for the first time. Tong Tong gazed at the elderly woman and inquired, "May I ask the name of the village you mentioned?" "It's Leaching Farm," the old lady replied without hesitation. Tong Tong and Feng Liao exchanged a glance. She recalled that the elder Wei had mentioned this journey farm. "Is what you said truly the case?" Tong Tong inquired. Her brow furrowed. The old man nodded with unwavering conviction. "Indeed, it is true. If you do not believe me, come and see for yourselves. I escaped from within." Feng Liao leaned closer to Tong Tong and whispered, "If you wish to go, then let us go. Did you not express a desire to see it before?" The warm breath against her ear startled Tong Tong, prompting her to glare at him and swat his head away. "Why do you have to be so close while speaking? Does she not want to go?" If someone unfamiliar with the journey farm were to approach at that moment, perhaps she would have believed them. Although the elder appeared unconcerned about the risk of being bitten by zombies, was it truly necessary to flee so far for help? How had he managed to escape? Did she seem so naive? Feng Liao chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his nose with his hand. Nevertheless, his words had sparked an idea in Tong Tong. "Grandma, we can accompany you, but as you can see, our numbers are few. If the situation becomes too perilous, we may not be able to assist you." The elder remained silent, and after a few moments, slowly lifted his head. "All right, I will follow your lead." Although they had agreed to accompany the elder, Tong Tong opted to wait until sunrise before departing the forge with the old man. As Tong Tong had anticipated, the journey farm the elder led them to was in a completely opposite direction from where they had come, and the further they drove, the more zombies appeared on the road. Midway through their journey, Feng Liao abruptly slammed on the brakes, halting in the middle of the road. "What is happening?" The elder had not expected Feng Liao to stop, nearly colliding with the dashboard. She glanced around, realizing they were not yet at their intended destination. "Grandma, the situation here seems amiss. There are more and more zombies," Feng Liao questioned. The elder hesitated, then pretended to survey the area. "When I escaped, I took the mountain paths. This is a main road, and I am not familiar with this area." "How do you know this road leads to your village?" Tong Tong was now certain that the elder was not taking them to the journey farm. As for the elder's true intentions, she remained unaware. However, one thing was certain. The elder had a motive for bringing them here. Noticing that they showed no sign of driving on, the elder could not help but urge them. "You all just said you were going to rescue my granddaughter. You are not having second thoughts, are you?" Tong Tong gazed at Feng Liao, her eyes conveying a straightforward inquiry. "Shall we go take a look?" Feng Liao gradually started the car, his actions revealing the affirmative response. Tong Tong then smiled at the elderly woman and reassured her, "Rest assured, dear grandmother, since we have promised to pay a visit, we shall not waver in our resolve. There is no need for you to fret." At this, the elderly woman finally calmed down. The journey from the ironworks to the farm, as described by the old woman, was not far. Barring any obstacles that required detours, they would arrive in less than 15 minutes. Through the car window, the outside world unfolded before them. The so-called farm was, in truth, a dilapidated village where most of the houses had collapsed, some bearing scorch marks from past fires, while only a handful of structures managed to retain a semblance of their former shape. "Are you certain this is the place?" Tong Tong inquired, casting a glance at the elderly woman. The old woman froze momentarily, then covered her face and began to weep profusely. "Yes, this is indeed the place. I cannot fathom how our farm transformed so drastically overnight." Her cries were loud, drawing the attention of distant zombies who seemed to be turning their gaze toward them. Tong Tong hurriedly covered the old woman's mouth and said, "Grandma, please do not cry just yet. The situation here is not too dire. Please tell me where you were held captive before, and we will assist you in finding your granddaughter." The elderly woman's eyes, filled with the spark of hope, brightened as she replied, all right, please follow me quickly." Tong Tong signaled to the 3 individuals behind her, and they all prepared for battle. For safety reasons, she exchanged some special sleep-inducing medication in the system shop. Although uncertain of its efficacy against semi-zombified beings, it is prudent to be prepared. The elder led them toward the edge of the village. Along the way, Tong Tong observed that the intact houses were shrouded with curtains. Noticing Tong Tong's attention on the houses, the elder quickly explained the villagers used to reside in these homes. After the outbreak of the zombies, they feared being discovered, so they temporarily covered the windows with thick fabric. Understanding this, Tong Tong nodded, though she did not trust a word the elder said. Soon, the group reached the village's end, where a path led into the mountains. The elder did not pause at the village's edge, but continued guiding them deeper into the mountains. Perhaps it was the proximity to their destination that caused the elder's previously steady pace to quicken. Tong Tong and Feng Liao sensed they were nearing their goal. Chapter 55. A vast pit. The mountain path was exceptionally rugged, yet fortunately devoid of zombies. After several turns, the elder pointed to a concrete building ahead, announcing, "We have arrived." The five of them cautiously approached the structure. As they neared the iron gate, the elder retrieved a stone. "Grandma, be careful. There may be someone inside," Tong Tong cautioned. The elder shook her head, reassuring them, "Do not worry, there is no one inside." With that, she struck the lock, which emitted a sharp, mournful sound before yielding to the stone's force. As the iron door swung open, a nauseating stench wafted out from within. The elder seemed oblivious, walking straight inside. Gu Xian, holding the gun Tong Tong had given her, hesitated. "But just the two of you, isn't that dangerous? Having you follow us poses the greatest risk," Tong Tong asserted firmly. The uncertainty inside made it far more perilous to send two newcomers in than to keep them outside. Gu Xian wanted to say more, but Lin Xiaoyan placed a hand on her shoulder, silencing her, and nodded toward Tong Tong. "Boss, rest assured, we will take care of ourselves. You two must also prioritize your safety." "All right, let's go," Tong Tong replied, nodding as she and Feng Liao approached the concrete building. Upon entering, they discovered an underground passage capable of accommodating 4 or 5 people walking side by side. Due to the absence of windows in the concrete structure, as they descended into the passage, the light gradually faded until they were enveloped in total darkness, where not even a hand could be seen in front of them. Tong Tong retrieved her flashlight. A brilliant beam of light pierced through the dense darkness, revealing the true appearance of the underground passage before them. The elderly man had long since vanished, yet this did not deter their entry. The entire underground corridor presented only a singular, straight path to follow. After navigating a few turns, a faint glimmer illuminated the wall ahead, and they could vaguely hear some familiar growls. Upon turning another corner, the path before them suddenly opened up. There lay a vast pit, constructed of concrete. Within this pit, zombies aimlessly wandered, their growls emanating from deep within. Clank, clank. The crisp sound of chains echoed through the air. As Tong Tong gazed in the direction of the sound, she was astonished to discover that it emanated from the chains ensnaring the feet of a young girl. The girl approached the deep pit step by step, seemingly unnoticed by the undead within, who made no move to attack. Could this girl, like the old man, be a half-zombie? Cautiously, Tong Tong pondered this when an immense force surged from her left, knocking her to the ground before she could react. In that instant, a vibrant green vine swept past her, crashing violently against a rock and creating a gaping hole in it. "Goodness!" Tong Tong exclaimed involuntarily. Feng Liao rolled on the ground, pulling her along. From their previous position emerged several robust vines. Before the next onslaught could begin, Feng Liao quickly helped Tong Tong to her feet, urging her to distance themselves from the encroaching vines. Looking up, Tong Tong beheld a massive zombie, 3 times the size of an average human, draped against the rocky wall, its body cloaked in a sickly green hue. "This is a wood-type mutated zombie," she realized. "It appears I have underestimated you." The old man's voice echoed from behind them. Feng Liao turned to face him, and the once pitiful-looking elder now brandished a wood-cutting axe, his human eye glowing a fierce crimson. "It seems my judgment was correct. This is not the history farm, is it?" Tong Tong addressed the elder. A sedative slipped from her sleeve and landed in her palm. The old man laughed heartily. "You are clever, yet foolish. Knowing this is not the history farm, you still dare to approach." "We came here with our own confidence," Tong Tong retorted, her hidden hand suddenly moving to hurl the powdered sedative at the elder. He turned to survey the pit, where the girl held a zombie in each hand. "Thank you, my dear granddaughter." When he glanced back at Tong Tong, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. "Since you dare to interrupt my granddaughter's feast, I shall ensure that you suffer greatly before your demise." With that, he swung his axe menacingly toward Tong Tong. "Split up," Tong Tong urged, forcefully pushing Feng Liao, who pivoted and aimed the three-sided spike at the old man's eyes. After evading the elder's axe, Tong Tong did not glance back at him. Instead, she pivoted her body partially and drew her pistol with determination. The verdant tendrils brushed past her as she squeezed the trigger. The bullet cleaved through the air, hurtling toward the distant plant zombie. With a resounding thud, it struck the creature, lodging itself into its skin as if it had collided with a tree trunk. In response to the assault, the plant zombie emitted a chilling roar. Within the pit, the zombies began to stir restlessly. The young girl sat at the sole exit of the pit, hastily devouring the two corpses in her grasp before slowly rising to her feet. As she faced Tong Tong, a stark contrast became apparent. This girl was far worse off than her grandmother. While her grandmother had only a half-transformed face, this girl was marred by the grayish hue of decay that consumed half her body. A piercing, shrill cry erupted from her lips, inciting the restless zombies to frenzy. Muscles rippled grotesquely on her decaying form, disregarding the smooth concrete walls as they clambered up the pit with alarming speed, advancing toward Tong Tong. Time was of the essence. Zombies were not inherently terrifying. Rather, it was the sheer number of them, along with the lurking, mutated zombies hidden among them, that posed the true threat. Recalling Feng Liao's words, Tong Tong retrieved 2 grenades and hurled them into the throng of zombies. Boom! Boom! The explosions resonated, clearing a swath of the undead. Feng Liao brandished a trident in a feint toward the elder's eyes, prompting an instinctive dodge from him. Seizing this opportunity, Feng Liao rushed to Tong Tong's side. "Let's go." They did not retreat toward the cave from whence they came, for a plant zombie lay sprawled atop it, and approaching would be tantamount to walking into a trap. While engaged in battle, Feng Liao surveyed the surroundings. Despite the imposing cliffs encircling them, paths were not entirely absent. Chapter 56. The zombie family. The breakthrough lay directly opposite, a steep incline carved into the cliffside. Realizing their intent, the elder shouted to the girl below, "My dear granddaughter, your food is fleeing toward that steep slope." The girl let out another piercing scream, and a water shield materialized before Feng Liao and Tong Tong. "Water? Water!" Tong Tong tugged at the retreating Feng Liao. "Where are we running to?" she inquired, pointing towards the girl below. Feng Liao paused, gazing at the water shield before him, as if a realization dawned upon him. The young girl, evidently taken aback, was unprepared for anyone to approach her direction. As the two figures drew nearer, a grotesque grin split her decaying lips. "Oomph! How about this? A grenade for you." With numerous zombies ahead, Tong Tong promptly cleared the path with a grenade. The explosion reverberated once more, and a look of terror crossed the girl's half-exposed face. Instinctively, she activated her water shield again. Tong Tong refrained from launching another attack. As the young girl summoned a water shield, the two individuals once again closed the distance between themselves and her. At this moment, it was Fei Liao's turn to showcase his prowess. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A surge of lightning erupted from his fingertips, violently crashing into the water shield. With droplets scattering in all directions, the electric energy instantly enveloped the small area. The moment the girl's body made contact with the water on the ground, she trembled violently. A fierce current coursed through her entire being, and soon, her eyes rolled back as she fainted. "You wretched scoundrel! How dare you harm my granddaughter?" Upon witnessing his granddaughter collapse, the elder roared in fury. "Wife, have her pierced, ruthlessly, until they are dead." Responding to the elder's command, the zombie that had been slumped against the rock wall began to stir. Its movements were sluggish, at least half as slow as that of an ordinary zombie. Tong Tong finally comprehended the reason behind her previous struggle against the rock face. It was indeed due to her insufficient speed. With the realization that speed was manageable, she maintained her distance from the plant zombie and raised her handgun. The plant zombie possessed a tough exterior but surely the old man could not be similarly fortified. Seizing the moment, Tong Tong aimed directly at the old man's forehead and fired. The bullet struck true, colliding with his brow, and the immense force sent him sprawling to the ground. In an instant, however, the old man contorted and rose again, as if to mock her, believing she could vanquish him. It appeared that the old man possessed a supernatural ability, regeneration. This meant that unless she completely obliterated his body, it would be impossible to kill him definitively. Perhaps fire was the most effective means. Feng Liao's lightning power could conjure flames. She had witnessed him ignite a cigarette with his electricity. But such a small flame would hardly suffice to incinerate a being of his considerable size. Tong Tong observed the slowly approaching plant zombie in the distance. Perhaps it might be worth a try? With this thought in mind, Tong Tong rushed towards the elderly woman. The old woman, showing no hesitation, lifted her axe and swung it down towards Tong Tong's head as she charged forward. Tong Tong sidestepped gracefully, lifting her foot to deliver a swift kick to the old man's leg. The force of the blow sent him crashing to his knees, his body succumbing to the overwhelming impact. Without a moment's hesitation, Tong Tong picked up a stone from the ground and struck the old man's head. He let out a harrowing scream as he collapsed to the ground, his axe flying from his grasp. Feng Liao swiftly advanced, retrieving the fallen axe. At that moment, the plant zombie drew near, its form still composed of vines. Feng Liao tightened the muscles in his arm and, with a powerful swing of the axe, effortlessly severed the thick vines. The plant zombie emitted a piercing shriek, while the surrounding zombies began to draw closer. Tong Tong seized the old man and, with a powerful heave, flung him away. The old man's body toppled a considerable number of zombies. Without hesitation, Tong Tong hurled another hand grenade. Boom! The old man and the zombies behind him exploded in a cacophony of destruction. Although the old man remained alive, his body's regeneration granted her a precious moment of respite. Taking advantage of the moment, Tong Tong unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the zombies behind Feng Liao, effectively clearing the area of the undead. With the pressure of the zombies lifted, Feng Liao proceeded to sever several vine tendrils. That should suffice, Tong Tong remarked. Receiving her glance, Feng Liao grasped a handful of the vines and turned away from the horde of zombies. The elder pressed the fallen hand against herself, and the last wound healed. Slowly rising, she was about to launch an attack when she suddenly felt a tightness in her body, uncontrollably collapsing once more to the ground. Glancing down, she discovered that her legs had been bound by a thick hemp rope, a trap meticulously set by Tong Tong, who had placed the rope conveniently at her feet, waiting for the elder to unwittingly ensnare herself. At that opportune moment, Feng Liao flung several vines toward her, igniting them with a flick of his thumb and index finger, flames rapidly engulfing the tendrils. The blaze spread ferociously along the elder's clothing, quickly consuming her form. The elder shrieked in agony, thrashing about on the ground, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames. Yet, despite her frantic efforts, the fire gradually dwindled. How I wish for a greater inferno, Tong Tong lamented silently. As the elder extinguished the flames, her eyes burned with rage. My dear, what are you hesitating for? Act swiftly. At her command, the distant plant zombie abruptly collapsed onto the ground, its skin tearing open along the back, revealing a mesmerizing blossom emerging from within. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air, causing nearby zombies to halt in their tracks, transfixed. In mere seconds, the immobilized zombies began to convulse. Flowers identical to those of the plant zombie tearing through their scalps and blossoming forth. Realizing the peril, Tong Tong instinctively retreated, but it was too late. The intoxicating scent enveloped her, and she was horrified to find her body immobilized. In stark contrast, Feng Liao remained unaffected. Noticing Tong Tong's distress, he summoned lightning to carve a path through the horde, reaching her side only to discover the telltale signs of plant transformation beginning to manifest upon her. Damn it, Feng Liao thought, disregarding all else as he swiftly scooped Tong Tong into his arms, fleeing the vicinity of the fragrance. A tingling sensation coursed from her chest to the crown of her head. I cannot succumb here. I am destined to be the island master. Ding. Host detected to be in danger. The system offers a self-rescue plan, requiring 30 gold coins. Will the host proceed? Tong Tong's numb consciousness flickered with a glimmer of clarity. Execution was imperative. Without it, she would cease to exist. The sound of coins being deducted echoed as the self-rescue plan commenced. A searing heat emanated from her heart, gradually spreading throughout her body. Feng Liao, initially holding her, suddenly sensed the temperature in his hands escalating to an unbearable degree. Chapter 57, At Last. I have awakened my abilities. The timing of your ability awakening is rather unfortunate. Feng Liao found himself both amused and bewildered. What was he to do about a teammate's newfound powers? He would simply have to stand guard, as he observed the horde of zombies advancing with synchronized movements. A frown creased his brow. He had not forgotten that among these zombies lurked a half-zombified entity. Yet, conspicuously absent from the throng was the elderly figure he had expected. This posed a significant dilemma. Feng Liao retracted his previously carefree demeanor, heightening his sensory awareness to its zenith. As the zombies drew nearer, he slowly raised his left hand. His fingers spread apart, and strands of silver lightning flickered at his fingertips. As the lightning crackled, the front line of zombies was instantly reduced to charred remains upon contact. Before Feng Liao could breathe a sigh of relief, several dried yellow leaves suddenly flew in from a distance. As the leaves landed on the scorched corpses, the bodies twitched, inexplicably regaining vitality and advancing towards Feng Liao once more. They were perilously close, with a determined grit of his teeth. Feng Liao prepared to unleash his lightning abilities at close range, fully aware of the risk of injury. Just then, a blazing crimson fireball grazed his face, colliding directly with the oncoming zombies. Feng Liao turned to see Tong Tong, drenched in sweat, her eyes gleaming with surprise. You have awakened your fire abilities? Despite his astonishment, his expression remained one of nonchalance. Tong Tong nodded, acknowledging that she had awakened not too late. Had she lingered for just a few more moments? Who could tell what might have transpired? Stretching her arms, she approached Feng Liao and declared, "Now it is my turn." She had awakened her fire-based, supernatural ability. Though uncertain of its precise level, she felt a surge of confidence, having consumed the crystal core of a near-level 3 fire zombie. She believed her powers could easily overpower most zombies and supernatural beings. The flame she commanded possessed a certain stickiness and an exceptionally high temperature. Once ignited, unless countered by a water ability of a higher level, the raging inferno would be impossible to extinguish. In a mere few breaths, the once fearsome zombie lay defeated on the ground. The plant zombie attempted to awaken its kin with fallen leaves, but they merely scattered into a cloud of ash. Well done, Feng Liao praised without reservation. That is only natural. One must consider the source of the ability, Tong Tong retorted, tossing the fireball she held with casual ease. This fireball, no larger than a fist, erupted upon landing amidst the horde of zombies. It unleashed the secondary skill of the fire crystal core, explosion. Flames erupted upon contact with the ground, swiftly transforming into serpentine fire tendrils that consumed anything they touched, turning it into sustenance for the voracious flames. While the plant zombie continued to command the horde, the fire tendrils advanced along their path. By the time the plant zombie realized the impending danger and attempted to retreat, the fire tendrils lunged towards it. The roles of hunter and prey had reversed. The plant-based zombie, now tainted by the fire tendrils, became the ideal source of nourishment for the flames. Gradually, the tendrils scorched its exterior, inching deeper into its being. Ultimately, as the plant zombie was reduced to ash, the surrounding horde lost its cohesion, collapsing to the ground, rendered mere corpses. Gazing upon the field of bodies, Tong Tong furrowed her brow. Feng Liao, the elder, has vanished. Feng Liao nodded in acknowledgement. She has fled. Gu Xian and the others must still be outside, he remarked, turning his gaze toward Tong Tong. Tong Tong was taken aback for a moment, then swiftly grasped Feng Liao's arm, urging him towards the cave's entrance. You go ahead, I will follow shortly. Feng Liao signaled with his gaze, indicating that there were still some crystal cores on the ground. Tong Tong nodded. All right, please take care. It became evident that her earlier suspicions were not unfounded. The rooms, tightly draped with curtains, now stood with their doors wide open, and the zombies that had been confined within had begun to wander the streets. For Tong Tong, these zombies posed little threat. In fact, she found that she need not resort to her supernatural abilities. A mere wooden stick would suffice to dispatch them effortlessly. Considering the safety of Gu Xian and the others, Tong Tong refrained from exterminating every last one. She simply bypassed any zombies that did not obstruct her path, confident that Feng Li Yao would handle any lingering threats behind her. As for the zombies pursuing her from behind, she chose to ignore their presence entirely. Soon, she arrived at the front of the car. The door stood ajar, yet there was not a soul inside. Oh no! Tong Tong swiftly dispatched several zombies with her backhand, evading an attack from one of the creatures as she surveyed her surroundings. In the distance, two shadowy figures suddenly emerged. As they drew nearer, Tong Tong's anxious heart finally settled. Although Lin Xiaoyan stood to the side, her eyes brimmed with excitement, betraying her emotions. Indeed, Gu Xian released Tong Tong and slightly turned to reveal the object behind her. It was the half-zombified elder. Gu Xian cleared her throat and instinctively positioned herself in front of Lin Xiaoyan. Boss, she struck first, Gu Xian hastily explained. 20 minutes prior, the elder had rushed to their vehicle. Upon their first encounter, she exclaimed, "Quick, hurry, save someone." Gu Xian looked at the elder in confusion. "Save someone? Who? Mom. Where's our boss?" The moment Gu Xian heard this, she instinctively reached for the door. However, Lin Xiaoxi, quick on her feet, pressed down on Gu Xian's hand. "Wait," Lin Xiaoxi whispered in her ear. "She's lying." "What?" Gu Xian gazed at her in astonishment. Lin Xiaoxi nodded. "Trust me, I've studied micro-expressions." After glancing outside at the elder, Gu Xian, upon comparison, found herself more inclined to believe Lin Xiaoxi's words. Nonetheless, the situation with the elder still required resolution. Following the elder's instructions, she exited the vehicle. The elder grabbed her hand, attempting to lead her into the village. Gu Xian withdrew her hand, apologetically stating, "I'm not fond of close contact, ma'am." Chapter 58. Human nature, her urging only heightened Gu Xian's suspicions, which were already tenuous. As they entered the village, the elder suddenly produced a remote control. With the press of a button, the gates on either side swung open, unleashing a horde of zombies. Fortunately, both women reacted swiftly, their prior battles having fostered a degree of cooperation. Engaging the zombies this time, while they could not annihilate them completely, retreating unscathed was certainly within reach. The elder, however, was unwilling to relinquish her prey so easily. She let out a piercing scream, which sent the surrounding zombies into a frenzy, charging toward their location. This realization dawned upon the two. The elder was the pivotal figure among the undead. Yet, the sheer number of zombies in the village was overwhelming. Even with this knowledge, they were at a loss for how to resolve the predicament. Just as despair began to set in, Lin Xiaoxi awakened her speed ability. After a brief discussion, they decided that Gu Xian would attract the zombies' attention head-on, while Lin Xiaoxi stealthily approached the elder. The elder, caught off guard by Lin Xiaoxi's newfound speed, found herself unable to evade as the expressionless face drew near. The village was replete with tools, and Lin Xiaoxi quickly found a thick hemp rope in the yard. Raising her hand to bind the elder securely, the elderly man wished to struggle, yet Lin Xiaoxi rendered him unconscious with a blow from a wooden stick. Subsequently, in order to evade the zombies, they carried the old man away from the village. Tong Tong squinted as she gazed at the elderly man on the ground. "Boss, what is the matter?" Gu Xian inquired, puzzled. "It's nothing," Tong Tong replied, stepping closer to the old man and slowly raising her left hand. A fireball gradually materialized from her palm. "Boss, have you awakened your extraordinary ability?" Gu Xian stared in astonishment at the fireball in Tong Tong's hand. Her eyes filled with envy. She too yearned to awaken her own extraordinary power. Tong Tong nodded. "Having just awakened, you might as well make an effort, for perhaps the next awakening will belong to you." Upon learning that Lin Xiaoxi had awakened her speed ability, Tong Tong could somewhat discern Gu Xian's thoughts. Gu Xian comforted herself in a similar manner. Before she could finish her words, the person who had been unconscious suddenly sprang up. "What are you going to do?" Murder is against the law. The elder gazed at the flames in Tong Tong's hand, her heart no longer calm. Why did she attempt to flee? It was undoubtedly the sight of the unquenchable flames in Tong Tong's grasp that instilled fear in her. Who could remain unafraid in the presence of such a fire? Tong Tong gazed coldly at the elder. Is it a crime to kill but one? What then do you become, having slain so many? The elder's eyes, belonging to humanity, remained fixated on the fireball in Tong Tong's hand. Upon hearing her words, the elder instinctively shook his head. No, I did not kill those villagers. Do you believe your words still hold any credibility with me? Tong Tong made her disbelief evident. She had not forgotten how the elder's family had devoured the undead. The elder shook his head more vigorously, to the point where his spine emitted a disconcerting, cracking sound. No, I truly did not kill the villagers. The tales I tell are genuine. It's not just me, but also my wife, my granddaughter. He pointed towards the distant horde of zombies in the village. And my son is among those undead. Are you certain that none of the slain belong to you? Feng Liao's voice resonated from behind Tong Tong, as he held a bulging bundle, evidently filled with spoils. The elder faltered. If it were merely the villagers, it would be impossible to amass such a multitude of zombies. The sheer number now gathered in the village could only imply one possibility. The elder, or the villagers, had lured outsiders inside, who subsequently transformed into the undead. However, this time Tong Tong refused assistance. No, this time I shall handle it myself. With a firm resolve, she hurled the fireball directly at the elder. The elder emitted a piercing scream as the searing flames engulfed him, forcing him to roll on the ground in agony. Yet, these flames possessed an inherent adhesive quality. No matter how the elder struggled, the fire only intensified and spread further. If you can regenerate, then let us reduce you to ashes, stripping you of that ability. Feng Liao raised his hand, drawing Tong Tong into his embrace, gently murmuring, if it troubles you, then do not watch. After all, it is hardly a pleasant sight. Tong Tong raised her hand and forcefully pushed the person away, accompanied by a disdainful roll of her eyes. I am not so fragile, after all. I have taken the lives of countless undead. I watched as the elderly man gradually lost his vitality until he ultimately transformed into a pile of ashes. It took 4 of us half an hour to clear the entire village. In the end, all the corpses were incinerated by Tong Tong's fireball, vanishing the village from existence. Throughout the journey, Tong Tong's expression remained rather grim. Feng Liao understood that she still harbored some discomfort over having set the old man ablaze. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. In truth, you need not dwell on it too much. Although you were the one who caused that old fellow's demise, consider this from another perspective. Had he lived, it would have meant the death of others. Tong Tong gazed out the window, and I realized, albeit unexpectedly, that there truly are individuals who conduct experiments on the living. In a world ravaged by catastrophe, there are those who seize the opportunity to exploit others. Feng Liao shrugged, yet this situation served as a stark reminder for us. To avoid becoming targets for such individuals, we must fortify our security measures. Upon mentioning the inn, Tong Tong's spirits waned instantly. You are right. The security facilities at our establishment indeed require enhancement, not only in terms of safety, but also in other areas, such as the farm. Consequently, throughout the journey, Tong Tong was immersed in envisioning the future of her inn, while Feng Liao and Gu Xian occasionally contributed their own suggestions. Chapter 59. The Farm Learning Initiative. Just a day after their departure, the remaining occupants of the inn were filled with unease. In particular, Meng Anya was apprehensive about the possibility of encountering another Su Jinka. She felt utterly unprepared for such a scenario. Tong Tong, what would you like to eat? Barbecue? Hot pot? Or something else? Just say the word, and I shall prepare it for you. Meng Anya exclaimed with enthusiasm. Barbecue is out of the question. After emerging from the nameless village, I doubt I will crave such fare in the near future. However, since Meng Anya has made the offer, I cannot be too modest. After a moment of contemplation, I responded, braised pig trotters, braised duck necks, soy sauce chicken, soy sauce meat. Stop. Meng Anya decisively interrupted my litany of dishes. There aren't that many options. I prepared you chicken noodle soup. Take it or leave it. And as for braised pig trotters and duck necks, have you considered whether we even possess the necessary seasonings here? Tong Tong had no genuine desire to consume these dishes. She merely jested, unable to resist the sight of Meng Anya's excited expression. The tradition of serving dumplings and noodles, hailing from Meng Anya's hometown, was a rarity given their improved circumstances, and Meng Anya yearned for a sense of ritual. Although it was merely chicken noodle soup, each bowl for the girls was generously topped with an additional egg. Yisheng raised an objection, but alas, his protest fell on deaf ears. For the following days, Tong Tong did not leave the inn. Observing the flourishing garden brought her a sense of contentment. However, she lamented the lack of biodiversity. If only there were more large animals, such as pigs or cows, and if she could gather some seeds for spices or ingredients, she would be able to prepare the dishes she had envisioned. The more she contemplated, the more feasible the plan seemed. Yet before she could implement her ideas, a message from the Spark Base interrupted her thoughts. Fellow humans, this is the spokesperson for the Spark Base. It has been over a month since the apocalypse began, and I believe many of you have awakened your abilities. After tireless research by our base's scientists, we have successfully extracted evolution liquid from the cores of zombies. With just 100 kilograms of food, you can exchange it for an opportunity to enhance your powers. Interested individuals may travel to down.Alas Mountain to make a purchase. The announcement repeated 3 times. Upon consulting the map, Tong Tong realized that down.Alas Mountain was not within their city. It would take a 2-day drive to reach it. Uncertain of the circumstances there, she decisively abandoned the plan. During dinner, Yisheng, unaware of the brewing conversation, inquired, "Sister Tong, do you think what the Spark Base said is true?" Tong Tong shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. However, since it is referred to as a base, it is not surprising that they could extract the evolution liquid. Feng Liao laid down his chopsticks, asserting that regardless of its authenticity, he advised against taking unnecessary risks. Leaning back in his chair, he spoke casually, noting first that the Spark Base had managed to extract the evolution liquid, yet no one knew how to utilize it. Hadn't our previous experiments already shown that oral consumption proved ineffective? Furthermore, the distance to our city was considerable. A drive would take 2 full days and nights. We were entirely unaware of the conditions along that journey, and should any unforeseen events occur, it could very well lead to our total annihilation. Observing his articulate manner, Tong Tong narrowed her eyes, beginning to entertain the possibility that his earlier claims of being a soldier held some truth. Noticing her scrutiny, Feng Liao added an essential point. Ultimately, and most importantly, I am disinclined. I simply do not wish to go. The group overlooked his final remark, focusing intently on the first 2 reasons he provided, and they began to find merit in his arguments. Tong Tong slammed the table and stood up from her seat. Given our current food reserves, it is evident that we are not in a position to expand our reach. Therefore, I have resolved to continue our cautious development. As for the utilization of the crystal nucleus, I would like to express my thoughts on this matter. Feng Liao raised his hand, interrupting Tong Tong. He cleared his throat and retrieved a crystal nucleus from his pocket. "Everyone, please follow me outside." Subsequently, a group of individuals trailed behind Feng Liao as they made their way to the open space outside the inn. This area had been cleared and was devoid of zombies, allowing Feng Liao to unleash a lightning attack on the distant wreckage of a car. The onlookers gazed intently at his actions. As impatience began to mount among the crowd, Tong Tong noticed something peculiar. It was the crystal nucleus in Feng Liao's hand. Remarkably, that crystal nucleus had transformed into powder and vanished. Feng Liao then judiciously ceased his actions and turned to the woman behind him. "So what do you think? Have you discerned the reason?" Tong Tong furrowed her brows and, with a hint of uncertainty, spoke up. "Are you suggesting that the crystal core must absorb by releasing extraordinary abilities?" Feng Liao nodded and clarified, "To be precise, it is during extensive utilization of these extraordinary abilities that the crystal core is automatically absorbed by its possessor, irrespective of attributes or levels." Tong Tong suddenly understood, but when did you discover it? His bag was sealed meticulously, making it impossible for dust to infiltrate. From that moment on, he began to suspect that this dust might be related to the crystal nucleus. If at first it was merely a suspicion, then the battle in the nameless village ultimately confirmed his belief that this powder was not merely connected to the crystal nucleus. It was the crystal nucleus itself. In the days following his return, he spent the quiet nights in contemplation and experimentation, and at last, he uncovered the subtle connection between the crystal nucleus and the extraordinary abilities. Upon hearing this, Tong Tong initially contemplated giving it a try, but considering her own fiery nature, she ultimately decided to abandon the idea. However, just because she could not attempt it, others were still free to explore. The first person who came to Tong Tong's mind for the swiftest outcome was He Sheng. Observing Feng Liao's actions, He Sheng had longed to experiment himself. Upon acquiring a crystal core, he wasted no time and dashed toward a massive slab of concrete. With both hands gripping the edge of the slab, He Sheng clenched his teeth and exerted all his strength. The slab was as large as a small cart and solid, even with his awakened power-type abilities. Lifting it was beyond his capability. As he strained, the veins on his forehead bulged, and Tong Tong feared he might burst a blood vessel. "Let me try a few more." Feng Liao tossed a small cloth pouch to He Sheng. Inside were 10 first-level crystal cores, all scavenged from the nameless village. With the crystal cores in hand, He Sheng made another attempt to lift the concrete slab. As before, there was no sign of movement, and he was left panting heavily. Perhaps the enhancement it provided was not strength? Tong Tong glanced at several smaller slabs of concrete nearby. "Should we give them a try?" Feng Liao looked at He Sheng. "Let us give it a shot." Tong Tong echoed. He Sheng, still resting, suddenly felt as if he were prey being eyed by a pack of wolves. Trembling, he raised his hand and stammered, "Can I take a break?" "No," both Tong Tong and Feng Liao replied in unison. He Sheng's expression turned peculiar. How had he suddenly felt overwhelmed? No, Tong Jia and Feng Go were merely ordinary friends. What was he thinking? Tong Tong shot a glare at Feng Liao, cleared her throat, and addressed He Sheng. "You are currently experiencing physical exhaustion. This is the perfect opportunity to test whether the crystal core can enhance your endurance." He Sheng pursed his lips, feeling a deep-seated reluctance, yet his body obediently rose. Lifting a small cement block, roughly the size of a stool, was a mere trifle for someone with his strength-based abilities. "Run a few laps to see," Tong Tong urged. "What?" He Sheng felt tears welling up. "Hurry up. The entire hotel is counting on your experimental results," Tong Tong insisted, ignoring his expression. Despite his reluctance, he had no choice. After all, Tong Tong was his immediate superior. Helplessly, he felt like crying. Ultimately, after relentless effort, those several crystal cores were reduced to powder. "How do you feel?" Tong Tong inquired, leaning closer. He Sheng lazily lifted his eyelids. "Tired." "I mean your internal abilities," Tong Tong replied, exasperation evident on her face. It was only then that He Sheng waved his arm. Upon doing so, his eyes widened in astonishment. "What's the matter?" Tong Tong asked, concern etched on her features. He Sheng sat up abruptly, his eyes suddenly alight with excitement. My strength has increased." Tong Tong raised an eyebrow, her meaning unmistakable. "Care to demonstrate?" He Sheng's excitement quickly faded. "Sister Tong, may I take a moment to rest?" Considering He Sheng had just expended considerable energy, Tong Tong decided to grant him a reprieve. "Very well, I shall let you off this time. We shall attempt again after lunch." Upon hearing her words, He Sheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hastily rising from the ground without a moment's hesitation, and made his way towards the inn. After the midday meal, He Sheng once more tested the power of the enhanced crystal core. After numerous attempts, the group began to ascertain the primary function of the crystal core, sustainability. When one's abilities were heavily utilized, having a crystal core nearby, especially one of the same attribute, could replenish expended energy in the shortest possible time. Moreover, in addition to replenishing energy, it could also slightly elevate the level of one's abilities. The higher the ability level, the slower the enhancement rate, which correspondingly increased the quantity of crystal cores required. As for other uses of the crystal core, Han Shui and Lian Yi eagerly volunteered for the task. Having previously worked in a laboratory before the apocalypse, their enthusiasm for the experimental project was unparalleled. Considering the future development of the inn, Tong Tong consented to their continued experimentation. While they would not need to venture out to seek crystal cores, they were required to produce one experimental result each month as rent. Once the arrangements for the inn were settled, Tong Tong led her companions to the leaching farm. Though not excessively far, the closer they drew to the farm, the more vehicles congested the roads. Upon nearing the vicinity of leaching farm, they encountered traffic jams reminiscent of rush hour before the apocalypse. Gazing at the seemingly endless line of cars, Tong Tong couldn't help but marvel at the farm's impressive reputation, drawing such a multitude of visitors. However, after waiting for a day and night, Tong Tong realized she had overestimated the situation. The traffic was not due to rush hour, but rather the peak season for spring travel. With the cars moving at a snail's pace, she contemplated abandoning the vehicle altogether. Finally, after another day's wait, they reached the entrance. "How many of you?" the guard at the farm's gate inquired, glancing at them with an indifferent tone. "Two," Feng Liao replied. "Where do you hail from?" "From the Eastern Tang Dynasty," Feng Liao answered. "From the Eastern Tang Dynasty," the scribe, looking up in frustration, retorted. "Do you dare to jest with me? Do you believe I won't revoke your entry privileges?" "You wouldn't," Feng Liao stepped forward, producing a pack of cigarettes and a box of biscuits from his pocket. "What do you think of this?" The guard, who had initially been poised to express his anger, suddenly brightened at the sight of the cigarettes and biscuits. "You know someone inside the farm? Why didn't you say so? You made me waste my time here questioning you." He gestured towards the adjacent box, stating that although you are acquainted with the individuals on our farm, the supplies that are to be submitted must indeed be turned in. Feng Liao nodded in agreement, affirming its necessity. He then turned to Tong Tong and said, "My dear, please unload the supplies from our vehicle." Tong Tong shot him a glance, realizing that this fellow was once again taking advantage of her. When they arrived, they had conspired that if they encountered a situation requiring the surrender of supplies, they would present some of the nearly expired items they had scavenged. This way, they could both deceive the other party and clear out their inventory. They placed a box of soon-to-expire instant noodles inside, and the two successfully acquired their entry permits. As they passed through the gates of the farm, a vast expanse of farmland unfolded before their eyes, with exquisite villas standing tall behind the fields. Indeed, it appeared to have resumed production akin to the pre-apocalyptic era, just as Wei Lauda had described. "What? Our NS proprietor now wishes to join the agricultural endeavor?" Feng Liao remarked, half in jest, as he observed Tong Tong's admiring expression. "The inn is your labor of love, yet it does not bear the same significance to others. If they were to discover how splendid this place is, they might very well abandon the inn for this haven," Feng Liao continued. "Would you leave the inn?" Tong Tong inquired. Feng Liao shrugged. "I am someone who cherishes tranquility. It is too lively here for my taste." All right, if you dislike it, so be it. After all, we want tea truly join this place," Tong Tong replied nonchalantly. After a brief pause, she added, "As for those who depart from the inn, an ancient saying holds true. What cannot be retained is never yours." Chapter 61. A new beginning automotive transformation, perhaps due to that single pack of cigarettes. Their accommodations were assigned close to the core area. In just over a month since the onset of the apocalypse, the once quiet mountain village was subtly trending towards a base-like existence. Take the residential area, for instance. A modest section of housing had been forcibly divided into 3 zones. The outermost layer was a shanty town, home to those who had joined the farm but had not surrendered any supplies. The transitional zone contained rows of bungalows. Tong Tong and Feng Liao were assigned to a room in this particular area. The residents here primarily consisted of members who had contributed a modest amount of supplies. Deep within the core zone resided those who provided substantial resources, or were, in fact, the original inhabitants. This was not a place where ordinary individuals could enter at will. After the two located their accommodation and feigned settling in, they commenced their separate endeavors. Feng Liao set off to investigate the current state of the agricultural farm, while Tong Tong sought out Chief Wei and his associates. Tong Tong initially believed that upon arriving at the leaching farm, she and the others would be able to lead a life where they could at least have their fill. However, when she inquired with a group of passers-by about the conditions at Wei's place, she soon discovered just how dire the situation truly was. Before Tong Tong could approach Wei Lauda's residence, she heard a coarse female voice loudly reprimanding, Enforcer, you must take my side. It's all that old fool's fault. If it weren't for her, my grandson wouldn't be in a comatose state. Tong Tong navigated through the crowd and, upon closer inspection, found herself amidst a myriad of patched refugee quarters. Standing upright was a man of similar age to another who sat on the ground, and the expression on the standing man's face was one of helplessness, akin to that of a caregiver observing a distressed child. Big Wei, Tong Tong waved at the man. Upon turning to face her, Big Wei's demeanor softened significantly. "Ah, it's little Tong," he replied. However, after glancing at the individual seated on the ground, his expression shifted to one of slight awkwardness. "Little Tong, I have some matters to attend to over here. Once I've resolved them, I shall catch up with you." No sooner had he finished speaking than a woman nearby rose and approached Tong Tong. "Young lady, do you know this man?" Tong Tong furrowed her brows. Even in the face of the apocalypse, this woman exuded a potent fragrance. As she drew nearer, the cloying scent nearly overwhelmed her senses, almost causing her to retch. Tong Tong instinctively took a step back. "Xiao Tong, ignore her," Wei Laoda urged, subconsciously wanting Tong Tong to leave this place swiftly. His movement prompted the woman to raise her hand and seize Tong Tong's sleeve. "Since you are acquainted, you must be in cahoots with him. Law enforcement, I suggest you apprehend this woman as well." Tong Tong wore an expression of utter disbelief. She had encountered madness before, but never of such an extreme nature. With a forceful tug, she withdrew her hand. Noticing that Wei Laoda was about to speak, Tong Tong shot him a glance, compelling him to silence himself momentarily. Tong Tong turned her gaze towards the robust, middle-aged man standing nearby, whose appearance exuded an air of sincerity and honesty. Approaching him, she extended a packet of cigarettes, inquiring, "How should I address you, sir?" The man hesitated momentarily before responding, "Please do not call me sir. Refer to me as Captain Lin." Despite his initial reluctance, he accepted the cigarettes from Tong Tong's hand. After all, the farm lacked nothing except for a few amusements to pass the time. As Tong Tong observed him taking a drag from his cigarette, she smiled amiably and inquired, "All right, Captain Lin, may I ask what transpired here?" Initially, Captain Lin hesitated to share, yet recognizing the weight of the situation and the fact that it was not a closely guarded secret, he relented after a brief moment of contemplation. "It's nothing that cannot be disclosed. It merely involves Wei Dahan casting a glance at Zhang Ling and subsequently refusing to pay for food." Wei Dahan. Tong Tong turned her gaze towards the man behind her. Wei Dahan's expression darkened. "I am not that kind of person. I was deceived by her." Zhang Ling wore a smug expression. "Deceived? This was a mutual agreement, was it not? If you had no intentions, why would you have entered my dwelling? I suspect you simply wish to evade payment." Zhang Ling launched into a tirade of mockery directed at Wei Dahan, clearly infuriated by Zhang Ling's taunts. Wei Dahan raised his hand in anger, but fortunately, Tong Tong reacted swiftly, restraining him. "Wei Dahan, do not act impulsively. As long as you have not committed this act, no one can falsely accuse you." Wei Dahan took several deep breaths, struggling to quell the fury boiling within him. At the moment Wei Dahan raised his hand, Zhang Ling had already hidden behind the law enforcement officers. "Captain Lin, you witnessed this. He attempted to strike me. Please ensure my personal safety." Captain Lin was taken aback by Wei Dahan's audacity to act violently in his presence. With a stern expression, he approached Wei Dahan. "What do you have to say for yourself?" "I did not cast a glance. I merely passed by her door. I was on my way to change my neighbor Granny Lin's dressing, but upon seeing the food in my hand, she forcibly pulled me inside." "I see." Tong Tong turned to Captain Lin. "Captain, I am acquainted with Wei Dahan. Based on my understanding of him, he is not someone who would deny his actions. Could you please verify this with Granny Lin?" Normally, Captain Lin would not entertain such requests for others, but considering he had accepted Tong Tong's cigarette, he relented. In light of this, Captain Lin dispatched 2 officers to confirm the situation with Granny Lin. As the officers departed, Zhang Ling continued to incite the crowd. "What do you mean helping Granny Lin buy medicine? These are merely excuses you concocted for yourself. When you entered my room, you did not say so. You simply thought the 2 packs of instant noodles were too expensive and intended to default on payment." Her remarks instantly sparked discussions among the onlookers. To their astonishment, this seemingly honest individual was, in fact, a scoundrel attempting to shirk responsibility. 2 packs of instant noodles? If that's the case, I would also want a default. How many days' worth of food would that be? Do not speak so. The prices are clearly marked. If you're dissatisfied, you need not purchase. Amidst the crowd's murmurs, Wei Dahan was swiftly branded as a scoundrel. Observing the uproar around them, a look of triumph spread across Zhang Ling's face. She could hardly believe that, in a post-apocalyptic world, anyone would willingly entrust their provisions to another in exchange for supplies. Brother Lin, we have inquired, and indeed, old lady Lin was unable to rise from her bed due to illness, which is why she entrusted Wei Dahai to procure medicine. As the team listened to the report, the previously chattering crowd fell silent, as if a mute button had been pressed. Chapter 62. The state of the Shantytown team leader Lin observed the video of old lady Lin on the team member's phone and nodded in acknowledgement. Clearly, Wei Dahai's statements were not unfounded. He had ventured out with food solely to purchase medicine for her. Wait a moment, Zhang Ling interjected, rushing to team leader Lin. Even if he proves that the food in his possession was intended for old lady Lin's medicine, it does not absolve him of having entered my shack and witnessed the truth of my situation, regardless of the evidence. She was determined to assert that Wei Dahai had indeed trespassed into her dwelling. Listening to her, Wei Dahai felt a surge of fury. Surely, he had encountered a streak of misfortune today. Otherwise, how could he have crossed paths with such a shameless woman? You claim that Wei Dahai entered your shack? As he gazed at the woman before him, Tong Tong couldn't help but recall the notorious shrew from her former village. Dealing with such a brazen individual required employing methods even more unscrupulous than her own. Once Zhang Ling seized the moral high ground, she showed no mercy in Tong Tong. In supporting Wei Dahai, instantly became her adversary in her eyes. With her hands planted defiantly on her hips, she looked down on Tong Tong, declaring with arrogance, indeed, "He did enter my shack." Tong Tong spread her hands and asked, "What evidence do you have?" Zhang Ling's haughty demeanor faltered momentarily, her lips trembling for a while before a thought struck her. Her arrogance surged even higher than before. Evidence? Everyone present here serves as evidence. Tong Tong turned to look at the man beside her, who was wearing a sports cap. "Are you a witness?" The man in the sports cap opened his mouth to speak, "Aye, but providing false testimony can lead to punishment." Tong Tong feigned an expression of innocence. With just a single phrase, the man in the sports cap swiftly changed his tone. "I don't know." Tong Tong glanced at another elderly man, who was using a withered branch as a cane. "What about you?" she inquired. "I merely came to observe the commotion," he replied. Most individuals who gather here do so merely for the spectacle. When it comes to assuming responsibility, none are willing to be the first to step forward. Tong Tong inquired of several individuals, yet none were willing to step forward. At this moment, she turned her gaze toward Zhang Ling, observing that it seemed no one had witnessed the evidence she spoke of. Zhang Ling narrowed her eyes and abruptly extended her hand, pointing at a gaunt man, Wang Yunfu. "You clearly witnessed it. Why do you not come forward? Are you hoping I will divulge your sordid affairs?" She continued, "And you, Li Chong, did you not also see? Do you wish to follow in Wang Yunfu's footsteps?" One by one, she enumerated several names, and each person mentioned turned pale, reluctantly rising to stand. Once the number of witnesses appeared sufficient, Zhang Ling raised her head to look at Captain Lin. "Captain, my witnesses have arrived, and they are all endowed with extraordinary abilities. Surely, you will not disregard them?" Extraordinary abilities. Tong Tong turned her gaze towards Wei, the leader. Wei explained that although food was not scarce in this place, there was still a significant shortage of medical supplies and construction materials, necessitating that ability users venture out to gather resources. At this juncture, Wei let out a resigned sigh, remarking that if her husband were present, there might be room for negotiation, but currently, in Wei's perspective, he had unwittingly shouldered the blame for this situation. Observing the robust figures before her, Tong Tong sensed their ability fluctuations, though they were not as potent as her own. Given that ability, users held a privileged status here. The matter could be resolved more easily. As Captain Lin frowned, preparing to deliver his judgment upon Wei, Tong Tong suddenly raised her hand, conjuring a sizable fireball that resembled a soccer ball. "Captain Lin," she interjected, "I believe there is still room for negotiation regarding this issue." "Captain Lin, Taken aback by the fiery sphere in her grasp and glancing at the trembling individuals nearby, steeled himself and ultimately made a decision. You must be from the transitional zone. Am I correct? Tong Tong was uncertain of the intent behind his inquiry. However, observing Captain Lin's softened demeanor, she surmised that the matter had likely been resolved. Indeed, I have come here in search of my friend. She considered Wei Laoda to be included among her acquaintances. On the surface, Captain Lin appeared to be simple and honest. Yet within, he was an exceedingly astute individual. Since you seek your friend, I shall not delay you any further. As he spoke, he lifted his gaze toward Zhongling. Resident Zhongling has been operating a business without the farm's consent and has repeatedly engaged in deceitful schemes such as the heavenly jump. In the capacity of the farm's enforcement team, I hereby declare resident Zhongling guilty and sentence her to cultivate 10 acres of farmland in Xintian. She shall be released only upon the harvest of the first crop. 2 enforcement officers approached and firmly seized her wrist, disregarding her struggles as they escorted her away. The individuals she had named were endowed with special abilities, and there were also those among the enforcement team with similar gifts. Once the enforcement team departed, the crowd began to disperse. The few individuals named by Zhongling cast a lingering glance at Tong Tong before they too scattered. Once alone, Wei Laoda expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Tong Tong. Boss Tong, thank you immensely. If it weren't for your intervention, I would have been unjustly implicated, and there was a grave possibility of being expelled from the farm. My departure from the farm is inconsequential, but the repercussions on those I brought along would weigh heavily on my conscience, and I could never forgive myself. Tong Tong waved her hand repeatedly. Brother Wei, what are we even saying thanks for? There's no need for such formalities. I came here simply to visit you. You are very considerate. We're doing quite well here. At least we don't have to worry about food and drink, Brother Wei replied. Brother Wei was not particularly concerned about the environment. His primary concern was whether the people around him were well-fed and safe. Currently, all aspects of life here met his expectations, and even if they could only reside in makeshift shelters, he would not voice any complaints. However, it was unexpected to see you here, Boss Tong. Are you planning to abandon your inn? After ensuring that no one was paying attention, he quietly inquired of Tong Tong. Tong Tong shook her head, asserting that she could never abandon her inn. So, your purpose in coming here is to seek knowledge, she shrugged. To seek knowledge? Wei Laoda was momentarily taken aback before realizing you cannot possibly be considering adopting the farm model to develop your own. Can you? Indeed, Wei Laoda. You are aware that what we lack most is experience in operating a farm, Tong Tong replied. Chapter 63. The Rules of the Farm After a Brief Hesitation. Wei Laoda glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention before quietly advising Tong Tong. You just revealed your identity as an ability user, which might attract the attention of the local authorities. Be cautious. Thank you for the reminder, Tong Tong nodded, indicating her understanding. Observing her comprehension, Wei Laoda refrained from saying more. During the course of 2 days, Tong Tong, both intentionally and unintentionally, inquired about various matters pertaining to the Chungcheng farm from Wei Laoda. In gratitude for Tong Tong's timely intervention, Wei Laoda shared all he knew about the farm, regardless of the significance of the details. By the time Wei Laoda arrived at the Material Exchange Center, Tong Tong had garnered a substantial understanding of Chungcheng Farm. Firstly, this farm was established by formidable individuals with extraordinary abilities. Unlike her own kind, these individuals had awakened their powers before the onset of the apocalypse. Secondly, the extraordinary being in charge of the farm was referred to as the village chief by the inhabitants, although he seldom made appearances in the village. Each occasion he did so marked a significant event. As for the nature of the village chief's abilities, only his 2 most trusted confidants were privy to that information. In comparison to the shanty town, the transitional zone boasted a vastly superior environment and atmosphere. However, the number of extraordinary individuals residing in the transitional zone was limited. Even when 1 or 2 occasionally passed through, their abilities were barely perceptible. Tong Tong had the system assess the abilities of these individuals, revealing that their powers were roughly at level 1, with some merely having just awakened their abilities. It would be splendid to explore the core region. According to the introduction by Wei Laoda, the core region is where the powers congregate. It is not impossible to go there. Feng Liao's voice resonated at the entrance. Raising an eyebrow, Feng Liao approached Tong Tong with a leisurely gait, saying, Tong Tong, are you wishing for me to experience what it truly means to be apart for a day, feeling as if 3 autumns have passed? Tong Tong's once warm expression turned cold. You are overthinking, she replied. I am merely concerned for your safety, fearing that I may be implicated. Feng Liao casually leaned back in his chair, pouring himself a cup of tea. It seems you still do not trust me. That is my fault. Given the opportunity, I shall certainly demonstrate my capabilities to you. For instance, picking locks? Tong Tong retorted, casting him a disapproving glance. Feng Liao suddenly closed the distance between them. It appears I have not exerted enough effort previously, leading you to remember only one unexpected skill I acquired. Next time, I shall strive to ensure you recall more of my remarkable qualities. The emphasis he placed on the word remarkable inexplicably thickened the air with an aura of ambiguous intimacy. Tong Tong took several deep breaths and raised her hand to pat away the handsome face before her. Enough, I acknowledge your prowess. But let us discuss the matter at hand. What have you accomplished today? Upon broaching the subject, Feng Liao's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The information I gathered today is somewhat related to the question you were just pondering. What is it? Tong Tong inquired, directing her gaze towards Feng Liao. Clearing his throat, Feng Liao replied earnestly. I learned today that every month, a competition for the ability users is held in the core area. This competition primarily targets the residents of the transition zones and shantytowns. The top 10 competitors will earn the opportunity to enter the core area. At this juncture, Feng Liao looked at Tong Tong. Shall we attempt to gain entry? Well, we can glean some information about the agricultural processes from the transition zones, access to certain pivotal technologies, and even discussions with the village chief necessitate our presence within the core area. Tong Tong pondered for a moment. Since we seek to acquire knowledge, it is imperative that we obtain the most authentic teachings, ideally the most fundamental technologies. Moreover, an individual who awakened their abilities before the cataclysm may possess insights into the origins of these zombies. It would be advantageous to resolve the issue of these undead, as she certainly does not wish to be caught off guard by a sudden zombie encounter while basking in the sun. Therefore, in pursuit of core technologies and to address the zombie threat, they must by all means venture into the core area. Are you certain? This could hinder our ability to gather crucial information from the shadows, Feng Liao cautioned. Thus, I shall participate in the competition while you continue to gather intelligence. With a smile gracing her lips, Tong Tong spoke. Upon hearing her words, Feng Liao furrowed his brow, clearly disapproving of Tong Tong's idea. Are you truly planning to participate in the competition alone? His inquiry was not intended to encourage Tong Tong to put herself in danger. Initially, he had envisioned himself entering the competition to gather information about the core area. Tong Tong nodded, having pondered earnestly. The village chief is a formidable supernatural being. To negotiate on equal footing with him, I must demonstrate a measure of strength. As for my safety, you need not be concerned should I find myself outmatched. I shall willingly concede. Her tone was casual, yet Feng Liao's brow furrowed even deeper. Ultimately, however, he could not sway Tong Tong and could only reiterate his caution. You must understand that you are not alone. Behind you stands the entire establishment's residents. The following day, Tong Tong personally submitted her name. To her surprise, she encountered an acquaintance there, Captain Lin. Observing Tong Tong, Captain Lin furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What brings you here?" He recalled her as a remarkably powerful supernatural being. Tong Tong pointed towards the registration area, stating, "I am here to register for the ability contest. You are exceptionally strong and need not compete. If I inform the captain, you may proceed directly to the core zone." Upon hearing that she was there to register, Captain Lin immediately recalled Tong Tong's earlier display of power. Although he was a level 2 ability user, the sight of that fiery orb sent shivers down his spine. Was she stronger than a level 2? Could it be that she possessed level 3 abilities? If that were the case, it was unlikely that anyone in the entire farm, save for the village chief, would possess the capability to challenge her. To enter directly? Tong Tong's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Captain Lin pondered for a moment. While direct entry was not unheard of, it typically applied to individuals who had scavenged materials of the same caliber as generators. To his knowledge, no one else had achieved such a feat. Tong Tong shrugged, as if to say, "Isn't that enough?" With no shortcuts available, one can only traverse the conventional path. Captain Lin regarded her with a gaze that held a hint of scrutiny. "Are you truly so eager to enter the core area?" Tong Tong revealed a dazzling smile. And quite naturally so. Chapter 64. A unique method of utilizing abilities. As she faced the increasingly solemn gaze of Captain Lin, Tong Tong continued, "I have long heard of the illustrious reputation of the leeching farm. Having finally gained admission, it is only fitting that I aspire to enter the core region and become a key member. Ambition is indeed commendable," Captain Lin responded slowly. "To awaken as a level 3 ability user within a month, I have no doubt that the village chief will take an interest in you." Before departing, Captain Lin added with a hint of encouragement, "Should you succeed in entering the core region, I hope you will consider joining our Bailu squad. Our members are quite commendable." Tong Tong watched Captain Lin's retreating figure, shrugging in resignation. Unfortunately, she had not contemplated joining here. She envisioned a life akin to that of a carefree fish. After registering, Tong Tong received a number card inscribed on a sturdy piece of paper. 13. The competition is scheduled to commence tomorrow morning. As Tong Tong was meticulously counting the crystal cores, the door swung open abruptly without any warning. Startled, she turned her gaze towards the entrance, her expression brimming with indignation. Indeed, it was Feng Liao once again. "Could you perhaps provide some indication before you barge in next time?" Tong Tong seethed through clenched teeth. Feng Liao merely shrugged. "Of course, not." Tong Tong swung her fist towards a certain handsome face. Feng Liao quickly dodged, effortlessly grasping her wrist. "Why is Tong Tong so enthusiastic today? Let go." Tong Tong glared at the man before her. Feng Liao wore a mischievous smile, refusing to release her grip. "What will you do about it?" Tong Tong slowly raised her right hand. "If you're not afraid of becoming a roasted pig," gazing at the flames enveloping her hand. Feng Liao also lifted his left hand, with lightning swirling around it, covering her right hand. "You!" Tong Tong's eyes widened in astonishment. This man actually fashioned a glove of electric power for himself? Feng Liao finally released his hold on Tong Tong's hands. He gradually raised both hands, allowing her to observe clearly. "How did you accomplish this?" Tong Tong inquired, surveying his hands with bewilderment. Feng Liao spread his hands, a sudden spark of inspiration igniting within him. Tong Tong silently spread her hands, envisioning as Feng Liao had instructed, and concentrated her internal abilities. With a breath, flames erupted from her palms. Feng Liao remained silent, a twinge of jealousy stirring within him. It took him several days of contemplation to devise such a method of harnessing his powers, yet here she was, mastering it in an instant. This made him feel somewhat inadequate. Of course, if other ability wielders learned of his thoughts, he would surely be ridiculed. In a world where the apocalypse had only begun a month prior, merely awakening one's abilities was commendable, let alone demonstrating such adeptness without additional enhancements. This was truly a manifestation of extraordinary talent. Clearing his throat to suppress his envy, he observed Tong Tong, who was now joyfully waving her hands as if she had discovered a delightful toy. He inquired, "How is it? Is it enjoyable?" "Indeed, it is fun. You've never tried it, have you?" "And no." Tong Tong's movements faltered as she glanced up at the man before her. "If you have something to say, just say it. Spare me the cryptic remarks. In light of the fact that you taught me to wield my abilities, I am willing to concede to a reasonable request. I accept your condition, but since I have imparted this skill to you, shouldn't you call me master as a courtesy?" Feng Liao suddenly leaned in closer, narrowing his eyes as he posed the question to Tong Tong. "Master?" Tong Tong was nearly choked by his words, casting a disdainful glance at him before retracting her abilities and turning to leave, muttering as she walked away, "How can there be such a self-proclaimed teacher in this world?" Feng Liao merely smiled nonchalantly, paying little heed to Tong Tong's remarks. It was merely a jest, after all. However, should someone truly address him as master, he might ponder whether she had been possessed by some strange entity. In the ensuing days, Tong Tong diligently practiced the technique taught by Feng Liao, focusing on condensing her abilities within her hands. By the break of dawn on the second day, her control over her powers had reached an impressive level of finesse. Feng Liao's own abilities had also advanced, rising from level 2 to level 3. The venue for the competition was a patch of open ground nestled between the transitional zone and the core zone. As the sun crested the rooftop of a 2-story building, the sound of a horn signaled the commencement of the match. The first bout was between contestant number 1 and contestant number 5. Contestant number 1 was an ice-based ability user, while contestant number 5 wielded fire-based powers. Clearly, from an elemental standpoint, number 5 had the upper hand over number 1. In the realm of ability contests, wagering was commonplace, with the only currency accepted being crystal cores. As soon as the list of competitors was announced, wagers began to pour in. Observing the elemental attributes on display, nearly everyone placed their bets on contestant number 5 to emerge victorious. As Tong Tong observed the competition unfolding before her, a faint sound emerged from behind. "Sister, do you wish to acquire wealth?" A slender man, stooped and concealed within the crowd, was nearly imperceptible. "Wealth? What kind of wealth?" Tong Tong feigned interest. The man rubbed his hands together. "Sister, you must be a participant in the contest, correct?" One could not deny that his words were indeed enticing. Had Tong Tong not been intent on meeting the village chief, she might have considered his proposition. "However," she replied, "I am open to collaboration, but let us alter the terms. For instance, you could sell me your victory." Upon hearing her words, the man's expression darkened significantly. "What are you joking about? You, a novice?" Tong Tong shrugged nonchalantly. "I've given you a hint. If you choose not to believe it, there's little I can do." The gaunt man gazed at the back of Tong Tong's head in silence for a moment before swiftly sprinting out of the crowd. At this juncture, the two contenders had already engaged in combat. The first to launch an assault was the fire elemental user, number 5. Convinced that his abilities completely countered his opponent, he aimed for a swift resolution. Number 1, cunning as ever, deftly sidestepped the fiery fist barreling toward him, rolled away, and retaliated with an ice spear hurled at number 5. Number 5 scoffed dismissively, opting to catch the ice spear barehanded. Yet, the sharpness of the ice was no match for the searing heat of the flames, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into pure white steam that dissipated into the air. Chapter 65. Eyes in the shadows. If this is all you can muster, you might as well concede early. Taunted number 5. Number 1 merely cast a cold glance in his direction, silently increasing the distance between them. With a contemptuous huff, number 5 launched another punch. Just when the spectators believed the match had entered a feudal phase, number 1, who had been on the defensive, suddenly froze in place. Was he conceding? He should have surrendered long ago. What was he clinging to? Amidst the murmurs, Tong Tong narrowed her eyes. Something felt amiss. Why did she detect a glimmer of excitement in number 1's demeanor? Just as number 5's fist was about to land on him, number 1 moved. He evaded the attack in an extraordinarily peculiar manner. Without granting number 5 a moment to react, he swiftly maneuvered behind him. What? Number 5's eyes widened in disbelief as he lowered his gaze to his chest, where a sharp ice spike had pierced through his back, protruding from his front. Flames could scorch the ice, yet they could not mend the wound in his chest. Drops of blood fell from the ice spike, creating ripples in the previously silent arena. What just happened? After a long pause, someone finally dared to inquire. "No, I don't know." The arena fell into silence until the announcement echoed, congratulating contestant number 1, Ban Zimming, on his victory. Ban Zimming raised the ice spike in triumph, his eyes gleaming with the arrogance of a conqueror. The lifeless body on the ground went unnoticed, overshadowed by the jubilant cheers for the victor. With the bodies hastily cleared and the blood still fresh, the second match commenced. Tong Tong stepped onto the stage for the final round. After several rounds of brutal contests, the arena had been stained a glaring crimson with blood. Such a scene, reminiscent of a hellish battlefield, would undoubtedly instill fear in the hearts of ordinary individuals, and even among those newly awakened to their powers. Yet, had it been a month prior, before she had endured the apocalyptic trials, Tong Tong too would have felt trepidation. However, now, confronted with this harrowing sight, she felt more resignation than fear. Her opponent was a young girl, a child with her hair tied in a ponytail, who appeared before her. A child? Tong Tong's eyes widened in astonishment. How could this agricultural fair allow a young girl to partake in such a competition? The little girl appeared unfazed by the situation. Upon taking the stage, she bestowed a sweet smile upon Tong Tong. "Miss, please remember to show mercy later." Tong Tong furrowed her brow. It was a scene that would instill fear even in an adult. Yet, this little girl managed to wear such a smile. Regardless of her youthful exterior, such behavior could only signify one thing. This girl was far more complex than she appeared. As the horn sounded, signaling the commencement of the match, the little girl let out a resigned sigh. "Since you refuse to show mercy, sister, do not blame me for being ruthless." She stretched her limbs, and suddenly, a swirling mass of black mist began to rise from her, enveloping her gradually. Transformed into a figure of dark fog, she swiftly approached Tong Tong. The seemingly innocuous black mist left behind a series of distinctly visible footprints in its wake. In an instant, Tong Tong comprehended that the little girl's extraordinary ability lay within the black mist, more accurately, within the poison harbored. Aware of the toxicity, Tong Tong resolved not to engage directly. As the girl lunged at her, Tong Tong swiftly retreated. With a missed strike, the girl continued her assault. After several exchanges, Tong Tong surmised that the black mist surrounding the girl was indeed poisonous. However, as long as she maintained a safe distance, the girl's attacks proved ineffective. Following her cautious exploration, Tong Tong commenced earnest combat. If close-quarters fighting was not feasible, she would resort to ranged attacks. Fireballs erupted from her hands, the quintessential manifestation of fire-based abilities at the first level. Though she currently possessed a third-level power, she could easily feign a first-level ability. Unbeknownst to her, at that moment, a middle-aged man, hunched and occasionally contorted by pain, stood by the window of a nearby two-story building. Beside him stood a youth clad in a coarse short shirt. The boy respectfully saluted him, saying, "Village Chief, I have conducted an investigation into the individual known as Tong Tong. According to the information provided by the glasses, Tong Tong is a female, the identity of the innkeeper is unknown, and her abilities remain indeterminate. Is this what you call an investigation?" The man referred to as the village chief slowly turned his head, revealing half of his scarred visage. "And how did you allow others from different bases to infiltrate?" He offered the boy no opportunity for explanation, abruptly tossing the documents into the boy's face. "Get out. Come back to me only when you have ascertained her identity." "Yes," the boy replied, terror etched across his face as he retreated and exited the room. "Intriguing, although I remain unaware of your true intentions for infiltrating. Since you have chosen to participate in the trials, we shall discuss matters further upon their conclusion." On the trial stage, Tong Tong inexplicably sensed a chill creeping down her spine, as though some perilous entity was fixated upon her. Seizing the opportunity to evade another of the girl's attacks, she cast a swift glance around. Another volley of fireballs ensued. Each fireball that struck the black mist consumed a substantial portion of it. After their prolonged engagement, the black mist enveloping the girl had become exceedingly thin. Just as it seemed she would be overwhelmed, the girl abruptly ceased her onslaught. She slowly lowered her body, and the previously sparse black mist reemerged, this time appearing dense and almost corporeal in nature. Tong Tong furrowed her brow. If her conjecture was accurate, this should represent the second-tier manifestation of the little girl's extraordinary abilities, forcing me to employ my own second-tier powers. Dear sister, your abilities are indeed formidable. My beloved teddy bear, arise. The little girl raised her left hand, and a dense black mist rapidly condensed, ultimately forming a pitch-black teddy bear. The bear stood an imposing 3 meters tall, exuding an aura of fierce intimidation, with eyes as dark as a black hole, seemingly capable of devouring everything in sight. Go forth and engage in some delightful play with my dear sister. A wicked smile curled at the corners of the little girl's mouth. Upon receiving its command, the teddy bear charged towards Tong Tong with great speed, its paws swinging and black mist swirling, as if intent on consuming all in its path. Upon witnessing the situation, Tong Tong dared not to be careless and swiftly evaded. She understood that the true contest between second-level supernatural beings had commenced. Chapter 66. The terrifying teddy bear. The assault of the teddy bear was fierce and ruthless, with black mist enveloping the surroundings, seemingly omnipresent. Tong Tong raised her hand and hurled a fireball forward. The fireball struck the chest of the teddy bear, creating a ripple effect, only to be subsequently engulfed by the dark mist emanating from the black bear. Tong Tong was momentarily taken aback. The sound of the wind above her prompted an instinctive evasion. The enormous paw of the black bear crashed onto the floor, instantly corroding it and creating a vast, gaping pit. It was still poisonous. Tong Tong let out a resigned sigh, realizing that she would indeed have to resort to her secondary abilities. As the paw of the teddy bear came crashing down towards her head once more, she raised her hand and summoned a fireball once again. Big sister, perhaps it would be wise to concede, the teddy bear remarked. It claims your flames are simply too unpleasant to consume and wishes to cease this endeavor. Tong Tong tossed the fireball in her hand, pondering whether it was delectable. Perhaps we should wait until your teddy has endured this assault to ascertain. A secondary ability suffices to manifest the fire-based zombie's prowess. The immense fireball surged once more into Teddy's form. Teddy yearned to retaliate against Tong Tong. Yet as it merely lifted its hand, its body convulsed violently as if it had stepped upon a high-voltage line. The little girl, connected to it, sensed Teddy's current predicament and was instantly filled with trepidation. The creature, which should have been colder than ice, now harbored an alien warmth within. This intense heat escalated, eventually rendering her uncomfortable. "What have you done to my teddy?" the little girl exclaimed, clutching the bear and glaring furiously at Tong Tong, resembling a child whose toy had been damaged. Observing the girl's imminent tears, Tong Tong felt a pang of helplessness. Indeed, she is merely a child. "If you concede, I shall extract the fireball from within it," Tong Tong said with resignation. "No, I will not surrender," the girl declared defiantly, but as she stood, her balance faltered, and she tumbled to the ground, her face rapidly flushing and her body drenched in perspiration. Tong Tong gazed towards the position of the loudspeaker, having already succumbed to her inability to continue the fight. "Will you not announce it?" The loudspeaker remained silent for a moment, before finally emitting a voice tinged with a hint of regret. "Due to contestant number 14, Han Qianqian, losing the ability to fight, the match concludes with contestant number 13, Tong Tong, emerging victorious." A profound silence enveloped the venue, soon followed by an even more fervent cheer than in the preceding matches. Tong Tong paid them no mind and walked directly to the little girl. The black teddy bear had vanished, and all its attributes had transferred to the child. "System, is there a solution?" She was not a doctor and had no means to alleviate the condition that Han Qianqian was currently experiencing. 50 gold coins. Tong Tong recalled the emaciated man from earlier and with a decisive wave of her hand, made a purchase. The notification of a successful transaction chimed, and she felt a weight in her pocket. Reaching in, she retrieved a glass vial containing a solitary pill. Why was it merely a pill? She glanced at the unconscious Han Qianqian, then back at the capsule in her hand, furrowing her brow. "Rest assured, host, this pill dissolves instantly. You merely need to place it in the patient's mouth," the system assured her. With this reassurance, Tong Tong felt a sense of relief. She gently pried open Han Qianqian's mouth and inserted the pill. What was she doing? A voice from the crowd questioned in confusion. Upon hearing this, the previously boisterous arena fell into an abrupt silence. While it was commonplace for violence to erupt on the competition stage, the act of saving a life was unprecedented. At that moment, Tong Tong had already placed the pill into Han Qianqian's mouth. Following the system's instructions, she gently patted Han Qianqian's back to aid her in swallowing the pill. Before long, Han Qianqian's complexion began to normalize, and the flush on her skin gradually faded. Once she confirmed that Han Qianqian was fine, Tong Tong departed from the competition stage. The sixth match commenced. Tong Tong had no inclination to continue watching and swiftly departed from the competition venue. Upon exiting, she spotted a gaunt man standing at the alley's entrance, his face alight with joy. As he looked up and recognized her, he rubbed his hands together and approached her with an air of mystery. "Sister, you truly excel. Cut the pleasantries. You aren't thinking of shirking your debt, are you?" Upon seeing his expression, Tong Tong immediately realized that he had indeed placed the bets as she had instructed. Since he had wagered, they must adhere to their prior agreement regarding the division of the spoils. Of course. I have already allocated your share, a total of 100 crystal cores. You shall receive 70, and I shall take 30. The gaunt man produced a pair of nested plastic bags, filled to the brim with an assortment of crystal cores. Tong Tong carefully sensed the contents, discovering the presence of primary and secondary crystal nuclei, the latter of which were notably abundant. This observation indicated that the emaciated man was indeed sincere in his intentions. Although they had previously agreed upon a 50-50 distribution of the crystal nuclei, they had not specified their levels, leaving a significant loophole. Even if he were to provide her solely with primary crystal nuclei, she would have no grounds for complaint. "Sister, what do you think? Is there still an issue?" The emaciated man inquired awkwardly. Initially, he had contemplated withholding higher-level crystal nuclei, but Tong Tong's formidable display of strength had dissuaded him. Individuals like him were well aware of the intricacies of their dealings. Only fools would dare to offend a powerful adversary. Tong Tong feigned placing the crystal core into her backpack. In reality, she merely tossed it inside. "There's no issue. You made a part now," she stated. The gaunt man stood rooted to the spot, hesitating to leave. Several times he attempted to speak, yet, noticing Tong Tong's deep contemplation, he refrained. Finally, when she lifted her gaze, he hastened a few steps forward to stand before her. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Tong Tong inquired, looking up at him. The gaunt man cleared his throat. "Are you interested in earning more money? The rankings of the top 20 will be revealed after today's competition, providing another opportunity for profit. What are your thoughts?" Tong Tong raised an eyebrow. Just moments ago, she had exchanged half of her crystal cores with the system for a sum of 2,000 system coins. With these coins, she could promptly purchase any desirable items that appeared in the system's shop in the future. The gaunt man chuckled. "Isn't there still a competition ahead? I'll place my bets on you." "You must be jesting," Tong Tong replied coolly, eyeing him. "Ahem, it's not that I lack abilities," he stammered, a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression. "How about this? I'll give you an additional 10%, and I only require 20 cores." "My abilities do not seem to lack those 10 cores," Tong Tong replied slowly. The gaunt man fell silent, observing as Tong Tong turned away, seemingly intent on leaving. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to speak again. "Wait, I can offer you some additional conditions." He glanced around to ensure no one was in earshot before continuing in a hushed tone. "I know a secret location where weapons are hidden. If you win, I will disclose the address of that place." Tong Tong raised her eyebrows, inquiring how one could possibly know the concealed locations of weaponry. It is worth noting that prior to the apocalypse, only certain official organizations possessed the authority to wield arms. Ordinary individuals, let alone knowing where weapons were stored, would have been entirely unaware. When a cataclysm struck, I inadvertently stumbled upon such a place, teeming with countless zombies. Had I not fled with haste, I would have surely met my demise there. As the emaciated man recounted this tale, a flicker of dread danced in his eyes. Tong Tong observed the man as he pondered earnestly. Weapons, indeed, are the vital tools for survival in a world on the brink of collapse. With the increasing number of guests at her inn, it became evident that not everyone would awaken extraordinary abilities. In the absence of such powers, possessing a formidable weapon significantly enhances the survival chances of ordinary individuals. Very well, for the next competition, let us continue our collaboration. Tong Tong initially intended to merely test whether she could extract some benefits from him. To her surprise, he indeed yielded, and to such a significant extent. The emaciated man extended his hand towards her, introducing himself as Nan Fenglin. "A pleasant collaboration," he declared. "Did you enjoy yourself today?" Tong Tong approached Feng Liao, smiling as she said, "Of course, I had a wonderful time. What about you? Surely, you are not feeling envious?" Feng Liao shot her a glance, replying, "Envious? As if. Do you have any idea what Han Qianqian, your opponent today, has done in the past?" Tong Tong shrugged, uncertain. "Is it really that impressive?" Her words elicited a disdainful glare from Feng Liao. "Perhaps you should first examine the information in your hands." Tong Tong began to peruse the documents. A substantial stack of materials, the means by which Feng Liao had procured them remained a mystery. After reviewing several files, she finally stumbled upon Han Qianqian's information. Just a fleeting glance was enough to leave Tong Tong utterly astounded. Despite Han Qianqian's youthful appearance of merely 3 or 4 years, her record revealed a harrowing account of the massacre of an entire village. Tong Tong contemplated the battle that transpired on the competition stage today, and she began to grasp its essence. The use of poison to annihilate an entire village is not beyond the realm of possibility. She carelessly set the documents aside. Tong Tong closed the distance between herself and Feng Liao. Feng Liao, after the competition today, I received an intriguing piece of news. Feng Liao, who initially had no intention of acknowledging her, slowly lifted his head upon hearing Tong Tong's words. What news? Tong Tong recounted the clues regarding weapons that she had gathered from Nan Fenglin today. Feng Liao listened intently to her words, and after she finished speaking, he did not respond immediately. He began to search his body and, after a thorough exploration, finally retrieved a folded, square map from the innermost pocket of his clothing. Once he unfurled the map, he picked up a piece of charred coal and silently began to sketch upon it. As he drew, an epiphany struck him, and he suddenly slapped the table, exclaiming that he had found it. Tong Tong leaned in, and all that met her gaze was a lush, verdant forest. Here, I recall. Ahem, I once resided over there, and indeed there was a military presence. Feng Liao cleared his throat, suppressing the words that threatened to escape his lips. Tong Tong's thoughts were consumed by the exhilaration of imminent wealth, causing her to overlook the nuances in Feng Liao's recent statements. With this newfound assurance, the safety of their inn was considerably fortified. Observing the joy on her face, Feng Liao found himself unconsciously smiling. As for the competition the following day, for the sake of security, Feng Liao chose to accompany Tong Tong onto the contest stage. Before they entered, Tong Tong urged Feng Liao to engage in the betting game established for the event, even encouraging him to devise a strategy to enhance the odds. Feng Liao gazed deeply at her, yet chose not to respond, instead turning his attention towards the distant tents. Before the contest commenced, whispers began circulating near the betting tent, all echoing the sentiment that Tong Tong was inadequate. With this premise, Feng Liao subtly fanned the flames, elevating the odds to an unprecedented height of 150. Hidden within the crowd, Nan Fenglin furrowed his brow in contemplation, perplexed by the unexpectedly favorable outcome of the day. Regardless of the circumstances, he knew he had to pay his subordinates. The current round was set in a perilous arena. All participants stood upon a roughly cleared stage, and as the announcement blared through the loudspeakers, an eerie silence enveloped the venue. Despite having formed a general assessment of their opponents the day before, none wished to be the first to act. Yet number 18 could no longer contain himself. His body began to gradually fade, ultimately vanishing from sight. His unique ability allowed him to seamlessly blend into his surroundings, rendering him undetectable by any means. As number 18 disappeared, the crowd began to shift from their original positions, except for Tong Tong, who remained steadfast. Those lurking in the shadows recognized her as an anomaly and charged towards her without hesitation. Sensing the rush of air behind her, Tong Tong spoke up, offering, "There are 10 slots available for this farm. We need not be adversaries. If you join forces with me, I can provide you with a second-tier crystal core." A brief silence ensued, followed by a light-hearted agreement. All right. With the threat dissipated, Tong Tong was free to act. Her sights set on number 6. Number 6 possessed the ability to manifest explosive water orbs, a power that paralleled her fireballs. As she launched her attack, number 6 swiftly raised his hand to conjure a water orb. The pure water elemental assault collided with Tong Tong's fireball. Water traditionally extinguished fire, and the fire element should have been subdued. However, Tong Tong's ability was of the second tier, and thus, in this confrontation, it was the water element that faltered. Chapter 68. Chaotic struggle survival for number 6 depended not solely on his powers, but also on his exceptional combat skills. Upon realizing that his water balloon had been suppressed, he did not linger in a futile struggle. Instead, he rose swiftly and darted towards the distance. With his participation, the scene became even more tumultuous. Tong Tong did not pursue relentlessly, Since he had fled, she decided to seek opportunities elsewhere. Although only 10 individuals participated in this competition, creating disturbances in several smaller battlegrounds was already sufficient. Number 18 appeared to share a similar mindset, albeit with a more sinister edge. Her strategy involved luring opponents to alternate arenas. Not only did number 18 disrupt the battlefields, but she also inflicted minor injuries on others, driven by her whims. Observing someone engaged in combat while incessantly extolling the virtues of traditional culture, Tong Tong felt a sense of relief at her decision to avoid a direct confrontation. After thoroughly unsettling the battleground, she found a secure vantage point and settled in to watch the unfolding drama. Number 18, however, did not cease her onslaught. It seemed that even with victory assured, she sought to leave an indelible impression on her adversaries. Thanks to number 18's diligent efforts, what should have been a protracted struggle concluded remarkably within a mere 5 minutes, with most of the combatants vanquished. The referee, witnessing the scene with bodies strewn across the ground and only 2 remaining standing, was momentarily taken aback. After a prolonged silence, he finally turned and dashed toward a nearby building. The angle, Tong Tong narrowed her eyes, recalling that day when she felt the weight of a gaze directed towards her, seemingly from that very spot. As she observed the judge emerging once more, a realization dawned upon her. It appeared that the village chief she had been seeking resided within that very house. The judge took his place once again on the competition platform, facing the crowd, and announced in a booming voice, "Congratulations to contestant 13, Tong Tong, contestant 18, Lan Tianan, contestant 24, Wu Yinshin. These 10 residents have secured their eligibility to enter the core area. Upon entering the core area, please promptly select your teams for the tasks ahead, in order to earn more substantial rewards." As the competition concluded, the onlookers were utterly astonished. The fierce, intense battle they had anticipated lasted a mere 5 minutes. In an uproar, the crowd clamored for refunds. Yet their cries fell on deaf ears as one by one. They descended from the competition platform, hastily making their way home. Those wishing to pursue were halted by the enforcement team, and after a futile struggle, they resigned themselves to defeat. Tong Tong departed alongside the other victorious members. "Here you go, the crystal cores you requested." Feng Liao nonchalantly tossed a bag in front of her, brimming with an abundance of crystal cores. Tong Tong cast him a speechless glance. "Do you consider this trash? What lies within are crystal cores, capable of enhancing the hotel, augmenting abilities, and even redeeming for coins in the marketplace." Feng Liao found a seat and mused. In comparison to the matters that lie ahead, these items do indeed resemble refuse. He had not forgotten their purpose for this visit. Tong Tong shook the black plastic bag in her hand, asking, "Would you like me to share some with you?" After all, they were her subordinates and tenants. Enhancing their abilities or considering it as a reserve of powers would be beneficial. Feng Liao casually waved his hand, replying, "No need, you earned this through your own efforts." In the end, Tong Tong relinquished 1/3 of her crystal core to him. Just as Feng Liao finished securing the crystal core, a knock resounded at the door of the room. "Who is it?" Feng Liao inquired. After a moment of silence, the voice outside spoke again. "You must be Miss Tong's husband. I have come to deliver today's portion of crystal cores for Miss Tong." Nan Feng Lin. Tong Tong immediately dashed to the entrance. As the grand door swung open, she was confronted not only by a pile of crystals, but also by several documents. First, she collected the crystal cores, and then turned her attention to the papers. Upon seeing the prominent words, "IOU," Tong Tong found herself momentarily at a loss. She stiffly turned her head to gaze at Nan Feng Lin outside, questioning, "What have you done?" Nan Feng Lin, equally bewildered, had been in a state of confusion since the beginning. "I merely followed your instructions to disseminate news of your weakness," he explained. He couldn't help but scoff at the absurdity of it all. "It's strange. Despite you showcasing your strength yesterday, they still believe my words." As a result, with a 150 payout ratio, the casino was compelled to learn a lesson in humility. Due to the enforcement team's validation, the casino had no choice but to relinquish its tent and enlist in the rescue team. After glancing at the IOUs in her hand, Tong Tong promptly returned them to Nan Feng Lin. He stood there, momentarily speechless, holding the documents. "Sister, are you serious?" The total of these IOUs amounts to a staggering 300 first-level crystal cores. That's no trivial sum. It's all right. You've worked hard, and this is what you deserve. Tong Tong replied. Nan Fong Lin, still staring at the IOUs, was at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he finally resolved to speak. Sister, I want to accept these IOUs, but I will keep them for you. Once they repay, I will bring them to you immediately. No. Need? Tong Tong began to reply, but before she could finish, Nan Fong Lin had already fled as if in a desperate escape. Tong Tong slowly lowered her raised hand, mentally labeling Nan Fong Lin as an honest person. Before Tong Tong could even open the door, Captain Lin, accompanied by 2 team members, approached her residence from the intersection. Standing at the entrance, Captain Lin slightly bowed and addressed her. Ms. Tong Tong, please accompany me. Our village chief wishes to see you. Although she had anticipated this visit, the swiftness of their arrival still left Tong Tong momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, she nodded and replied, All right, please wait a moment while I prepare. Captain Lin glanced inside and, upon seeing Feng Liao, spoke again. Your husband is also required to join us. This is the directive from the village chief. Tong Tong and Feng Liao exchanged a glance, their unspoken words conveying a mutual understanding. What they referred to as changing clothes was, in truth, a pretext to tidy up the belongings within their abode, lest someone take advantage of their absence to plunder. Following Captain Lin, the group swiftly arrived at their destination after taking a brief leave. The architecture at the site confirmed Tong Tong's suspicions. The village chief resided in the house to the right of the contest arena. Chapter 69. The village chief Captain Lin instructed them to wait at the entrance while he entered the house to make the necessary announcements. They were not kept waiting for long. Soon, Captain Lin emerged once more, bearing the message that the village chief had invited them inside. Tong Tong gazed into the pitch-black room, inhaling deeply before taking a step inside. The silence enveloped her, and the darkness of day only intensified an inexplicable sense of dread. Feng Liao stepped forward, grasping Tong Tong's hand. What are you doing? The unexpected contact startled Tong Tong, nearly prompting her to retaliate. Feng Liao's tone was gentle, offering a semblance of security. No, thank you, she replied, ever vigilant against unseen foes lurking in the shadows. In a hushed whisper near her ear, Feng Liao remarked, Do you not feel as though someone is watching us from the darkness? And so, Tong Tong retorted, her teeth clenched. What does that have to do with you holding my hand? Of course, it has no bearing, but are we not, after all, spouses at this moment? Tong Tong fell silent. Indeed, when they entered, they presented themselves as a couple. However, was it necessary to display such affection so ostentatiously in public? Seemingly anticipating her thoughts, Feng Liao suddenly spoke. We've arrived. Arrived? Arrived where? Tong Tong was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, accompanied by an unsettling sound of wood scraping, a faint light filtered through the cracks in the wooden door, illuminating the pitch-black space. The sudden brightness compelled Tong Tong to squint her eyes. Once her vision adjusted, the first thing she beheld was Feng Liao's upright silhouette. For a fleeting moment, her eyes felt a pang of emotion. Just as her feelings began to swell, she heard the person in front of her remark, How foolish, not even closing your eyes. Do you wish to become blind? What a shame. How could you possess such a mouth? Before they could engage in any banter, a room adorned in the style of an ancient tomb appeared before them as the door swung open. Directly opposite the entrance was a massive painting of blooming flowers symbolizing wealth and prosperity, occupying the entire wall. Beneath this artwork lay an entire suite of mahogany furniture. The ceiling was adorned with a Baroque-style crystal chandelier, with long pendants nearly grazing the floor. The entire living room exuded an aesthetic of rustic chic and eclecticism. One might easily mistake it for some peculiar furniture emporium. A man seated within raised his hand, still clutching the remote control, and said, Since we are already here, let us proceed inside. Upon entering the room, Tong Tong's gaze remained fixated upon the man before her. He resembled a lion in stature, with a robust physique, a chiseled square jaw, and a mane of thick white hair. Greetings, village chief, Tong Tong said as she took a seat opposite him, accompanied by Feng Liao. The man furrowed his brow, There is no need to address me as village chief. That title is merely what the villagers choose to call me. He retrieved a cigar from his pocket, 2 fingers wide, not to light it, but to inhale its aroma deeply. Feng Liao reached into his pocket and produced a pack of cigarettes, offering it to the man. The man's eyes brightened as he eagerly accepted the cigarettes, finally free to indulge without restraint. With the presence of the cigarettes, his demeanor appeared considerably more amiable. "You're not from our village. You may call me Chen Sheng, or simply Uncle Chun," he said, exhaling a puff of smoke. "Do you understand why I summoned you here?" "Not at all," replied Tong Tong, her expression one of innocence. Chen Sheng let out a cold chuckle. "Miss Tong, we are all perceptive individuals. Let us not feign ignorance. Surely, you haven't forgotten the man who once wore glasses?" As he spoke, he unlocked his phone, revealing a photograph on the screen. The man in the image was the very one that Tong Tong and Feng Liao had encountered before. "Do you recognize him?" Chen Sheng spoke slowly. "He informed me of your identities as soon as you entered. Now, are you still unaware of the reason for your summons?" Tong Tong and Feng Liao exchanged a glance. Feng Liao shrugged, his expression remarkably serene. Tong Tong ground his teeth, and what he meant was clear to her. "It was merely your idea. You must take responsibility for it yourself." Tong Tong took a deep breath and turned to face the man before her. "Since Uncle Chen had said so, let us be frank and direct." Tong Tong articulated her purpose for coming over, and then, with utmost seriousness, gazed at Chen Sheng. "This is the reason for my visit. I wonder, Uncle Chen, what are your thoughts?" Tong Tong observed his actions, pondered for a moment, and suddenly smiled. "Uncle Chen, I recognize your discerning nature. You must also comprehend that in the face of impending doom, the advent of the era of bases is inescapable. Our inn is situated in such proximity to your farm that, should danger arise, we can mutually safeguard one another." Chen Sheng remained silent. Tong Tong inwardly cursed the old fox, then retrieved several second-level crystal cores. "Uncle Chen, I understand that maintaining a farm is no easy task. This is but a modest token of goodwill. I hope you will graciously accept it." As he gazed at the gleaming crystal cores on the table, a warm smile finally graced Chen Sheng's face. Without hesitation, he pocketed all the crystal cores. "I accept your offering, but I have no need for the collaboration of your base. What I require is the partnership between you and your husband." Tong Tong furrowed her brow, somewhat perplexed. "Just the two of us?" A cryptic smile played upon Chen Sheng's lips. "Indeed, what I value is personal strength. You have already demonstrated your capabilities on the competition stage that day." He then turned his gaze towards Feng Liao. "As for you, although I am unaware of your ability level, being able to incapacitate 2 of my farm's enforcement teams without resorting to your powers is quite impressive." "Incapacitate? 2 enforcement teams?" Tong Tong widened her eyes, filled with disbelief. "You," wore an expression of utter disbelief. They had come for a collaboration, yet he had audaciously rendered the local enforcement team unconscious. Observing the evident displeasure on Tong Tong's face, Feng Liao, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "I merely incapacitated them. There was no loss of life." Furthermore, Chapter 70, The Source of the Zombies. "Who prompted them to follow me?" Feng Liao declared with righteous indignation. Tong Tong listened with a furrowed brow. "Even if they were tracking you, could you really resort to knocking them unconscious? Wouldn't it be more prudent to eliminate the evidence entirely?" Although such thoughts coursed through her mind, she maintained a pleasant demeanor outwardly. Uncle Chen's judgment was indeed astute. He had discerned the capabilities of both of them. What, she wondered, did Uncle Chen intend for them to undertake? He retrieved a pen and inscribed a series of numbers upon a cigarette box. "Now let us discuss my farm. I have previously mentioned that I am not the village chief. My former identity was that of an international mercenary. It was 6 months ago that I first encountered the zombie virus in the country of Wu. At that time, I was executing a mission there when suddenly, our residence was beset by attacks. Unfortunately, I was the one who was bitten." He shrugged helplessly, "For I had resigned myself to death. Yet upon awakening, I discovered that I had acquired a unique ability." He raised his left hand, and a vibrant green vine swayed languidly in his grasp. "I named my ability Eternal Life. Within its encompassing range, both flora and fauna would experience rapid growth. As for this village," from his words, Tong Tong gathered that the establishment of this farm was reliant on his extraordinary power. She found herself at a loss regarding Chun Sheng's abilities. It was hardly feasible to drag him back to the hotel. Whether she could even transport him was another matter entirely, and even if she managed to restrain him, the journey away from Leeching Farm posed its own challenges. It seemed she would need to seek out more plant-based ability wielders in the future. Speaking of this village, Chun Sheng's expression drifted into a distant contemplation. Tong Tong awaited his next words. After issuing the dismissal, Chun Sheng disregarded the two individuals present and rose to leave, engrossed in his own thoughts. This series of actions left Tong Tong momentarily stunned. Upon regaining her composure, she squinted, sensing that a story lay beneath the surface. However, since Chun Sheng was unwilling to elaborate, she had no intention of probing further. Feng Liao took a sip of hot water, his demeanor slightly easing. It's nothing. I was merely reminded of a news article I encountered online before the apocalypse, which mentioned the discovery of an underground laboratory in Ukraine. Now, the village chief claims that this virus initially erupted from there. Are you suggesting that the zombie virus was developed in a laboratory in Ukraine? Tong Tong inquired. Astonished, Feng Liao fell silent for a moment, acknowledging that this was merely his conjecture, requiring further substantiation. Speaking of substantiation, he felt a twinge of headache. That place was one he wished to avoid, which explained his earlier silence. Never mind, let's rest for now. He stretched lazily and headed toward his room, leaving no opportunity for Tong Tong to speak. Observing his usual carefree demeanor suddenly shift to one of profundity left her somewhat unaccustomed. Well, it is getting late. I shall inquire tomorrow morning. However, the absence of answers from Feng Liao kept Tong Tong awake through the night. After enduring until dawn, she quickly refreshed herself and sought out Feng Liao. Upon entering the dining area, she found him in his usual nonchalant manner. Are you all right? Tong Tong asked, concern etched on her face. Having spent considerable time together, she could sense his emotions to some extent. Feng Liao's demeanor appeared stable. It seemed that after a night's rest, he had regained his composure. What could possibly be wrong? He stood up from his chair, taking a few steps toward her, a devilishly charming smile gracing his lips. My dear Miss Tong Tong, could it be that you have developed feelings for me? Get lost, Tong Tong retorted, incensed. Raising her hand to swat his face away, Feng Liao chuckled, maintaining a respectful distance. Rest assured, I was merely pondering yesterday. There are no issues. Given his reassurance, Tong Tong refrained from further inquiries. In the afternoon, the two departed from the agricultural estate, with Feng Liao seemingly returned to his usual self, and even more inclined to tease Tong Tong than before. Tong Tong's expression was one of deep frustration. Finally, as they approached the inn, she could no longer bear it. With a sudden break, Tong Tong halted on the street not far from the inn. Feng Liao, there is something I have long wished to discuss with you. Tong Tong looked earnestly at the man before her. Feng Liao was taken aback for a moment, but the next instant, he resumed his usual nonchalant demeanor. What is it? Are you about to confess your feelings to me? Enough, Feng Liao. Don't you ever tire of this charade? Tong Tong glared at him in exasperation. Feng Liao shrugged indifferently. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Go ahead, what is it? In his gaze, Tong Tong discerned a hint of sincerity. Tong Tong took a deep breath, striving to steady her tone. I believe it is essential for us to redefine the nature of our relationship. What? Feng Liao was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Tong Tong's candidness. Initially, I harbored a strong dislike for you, considering that you dismantled my previous company. Tong Tong fixed her gaze intently on the man before her. Feng Liao pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Do you think I am concealing something? Feng Liao inquired. If I were aware, would I still be asking you? Tong Tong shot him a disdainful glance. Feng Liao maintained his nonchalant demeanor, yet the words he uttered carried an air of resignation. Curiosity killed the cat, you know? Feng Liao raised his hand and lightly brushed her nose with his fingertip. Tong Tong, if you are reluctant to speak, then so be it. The child has grown and possesses their own thoughts. Tong Tong shook her head helplessly. After a simple meal, she led Meng Anya and Zhou Bao Bao to the lobby. Tong Tong, what transpired between you and Feng Liao? Meng Anya inquired softly in Tong Tong's ear. Tong Tong coldly remarked. He is merely a hypocrite. There is no need to pay him any mind. Is it truly unnecessary to regard him? Meng Anya inquired leisurely. Tong Tong paused her movements, but soon resumed, placing items on the table in the lobby, seemingly unfazed. All right, Meng Anya said with a sense of resignation. It was merely a quarrel between the young couple, something she had witnessed numerous times before. Casting a glance at the staircase on the second floor, Meng Anya resolved to lend them a hand. Tong Tong was unaware of Meng Anya's thoughts. In any case, she had no desire to converse with a certain individual lately. Sister Tong Tong, why did you call me here? Zhou Baobao, unable to comprehend Meng Anya's words, was solely captivated by the array of electronic devices and components sprawled before her. I know you can repair radios. At present, I require a radio capable of transmitting messages to other bases. Their current radio only has receiving capabilities and to establish communication with other bases. They need to install a signal transmitter. Zhou Baobao felt a twinge of disappointment, sensing a hint of condescension. Ahem, I need a high-definition radio that can connect with other provinces, Tong Tong stated. This piqued Zhou Baobao's interest. The table was cluttered with numerous components, yet several essential parts were still missing. Sister Tong Tong, could you help me find an electronic signal compiler? And batteries, preferably solar batteries, Zhou Baobao requested. Feeling that her explanation might lack detail, Zhou Baobao produced a pencil and drafted a list on paper. The list was concise, comprising only 10 items. Yet, gathering them posed a challenge, as some were indeed large-scale equipment. Could you simplify it a bit? Tong Tong suggested, adding further specifications. Zhou Baobao then undertook another round of revisions, replacing cumbersome, unwieldy devices with smaller, portable alternatives. In the end, the list was trimmed down to 5 items: a portable solar panel, a compact storage battery. Tong Tong glanced at the list, nodding with satisfaction. Very well. I shall endeavor to assist you in locating these parts. Thank you, Sister Tong Tong. A smile finally graced Zhou Bao's face. Meanwhile, Feng Liao descended from the second floor. Observing the 3 individuals in the lobby, his gaze flickered momentarily. Ultimately, he said nothing and opened the entrance of the inn. Tong Tong paused momentarily, yet refrained from uttering a word, continuing instead with her own tasks. Feng Liao's absence extended throughout the day. Merely by listening to the sounds emanating from within, one could ascertain that a considerable amount of metal was present. The commotion within Feng Liao's room resonated in Tong Tong's ears. Subsequently, for 3 consecutive days, Feng Liao remained confined to his chamber. Through the door, one could discern the rhythmic sounds of tapping and clanging from within. Tong Tong approached Feng Liao's door several times, yet each time she hesitated and withdrew her hand. Finally, on the 4th day, the door swung open just as she lifted her hand once more. What are you doing? Feng Liao initially paused in surprise, but soon reverted to his usual nonchalant demeanor. Could it be that I haven't visited you in a while, and you find yourself missing me? Tong Tong took a deep breath, silently reminding herself to remain calm, to suppress her anger. There was no need for such emotions for the sake of this man. You have been absent for so many days that I almost feared you had perished. If you had indeed passed away, I would have had to find a way to tidy up your room. Feng Liao chuckled helplessly. Rest assured, even in death, I would inform you in advance. After all, you are my wife, and I would drag you along with me, even in death. Get lost. Tong Tong could no longer contain herself and raised her fist, striking him squarely in the face. Feng Liao caught her hand midair and said, Tong Tong, there are certain matters I need to discuss with you. This is the first time Tong Tong has witnessed such a serious expression on Feng Liao's face. Speak, he commanded as he directly pulled her into the room. The first thing Tong Tong noticed was the neatly packed backpack. Are you planning to leave? As she listened to his words, it felt as though her heart was pricked by 1,000 needles, discomfort flooding her senses. After taking several deep breaths, she barely managed to suppress the unsettling feeling within her. After all, this was merely an inn. People arrive and depart, and there is nothing to mourn. Could it be the recent news of the zombie outbreak in Ukraine that stirred her emotions? Without any emotional interference, Tong Tong calmly assessed the situation and instinctively recalled the reports she had heard regarding the zombie crisis in Ukraine. Feng Liao nodded, stating, "You are aware that I possess certain identities, which I cannot disclose at this moment. However, there are matters that I must attend to." Tong Tong held the crystal core in her hand, remaining silent for a moment before ultimately accepting it. "When shall we depart?" She steadied her emotions and lifted her gaze to Feng Liao. "Now." He placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, advising her not to overthink it, as he was merely stepping out to attend to some matters and would return upon their completion. After Feng Liao's departure, Tong Tong and Meng Anya began to tackle the issues at the radio station. Their focus soon turned to the warehouse in the Electronic City. To reach that location, they would need to traverse the entirety of the city. Observing the house that exuded a sense of imbalance, Tong Tong resolved that for the next group of tenants, she would seek out more robust individuals, preferably males endowed with plant-based abilities. "Sister Tong, allow me to go this time." He Sheng suddenly raised his hand. Before departing, Feng Ge had entrusted him with the responsibility of ensuring Sister Tong's safety, and he was determined to fulfill that promise. Chapter 72. Departure to the Armory. Tong Tong cast a deep glance at He Sheng, and considering the need to transport items later, she nodded in agreement. On this outing, in addition to gathering electronic components, we also aimed to procure weapons to bolster the defenses of the inn. Tong Tong extracted the map provided by Nan Feng Lin and laid it upon the dining table. "This location harbors a number of firearms. Before I gather electronic components, I shall first venture there for a preliminary search." Zhou Baobao raised her hand. "What is it?" All eyes turned towards her. Zhou Baobao slowly rose to her feet, declaring, "This time, I wish to accompany Sister Tong Tong." "No," Tong Tong instinctively replied, refusing her request. Yet Zhou Baobao persisted, hand still raised. "No, you must take me this time. Only I know which components are most suitable. Rest assured, Sister Tong Tong, I am capable of protecting myself." As she spoke, she demonstrated her point by tugging at the sleeping Demi beside her. Demi glanced around, meowed loudly. "Very well." Tong Tong nodded in resignation. Compared to Zhou Baobao, her own understanding of electronic devices was rather limited. After a discussion, Tong Tong finalized the selection of companions for this resource-gathering expedition. Zhang Yuma, a former doctor, was included to mitigate the risk of non-zombie-related injuries. The group boarded the carriage. Upon checking into the inn, Zhou Baobao was brimming with excitement at her first outing. Seated in the carriage, she alternately caressed the seat and embraced Demi, marveling at the scenery whizzing by outside. Tong Tong was wholly absorbed in discerning the path ahead, oblivious to the peculiar behavior of Zhou Baobao. Yet, even had she noticed, she would not have cared. After all, curiosity is a natural trait in children. Unbeknownst to anyone, the large cat cradled in Zhou Baobao's arms cast a fierce, murderous glare towards a derelict building. Sensing the shift in her pet's demeanor, Zhou Baobao instinctively petted the top of its head. "What is the matter to me?" she inquired. When she turned to follow the direction in which Demi had been gazing, all she saw was a heap of ruins, prompting her to abandon any thought of further investigation. Once their vehicle had departed, a figure slowly emerged from the rooftop of the dilapidated building. Had Tong Tong been present, she would have recognized the girl before her as Han Qianqian, the one from the competition stage that day. Beneath her small feet lay a chaotic array of zombie corpses. While she was indeed from the agricultural farm, she found its atmosphere distasteful. Upon learning of Tong Tong's departure from the farm, she did not hesitate to submit her crystal core and sever her ties with the establishment. Do not be deceived by her youthful appearance. Her prowess in dispatching zombies surpassed that of many adults within the farm. She relentlessly pursued Tong Tong's trail and eventually arrived at the inn. When will they ever stop? Sighed Han Qianqian, idly toying with a teddy bear in her hands. A shadowy hand, still exuding dark energy, slowly reached out towards her. It remembered the poison coursing through its form and refrained from offering comfort to its master. Suddenly, Han Qianqian looked up, her eyes gleaming with determination. "Let us go, hunting hound. We must not lose track of our prey." Seemingly oblivious to the teddy's movements, she picked up a baseball bat and turned to descend stairs. The teddy fell silent for a moment, trembling as it transformed back into its doll form. Following Han, chin down the stairs. As night fell, Tong Tong did not rush forward. The closer she approached the location marked on the map, the more cautious she became. A forge could give rise to a quasi-level 3 zombie. What, then, of a place brimming with weapons? After dinner, Zubao Bao Sudili Apotik Tong Tong. Sister Tong Tong, I have something to report to you. What is it? Tong Tong inquired. Zhou Bao Bao stroked me and pointed to a structure on the map, her expression grave. Today, while passing by the Darwin Mall, Demi sensed that someone was watching us. Watching us? Tong Tong furrowed her brow. Could it be that someone from the inn has emerged? No. If it were someone from the inn, Demi would not have reacted. Was it possible that members of another faction had discovered their whereabouts? In this post-apocalyptic world, factions were springing up everywhere. It was not unusual for them to be observed while traversing the territories of others. However, even if it were typical, one must remain vigilant. Are there any traps or similar devices available in the marketplace? It is impractical to create a trap by hand due to time constraints and limited effectiveness. The quickest and most efficient approach would be to procure one from the system's marketplace. Indeed, there are options available, host. The screen before Tong Tong flickered momentarily, and then an entire panel materialized within her view. These were defensive traps. Is there nothing more formidable? The functionality of these defensive traps is exceedingly monotonous. Aside from incapacitating and binding, they possess no lethality whatsoever. A resigned voice from 037 responded, There are indeed more potent options, but their prices are exorbitant, far beyond what the host's current finances can accommodate. As she spoke, the panel before Tong Tong transformed, revealing an entirely new grayish-white interface. This panel contained an array of traps with exceptionally high offensive capabilities, capable of incinerating a dragon in its entirety. Tong Tong gazed longingly, yet her aspirations were swiftly dashed upon glimpsing the price above. The most affordable spike trap demanded a staggering sum of 10,000 gold coins. Although it could be purchased for 10 uses at once, the cost was exorbitantly steep for her current means. Faced with insufficient funds, Tong Tong had no choice but to opt for a trap that induced sleep. Despite its singular function, the sleep trap, priced at a modest 100 gold coins, could still serve a lethal purpose when combined with certain weapons. By the following day, Tong Tong entrusted 2 traps to Zhou Bao Bao, instructing him to set them near the vehicle upon reaching their destination. Zhou Bao Bao notet in Agamen. After another day of travel, the group finally arrived at the location marked on the map. To be frank, this place was quite challenging to locate. They relied on a commercial map, which typically describes such areas as mountainous or grassy terrains. Chapter 73. Zombie traps only in apocalyptic times would someone like Nan Fong Lin inadvertently stumble upon such a place. Nonetheless, it was thanks to Nan Fong Lin that Tong Tong had discovered this venue, capable of enhancing the combat prowess of their lodge. Externally, the site unmistakably resembled a barracks, with dried bloodstains scattered at the entrance. Notably, in one corner, a continuous streak of blood extended from the floor to the ceiling, leaving no doubt that the barracks had been breached from this point. One can only wonder how many zombies lay within. Zhou Bao Bao waved the large cat to me, before Tong Tong, suggesting, Sister Tong Tong, let me give it a try. The movements of animals are generally more subtle than those of humans, thus reducing the likelihood of attracting the attention of the undead. Moreover, Demi was inherently a mutated feline. Tong Tong a surveillance camera was affixed to Demi, and with a gentle pat on the head, Demi transformed into a streak of orange light, darting away. Upon Demi's entrance, the circumstances within the barracks were immediately revealed to the onlookers. To Tong Tong's astonishment, the anticipated scene of wandering zombies did not materialize. Instead, aside from the bloodstains strewn across the ground, indicating a prior presence of zombies, there were no undead to be found. Demi swiftly explored the entirety of the barracks. With the exception of a few locked rooms that were inaccessible, the rest of the area was impeccably clean. Everyone turned to Tong Tong, awaiting her next directive. Their purpose was merely to gather supplies. Those locked rooms lay beyond the armory's domain, and as long as they did not foolishly venture inside, everything else seemed manageable. Sister Tong Tong, I possess the ability to protect myself, Zhou Bao Bao pointed to the Mijan who timidly raised her hand. I have learned methods to deal with zombies from Sister and I can fight well. You may have the capacity to confront zombies. But what if the adversary is human? Tong Tong inquired. Zhang Yu fell silent. Her ability to combat zombies existed only in theory, let alone taking a life. Before the apocalypse, she had been a model citizen. Tong Tong disregarded the continued attempts at consolation and instead turned her gaze toward Zhou Bao Bao. Bao Bao, you must understand the intention behind my words. Zhou Bao Bao, fully aware of her meaning, could only nod in resignation. I comprehend your message, and I shall certainly follow your guidance, dear sister. Tong Tong nodded and turned to Hisheng, who shakily raised his hand. Sister Tong Tong, may I also? He began. No, you cannot, she interjected firmly. It was impossible for him to enter alone. Hisheng's expression fell, and he had no choice but to leave with Tong Tong. Observing the wretched look on Hisheng's face, Tong Tong added with a hint of compassion. If you happen to see any weapons, I will let you choose first. How does that sound? At her words, Hisheng's demeanor brightened somewhat. Realizing that Sister Tong Tong still cared for him, Tong Tong turned her face away, as it was simply too glaring to behold. As Tong Tong stepped into the barracks, the first thing she encountered was a map at the entrance. This map merely indicated the locations of the offices and the accommodation areas. It seemed that to ascertain the whereabouts of the armory, she would need to pay a visit to the commandant's office. Although her primary objective was to reach the armory, she was inclined to collect anything of value encountered along the way. While the majority of the weapons were indeed stored within the armory, she successfully acquired several handguns in the office area. With these handguns in her possession, her venture into the armory was rendered more secure. Naturally, these weapons were intended for the guests at the inn. For her needs, the weapons available within the system sufficed. After thoroughly scouring the entire office building, Tong Tong finally discovered a comprehensive map of the barracks in the archives. This map clearly delineated the location of the armory. Tong Tong did not hesitate and directly made her way toward the armory. In the distance, a young boy, peering through binoculars, observed the barracks. The person referred to as the leader scoffed, dismissing them as mere weaklings. Once they enter, we shall eliminate them. A moment of silence ensued, and regarding the vehicle at the entrance, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Although it was merely a child and a woman, it was prudent to eliminate them to avoid any unforeseen complications. Indeed, my subordinate will descend to relay the orders. While they deliberated, Tong Tong had already brought Hisheng to the armory's entrance. The armory's door was a sturdy steel barrier, which they opened effortlessly with 2 identification cards collected from within the office. They stepped inside with ease. The interior was filled with a variety of weapons. While most were standard military issue, they would suffice. She handed Hisheng 2 firearms while stowing the remainder in her system backpack. However, before they could exit, a cacophony of furious roars erupted from outside. Zombies! Hisheng's eyes widened in shock. Zombies! Tong Tong let out a cold laugh. It seemed that some could hardly wait. Those several locked rooms were likely akin to the nameless village before, serving as traps for zombies. Xiaohe, let's charge forth. Tong Tong brandished 2 submachine guns and dashed toward the entrance. Wait, Xiaohe. Hisheng furrowed his brow as Tong Tong reached the grand entrance. Her expression clearly faltered. These individuals were all in military uniform. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, they had remained on the front lines to protect the citizens. And now, someone dared to exploit them? Tong Tong took a deep breath, silently whispering a heartfelt apology within her heart. Subsequently, she raised her submachine gun and unleashed a torrent of gunfire upon the horde of zombies before her. Although these creatures appeared to be mere ordinary zombies, they were equipped with formidable gear, including riot shields that rendered the bullets utterly ineffective. Sister Tong, it seems this is not penetrating, Hisheng stammered, his voice trembling. Tong Tong was also pondering this dilemma. The multitude of zombies could not simply be vanquished by bullets. Their adversaries were engaging in a war of attrition. We must retreat. Engaging in combat is not a viable option. We can only escape for the time being. Hisheng concurred with Tong Tong's assessment. You go left. I go right. Those 4 words conveyed sufficient orders. The 2 began to divert the zombies' attention. There was little time for deliberation. Tong Tong's sole desire was to hasten to the vehicle. Although the blast shield could accommodate a handgun, should a bomb roll behind it, it would surely detonate. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the zombies in the front line were instantly obliterated. Next came the second line. Sister Tong Tong, allow me. At some point, he had acquired a sizable stone in his grasp. Chapter 74. The Toxic Mist Bear. The stone was hurled, and a multitude of zombies were immediately toppled to the ground, the protruding iron branches effectively fending off some of the oncoming hordes. Sister Tong Tong, we must hurry. The large stone, of course, could not withstand the zombies for long. The bloodstains on the walls at the entrance of the barracks were testament to the formidable climbing abilities of these undead. Tong Tong cast a glance in the direction of He Sheng, where a substantial hole had been gouged into the wall by someone's hand. It was quite satisfactory. Nonetheless, it excelled in its functionality. Tong Tong sprinted with remarkable speed, swiftly traversing the barracks' expansive courtyard. In the distance, she caught sight of the car parked at the entrance. As she gazed upon the tightly shut car doors, an unsettling premonition abruptly surged within her. Could it be? Tong Tong extracted a submachine gun from her backpack, wielding one in each hand as she swiftly approached the car. He Sheng clenched 2 pieces of cement bricks in his hands. Tong Tong observed his actions, her face adorned with an expression of exasperation. Very well, this fellow was brazenly exploiting his extraordinary abilities to act with impunity. However, his conduct inadvertently facilitated Tong Tong's endeavors. With him drawing the fire ahead, she merely needed to follow behind and deliver the final blow, thereby preserving her own powers from premature exposure. Before long, they arrived at the vehicle. 2 defensive traps had already been triggered, surrounding them with a gruesome display of bloodstains, alongside the scorched marks left by flames and lightning strikes. Tong Tong extended her hand and swiftly opened the car door. In the next moment, a vibrant orange shadow leaped out, knocking Tong Tong to the ground. "Dammy, stop." Zhou Bao's voice resonated from within the vehicle. "Sister Tong Tong, are you all right?" Zhou Bao lifted Dammy and stepped out of the car. Tong Tong shook her head, expressing her reassurance. "I am fine. Are you all well?" Zhou Bao, patting his chest with the demeanor of a little adult, confidently replied, "Rest assured, Sister Tong Tong. Do you still doubt my abilities? With me around, no one can take away your car." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice even more childish than his emerged from the car behind him. Upon hearing this voice, Tong Tong widened her eyes in surprise. The car door swung open, revealing Han Qianqian, who stepped out while cradling a teddy bear in her arms. "Han Qianqian," Tong Tong exclaimed in astonishment as she gazed at the young girl before her. Han Qianqian nodded. "Tong Tong. Sister, what brings you here?" Tong Tong inquired. "Are the others from the Journey Farm nearby as well?" She instinctively regarded the other girl as a child in need of care. Han Qianqian shook her head. "There are no people from the Journey Farm here. I came to seek refuge with you." "Huh?" Tong Tong never imagined that Han Qianqian had left the farm solely to come to her. "Are you certain?" she asked, a pang of concern in her heart. In the era of bases, every individual was a valuable resource, especially those with abilities. A base wishing to acquire another's ability user must offer sufficient crystal cores to the original base. She began to fret over how to procure such a quantity of crystal cores. "Of course, I am certain," Han Qianqian replied earnestly. After a moment, she added, "As for the crystal cores, Sister Tong Tong, you need not worry. I paid the departure fees according to the standards for leaving the base when I left. Leaving independently was indeed cheaper than exchanging ability users." Han Qianqian extended her hand toward Tong Tong. "So how about it? May I join you?" Han Qianqian's combat prowess was undeniable. Tong Tong had witnessed it during their competition, then was currently in need of powerful ability users. In an instant, Tong Tong grasped Han Qianqian's hand, welcoming her into their fold. However, Zhou Bao was less than pleased with Han Qianqian's inclusion, his little face clouded with displeasure. After Tong Tong accepted Han Qianqian, she turned to Zhou Bao and asked, "Bao, did you just encounter an attack?" Although she was uncertain about the reason behind Zhou Bao's disdain for Han Qianqian, Tong Tong feigned ignorance in an attempt to lighten the mood. Despite her displeasure, Zhou Bao gestured for Dammy to bring the individuals from the vehicle out. There stood 2 men, their attire strikingly conspicuous. The leading man bore a distinctive red birthmark on his right ear. Tong Tong cast a glance at Han Qianqian beside her. Han Qianqian grimaced. There had originally been more than 10 individuals, but Teddy, unable to contain his fury, had eliminated them all, leaving only the two of them. At that moment, the situation was exceedingly dire. Shortly after Tong Tong exited the vehicle, over 10 individuals came rushing towards the car. It was unclear how they had awakened, but among them, 5 were endowed with supernatural abilities, 1 possessing strength, 2 with agility, and the remaining 2 wielding powers of fire and lightning. Upon witnessing their comrade being devoured, the others swiftly circumvented the chaos. Ultimately, 9 burly men stood before the car. "Get out, get out." The car's hood was struck with such force that it resounded like thunder. Zhou Baobao feigned fear, asking, "Uncles, what do you want?" A man marked by a birthmark on his ear spoke up. "Little one, there is no need to be afraid. We are not bad people. We merely wish to borrow your vehicle." He brandished an axe in his hand, the threat unmistakable. Zhou Baobao, seemingly intimidated, trembled as she extended her hands and opened the car door. As several men prepared to haul the occupants from the vehicle, a yellow shadow lunged forward, directly tackling one of them, and with a swift bite, severed the man's head. The sudden turn of events left the nearby men momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Demi swiftly dispatched 2 more heads. Following this, the fire-wielding individual activated his defense. The 2 agile ones quickly approached the car door, each tossing a smoke bomb inside. The imminent danger emerged from the smoke, tightening around Zhou Baobao's neck. Zhang Yu instinctively reached to intervene, but the man with the birthmark pressed a handgun against her temple. "If you wish to live, cooperate." Zhang Yu placed her hands on the steering wheel. The car had not traveled far when a little girl suddenly appeared ahead. Zhang Yu hesitated, and the man with the birthmark again pressed the gun to her head, issuing a direct command to charge forward. Just as she was deliberating, the girl made her move first. Chapter 75, The Killing Squad. The teddy bear in the little girl's hand was flung aside, appearing as though she were throwing a tantrum. The men had initially dismissed the action, until the teddy bear grew larger in midair, compelling them to halt the vehicle, instilling fear within the man. He was afforded no opportunity to strike back. The black bear, perched on the hood, trembled violently before transforming into a mass of black mist, seeping through the car windows and crevices. The individuals inside the car immediately felt a constriction in their breathing. Zhou Baobao succumbed to unconsciousness. When she awoke again, her first sight was a large shadow writhing on the ground. Wherever the shadow rolled, be it over bodies or stones, everything was consumed without a trace. Zhou Baobao's eyes widened in shock. Beside the shadow lay an orange figure. "Dummy!" Zhou Baobao lunged forward, embracing Dammy with fervor. The two were scarcely a meter apart, and Han Qianqian quickly commanded Teddy to halt, thereby averting the impending fate of Zhou Baobao being engulfed. Tong Tong finally understood the source of their animosity. However, such grievances could only be described as rather childish. These two, Tong Tong glanced at Han Qianqian. Han Qianqian cleared her throat and remarked, "I decided to keep Teddy here, thinking you might need him, Sister Tong Tong." She cast a reluctant glance at the 2 nearly lifeless corpses on the ground. "Let us hold on to them for now. We can interrogate them once we deal with the zombies," Tong Tong suggested. "Very well," Han Qianqian replied with a resigned nod, sensing that Teddy had not yet had his fill. However, she turned her gaze towards the distant horde of zombies, a suspicious liquid trickling from the corner of her mouth. Just as her saliva was about to fall, a series of explosions erupted, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of booming blasts. Smoke billowed into the air, and when the dust settled, what had once been a restless tide of corpses had been reduced to mere chunks of flesh. "Sister Tong Tong, did we not agree to face them together? Why did you blow them up all by yourself?" Tong Tong gazed upon the scattered remains, shaking her head. These corpses were not to be consumed. In life, they were valiant heroes defending their homeland, and even in their transformed state, she wished to grant them a dignified departure. She instructed He Sheng to gather any usable supplies. Once He Sheng meticulously collected all the resources, Tong Tong slowly lifted her left hand. Flames erupted from her fingertips, cascading down upon the corpses. The mutated fire blazed increasingly crimson, enveloping the bodies as if tainted by their own blood, a hue both eerie and grotesque. Hon Kyong licked her lips, swallowing regretfully. However, she understood Tong Tong's intentions. It was merely a moment of lamentation, with the rest to be addressed later. Today, Teddy had already feasted upon a dozen souls. Indeed, it was only upon leaving the farm that Teddy could indulge freely. Departing was undoubtedly her most astute decision. After scouring the entire barracks, Tong Tong directed He Sheng to position a massive concrete slab to seal the gaping entrance. Beyond a brief respite, she sought to have Zhou Baobao inspect the barracks for any usable equipment. Zhou Baobao, accompanied by Demi, set out to scavenge electronic devices while Han Qianqian, not to be outdone, took Teddy to gather military supplies. Upon her return, she simply stated, "I'm taking brother He Sheng out for a moment," before hastily departing. Following her was He Sheng, his face obscured by a heap of components. Fortunately, He Sheng possessed the awakened ability of strength. Otherwise, the burden of these items would have required numerous trips. He placed the supplies onto the vehicle. After lunch, Zhou Baobao spoke, "Sister Tong Tong, although we have sufficient parts here, I still wish to visit the electronics market. Components are not something to be scarce. One must always be prepared in case they are needed." Tong Tong nodded. Indeed, the expedition to the electronics market was not solely for the purpose of scavenging launch components. There were other seemingly useful parts to acquire as well. Subsequently, Tong Tong distributed weapons and ammunition, while Zhou Baobao utilized the military supplies to construct a rudimentary signal transmitter. Beep beep beep. Although the hotel now boasted its own farmland, Zhou Baobao sent the message as directed by Tong Tong. "Very well, in 3 days, at 9 o'clock in the morning, I will instruct the convoy to rendezvous with you." Han Qianqian had remained silent until the radio transmission concluded, at which point she lifted her gaze towards Tong Tong. "Sister Tong Tong, do you truly intend to collaborate with the leeching farm?" Tong Tong looked at her in confusion. "What's wrong? Is there something amiss with collaborating with leeching farm?" Han Qianqian sayed heavily. Within leeching farm, there exists a team known as the Killing Squad, comprising 5 individuals, each endowed with unique abilities. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The real issue lies in their propensity to plunder resources from their fellow teammates. At this juncture, Han Qianqian gritted her teeth, nearly forcing the words out one by one. "My parents were both killed by them while they were in the midst of being robbed of their resources." After a moment of silence, to regain her composure, she continued, "They currently rank as the foremost battle team on the farm, and they are typically responsible for the allocation of essential supplies." Tong Tong pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, "Does your village head give them orders?" Han Qianqian nodded, affirming, "Indeed, they only heed the commands of the village head." Tong Tong suddenly understood. "Do not fear. As long as they heed the orders of your village chief, all will be well. You do not intend to contact the village chief to have them follow your commands, do you?" Han Qianqian gazed at Tong Tong in astonishment, realizing that once they ventured outside, they would not be obligated to obey the village chief's directives. Tong Tong shook her head, declaring, "No, I do not place my hopes in your village chief." She harbored her own thoughts, which could only be confirmed upon encountering the slaughter squad. Upon noticing the absence of expectation in Tong Tong's expression regarding the village chief, Han Qianqian felt a slight relief. "However, Tong Tong, do you have a plan to deal with them? Do you seek vengeance?" Observing the depth of her gaze and the implications of her earlier words, Tong Tong instantly grasped her intent. "If possible." Han Qianqian's eyes were resolute. "If possible," Tong Tong nodded. "Should the slaughter squad prove to be blind and seek trouble with me." Chapter 76. A bountiful harvest, she harbored no objections to assisting Han Qianqian in avenging herself. After a night of silence, and considering the necessity to gather supplies from the granary in 3 days, Tong Tong resolved to hasten her pace. One of the advantages of the apocalypse was the utter disregard for traffic regulations. With a swift press of the accelerator, she sped along the road. The roar of the engine drew the zombies from all directions. Any zombie that stood in the path of the vehicle was instantly struck and sent flying, crushed beneath its wheels. The passengers, save for Tong Tong, wore grim expressions, their fingers tightly gripping the armrests of their seats. At last, they arrived at their destination. Tong Tong executed a sharp brake, halting directly at the entrance of the electronics store. As they neared the doors, she hurled a grenade. Boom! The grenade exploded, sending body parts scattering through the air. In that fleeting moment, as the zombies were blown away, Tong Tong pressed the accelerator once more, crashing through the glass doors of the electronics store, using the rear of the car to block the entrance and thwart the invasion of the undead. Sister Tong Tong. Zhou Bao Bao immediately fixated on a sign for the third floor. Wholesale and retail of surveillance parts. Tong Tong was particularly concerned about the vast array of electronic devices on the first floor. Upon entering the electronic city, she conducted a preliminary scan with her system. Although the value of these devices had diminished from their original worth, for someone like her, still residing in a state of dire poverty, any opportunity to earn a little was welcomed. With this thought in mind, Tong Tong turned her gaze towards Hisheng. Hisheng, I entrust this to you, she said. Hisheng nodded, reassuring her, rest assured, Sister Tong Tong. Just moments ago, Demi and Teddy had verified that no one was following them. Naturally, with such a large horde of zombies present, it was unlikely that anyone would dare to trail them. At this point, the most significant threat lay in the scattered zombies within the electronic city. However, this number of zombies posed little danger to either Hisheng or Zhou Bao Bao. Subsequently, she consciously made her way into a nearby store that specialized in selling storage devices. Tong Tong let out a sigh of relief and walked straight into the computer store. After all, this establishment specialized in wholesale computers. In the front, there were merely a dozen or so computers displayed for gamers, but the real treasures lay in the back. Behind, there was a spacious warehouse containing thousands of computers that, at first glance, were simply impressive. How splendid! Tong Tong was quite unreserved as she activated the system, voraciously accumulating resources, leaving no shelf untouched. In an instant, she amassed her first fortune within the system's marketplace, 30,000 gold coins. Now, she was able to procure offensive traps. Tong Tong attempted to purchase a trap at the most economical price, regarding the potency of the trap. Tong Tong climbed out of the window and set an aggressive trap behind the car. Should anyone attempt to approach their vehicle, the trap, triggered by the alarm of a colleague, would instantaneously release a deadly venom. This toxic liquid would swiftly penetrate the human body, and if an antidote were not found within an hour, the intruder would meet a swift demise. Gazing at the meticulously arranged trap, Tong Tong felt an eager anticipation for someone to attempt to steal the car. Observing Tong Tong entering through the window, she wisely refrained from inquiring about Tong Tong's whereabouts. Tong Tong nodded in appreciation, urging us to continue our search. The computer market was replete with resources, even after Tong Tong had purchased several items for the system. The overall quantity still exceeded her expectations. After visiting a few more shops, Tong Tong finally decided to cease her shopping. Tong Tong shook her head, indicating that they had nearly reached their limit. Any more, and there would be no room left in the vehicle. This consideration included both the space atop the car and the extent of her system's capacity. Zhang Yu cast a glance at the boxes that were almost overflowing from the roof, and she finally acknowledged that such an abundance of belongings was indeed excessive. While they took a break, Zhou Bao Bao and Hisheng descended from the third floor. They had brought even more items, with Demi resembling a tiger in size, her body adorned with an array of boxes, swaying as she walked. Tong Tong could even discern the grievance in Demi's eyes. Darling, just how much have you scavenged? Tong Tong said, exasperated as she rubbed her forehead. Zhou Bao Bao, with unwavering confidence, replied, not much, just all the useful components. Tong Tong gazed at her in speechless disbelief. All the useful components? Zhou Bao Bao nodded, proudly asserting, indeed, all the useful components. Sister Tong Tong, these are treasures. To purchase them all, it would cost no less than several hundred thousand. Tong Tong shook her head in resignation. Very well, you all have worked hard. Now let us sort through our spoils. It was not that they had failed to select items during their earlier scavenging. Rather, their small vehicle could accommodate only a limited load, necessitating the abandonment of certain belongings in plain sight. Although Zhou Bao Bao felt a twinge of reluctance, she complied with Tong Tong's directive and meticulously sifted through the items once more. Ultimately, after discarding half of their possessions, they managed to fit the remainder into the vehicle. Without further delay, the group boarded, with Tong Tong remaining behind momentarily. The automobile resumed its journey through the city streets. To circumvent any potential complications, Tong Tong unleashed a barrage of grenades to clear the path. With hundreds of grenades coupled with a sweeping fire from a 360-degree submachine gun, the route out of the city was devoid of any zombie threat. Although some undead attempted to charge towards the hail of bullets, as long as they were within a close enough range, the powers within the vehicle would respond, be it flames, bear claws, or feline fangs. Upon driving into the inn, Tong Tong refreshed herself briefly before retiring to her room, much like the others. The following morning, she was roused by the clamor emanating from downstairs. After a quick wash, she rushed to the first floor, only to discover several enormous trucks parked at the entrance. Each truck bore paint that had been deliberately altered, leaving only the emblem of 2 kitchen knives. Tong Tong, that emblem is the mark of the slaughter squad, exclaimed Han Qianqian, her eyes filled with fury. Were it not for the collaboration with the history farm for this operation, she would have already urged Teddy to charge forward. Chapter 77. Number 1. Tong Tong pressed down on Han Qianqian's arm, signaling her to remain calm. This time, they were to collaborate on a mission to the granary. Until they had ascertained its precise location, it was unwise to engage in conflict. Feeling the warmth radiating from Tong Tong's arm, Han Qianqian glanced up at her. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement and turned to sit on a nearby sofa. Once everyone was prepared for what lay ahead, Tong Tong finally opened the hotel door. Standing outside was a man clad in a black leather jacket and wearing a black mask. "I am the 3rd member of the killing squad," he stated. "And you are?" "I am the owner of this hotel. Are you sent by Uncle Chen?" Tong Tong inquired. The 3rd member paused momentarily, acknowledging that anyone recognized by the village chief possessed considerable skill. "Since you have the village chief's endorsement, I shall be straightforward. Our killing squad has received a mission from the village chief to accompany you to the granary in the north of the city to collect rice and flour. How many individuals do you intend to send?" Tong Tong cast a glance at Hisheng and Han Qianqian behind her, causing the trio to fall into silence. After a considerable pause, a voice laced with displeasure emanated from beneath the mask of the 3rd individual. "Miss Tong, I trust you understand that this time we are collaborating as equals, rather than assuming the role of your protectors." A woman, a frail man, and a child who appeared scarcely 10 years of age. Was this a family outing? Tong Tong shrugged nonchalantly, remarking that Uncle Chun merely asked you to collaborate with us, without assigning you any other responsibilities, correct? No. The mood of number 3 continued to plummet. Tong Tong nodded. "Since there is no objection, it seems you hold no authority to interfere with my choices. Who I choose to bring along is entirely up to me." Number 3 cast a frosty gaze upon the individual before her, an extraordinary energy beginning to emanate from her being. Tong Tong's gaze turned icy as she sensed an energy probing into her physical state. It was a psychic ability. "What are you doing?" she demanded, drawing her submachine gun and pressing it against the assailant's forehead. Number 3 froze momentarily, clearly taken aback that the individual before him could detect his mental force. This could only signify one thing. The woman before him possessed a higher level of ability. "I can see that you are qualified to join us on this mission." Number 3 fell silent for a moment and finally adopted a more conciliatory tone. "I acknowledge my previous misjudgment. Now, on behalf of the killing squad, I sincerely invite you to participate in our operation to search for the granary. I accept your invitation. However, we require one of your team's vehicles, which can be exchanged for crystal cores," Tong Tong replied. "What did you say?" Number 3's voice suddenly rose, and the pressure in the surrounding air intensified dramatically. Tong Tong spoke with a calm demeanor, declaring her desire for one of their cargo trucks. As she spoke, her hand slowly rose, revealing a vibrant crimson flame that danced in her palm. The vehicle in question was no ordinary small truck. What captivated Tong Tong were the sharp steel cables encircling it. Such a feature was invaluable, capable of preventing zombies from clinging to the vehicle. While 1 or 2 zombies might not pose a significant threat, an overwhelming number could shift the weight and cause the vehicle to sway or even topple over. Should that occur, the danger would be profound. Most importantly, It was a small truck. Possessing it would alleviate Tong Tong's concerns about gathering supplies. With some modifications, she envisioned transforming the interior into something akin to a camper, effectively merging living space with utility. Although I lacked the authority to grant her request, I could facilitate a discussion between my captain and her. Tong Tong did not have to wait long. From the side of the third vehicle, a figure donned in a black devil mask descended. This was number 1, the leader of the killing squad. The sound of his marten boots striking the ground unleashed an aura of lethality that radiated from him, intensifying with each step he took. He and Han Xianxian instinctively took a step back, particularly Han Xianxian, whose face turned ashen in an instant. In contrast, Tong Tong, standing at the forefront, remained unfazed. The only sensation she felt was the presence of a similarly ranked energy fluctuation emanating from him, a fellow level 3 ability user. You intend to offer how many crystal cores? Number 1 inquired as he approached Tong Tong, his voice grating like glass, eliciting discomfort. How many crystal cores do you desire? Tong Tong responded, observing her composed demeanor alongside the trembling he and Han Xianxian. Number 1 felt a heightened sense of caution towards Tong Tong. Yet, it was merely caution. The woman before him had yet to earn his apprehension. He spoke slowly. 100 level 1 crystal cores. 100 level 1 crystal cores. Tong Tong nearly spat out her drink in disbelief. Although a level 1 zombie posed little threat to advanced ability users, akin to crushing an ant, not every ant crushed would yield a crystal core. As far as I know, the prices at your farm are laughable. A vehicle scarcely fetches more than a mere box of instant noodles. I never anticipated that the esteemed leader of a slaughter team would be such a greedy individual. Tong Tong remarked with a hint of derision. You're courting death. Number 1 roared in fury, his aura fully unleashed, causing layers of white frost to emanate from beneath his feet. Tong Tong unleashed her extraordinary abilities, crimson flames erupting from her body, drawing a vivid scarlet line before Bai Shuang. Level 3 ability, Bai Shuang domain, announced number 1 coldly. Level 3 ability, blood red lava, Tong Tong replied. Both possessed level 3 abilities, and at that moment, neither could overpower the other. Number 1 coolly remarked, a single box of instant noodles is insufficient. We have expended considerable effort on this truck. Then let us forego the crystal cores. I could provide you with 2 military-grade shields, Tong Tong offered. As for the purpose of military shields, I trust you understand their significance better than I do. Military shields? Tong Tong's words momentarily stunned number 1. In the apocalypse, while weapons were not uncommon, shields, especially military-grade ones, were exceedingly rare resources. With shields, their team could potentially reduce casualties by at least 50%. However, the price seemed rather steep to number 1. I can agree to your terms, but the exchange must be simultaneous, number 1 stated. Agreed, Tong Tong replied. Do not be deceived by her outwardly calm demeanor. Internally, she was meticulously plotting her next moves. Ever since she discerned the nature of the killing squad, Tong Tong had been acutely observant of every action taken by its members. Particularly, when number 1, the captain, disembarked from the vehicle, her focus intensified to an unprecedented degree. The rapid concealment of emotions by number 1 did not escape Tong Tong's keen perception. Tong Tong was apprehensive about leaving anyone else behind, so she turned to He Sheng and signaled for him to head to the warehouse for the 2 shields. He Sheng, receiving the command, swiftly dashed into the inn. Moments later, he emerged once again, bearing a shield in each hand. One hand presented a shield while the other held the key. At the very least, before their departure, a semblance of amicable relations persisted between the two. After exchanging a few words with Meng Anya, Tong Tong, accompanied by He Sheng and Han Xianxian, boarded the last cargo truck, following closely behind the slaughter team as they gradually advanced toward the granary. Number 2 observed the final cargo truck of the convoy and turned to number 1 beside him. Boss, are we just going to concede like this? Number 2 clearly felt that although the shields held considerable value, they still paled in comparison to their modest truck. Number 1, seated in the passenger seat, his eyes glinting with a frigid malice, replied, of course not. Since the inception of our slaughter team, we have only ever plundered the resources of others. He added, in comparison to her, I place greater importance on the inn that woman possesses. Number two's eyes widened in realization. Brother, are you implying? We've served as subordinates on the farm for too long. It is time to seek an opportunity for independence. Number one replied with a sneer. Number two suddenly understood. I thought so. How could my brother possibly let that woman benefit? There must be a grander scheme at play. With a cold laugh, number one remarked. That old fool is far too cautious. He is not suited for great endeavors. If we wish to make a name for ourselves, we must establish our own path. Before arriving at Tong Tong's location, he had already selected several backup sites. However, upon seeing Tong Tong's inn, he immediately made his decision. This is the place. Yet, he was reluctant to confront another level 3 ability user. It would be even better if he could orchestrate their downfall indirectly. Tong Tong was driving when Han Qianqian, seated in the passenger seat, could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, Sister Tong Tong, how can you engage in dealings with these murderers? They have never traded with anyone else. Tong Tong freed her hands and gently ruffled the hair of Han Qianqian, whom she had long coveted. This notion had crossed my mind long ago. I not only contemplated it, but also observed the avaricious glint in his eyes when he regarded my inn. At this juncture, a sardonic smile graced Tong Tong's lips. They desired my inn, yet I yearned for their convoy. With such a fleet at my disposal, it would be far more convenient to gather supplies once the population increased. Upon hearing Tong Tong's words, the melancholic expression on Han Qianqian's face dissipated, replaced by a fervent excitement. To plunder the cargo trucks of the raiding squad, she was determined to assist Sister Tong Tong wholeheartedly. The granary in the western part of the city was once a reservoir of grain for several nearby cities prior to the apocalypse. After the world fell into chaos, people were preoccupied with fleeing and surviving, leaving this place unattended. After considerable effort, a base was established, and finally, 3 days ago, the inhabitants of the Spark base broadcasted a message to all bases capable of receiving radio signals regarding the joint raid on the Western Granary. The nearest bases, including Minghua Base, Beihai Farm, and Morningstar Base, were the swiftest to respond. Their proximity to the granary afforded them knowledge of the terrifying presence within. They dispatched several raiding teams, yet none returned alive from the granary. These smaller bases had limited personnel, and with each additional attempt, the existing food shortage would escalate into a grave concern. At last, as the sun set behind the granary's roof, the vehicles from Leaching Farm arrived. Not only Leaching Farm, but after a brief wait, the people from Spark Base also arrived. Are all present? Inquired Lin Sheng, the captain of Spark Base, as he emerged from the vehicle, effortlessly leaping onto the roof and brandishing a megaphone to address everyone assembled. The crowd exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads in unison. I represent Longwang Base, and the 5 individuals I brought along are all awakened abilities, the most elite among us. I come from Minghua Base. Each person proclaimed their contingent as the CRME of their respective bases. However, despite their claims, the truth of their elite status remained known only to themselves. Finally, it was Leaching Farm's turn. A representative disembarked from the vehicle and announced, Today, we from Leaching Farm-S raiding squad have additional matters to address. At this moment, Tong Tong alighted from the vehicle. Captain E pointed at Tong Tong and declared, This is our friend from Leaching Farm. Today, she comes as a representative of her base's members to assist us in clearing the granary. Lin Sheng turned to Captain E, pondering, Is this truly appropriate? Captain E replied, There is nothing inappropriate about it. Today, in this granary, everyone shall scavenge according to their abilities. Whatever one can gather is theirs. As he spoke, he surveyed the surroundings with his frost-laden gaze. Should anyone have objections, feel free to express them. I would not mind acquiring additional resources. Silence enveloped the crowd. Despite the notorious reputation of the Slaughter Squad, their fearsome notoriety had been forged through sheer strength. Unless there was a significant conflict of interest, ordinary individuals would refrain from provoking the Slaughter Squad. Although Lin Sheng harbored discontent towards Captain Yi's approach, he contemplated his purpose for being there today. Observing the other silence, he decided not to dwell further on the matter. Since everyone agrees to the inclusion of this new base, let us commence. Day Bear, Lin Sheng stated, addressing the team members behind him. Chapter 79, The Granary. While the computer screen was modest in size, it captivated the attention of all present. Tong Tong gazed thoughtfully at the drone, soaring through the sky. Turning around, she retrieved her backpack from the vehicle and extracted a drone of her own. This drone undoubtedly had been scavenged from the electronics market. With this device, Tong Tong could also observe the conditions within the granary. Lin Sheng, noticing the additional drone in the sky, cast a contemplative glance at Tong Tong. Tong Tong sensed her gaze and turned to him, offering a warm smile. The surrounding granary was teeming with zombies, alongside employees clad in work uniforms, as well as individuals adorned in various expedition attire. Tong Tong speculated that these individuals had come to plunder, but for some unknown reason, they were transformed into zombies. However, could such an occurrence truly be instigated by these primitive zombies? Tong Tong fell silent for a moment, then continued to maneuver the drone deeper into the abyss. The further she ventured, the more zombies emerged from their lurking places. Numerous undead congregated or concealed themselves near the granary. As she soared through the air, suddenly, a muscular zombie clad in employee attire, wielding a chainsaw, came in her line of sight. This is... Tong Tong had yet to examine the appearance of the zombie closely when, suddenly, a colossal scorpion tail shot skyward, piercing the drone with precision. Tong Tong's drone was utterly rendered inoperable. With no other recourse, she turned her gaze back to the computer screen. In that moment, she witnessed the instant demise of the drone at the spark base. Lin Sheng felt a pang of regret as he glanced at the screen, reached for a cigarette, lit it, and suppressed his sorrow deep within. Ahem, he began, as everyone can see, within this granary, aside from a few ordinary zombies, there are also 2 mutated ones. Based on our previous experiences at the Spark base, we can deduce that at least one of them is a strength-type mutated zombie, while the other is likely a mutated animal with unknown capabilities. Turning to Team Leader 1, Lin Sheng stated, "That is all I can share. Do you have anything to add, Team Leader 1? Team Leader 1 shook his head, indicating that he had nothing to contribute at the moment. From here on, it will be each to their own abilities. Although others harbored opinions, the silence of the 2 most powerful figures stifled any dissent. They could only keep their thoughts to themselves. Lin Sheng commanded his subordinates to pry open the heavy door, the sound immediately attracting the attention of the zombies within. "Open fire," Lin Sheng commanded decisively. Truly, it was a government-established base, fully stocked with weaponry. Tong Tong also drew her submachine gun. However, she refrained from firing and instead remained vigilant, surveying her surroundings. Upon this scrutiny, she immediately discerned an anomaly. Not far from the entrance, there lay a vast, gaping pit. The soil surrounding this chasm had been recently disturbed, exhibiting a damp hue. If she were not mistaken, this pit was the very site from which the assailant's drone had emerged. Tong Tong coughed softly, drawing the attention of He Sheng and Han Qianqian. "Sister Tong, what is the matter?" He Sheng inquired. Tong Tong pointed towards the deep pit, cautioning them to watch their step. He Sheng replied, "All right, I will be careful." Han Qianqian nodded in agreement, adding, "Teddy and I will also exercise caution." Tong Tong nodded and stepped forward, entering the battlefield. Here, she faced only ordinary zombies. Thus, she sheathed her submachine gun and resorted to tearing them apart with her bare hands. He Sheng, initially inclined to use his own submachine gun, observed Tong Tong's actions and, recalling that he too was a power-type ability user, discarded his weapon in favor of hand-to-hand combat. Han Qianqian hesitated for a moment before raising her teddy bear, commanding it to devour the surrounding zombies. To expedite Teddy's consumption, she bit her finger, the scent of blood immediately drawing the attention of numerous zombies. Teddy concentrated its powers in its head, which swelled in size, allowing it to consume zombies with remarkable swiftness. Before long, under their collective efforts, the majority of the zombies were vanquished. However, the remaining zombies suddenly turned as if summoned by an unseen force, disregarding even the legs that lay scattered on the ground, and began to sprint frantically in a particular direction. "Chase after them," Lin Sheng shouted. They could not allow these zombies to coalesce. If they did, it would lead to a tide of corpses that would be far more challenging to contend with. Yet, when they finally caught up to the zombies, they were left stunned. From the perspective of the drone, it appeared inconspicuous, but upon confronting it directly, they realized they had drastically underestimated the height of the mutated power-type zombie. What seemed like a somewhat robust figure on video towered over them, standing as tall as two individuals. At that height, the zombies gathering around it resembled a cluster of infants encircling an adult. This posed a significant dilemma. While the others may have forgotten, Tong Tong distinctly remembered that lurking within this underground realm was a mutated creature. With a fierce roar, the mutated zombie unleashed a bellow that caused the surrounding zombies to swell in size, as if receiving some form of enhancement. They then advanced toward the humans in synchronized formation. "Attack!" Lin Sheng commanded. However, it was unclear what enhancement these zombies had received. Their bodies, which had previously been easily torn apart, now appeared impervious, with bullets failing to leave even the slightest mark upon them. Upon discovering that bullets could not pierce the bodies of the zombies, Tong Tong decisively abandoned her submachine gun and resorted to her extraordinary powers. Flames surged forth like a blade, instantly penetrating the flesh of these undead creatures. After dispatching several zombies, she seized the opportunity to glance at the distant mutated zombie. When Lin Sheng and the others first beheld its imposing figure, they speculated that it was a strength-type zombie. However, she now surmised that the one in the distance was likely a metallic variant. As for its strength mutation, that remained to be tested. "He Sheng, Qian, cover me," Tong Tong suddenly commanded. In contrast to He Sheng, Qian had no such complications. She simply turned to her companion. "Teddy, accelerate." The teddy bear let out a mighty roar and transformed into a colossal form, effortlessly grasping the zombies as if they were mere candies. The speed was astonishing, and had they not been zombies, the scene would have been quite a sight to behold. Swiftly eliminating the nearby zombies, He Sheng and Han Qian swiftly joined Tong Tong before the other zombies could close in. Chapter 80. The Three Types of Zombies, Sister Tong Tong. "What should we do?" He Sheng inquired. Tong Tong's gaze was fixed upon the distant, mutated zombie. "I intend to confront it, while I engage in battle with it. You all must remain vigilant of our surroundings to thwart any sudden attacks from the creatures lurking beneath." "What about the others?" Han Qian inquired. "If time permits, lend me your support." Tong Tong hesitated for a moment before responding to Han Qian. Han Qian readily agreed, affirming her commitment. After establishing their positions, Tong Tong commenced her movements. Her actions were far from discreet. Those around her, including Lin Sheng and others, noticed her maneuvers the instant she initiated them. A whistle pierced the air as Number 1 signaled the members of the slaughter team, who swiftly coordinated to extricate themselves from their respective zombie encounters and regrouped beside him. "Boss," Number 1 gestured for them to look ahead. "That woman seems intent on seizing the crystal core of that mutated zombie. We should move as well." It was evident to all that this mutated zombie was unlike the others, and it was highly probable that it was a level 3 or even higher variant. What did a level 3 or above zombie crystal core signify? Everyone present was astute. Had they possessed the strength, they would have rushed to claim it. Lin Sheng, one of the leaders of the Spark Base, unlike others, had witnessed the purity of energy contained within a level 4 zombie crystal core, which instilled a sense of terror merely by proximity. Until he could ascertain the character of those around him, he would never allow a level 4 core to fall into anyone else's hands, not even at a great cost. After instructing his subordinates to continue fending off the zombies, he slowly raised his left hand, his abilities coursing through his body. A radiant golden light shimmered as a suit of pure golden armor manifested upon him. With the emergence of the armor, a 1-meter-long curved blade appeared in his left hand. The crowd barely had time to register the brilliance of the golden light before Lin Sheng had already caught up with the advancing Tong Tong. As Tong Tong sprinted forward, she found the radiant golden light to her right somewhat blinding. Turning her head, she beheld Lin Sheng, resplendent in his shimmering attire, an ostentatious sight indeed. Estimating the situation, she realized they had reached the threshold of the mutated zombie's attack range. Just as she steadied herself, the golden glow descended gracefully beside her. "Captain Lin, are you also intrigued by this zombie?" she inquired. On the surface, It undoubtedly possessed a golden attribute, yet one could only speculate if it harbored additional powers, perhaps. Strength-based abilities. Tong Tong then glanced at the mutated zombie across from her, reminding herself that their team included strength-oriented abilities as well. If they sought to seize the crystal core, it would depend on whether she consented. Lin Sheng finally turned to face her, stating, "Since the young lady is unwilling to relent, let us rely on our respective skills." Exchanging a glance with He Sheng and Han Qianqian, she took a step forward, her powers surging from within her. The third-tier abilities erupted forth. Lin Sheng regarded her with a fleeting expression of admiration. Yet his demeanor darkened as he recalled the individuals who had accompanied the slaughter team. Regardless of their connection to the slaughter team, they could not be permitted to take the crystal core. Observing Tong Tong charge ahead, Lin Sheng felt compelled to keep pace. As a figure rushed towards him, the mutated zombie let out a furious roar, raising the chainsaw in its grasp to strike at the two approaching individuals. As Tong Tong slipped momentarily, she intentionally lagged behind a step. Lin Sheng, moving at a brisk pace, was caught off guard by her sudden halt. Faced with the oncoming chainsaw, he hastily raised his curved blade to parry. With a resounding clang, the chainsaw collided with the golden blade, its frenzied rotations momentarily halted by the weapon's grip. "Impressive strength," Tong Tong remarked, raising her hand to hurl a fireball directly at the zombie's eyes. Under the assault, the mutated zombie recoiled swiftly. Lin Sheng commented nonchalantly, "The young lady's abilities are commendable. Alas, her character leaves much to be desired." Tong Tong feigned ignorance to the insinuations woven within his words, gracefully rolling aside. The chainsaw wielded by the zombie grazed the hem of her garment before crashing to the ground. Lin Sheng cast a fleeting glance in his direction, then firmly planted his foot upon the earth, propelling himself swiftly into the air. With his long sword poised, he struck down towards the zombie's neck. As Tong Tong retreated, he circled behind the zombie, gathering flames within his grasp. He raised his hand and struck the creature's lower back. The searing fire burned a hole of moderate size through the zombie's tough exterior. Without a moment's hesitation, Tong Tong withdrew a grenade and forcefully inserted it into the opening. The zombie, in agony, let out a furious roar and swung its weapon towards Tong Tong's head. Tong Tong swiftly crouched down, evading the assault of the zombie. Simultaneously, a muffled explosion resonated from within the creature's body. The shockwave of the blast instantly caused the zombie's abdomen to swell, its form quivering violently for a brief moment. After that, there was nothing more. Tong Tong watched in horror as the wounds inflicted on the zombie by the grenade healed at an astonishingly visible pace. She could only solace herself with the knowledge that, at the very least, it was now clear that the zombie possessed two extraordinary abilities, one being metallization and the other regeneration. Lin Sheng had stealthily approached the zombie from behind at some point. He swiftly sprang from the ground, his curved blade slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning, aiming once more at the zombie's throat. The zombie emitted a low growl, raising its chainsaw to intercept Lin Sheng's attack. What once seemed evenly matched between the two weapons took a decisive turn. Lin Sheng's blade cleaved through the chainsaw, severing it into two parts. With its weapon lost, the zombie instinctively recoiled. Lin Sheng seized the opportunity, channeling more force into his legs, and thrust his long knife towards the zombie's eyes. Stripped of its weapon, the zombie could only raise its hand to defend itself. Unlike before, this time, the golden blade met no resistance, slicing through the zombie's arm as effortlessly as one would cut through tofu. The severed limb fell to the ground, and the zombie staggered back once more, unleashing a furious roar. Its once dark golden skin now shimmered with a faint red glow. Remarkably, the severed arm began to regenerate. First the bone, then the muscle, all within mere seconds, restoring it to its original state. This time, the regeneration was not limited to the arm alone. It directly extracted the severed blade and affixed it to its newly formed arm. With the sinews of muscle facilitating the movement, the blade began to spin wildly. Chapter 81. Cooperation. Tong Tong never anticipated the astonishing speed at which the zombies could regenerate. She also could not have foreseen that they could amalgamate with metal in such a manner. With a slight frown, she turned to glance at Lin Sheng. At that moment, Lin Sheng was engulfed in a tempest of emotions. Although he had encountered supernatural beings with regenerative abilities before, witnessing a mutated zombie repair its severed limb in mere seconds was a first for him. Furthermore, judging by its appearance, it seemed to have evolved a remarkably high level of intelligence. Consequently, the prospect of annihilating it entirely had become exceedingly challenging. The mutated zombie, indifferent to Lin Sheng's contemplations, let out another furious roar, raising the saw blade high above, carving a perfect arc in the air as it swung towards Lin Sheng. Instinctively, he attempted to block the attack. This time, he could distinctly feel the enhanced strength of the zombie compared to before. This revelation brought to mind the crimson glow emanating from it. It was likely a manifestation of a rare state of frenzy among supernatural abilities. 3 types of powers. Lin Sheng, unwilling to engage further, swiftly retreated after deflecting the saw blade's assault, leveraging its force to hasten his withdrawal. He found himself back beside Tong Tong. "Shall we collaborate, my lady?" Tong Tong had just concluded her conversation with 037 when she heard Lin Sheng's inquiry. She swiftly twisted her body to evade the descending saw blade. "For instance, you and I can jointly vanquish this zombie. Once we succeed, we shall split the zombie crystal core evenly, and I shall offer an equivalent crystal core in exchange for your half." As Lin Sheng spoke, he sidestepped, propelling himself backward with force. "Equivalent items?" Tong Tong hesitated, retracting her hand that was reaching for her backpack. Just moments ago, under 037's guidance, she had purchased several gasoline bombs from the system shop. She had been pondering how to insert the gasoline bomb into the mutated zombie's body. But with Lin Sheng suggesting collaboration, an idea immediately sparked in her mind. Lin Sheng activated his supernatural ability once more. The golden armor vanished, replaced by a gleaming golden Q NGL in crescent blade. Based on market values, if the crystal core within this zombie reaches level 4, I will exchange it for 2 level 3 gold elemental cores, 2 level 3 wood elemental cores, and 2 level 3 special elemental cores. In terms of sincerity, his offer was impeccable. What more could Tong Tong possibly say? She could only nod in agreement, signifying her willingness to collaborate. Now that they had entered into this partnership, it was imperative to devote themselves entirely. Otherwise, they might find themselves vulnerable to exploitation, leaving them with no tears left to shed. Tong Tong had not forgotten that behind them, several pairs of avaricious eyes were fixated on their every move. The two exchanged a knowing glance and simultaneously launched an assault on the mutated zombie. Tong Tong clutched a Molotov cocktail, seeking the perfect opportunity. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng, harnessing his metallic abilities, transformed intermittently into a shield and a green dragon crescent blade, engaging in fierce combat with the zombies. The zombies exhibited a surprisingly high level of intelligence, continuously adjusting their attack strategies in an attempt to uncover Lin Sheng's vulnerabilities. Having grown up within the military, Lin Sheng possessed ample practical experience. His extensive combat knowledge and keen insight allowed him to maintain a position of dominance throughout the skirmish with the undead. As he narrowly dodged a zombie's chainsaw-like assault, Lin Sheng feigned a moment of hesitation. This brief pause provided the zombie with an opening in its defense. Utilizing the green dragon blade as a lever, he propelled himself forward in a pole vaulting manner, landing directly before the zombie's chest. The zombie's fist had barely struck the ground, leaving it defenseless. The flesh at its chest was swiftly pierced by the blade, oozing with pus and dark clots of blood. Lin Sheng recoiled in disgust. Tong Tong extracted a launcher purchased from the system from her backpack, deftly placing a Molotov cocktail into the launch chamber. She aimed through the scope at the zombie's chest. 3, 2, 1, launch. Her thumb pressed the trigger, and the Molotov cocktail soared from the launcher, striking the zombie's chest with pinpoint precision. Boom! In the fleeting moment of the zombie's chest healing, Tong Tong beheld a wisp of dissipating flames. Seeing this, Lin Sheng swiftly retreated. The zombie, filled with rage, turned its gaze toward Lin Sheng, its hand, still clutching a circular saw, raised once more. Just as its hand began to ascend, flames erupted unexpectedly from its decaying mouth. From that instant, the fire rapidly spread within its body, seizing the moment while the zombie was engulfed in flames. Lin Sheng once again tore open the creature's abdomen. A rush of air flowed in, hastening the conflagration. The zombie collapsed in agony. As the skin of the zombie began to crack inch by inch, the ground suddenly trembled, and a massive scorpion tail erupted from beneath the earth. With a swift motion, the scorpion's tail coiled, ensnaring the zombie and dragging it swiftly underground. Tong Tong and Lin Sheng simultaneously took a step forward, but before they could steady themselves, the ground suddenly fissured, and their bodies uncontrollably plummeted downward. "Captain! Sister Tong!" The onlookers cried out in unison. When they rushed to the edge of the chasm, all they beheld was a dark, gaping abyss. As He Sheng hesitated, contemplating whether to descend, several members of Lin Sheng's team, along with Han Qianqian, leaped into the abyss. Just as He Sheng resolved to follow, a teammate stationed on the ground restrained him. "Sir, do not act impulsively." He Sheng turned to face the person holding him, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" The teammate pointed to his own ear, revealing a conspicuous earpiece. "Our captain instructed us to guard the entrance. They have already descended below." He Sheng, momentarily taken aback by the other's attire, ultimately chose to remain and safeguard the entrance. After nearly half a minute of free fall, Tong Tong, enveloped in darkness, felt as though she had landed upon a soft, resilient surface. Shortly thereafter, the object emitted a muffled thud. Tong Tong hastily scrambled to her feet. Using both hands and feet, she raised her hand, conjuring a fireball, and immediately noticed a man lying beneath her, serving as a cushion. "Lin Sheng." Tong Tong hurriedly helped the man on the ground to his feet. "Are you all right?" she inquired. Lin Sheng coughed a few times, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and replied, "I'm fine, truly." Tong Tong's gaze was somewhat intricate. "Your pallid appearance hardly suggests a state of well-being." Lin Sheng took several deep breaths, suppressing the metallic taste rising in his throat. Only after he could no longer perceive it did he speak. "Now is not the time for such discussions. Let us first seek the whereabouts of the owner of that tail." As soon as his words fell, he felt the world before him plunge into darkness. No, that was incorrect. Something had ensnared his head. "Chi-Chi." Tong Tong spoke with a hint of exasperation. "Why have you come down?" Chapter 82. The Usage of Crystal Cores. Tong Tong felt somewhat helpless. The situation below was perilous. "I cannot ascend any further." Han Qianqian looked up, gesturing for Tong Tong to observe the circumstances above. At this height, climbing up remained exceedingly challenging. Tong Tong sighed. "Well, since you have come down, you may as well stay by our side. Otherwise, can she climb back up?" A glimmer of joy flickered in Han Qianqian's eyes. "Rest assured, Sister Tong Tong, I shall be obedient." With that, Lin Sheng gathered his team, observing the surroundings. Ultimately, he consumed a rapid healing pill to mend the 2 broken ribs inflicted by his own fall. Including the 3 team members who had just jumped down, all gazes converged on the yawning chasm ahead. Considering that Lin Sheng's injury was self-inflicted, Tong Tong soothed her uneasy conscience and reminded Han Qianqian to keep watch behind her. She then stepped forward towards the cave. Before she could reach the entrance, several team members had already bypassed her and entered the cavern. After being in society for so long, it was the first time someone regarded her as a child. Lin Sheng approached her. "Don't mind those guys. That's just their nature." "I don't mind," Tong Tong replied, trailing behind him into the cave. As they entered the pitch-black cavern, it was not particularly lengthy. Just a few strides brought them through. Beyond the cave lay a vast underground expanse. The walls bore the marks of claw scratches, and the ceiling was punctuated with several large holes. Click-clack. A sound of grinding bones echoed from above. The group looked up to discover a colossal black scorpion, nearly half a person in height, voraciously devouring a recently mutated zombie. Surrounding it hung clusters of bluish-green eggs, resembling grapes. Suddenly, Teddy clutched Han Qianqian's arm, emitting a low, urgent sound. "Sister Tong Tong, we must leave this place quickly. Teddy senses danger," Han Qianqian whispered, tightening her grip on Tong Tong's sleeve. Tong Tong was momentarily taken aback, her gaze sweeping over the nearby insect eggs. She swiftly extended her hand, resting it on Captain Lin Sheng's shoulder. "Captain Lin, we must leave this place at once." Lin Sheng was taken aback, noticing the unusual seriousness etched on Tong Tong's face. He promptly whistled and gestured for his team to retreat. As he made the signal, Tong Tong had already grasped Han Qianqian's hand and was hastily retreating. Although the other team members were puzzled by their captain's sudden order to withdraw, years of training compelled them to instinctively obey. Soon, everyone had exited the scorpion cave. "Miss, what prompted this sudden decision to leave?" As they emerged from the cave, Lin Sheng eagerly inquired. Tong Tong turned to face Han Qianqian. With a determined bite of her teeth, Han Qianqian summoned her courage to speak. "Just now, Teddy told me that those insect eggs contain mutated food." "Mutated food?" Lin Sheng cast a peculiar glance at the teddy bear standing beside Han Qianqian. Tong Tong began to grasp the meaning behind Han Qianqian's words. Qianqian implied that within those eggs lay mutated zombies. Han Qianqian cast another glance at Teddy, who was faced with mutated food that even he dared not consume. Mutated food that even Teddy, endowed with Han Qianqian's extraordinary abilities, hesitated to eat? If Teddy represented a level 2 ability, then this food must be at least level 3 or perhaps even higher. Tong Tong recalled the previous drone reconnaissance, where she witnessed zombies devoid of work attire. Now, in light of Teddy's perception, it became evident that the origin of these zombies was none other than the massive scorpion lurking underground. It not only has the capability to produce zombies, but also to create mutated variants, all while feasting upon the very creatures it generates. Quite the self-sustaining operation, indeed. "Now, how shall we ascend?" a team member whispered. Lin Sheng glanced upwards, estimating a height of 3 or 4 stories. Some team members had brought climbing ropes, yet their lengths were far from adequate. "I noticed a man-made opening on the opposite side of the scorpion's lair," team member B remarked. Upon hearing this promising news, not a single person in attendance could suppress a frown. The scorpion, it should be averse to fire, right? Tong Tong remained silent for a considerable time, her gaze fixed upon the fireball in her hand. "We could give it a try, but your fireball is too diminutive," Lin Sheng replied. "My Teddy is a solid level 3. If we could enhance it, it should be able to contend with the scorpion," Han Qianqian remarked, looking at the Teddy in her grasp. "Enhance the abilities?" Han Qianqian's words ignited inspiration among everyone present. Tong Tong looked up at Captain Lin Sheng and inquired, "What is your opinion, Captain Lin?" Naturally, Lin Sheng had no objections. "I happen to possess 2 fire-type crystal nuclei. If you require them, I can lend them to you." "Let's make an exchange," Tong Tong replied, "for I do not relish the idea of owing anyone a favor." She promptly produced a bag of crystal nuclei and handed it to Lin Sheng. These were acquired from the leeching farm. They all contained first-level nuclei, and I'm willing to trade them all. The moment had arrived for Tong Tong to confront her challenge. Observing her actions, Lin Sheng hesitated for quite some time. But ultimately, to avoid wasting those 2 third-level crystal nuclei, he finally spoke. "My dear, do you possess the ability to absorb crystal nuclei?" Tong Tong recounted the experimental method she had previously employed. Lin Sheng immediately placed a hand on his forehead, exclaiming, "No, my dear, your approach is flawed." "Flawed?" Tong Tong was taken aback. Lin Sheng cleared his throat and continued, "My dear, the absorption of the crystal nucleus necessitates the induction of supernatural abilities. You should first envelop the nucleus with your own powers." Tong Tong hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately decided to follow his instructions. However, while the crimson flames did envelop the crystal core, the outcome appeared to be akin to her previous experiments, revealing no discernible change. Tong Tong gazed at Lin Sheng with an expression that was utterly candid. "And then?" Lin Sheng replied. "Then close your eyes and envision yourself unraveling a silken cocoon." Tong Tong complied. Her extraordinary abilities were enveloped by a crystal core, and when a cocoon materialized in her mind, a slender thread emerged from the crystal core, entwining itself with her powers. With a joyful heart, Tong Tong harnessed her extraordinary abilities to draw the energy from the crystal core, gradually channeling it into her own being. At that moment, Lin Sheng's words echoed in her mind. The source of one's powers resided within the heart. All she needed to do was locate a crystal within her heart and transfer the energy from the core into that crystal, thus achieving a successful absorption. Chapter 83, The Assault. For the first time, Tong Tong is able to visualize energy, and it must be said that this method is indeed effective. The energy from the 3 crystal cores begins to converge towards her heart. Previously, the sensation was not so pronounced. However, this time, perhaps due to the 3rd-level crystal core, or perhaps because she has discovered a method to absorb the cores, a searing, almost piercing sensation emanates from them. The crystal cores, now housed within her heart, instinctively protect their master. A faint red energy spills forth from her heart, radiating outward into her surroundings. From the perspective of Han, Qianqian, and the others, Tong Tong appears as a light bulb emanating a gentle red glow. Although the cave was previously shrouded in darkness, it is now illuminated enough to discern shapes, if not in their entirety. Gradually, it is not only the light that brightens, but also the temperature within the cave begins to rise incrementally. The temperature stabilizes at a level that is comfortably warm for the human body. Tong Tong was oblivious to the circumstances beyond her surroundings. She currently felt enveloped in a cocoon of warmth as the strength of her muscles began to gradually amplify throughout her body. Tong Tong felt an overwhelming sensation, as if a mere finger could shatter stone. Her body continued to strengthen, and when she finally opened her eyes, a flicker of crimson light flashed from the depths of her gaze. The world before her appeared transformed. "It seems your extraordinary abilities have evolved." Lin Sheng's voice resonated from beside her. Tong Tong sensed the velocity of the extraordinary energy coursing through her body, a potency that was incomparably superior to that of her previous 3rd-level state. She nodded at Lin Sheng, acknowledging her evolution. It was only then that she noticed a faint golden aura enveloping Lin Sheng. He looked at her, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "You must have noticed these golden specks surrounding me. What is this?" Tong Tong inquired. Lin Sheng raised his left hand, deliberately positioning it before her for a clear view. In the next moment, Tong Tong observed as the scattered golden energy trembled, swiftly converging towards the palm of Lin Sheng's left hand. Subsequently, the golden curved blade materialized once more in his grasp. At this moment, what could Tong Tong still be unclear about? This is the essence of Lin Sheng's extraordinary ability. Lin Sheng, seizing the opportune moment, spoke. "This phenomenon is one that can only be witnessed after transcending to a 4th-level ability. By mastering the flow of his internal powers, he can maximize the efficiency of his extraordinary abilities." A sudden recollection of the teachings imparted by Feng Liao surfaced in Tong Tong's mind. She could assert with certainty that Feng Liao's supernatural abilities had not yet reached the 4th tier at that time. Despite not attaining the 4th tier, he was still able to perceive the flow of his powers. Tong Tong couldn't help but internally commend him, deeming Feng Liao a true genius. Lin Sheng rose from the ground and stated, "Since your abilities have now reached the 4th tier, the responsibility of leading us will rest upon you." Tong Tong gradually rose to her feet, declaring that there was no issue. The group once again approached the Scorpion's cave. At this moment, an eerie silence enveloped the cavern. It appeared that the creature had finished its meal. Contemplating this possibility, the expressions of all present turned grave. Even their footsteps instinctively became lighter. Finally, as they entered the cave once more, Tong Tong slowly raised her hand, igniting flames that danced from her fingertips. The crimson glow illuminated the entire cavern. In that moment of revelation, a collective gasp escaped the lips of the onlookers. The mutated zombies, previously in a dormant egg state, had now emerged. They stood there, baring their fangs and claws, seemingly motionless, yet the pungent stench of venom permeated the air, signaling to everyone present that the trap was set, awaiting their arrival. Just as Tong Tong was about to make a move, Lin Sheng raised his hand to restrain her, instructing her to stay back. The golden energy swirled around his body, and soon, shimmering golden armor and a gleaming golden blade manifested in his hands once more. As he entered the fray, the previously silent zombies raised their heads, unleashing various powers from their hands, all directed solely at Lin Sheng. The members of Lin Sheng's team also began to take action. Although they lacked supernatural abilities, they were armed with firearms. From a distance, their captain was still capable of securing resources. Han Qianqian was eager to join the fray as well, but she was halted by Tong Tong. "Wait a moment. What is it, Tong Tong?" Han Qianqian looked at her in confusion. Tong Tong gestured for silence, simultaneously directing her gaze upward with a subtle nod. Though faint, a shadow could be discerned swaying gently in the center of the cave's ceiling through the darkness. Although Han Qianqian was merely a child, the years of apocalyptic existence had sharpened her instinct for danger. In that fleeting moment upon spotting the shadow, she comprehended the gravity of the situation. Her hand, initially poised for action, reverted to rest upon Teddy's, halting her movement. Tong Tong's attention shifted once more to a colossal insect egg across from them. This egg was the sole one that had yet to commence hatching, and it was evident that within it lay the third-tier zombie that Teddy had sensed, although it remained unhatched for the moment. This did not guarantee it would not emerge later. If a third-tier zombie were to join the fray during their battle with the scorpion, their predicament would become perilous. Tong Tong glanced at the teddy bear in Han Qianqian's hands, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes. Qianqian, you are doing this. Soon, the zombies within the venue had been nearly eradicated. Tong Tong gazed at the shadow looming at the entrance. At that moment, if the shadow chose to remain passive, it would undoubtedly come to regret it. Indeed, just as this thought crossed her mind, the shadow shifted above her. With a sudden descent, a scorpion's body crashed heavily to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Retreat, Lin Sheng shouted, urging his team to swiftly distance themselves from the creature. Illuminated by Tong Tong's fireball, the others finally discerned the scorpion's form. It resembled a typical scorpion, yet astonishingly, it possessed 3 tails, each adorned with a distinct hue of mist gently swirling. This indicated that the scorpion wielded powers from 3 different elemental categories. When did such a phenomenon become so commonplace? Golden, green, and red. Golden for the metal element, green for the wood element, and red could be the fire element. The red tail swung forcefully towards Lin Sheng. Utilizing his long knife as leverage, he quickly retreated. The scorpion's tail struck the ground where he had just stood, creating a massive crater in the solid earth, with cracks radiating outward, all testament to the tremendous force behind the blow. Chapter 84. The Bursting Insect Egg. This is a manifestation of power. That green. Tong Tong's gaze sharpened as she raised her hand, retrieving a launcher and directly sending a grenade forth. The grenade detonated with a vibrant green tail. The violent explosion left no trace upon the scorpion's tail. Was this an enhancement of the metal element? Tong Tong recalled the mutated zombie it had consumed earlier. It seemed that these 3 abilities were indeed inherited after devouring the zombie. This notion was not held solely by Tong Tong. Lin Sheng, with his piercing black eyes, was intently fixated on the 3 tails of the scorpion, already forming some conjectures in his mind. Tong Tong shook her head, declaring that this situation was markedly different from before. Previously, the zombies had manifested in a humanoid form, allowing for comparisons to human anatomy. However, now they were confronted with a scorpion, and not just any scorpion, but one with 3 tails. The mere fact that it could independently manipulate its tails indicated that it would be far more formidable than the mutated zombies. What is your opinion? Lin Sheng inquired. We must first pry open its shell, she replied. The scorpion's exoskeleton was considerably tougher than human skin, and any attempt at fiery assault would necessitate breaching that shell first. With a plan in place, Lin Sheng swiftly commenced the preparations. Once again, Han Qianqian was not included in this endeavor. Tong Tong and Lin Sheng worked in perfect harmony, with Lin Sheng taking the lead to attract the scorpion's attention, while Tong Tong seized the opportunity to intermittently distract the creature. The golden longsword that Lin Sheng once wielded had vanished, replaced by a sword of physics, an instrument unparalleled for prying open obstacles. As Tong Tong launched another grenade, Lin Sheng had already maneuvered behind the scorpion. Seizing the moment, he concentrated a sharp spike on the armor of his right hand. When the scorpion's tail swung before him, he deftly sidestepped, then, with a swift motion, delivered a powerful strike to the scorpion's tail. A small breach, after all, had always been the most effective means to crack open a tortoise shell. Lin Sheng found himself anchored to the scorpion's tail, allowing it to lift him high into the air. As the tail fully arched upwards, he released his grip with his right hand and landed firmly atop the scorpion. It was time for the great beast to yield. Lin Sheng raised the sword of physics in his hand, harnessing his extraordinary powers, and with a decisive strike, drove the sword deep into the creature. Tong Tong swiftly approached. The large scorpion felt a sharp pain on its back, and its three tails rose high, incessantly attempting to strike at Lin Sheng. However, Lin Sheng's position was remarkably strategic. No matter how much the scorpion's tails thrashed about, it could not dislodge him. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Tong Tong swiftly launched a prepared fireball towards the scorpion's tail. Lin Sheng retreat. Almost simultaneously with Tong Tong's command, Lin Sheng had already extricated himself from the scorpion's relentless assaults. The fireball exploded upon impact with the scorpion's tail. In a bid to intensify the flames, Tong Tong raised the launcher once more. This time, it was not a grenade that was released, but a gasoline bottle. As the gasoline bottle detonated, a fierce inferno engulfed the scorpion, spreading as the fuel flowed. Although the scorpion's exoskeleton was formidable, its interior flesh was considerably frail. The searing pain from the flames elicited a sharp, piercing scream from the creature. The shrill sound pierced the eardrums of everyone present, prompting them to instinctively cover their ears. At that moment, the previously silent insect egg began to undergo a transformation. Unlike other insect eggs that hatch directly, this one rapidly shrank, ultimately revealing a humanoid form. The figure was gaunt, with its hands grotesquely twisted into the shape of two curved blades. What kind of mantis transformation is this? Han Qianqian couldn't help but remark. A subtle tearing sound echoed as the humanoid's mouth split open. With a dull rumble, the mouth stretched to an exaggerated arc, and a green water spout erupted from it, drenching the scorpion. The creature, which had been engulfed in flames, was instantly extinguished by the deluge of green liquid. Water type, a team member exclaimed in astonishment. To think there were water-type zombies here, they would need to re-evaluate their previously devised strategy of fire attacks. Tong Tong and Lin Sheng exchanged a glance, both perceiving the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. The water element appears to counter the fire element. Lin Sheng inhaled deeply. May I have just a moment? Very well. Tong Tong acquiesced. Lin Sheng cautioned, prioritizing safety. Subsequently, he withdrew, retreating directly to the cave entrance. His subordinates, without a hint of doubt or inquiry, exchanged a brief look with him before dispersing to launch an assault on the humanoid figure from various directions. Tong Tong glanced at the figure and called out to Han Qianqian, "Qianqian, come help me. I'm on my way." Han Qianqian, who had been impatiently waiting, immediately rushed over with Teddy in tow upon hearing Tong Tong's voice. Han Qianqian had initially prepared this strategy to deal with the insect eggs. She instructed Teddy to envelop her completely, enveloped in a shroud of inky black toxic mist and surrounded by an equally dark environment. Han Qianqian seamlessly entered a state of semi-invisibility. It was at this moment that the synergy between Tong Tong and Han Qianqian was truly put to the test. Holding a launcher, Tong Tong intermittently hurled fireballs and tossed petrol bombs, striving to create a conflagration that would impede the scorpion's assault. Meanwhile, Han Qianqian, utilizing Teddy's cover, stealthily approached the humanoid figure, seeking an opportunity to strike. Cloaked in darkness, Han Qianqian's silhouette glided like a specter, silently positioning herself behind the figure. The scorpion, ensnared by Tong Tong's flames, was rendered immobile, while the humanoid was equally constrained upon the ground. Such an opportune moment, such a splendid chance. Han Qianqian commanded Teddy to take action. Teddy reverted to its original form and opened its mouth, lunging toward the humanoid. The figure emitted a tormented whimper, startlingly beginning to transform. The eggshell morphed into a liquid, cascading from Teddy's mouth and dripping onto the ground. This is bad. As Han Qianqian observed the liquid pooling on the earth, she swiftly concealed herself within Teddy, quickly distancing herself. The liquefied eggshell paid her no heed. Instead, it surged across the ground, subsequently following the scorpion's tail that emerged from the flames, directly enveloping the scorpion in a thin layer of green membrane. With this membrane in place, the scorpion no longer feared the surrounding inferno, advancing with its 4 pairs of legs toward Tong Tong. It understood the strategy of capturing the leader first, recognizing that Tong Tong was now the commander of this feast. Tong Tong's physique had undergone significant transformations through numerous battles. She had not only become more agile, but during her recent upgrade, her strength had also been subtly enhanced by the fiery crystal core. Chapter 85. Teddy's New Ability. As she gazed up at the enormous pincers descending upon her, her instinct compelled her to halt her evasion. A flicker of determination flashed in her eyes as she raised her hand, summoning a layer of flames that coalesced within her grasp, and struck boldly against the massive pincers of the scorpion. The clash resonated with pure force. The overwhelming power that surged from her past experiences caused the scorpion's body to rise uncontrollably. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tong Tong swiftly approached the scorpion's abdomen. She set a defensive trap beside one of its legs. Sensing its prey had maneuvered behind it, the scorpion instinctively turned around. In that very moment, one of its legs inadvertently stepped onto the trap. This trap was of the adhesive type. Instantly, the scorpion's leg became ensnared, and its turning motion came to an abrupt halt. Unable to see beneath itself and feeling its leg bound, the scorpion began to struggle anxiously. The more it fought, the quicker the adhesive substance flowed. Soon, a small pool of glue formed beneath it, rendering it utterly incapable of escape. At that moment, Lin Cheng's voice resonated, prompting everyone to retreat immediately. Without hesitation, the crowd swiftly vacated the area. The scorpion yearned to attack, but immobilized, it could only seethe in impotent rage. Lin Cheng cast a curious glance at Tong Tong, his eyes filled with intrigue at the adhesive trap. He did not cease his actions. A violet glow coalesced in his hand. Remarkably, he wielded dual elements. This time it was electricity. A powerful current surged through the scorpion's body. The water originally meant for protection transformed into a conduit for the lethal electricity, while the adhesive trap tightened with the scorpion's struggles, firmly immobilizing its contorting form. As the electricity coursed through, a charred scent emanated from the scorpion. Was it cooked? Not only the scorpion, but also the humanoid form that had morphed into water. Under the relentless assault of electricity, the humanoid could no longer maintain its fluid shape and fell heavily to the ground. Subsequently, the scorpion's hardened exoskeleton began to crack and shed in pieces. The fireball in Tong Tong's hand finally dissipated at this moment. Due to being ensnared in the trap, the scorpion, despite having lost its vitality, did not fall. At this point, Lin Sheng sprang into action. He raised a long knife in his hand and thrust it directly into the scorpion's head. Tong Tong then recalled that scorpions were also mutated creatures and likely possessed crystal cores as well. Glancing at the 2 crystal cores in his hand, Lin Sheng tossed one of the spherical cores to Tong Tong. "My dear, here are 2 crystal cores. If I take one, it should pose no issue, correct?" Tong Tong took the round crystal nucleus, which still bore a faint hint of a toxic, pungent odor. It was evident that this particular piece must belong to a scorpion. Tong Tong instantly comprehended his meaning. The only individual possessing toxic abilities here was Han Qianqian. Moreover, aside from venom, the scorpion's powers included oviposition. Such capabilities, in any regard, are not traits that should belong to humanity. Excluding all erroneous conditions, the sole entity capable of devouring the scorpion's crystal core was Han Qianqian's teddy bear. "Thank you, Sister Tong Tong." Han Qianqian promptly inserted the crystal core into the teddy bear's mouth. Dark energy swirled chaotically around its body. Ultimately, a prolonged burp emanated from its mouth. Tong Tong was taken aback, as were Lin Sheng and his teammates. Is this the completion of evolution? They watched as it raised its hand and gestured, causing several fluffy orbs to fall from its body. Upon touching the ground, these orbs instantly transformed into plush teddy bears, each slightly smaller than the original creature. With a roar, the plush bears landed and immediately began to exhibit an array of fierce postures. Yet rather than instilling fear, they radiated an undeniable charm. Whether others could contain themselves was beyond Han Qianqian's knowledge. However, she found herself unable to resist. With a swift motion, she gathered all the teddy bears into her embrace, her face glowing with joy. The teddy bears exchanged a resigned glance with her before their form shifted once more. One of the fluffy orbs landed on Han Qianqian, rapidly expanding until it transformed into a cloak that shimmered with a metallic sheen. Tong Tong had no doubt that this cloak could withstand attacks from all ordinary metals. With its offensive and defensive capabilities, Han Qianqian's combat prowess had been significantly enhanced. Tong Tong expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Captain Lin once again. After their recent collaboration, Lin Xing's impression of Tong Tong had improved considerably. He could at least ascertain that she was not affiliated with the members of the Slaughter Squad. Taking this into account, Lin Sheng felt that cooperating with her would pose no issues. Tong Tong raised an eyebrow, taken aback by his unexpected transformation. Yet this was not necessarily a negative development. Was it? Very well, Lin Sheng nodded. While the subterranean crisis was deftly resolved, chaos erupted above ground. Ironically, this turmoil was not instigated by zombies, but rather by perceptions. Regardless of the number of zombies, they were swiftly dealt with through the collective efforts of the group, requiring only a modicum of exertion. Once the zombies were vanquished, the gaze of the crowd shifted toward the distant granaries, particularly upon witnessing that only 3 members from the Spark base remained on the surface. Those who had previously harbored reservations due to the Spark base's reputation began to take a keen interest in it. Hope Base, my brothers, I understand that you harbor an inexplicable trust in Captain Lin. However, now that they have all descended, what awaits them in that deep pit is not survival, but rather a fate of incapacitation. You would be better off relinquishing your allegiance to the Spark base and joining us at Hope Base. In light of your former service as soldiers, I extend to you the privilege of residence within our core area. Members of the Fire Sea base also interjected. If you are unwilling to join another base, we shall not impede your decision. But given your dwindling numbers, should not the distribution of provisions be reconsidered? Several team members stood with their weapons drawn, exhibiting an expression of wariness. Observing that their words could not sway the resolute few before them, impatience began to simmer among the other base members. Chapter 86. The Calculations of the Killing Squad, Why Waste Words on Them? Spoke the leader of the Blue Sea base, spitting disdainfully. They are but minor soldiers, still clinging to the illusions of the pre-apocalyptic world. Since you refuse to abandon your base, do not fault us for our ruthlessness. Under his command, the members of the Blue Sea base raised their firearms in unison. Led by their captain, the members of Hope Base mirrored this action, directing their weapons toward the individuals at the Spark base. These ruffians. The Spark team had yet to respond when He Sheng could no longer contain himself. Without the intervention of Sister Tong Tong and Captain Lin from the Spark base, these individuals would be confronting mutated zombies and that monstrous scorpion, rather than squabbling here. Do not act rashly, cautioned a team member who had previously restrained him. As he spoke, he took a step forward, positioning himself protectively in front of He Sheng. He Sheng glanced at the silhouette before him, his fists clenched in silent fury. Open fire, if blame is to be assigned. Let it be directed at the cruel hand of fate. If hatred is to be felt, let it be toward this heartless apocalypse. The members of the Blue Sea base pulled their triggers, unleashing a barrage of gunfire that reverberated through the air with a thunderous crack. The sound of the triggers being activated was akin to a lit fuse, igniting an already tense atmosphere into an explosive confrontation. Bullets rained down like a tempest, descending upon the members of the Spark base. However, before they could react, He Sheng was already in motion. His muscles swelled with sudden intensity, and with a single motion, he uprooted a nearby concrete wall, rebar and all, and hurled it toward the members of the Spark base. In the Spark base, the atmosphere was charged with tension as the crowd roared, expressing disbelief that they could not vanquish their foes. Unleash your powers, they urged. The members of the Blue Ocean base, equally incensed, activated their abilities in unison, causing energy fluctuations to surge and flames to soar into the sky. Observing this, the inhabitants of the Spark base grew anxious, hastily seeking cover to shield themselves from the impending onslaught. He Sheng's eyes glimmered with a fierce determination. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped a rebar embedded in the concrete wall nearby and yanked it free with considerable force. With a swift motion, he transformed the rebar into a lethal projectile, launching it effortlessly across the expanse. A piercing shriek echoed as the steel struck its target, confirming its deadly accuracy. The members of the Spark base had attempted to emulate He Sheng's actions, attempting to extract rebar with their bare hands. The futility of their efforts was evident. Without the strength of a power-based ability, extracting rebar ensconced in concrete proved all but impossible. Disheartened by their lack of success, they resigned themselves to retaliating with firearms. As they opened fire upon the individuals from the Spark base, the fragile composure they had maintained shattered entirely. Just as the chaos reached its zenith, a commanding voice rang out, "Stop this at once, Captain!" The Spark base members erupted in excitement upon recognizing the voice's owner. Lin Sheng cast a cold glance in their direction, uttering not a word, but with a mere flick of his hand, summoned an electric storm that surged outward from his core, suppressing all other energy fluctuations in an instant. The members of the Blue Ocean base were momentarily stunned by this unexpected onslaught. They were aware that Lin Sheng possessed the ability to manifest metallic armor, yet none had anticipated that their captain wielded a second power. The Spark base team, witnessing their captain effortlessly subdue the opposing force, felt a surge of confidence coursing through them, prompting them to raise their weapons in readiness to attack. However, as they emerged from their cover, an icy chill enveloped them. They looked up to find their captain shaking his head in disapproval. In truth, the display of power Lin Sheng had just exhibited was more than sufficient to quell the assembly before him. Those who had previously boisterously demanded the Spark base cede its food supplies now stood silent, akin to quails, too intimidated to utter a word. Lin Sheng's gaze remained icy as he addressed them. "Was it not you who sought to seize our provisions?" "And no, that is not the case," stammered the leader of the Blue Ocean base, his mind racing for an explanation. Lin Sheng's eyes then drifted to the back of the group, where a member of the slaughter squad stood, observing the unfolding drama with an air of detached amusement. His gaze turned even colder. "Captain of Team 1, do you not wish to offer your thoughts on this matter?" With a cold glance, Number 1 surveyed the rowdy individuals before him. If there were those intent on disrupting the established order, they would face consequences befitting their transgressions. He had no desire to sacrifice his own interest for the sake of these worthless beings. After all, if one lacked the capability to stand firm, becoming a stepping stone for others seemed only natural. Among the instigators were 3 bases, and when combined with their supporters, their collective resources could easily rival that of a single Spark base. With this thought, his expression softened considerably. Lin Sheng let out a silent scoff, relishing the sight of the Hope base members, their faces painted with betrayal, yet rendered mute. He spoke slowly, since Captain Number 1 has decreed it. "Let us proceed according to the rules." The onlookers, who had previously refrained from action to avoid offending the Spark base, now raised their weapons without hesitation, emboldened by the words of the Spark base and the killing squad. After all, with fewer bases, they would each secure a larger share of resources, wouldn't they? The captain of the Ocean Blue base finally could not contain himself. Captain Lin, please allow me to explain. This was not our choice." Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow, casting a pointed glance at Number 1. "Are you suggesting someone is pulling your strings? Who is it?" Before the captain of the Ocean Blue base could respond, the sound of a trigger being pulled echoed through the air, followed by a crimson blossom erupting from his forehead, extinguishing the breath of life along with it. Lin Sheng slowly lifted his gaze to Number 1. "Captain Lin, the matter is resolved. We should now distribute the resources." Indeed, upon witnessing the fate of the Ocean Blue base, the other bases that had been deprived of resources required no further urging. They hung their heads and swiftly vacated the granary. With the irrelevant parties gone, only those pertinent to the resource collection remained. The faces of the remaining individuals were marked with trepidation. At this moment, they had learned their lesson. As long as they could receive their share of the resources, they would not dare to dissent. Number 1 approached the granary and turned to face the assembly. "Now, let us discuss the allocation." He toyed with the pistol in his hand. "The contributions of the killing squad and the Spark base are evident. For this distribution, we shall take the lion's share. I trust there are no objections?" The expressions of the crowd stiffened, and as they gazed at the dark muzzle of Number 1's gun, they each eventually lowered their heads in silent agreement. "I have an objection." A discordant voice pierced the air. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound. eager to identify the audacious individual who dared to challenge the killing squad. Upon recognizing the speaker, their expressions shifted dramatically. The newcomer was Tong Tong, accompanied by Hishang, who was dragging the massive corpse of a scorpion behind him. "Miss Tong, what do you wish to say?" Number 1 regarded her with an added chill in his gaze. Tong Tong approached the crowd and addressed team leader number 1. "You surely remember the words spoken before our entrance, do you not?" "Of course I do," he replied coldly. "It pertains to the distribution of resources based on contributions. Miss Tong, you cannot possibly be suggesting that your contributions surpass those of others, can you? You are well aware of how many zombies you have slain. Surely, you understand the reality better than we do." Tong Tong chuckled softly, gesturing for Hishang to place the scorpion before the group. "While we had not slain many zombies in alliance with the Xingho base, we had taken down this mutated scorpion, as well as a previously encountered mutated zombie. As for the other level 3 water-type zombie, Tong Tong chose to remain silent. Firstly, there was no evidence. Secondly, she feared that others might covet it. Captain E observed the scorpion for a long while before speaking. "The only evidence you can present now is this scorpion. As for who defeated the previous mutated zombies and the whereabouts of the crystal cores, that remains undecided." Noticing his cold gaze, Tong Tong smiled faintly. "As for the crystal cores, this scorpion consumed them, as everyone knows that mutated creatures do not produce crystal cores. Oh, by the way, there are still a dozen or so mutated zombies in the underground cave. Perhaps you might want to conduct another inventory?" Captain Yi's implication was clear to Tong Tong. He sought to extract information from her regarding the crystal cores of the mutated zombies. If she revealed such information, he would likely take the cores by force, despite her lack of concern over such an act. However, attracting unwanted interest was undeniably uncomfortable. Now that she and the Xingho base had established a cooperative relationship, she resolved to assist him in resolving this dilemma. "Miss Tong, your words are quite amusing. Our slaughter team has yet to inventory the mutated zombies in the underground cave." Captain E replied, his tone icy and devoid of any intention to acknowledge her statement. Tong Tong smiled and said, "Captain of Team 1, this scorpion possesses the ability to spawn mutated zombies. Had we not slain it, your task of eliminating zombies on the ground would not have been so effortless." As Tong Tong raised her hand, several diminutive teddy bears surged forth from behind Han Xianqian. Despite their size, merely the length of an arm, these teddy bears possessed the strength to lift 3 or 4 mutated zombies' corpses. Gazing at the remains, which emanated an otherworldly energy, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Though there were only 7 corpses, the thought of unleashing these zombies sent a wave of trepidation through the group. Their ability to escape unscathed from this dire situation was uncertain. However, it was evident to all that the only parties with any real authority here were the Starfire base and the killing squad. Did not Miss Tong just mention that the Starfire base was allied with them? Contemplating this, all eyes turned towards Lin Chung. With a hearty laugh, he approached Tong Tong and remarked, "Captain number 1, as fellow leaders, you must understand that the value of mutated zombies far exceeds that of ordinary ones. Moreover, this scorpion possesses the ability to produce mutated zombies. Surely, you cannot feign disinterest?" His words deftly shifted the attention of Captain number 1 to the scorpion's corpse. A scorpion capable of generating mutated zombies. Though deceased, its power undoubtedly lingered within its form. The ability to create zombies. Such a gift could elevate his nascent base above countless others right from the outset. The captain's gaze flickered with avarice and hesitation as he contemplated the scorpion's remains, weighing the pros and cons. After a prolonged silence, his expression softened. It was clear that the corpse of a zombie-producing scorpion held far greater significance than the grain depot behind him. After a moment of reflection, he finally spoke. "Very well. The killing squad consents to your presence for the allocation of resources." Although the others harbored lingering discontent, they could do little in the face of the killing squad's formidable power. Moreover, they too felt a pang of desire for the scorpion's remains. Tong Tong and Lin Sheng exchanged a glance. This scorpion, having lost its crystal core, was reduced to nothing more than an ordinary carcass. This was indeed part of their scheme. Utilizing the scorpion's remains as bait, They aimed to lure the slaughter squad away from the provisions in the granary. This was merely the initial step. It remained to be seen how long number one could exercise patience. As anticipated, once Tong Tong acquired the keys to the 5 granaries, number one spoke again. Now that Miss Tong has obtained the resources that rightfully belong to you, let us discuss the matter of disposing of this scorpion carcass. Tong Tong smiled brightly, addressing Team Leader 1. How do you intend to handle this? Team Leader 1 replied slowly, it's quite simple. We will take possession of this scorpion's carcass for disposal. Team Leader 1, surely you haven't forgotten that I was the one who vanquished this scorpion. Handing it over to you for disposal seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Tong Tong raised an eyebrow, having encountered shamelessness before, but never to such an extent. With an air of nonchalance, Team Leader 1 stated, as if discussing something entirely trivial. Indeed, you are correct that you defeated the scorpion. However, you must understand its intrinsic value. You're humble and cannot possibly appreciate the worth of this carcass. It will be far more prudent to relinquish it to us. In due time, we will achieve results, and given your rapport with the village chief, you shall receive your due share. Yet, the prospect of any results seemed impossible, as the core had already been extracted. Nevertheless, Team Leader 1's duplicitous intentions left Tong Tong feeling quite repulsed. Tong Tong smiled, yet her gaze remained firmly fixed on Captain Number 1. Captain, you truly are quite cunning. I am willing to relinquish the scorpion to you, but you must pay a small price. Captain Number 1's expression darkened, and a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. Miss Tong, you are challenging our limits. Tong Tong shrugged, merely engaging in fair trade. It hardly constitutes a challenge to your limits. Of course, if your boundaries cannot accommodate even this, then consider my words unspoken. Chapter 88. A trap. After another captain of Team 1 fixed his gaze intently upon Tong Tong, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. After a considerable pause, he inhaled deeply and inquired, what price must be paid? Tong Tong smiled faintly, her tone relaxed. What is the most important thing in a post-apocalyptic world? She deliberately elongated her words, relishing the impatient expression on Team Leader Number 1's face. The team leader's expression stiffened. Are you implying that you desire the food we possess? Tong Tong shrugged, a smile gracing her lips. Of course, if you are willing to exchange it for a crystal core, I wouldn't mind at all. Captain, no. One seethed with anger, observing Tong Tong's cheerful demeanor. His hands, concealed within the folds of his sleeves, clenched and relaxed in a restless rhythm. With so many people present, especially with the spark base nearby, he understood the precariousness of the situation. Though he was unaware of the exact dealings between the two individuals before him, he was certain that if he were to take action now, the spark base would not remain indifferent. As this thought crossed his mind, his gaze towards Tong Tong grew increasingly frigid. However, faced with the circumstances, he could only reluctantly acquiesce to Tong Tong's demands. Very well, we shall comply with your request. Tong Tong's expression remained serene, yet her heart blossomed with joy. The Number 1 believed he had finally escaped the trap, unaware that a far greater snare awaited him. Having successfully received the keys to 5 granaries, he maintained a stern demeanor, directing his subordinates as he prepared to remove the scorpion's carcass. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them, obstructing their path. Captain Number 1, what are you doing? The speaker was Lin Sheng, a crucial element of the plan. A foreboding sensation arose within Number 1 as he gazed at the man before him. Captain Lin, what is your intention? His mood was exceedingly foul. Had the person blocking his way not been Lin Sheng, he would have eliminated him without hesitation. Now, even with Lin Sheng standing in front of him, a faint desire to resort to violence began to stir. Lin Sheng wore an unprecedentedly amiable smile. Captain Number 1, you must realize that I too share a portion of the credit for this scorpion, correct? At that moment, if Number 1 had any discernment, he would recognize he had fallen into a trap, unworthy of leading a slaughter squad. This was precisely why Tong Tong spoke first, followed by Lin Sheng. He might kill Tong Tong in a fit of rage, yet he lacked the courage to harm Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng, are you plotting against me? Lin Sheng shrugged nonchalantly. It's not quite a plot. We are merely engaging in a fair exchange. Indeed, it was rather equitable. Number 1 had purchased the portion of the scorpion belonging to Tong Tong. Yet the slayer of this creature was not solely Tong Tong. I have already made arrangements with Miss Tong. If you have any inquiries, you may consult her, number 1 retorted. Lin Sheng chuckled softly. Her transaction with you pertains only to her share. If you wish to claim the entire scorpion, you must compensate for my portion. Of course, he was amenable, adding, however, if Captain number 1 finds it difficult to pay, I could reluctantly accept that portion of scorpion. Surrender? Number 1 would never consider such a notion. Yet, the granaries at their disposal were dwindling. Ultimately, he exchanged 3 granaries with Lin Sheng for the remaining half of the scorpion, though it was less than Tong Tong's share. Lin Sheng understood the wisdom of knowing when to withdraw. Now, number 1 was left with only 2 granaries. Should he lose those as well, he would likely resort to violence, regardless of his origins from the Xingho base. Upon their return, the members of the slaughter squad did not wait for Tong Tong. Tong Tong paid no heed to whether he was waiting for them or not. She simply opened her backpack and collected all the provisions from the granary. Gazing at the now barren granary, Tong Tong finally exhaled in relief. At last, she no longer had to worry about food supplies, although they should not have had to fret over provisions at the inn in the first place. Before her departure, Lin Sheng had sought her out. Tong Tong smiled radiantly, expressing her gratitude to Captain Lin. Observing her brilliant smile, Lin Sheng's expression softened considerably, and he replied, "No need for thanks. I hope we can collaborate again in the future." "Certainly," she affirmed. The Xingho base is a substantial establishment, and partnering with them would yield numerous advantages. Tong Tong and Han Qianqian exchanged a glance, and in that instant, Han Qianqian understood. Her delicate hand gently caressed the head of the teddy bear. Gradually, the teddy bear's form began to dissipate, silently vanishing into the shadows. The truck finally arrived before the execution squad. Number 1 leaned against the truck, a lit cigarette dangling from her lips. Only upon seeing their vehicle did she slowly rise from her resting position against the truck. Tong Tong opened the car door and stepped out of the truck. The truck, particularly one of this compact capacity, is exceedingly precious. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Tong Tong had no intention of allowing the repercussions of the battle to affect this hard-won vehicle. "Captain 1, have you finally reached your breaking point?" Tong Tong remarked with a tone laced with mockery, nearly provoking Captain 1 into a fury. Captain 1's face darkened, and he glared at Tong Tong, stating, "You are becoming increasingly arrogant, daring to take something from my possession." Tong Tong chuckled softly. "Captain number 1, you cannot blame us. We merely offered you what piqued your interest. Surely, you cannot expect to achieve your desires without any effort." As soon as he finished speaking, the members of the killing squad brandished their weapons, encircling Tong Tong and his companions. Captain number 1 slowly drew a gun from his coat, aiming it at Tong Tong. However, before he could pull the trigger, a wave of numbness washed over him, causing his weapon to slip from his grasp as he lost control of his legs and collapsed to the ground. This was Tong Tong slowly lifted her head, gazing at the face that gradually emerged from behind the members of the slaughter squad. "Feng Liao!" Tong Tong exclaimed in disbelief. Feng Liao, with his distinctive demeanor, spread his hands wide and said, "Come now, Tong Tong, it has been so long since we last met. Have you missed me? Has it really been long? It seems not too much, just a week." Noticing Tong Tong's lack of response, he approached her first and enveloped her in a warm embrace. Chapter 89. The Return of Feng Liao. Feng Liao laughed heartily. "All right, I'll cover your rent. Rest assured, there will be no shortage of it." Releasing Tong Tong from his embrace, he added, "By the way, I brought you some little gifts." "Little gifts?" Tong Tong looked at him in confusion. When did this man learn to prepare small presents? Feng Liao placed his fingers to his lips and let out a sharp whistle. Suddenly, 3 well-dressed young men sprang forth from the bushes. Their attire was neat and tidy, their hair meticulously styled, resembling the affluent young masters of a bygone era. However, for the sake of Feng Liao, Tong Tong decided to give them a chance. With a playful grin, Feng Liao introduced them. "These are my brothers, the second, Wang Junshu, the third, Yi Cheng, and the fourth, Lu Sui." Observing the expression on Tong Tong's face, Feng Liao instantly understood her concerns. After introducing the trio, he reassured her, "Do not worry. Although they were corporate presidents before the apocalypse, they all hail from the military and possess ample skills." With the addition of these three young men, Theon's journey towards elevation took yet another significant stride. Tong Tong gazed at the number of people above, a smile gracing her lips like never before. The truck, once belonging to the slaughter squad, now belonged entirely to Tong Tong SN. The three boys shared a vehicle with Feng Liao, trailing leisurely behind Tong Tong. Along the way, the more vivacious Wang Junchu glanced at Tong Tong's truck, deep in thought. "Boss, I never imagined you'd take an interest in women," he remarked. "Indeed, after a trip away, you've finally begun to awaken. I'm truly gratified." Yi Chung chimed in, his tone imbued with the warmth of a fatherly figure offering comfort. Were it not for the need to drive, Feng Liao would have relished the opportunity to deliver a punch to him. Contemplating this, Feng Liao did just that. Consequently, a resounding cry erupted from the vehicle, echoing into the heavens. "Next time, let us discuss marriage and childbearing instead." Yi Chung, a seasoned individual in such matters, asserted his familiarity with the process. Feng Liao, overwhelmed by the trio's relentless banter, tossed them a pack of cigarettes, urging them to indulge while refraining from teasing him. The three mischievous friends agreed to smoke, but insisted that the jests must continue. Yi Chung slowly exhaled a ring of smoke. "Boss, have you truly made up your mind?" Feng Liao nodded, having contemplated it long ago, yet he knew now was not the time for confession. Had it not been for this brief separation, he might not have so swiftly acknowledged his feelings. During those few days, he had repeatedly affirmed his emotions, from their first encounter to the myriad experiences following the apocalypse, until his heart and mind were consumed solely by that fierce young woman. Wang Junshu clicked his tongue. "Boss, do you realize how you appear right now? Based on past experiences, one could hardly expect anything wise from this individual." Sure enough, Wang Junchu slowly articulated 4 words: a young girl in love. "Get lost." Feng Liao kicked Wang Junchu. He suddenly regretted bringing these 3 rascals along. They were anything but composed. Tong Tong instructed He Sheng to remove all the grain stored in the truck, while simultaneously introducing the 3 newcomers to everyone. Upon learning that they were friends of Feng Liao, Meng Anya immediately declared that a grand celebration was in order for that evening. Under Meng Anya's guidance, everyone busily engaged in preparations with great enthusiasm. Despite the 3 men's gentlemanly attire, they worked with a diligence that rivaled that of anyone present. Some washed vegetables, while others expertly cut meat. They tended to the fire and cooked with seamless efficiency. By the time the meal was served, the 3 men had already garnered unanimous praise within the inn. Tong Tong gazed at the man seated opposite her. "Your 3 brothers seem rather sociable, don't they?" Feng Liao replied with a casual smile. Before the apocalypse, each of them had their own businesses. Reading the room and discerning others' emotions were essential skills for them. He held a favorable opinion of these brothers. Tong Tong shrugged, casting a glance at the smiling figure of Feng Liao seated across from her, feeling a tinge of discomfort. Why did she feel as though she had become a piece of succulent meat, being eyed by a famished wolf? Feng Liao shrugged in response, stating that, for the time being, he had merely submitted the information we possessed, and that further investigation would require some time. "What information?" Tong Tong instinctively inquired. Feng Liao let out a resigned sigh, revealing that there were no living souls left in the Wugwa region. "Well, not entirely devoid of life," Tong Tong countered. Feng Liao paused momentarily, quickly comprehending her point. Indeed, their investigation had only encompassed the territory of Wugwa, and it was possible that there were survivors among the Wugwa people residing outside its borders. Tong Tong shrugged nonchalantly. Her words were merely a casual remark, not intended as a reminder. That very day, Feng Liao sent a message to his father. Upon reading his message, Tong Tong was reminded of a grave matter. "Baby," she called out to Zhou Bao Bao, carefully choosing her words. In a tone of utmost seriousness, she sent a message to Chen Sheng, elaborating on the situation regarding the killing squad and assuring him that she would transport the supplies of the killing squad to the leaching farm. Tong Tong observed the news and let out a subtle sigh of relief. The leaching farm was conveniently located nearby. It was certainly preferable to avoid any enmity. Feng Liao gazed at her relieved expression and shook his head with a hint of exasperation. In truth, there was no need for such concern. I can arrange for the Mingweb base to supply you with resources and even personnel if necessary. Tong Tong sat down across from him, pondering that the burden of personal favors is often difficult to repay. She had already discerned that the Mingwe base was the force behind Feng Liao. Although she was aware of the potential might of Feng Liao's influence, her desire was for an independent and free yin, rather than a mere vassal reliant on other powers. Chapter 90. Urgent mission. Seeing that Tong Tong was unwilling to continue the conversation, Feng Liao refrained from pursuing the topic further. After their lunch, just as Tong Tong was about to rest, an alert suddenly rang in her mind from 037. Warning, warning, special mission triggered. The host is required to procure 3 types of heating devices within 3 days. Upon completion, the host will be granted the ability to replicate and install these devices throughout the entire floor. Tong Tong was taken aback. The system had never issued an urgent task before. Now, with this sudden announcement, could it be that an unfortunate event is about to unfold? According to the system's predictions, in 3 days' time, there will be an abrupt drop in temperature, plummeting to a frigid -50 degrees within that span. Tong Tong glanced at the weather outside. The sky was a brilliant blue. The heat was intense. It was undeniably the peak of summer. So how could there be such a rapid drop in temperature? Tong Tong could not help but inquire, will it truly become cooler? Upon hearing this, 037 was immediately displeased. When have I ever deceived a host? Noticing its irritation, Tong Tong quickly reassured, all right, I was merely asking. However, Tong Tong still had some lingering questions. If 037 had a physical form at that moment, it would likely be pouting. In any case, its tone conveyed evident dissatisfaction. But what could be said? Tong Tong chuckled softly. Of course it was a reward. Surely, this urgent task cannot be a mere ruse, can it? 037's voice was tinged with evident confusion. Had I not already mentioned a reward? 037, well aware of Tong Tong's intent, considered that in order to gather the necessary equipment, they would need to embark on an adventure. Thus, 037 acquiesced to Tong Tong's request. Very well, host, I have just submitted a request to the main system. In addition to the comprehensive installation of heating equipment throughout the building, I can also reward you with a membership card for the system's marketplace. This means that upon the successful completion of your task, you will be able to purchase items from the system's marketplace at a 50% discount as a member. Tong Tong rested her chin on her hand, deep in contemplation. One cannot deny that the conditions set forth by 037 are rather enticing. Were it merely a matter of awarding gold coins, she might have engaged in further discussion. However, the offer of a 50% discount membership card is simply irresistible. With such an additional reward, Tong Tong can now procure items from the marketplace at half the price. Regarding this generous incentive, Tong Tong could only utter a single word: splendid. At last, she accepted the task. Initially, 037 presumed that Tong Tong's forthcoming plan would involve venturing out to gather warm equipment. 037 remained unresponsive for an extended moment. Tong Tong furrowed her brows. 037, are you still there? Yet, there was no response. Could it be that 037 was malfunctioning? How does one repair a faulty system? Should she resort to drastic measures? Or, perhaps, there exists an official contact number for system repairs? Just as Tong Tong was mired in her worries about how to fix 037, the device finally responded. Host, when did you acquire the heating equipment? Tong Tong chuckled lightly. Her tone relaxed as she remarked, have you forgotten that I once raided a large warehouse in a shopping mall? 037. Well, it seems it has underestimated the host. Modifying the task rules is no longer feasible. Thus, 037 can only bestow rewards upon Tong Tong as stipulated by the task, although it may appear inconsequential at first glance. Under the system's manipulation, every room, corridor, and even the grand hall is adorned with heating devices replicated from Tong Tong's original equipment. Radiators, stoves, and heated mattresses abound. Although the rationale behind installing heating devices during the sweltering summer remains unclear, one can be assured that any addition made by the owner must serve a purpose. As night fell, Tong Tong gestured for Feng Liao and Meng Anya to stay behind. Once everyone else had departed, she spoke, Sister Anya and Feng Liao. I just received a message. In 3 days, the temperature will plummet, gradually descending to a chilling -50 degrees. Let us assess if there are any areas in our inn that require upgrading. Upon hearing her words, one displayed surprise while the other wore a puzzled expression. Meng Anya was the one perplexed. Her reaction mirrored Tong Tong's upon receiving the system's urgent task announcement. She first glanced at the thermometer on the wall, which read 37 degrees. Turning her gaze back to Tong Tong, her eyes were filled with confusion and inquiry. "Are you certain?" Tong Tong nodded, her certainty palpable. After a moment of silence, she resolved to disclose some details about the system to Meng Anya. "Sister Anya, I possess certain extraordinary abilities, such as the capacity to foresee weather changes." Meng Anya regarded Tong Tong with unwavering attention, only breaking her gaze when she noticed Tong Tong's discomfort. "Very well. You are the boss. Your word is final. As for what else we might need." Meng Anya turned her gaze towards the composed Feng Liao. "Why not consult Feng Liao?" Suddenly called upon, Feng Liao finally registered the conversation. "Have you all finished?" "You," Meng Anya said, exasperation evident as she rubbed her forehead. Feng Liao shrugged, straightened his posture, and assumed a serious demeanor. "In fact, I have been contemplating that if we are to face extreme low temperatures, our inn must do more than merely enhance heating equipment." Meng Anya and Tong Tong exchanged glances before directing their attention back to Feng Liao, eager for his elaboration. Feng Liao continued, "We must also consider how to maintain indoor temperatures to prevent heat loss. I propose we approach this from several angles." He raised a finger. "Firstly, we can improve the sealing of doors and windows to thwart the ingress of cold air. Secondly, we could incorporate insulating materials, such as foam boards and thermal blankets, on the walls and floors to effectively hinder heat dissipation. Lastly, we might contemplate installing additional heating devices, such as electric heaters and hot water bags, for unforeseen circumstances." Meng Anya and Tong Tong nodded in agreement, acknowledging Feng Liao's suggestions. Tong Tong remarked, "Feng Liao, your suggestion is excellent. We shall proceed according to your plan." Feng Liao found it rather unexpected. Tong Tong shrugged and remarked, "You must understand, our inn requires payment for accommodations. Your companions have yet to settle their lodging fees." Chapter 91. What a pitfall. It turns out it was merely the three of them. Feng Liao instantly comprehended Tong Tong's words. He shook his head with a hint of helplessness. Indeed, she was the woman he admired, and her personality was increasingly endearing to him. "Rest assured, I know someone who can procure those materials," Feng Liao declared as he turned to seek out this individual. Tong Tong was uncertain which of his three brothers could procure the required materials. However, if he sought assistance from others, he knew he must demonstrate some sincerity. "You tell your brothers that I will trade them a crystal core." "Very well." Feng Liao waved his hand dismissively. After leaving the dining hall, Feng Liao sought out Yi Cheng. While Yi Cheng did not possess the materials, he was the grandson of a researcher at the New Materials Research Institute before the apocalypse. Every summer, he would visit his grandfather, making him well acquainted with the storage of these novel materials. Yi Cheng shot him a sidelong glance. "Boss, have you forgotten your brothers, now that you've got a girlfriend?" Feng Liao leaned back on the sofa. "Yi Cheng, you must understand that staying at a hotel incurs expenses. Furthermore, one address can yield a single crystal core. If you fetch it yourself, you could obtain even more." Yi Cheng took a deep breath, suppressing his rising anger and disdain. He knew he couldn't lash out at his own brother. "Fine, but I want to bring along the second and fourth brothers. If we venture out, we must do so together." Feng Liao's pursuit of a girlfriend was one thing, but given their military backgrounds, their combat skills and ability to face danger far surpassed that of most people in their circle. "Who is this sister-in-law?" he bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the building. All the residents of the hotel poked their heads out to see. In the next moment, they all caught sight of a dark figure. Feng Liao, his expression darkened, swiftly covered Wang Junchu's mouth and led the robust man away. Finding a secluded spot, Feng Liao raised his hand and struck lightly. "Kid, what nonsense are you spouting?" Wang Junchu chuckled. "Am I being ridiculous? Or do you have no interest in Miss Tong?" Feng Liao released his grip, allowing Wang Junchu to stand freely. "Now is not the time. Do you understand the concept of simmering a frog in warm water?" Wang Junchu shrugged. "I understand, but be careful not to overcook it. The duck might fly away." Feng Liao flashed a confident smile. Leave that to me. I have my own plans. Tong Tong was not oblivious. In fact, she exchanged a glance with Wang Junshu. This fellow truly lives up to being a friend of Feng Liao, exhibiting no semblance of decorum. Feng Liao remained silent, his lips pressed tightly together, not uttering a word for quite some time. Tong Tong coughed once more, and then, after a brief pause, spoke. I understand. You yearn for a life of freedom. Feng Liao finally broke his silence. Tong Tong understood that if she did not provide him with an answer today, she would be unable to pursue any further inquiries. Clearing her throat with a deliberate cough, she lifted her gaze and stated, It is true that I desire freedom. However, engaging in a romantic relationship is not out of the question. Of course, it would merely be an experiment. I have never been in love before. And if this endeavor proves unsuitable, we shall part amicably, harboring no resentment toward one another. Satisfied with her response, the corners of Feng Liao's mouth could no longer be suppressed from curling into a smile. Very well. At the very least, he could discern that she was not solely preoccupied with her own freedom. As for Tong Tong's notion of an unsuitable experiment, he had not even considered it. Tong Tong gazed at him, his face adorned with a cheerful smile, and, feeling somewhat exasperated, playfully punched him. All right, now it's time to discuss the situation regarding those materials. Shall we? Feng Liao, aware of the importance of knowing when to stop, recognized that he had already obtained Tong Tong's response. To press further would only lead to annoyance. Rest assured, within Grandpa Yi Cheng's research facility, there is no shortage of these newly developed thermal materials. Tong Tong's smile grew even brighter. Come, let's explore the warehouse. Feng Liao mused, feeling somewhat inadequate compared to the warmth-retaining materials. Yet he could only helplessly and affectionately accompany her to the warehouse. Inside, a designated space had long been cleared to store these insulating materials. Gazing at the mountain of supplies before her, Tong Tong inquired of 037. Are these materials sufficient? These materials are only enough for the first to third floors. There are none for the fourth and fifth floors. Moreover, even if we cover the first to third floors entirely, it would merely be a thin layer, 037 replied with a sense of resignation. Tong Tong glanced at the materials scattered throughout the room, and then turned her gaze to Feng Liao, who inquired with a puzzled expression, What's the matter? Did you include the entire hotel in these materials? Tong Tong asked. Feng Liao nodded, asserting, You may question my judgment, but you cannot doubt my abilities. Understood, Tong Tong replied, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. I was merely inquiring. Regarding the issue of insufficient materials mentioned by 037, Tong Tong directly asked 037, What do you propose we do about the inadequate materials? With a hint of awkwardness in his tone, 037 responded, Actually, the system mall has recently updated a new feature, an item called the duplication card, which can replicate items in double. It costs only 1,000 gold coins, or 500 for members. Quite affordable, isn't it? Excellent. Very inexpensive. I'll take 10, Tong Tong declared. After a brief pause, 037 finally spoke. I apologize, host. But the system mall only has 5 cards available. As if feeling a twinge of conscience, it added, Given the large quantity you wish to purchase, I can offer a discount, 300 gold coins per card. While this did show a semblance of goodwill, it was still a modest compromise. In the end, Tong Tong paid a total of 1,500 gold coins, acquiring 5 duplication cards. She glanced at the panel before her, noticing that the item card section had been completely cleared. Each duplication card doubled the materials. Under the system's guidance, the upgrade was successfully completed in just 1 day. What remained was to await the arrival of the cooling period. However, on the day indicated by the system as the cooling day, the temperature remained consistently high until noon. After midday, the skies suddenly darkened as thick clouds obscured the sun, and the temperature began to drop. It was as though a switch had been flipped. Once the temperature began to decline, it did so at an increasingly rapid pace. By nightfall, the temperature plummeted dramatically. Those privy to the situation, such as Meng Anya, regarded Tong Tong with a changed expression. She had long suspected that her sister was extraordinary, yet she had not anticipated her ability to foresee weather changes. Nonetheless, she felt a sense of relief. relieved that she had not acted as an informant for Su Jinka and grateful that she had chosen to side with Tong Tong at a crucial moment. Feng Liao wore a proud expression. How could he not feel pride in having such a remarkable girlfriend? Meanwhile, those unaware of Tong Tong's capabilities, residing comfortably in warm rooms and savoring hot meals, felt immense gratitude towards her, thankful for their decision to stay. On the fourth floor, in room 403, Wang Junshu sipped his hot coffee and picked up a biscuit, taking a bite. "What do you think of the boss's little girlfriend?" he asked. Yi Cheng languidly leaned against the back of his chair, reflecting that it was quite satisfactory. After all, MI news. There was not a single individual who could construct such a sanctuary alone within the span of a month during the apocalypse. Lu Sui nodded in silent agreement, appreciating the discerning eye of the leader. After speaking, he took a sip from a cola, a look of enjoyment gracing his face. Yi Cheng glanced at the orange juice in his hand, raising an eyebrow. These items had recently been made available for sale at the inn. While other bases struggled to meet basic needs, here they were, indulging in beverages and snacks, quite an impressive feat in itself. A moment of silence enveloped the room until Wang Junchu finally spoke. "When do you think it would be appropriate to bring this matter up with the elder sister-in-law?" His question left the few present in silence. They had come here under the directives of their respective families to observe the new sanctuary's conditions. If it truly aligned with what Feng Liao had described, they could extend an invitation for an alliance. Yi Cheng shook his head, stating, "We both know she is favored by the leader. This matter should rightfully be broached by him." Wang Junshu finished his coffee in one gulp, agreeing, "You are correct. Let the leader address this. We shall simply enjoy our time here." In the kitchen, Feng Liao, who was busily preparing desserts, suddenly sneezed for no apparent reason, prompting disdainful looks from Tong Tong and Meng Anya nearby. "You can eat what you create," Tong Tong remarked bluntly. Just yesterday, she had casually mentioned how delightful it would be to sip some hot tea accompanied by dessert at this time. However, after Meng Anya had taken her to select winter clothing, that thought had slipped her mind. Observing the makeshift market that Meng Anya had set up, Tong Tong felt a twinge of helplessness. This was a little supermarket Meng Anya had assembled during Tong Tong's absence, aimed at encouraging the inn's residents to hunt zombies more vigorously. Thus, she had arranged a small store in the corner of the hall for trading purposes. Naturally, Tong Tong accepted Meng Anya's initiative, knowing that ultimately, the profits would benefit her inn. Tong Tong never anticipated that Feng Liao would actually heed her words. To her surprise, the very next morning, he sought out Meng Anya, requesting her to teach him the art of confectionery. With a resigned glance at the dough in his hands, now sprinkled with sugar, he fell into silence for a moment before resolutely picking up the ingredients once more to continue his endeavor. The biting cold persisted, with snow accumulating beyond the first floor, obscuring any glimpse of an end to this frigid spell. Nonetheless, there was a glimmer of good news amidst the harsh conditions. In such frigid temperatures, the undead were also adversely affected alongside the living. It had only been a month since the apocalypse began, leaving many areas and resources unexplored. As long as one possessed sufficient warm clothing, it was indeed possible to venture outside and gather supplies while the zombies were hindered by the cold. However, this did not include Tong Tong, who found her own provisions ample enough to wait until the snowfall subsided. Yet, just because she was well-stocked did not imply that others shared her fortune. One evening, as night fell, a sudden and vigorous knocking echoed through the hotel door. "Help, help, please." Tong Tong awoke abruptly from her slumber, startled by the desperate cries for help emanating from outside the door. She was not alone in her alarm. Others within the inn were equally perturbed. As Tong Tong made her way to the lobby, she found Feng Liao, Yi Sheng, and Meng Anya already gathered there. "What is happening?" Tong Tong inquired. Feng Liao pointed towards the outside, exclaiming, "There is someone out there, drenched in blood, on the verge of freezing to death." Tong Tong gazed through the glass window, and indeed, she beheld a vivid crimson figure amidst the pristine white snow. At that moment, the scarlet silhouette lay motionless in the snow, its state uncertain. Whether lifeless or merely unconscious was unclear. "What shall we do? Should we attempt to rescue the person?" Meng Anya inquired. Tong Tong pondered over this dilemma. To be frank, Had it not been for the apocalyptic circumstances, she would have eagerly ventured outside with the 9 others. However, in this grim reality, human nature is unpredictable, and one can never ascertain whether the individual outside is merely a bait. Even if they're not a trap, the blood that stains their clothes raises questions. Who knows if it was shed by a zombie's bite? After a moment's contemplation, Tong Tong resolved to venture out, suggesting that she and Feng Liao explore the surroundings. He Sheng and Meng Anya stepped forward as well, expressing their desire to join. With a resigned nod, Meng Anya acquiesced, urging them to prioritize their safety, reminding them that they're the pillar of strength for everyone in the inn. Tong Tong smiled knowingly, addressing Anya. As she observed the silhouettes of the two departing towards the entrance, Meng Anya and He Sheng discreetly retrieved their submachine guns from behind. The moment the door swung open, a biting cold wind surged into the warm hall, causing the two individuals at the threshold to immediately experience the true essence of bone-chilling cold. Feng Liao stepped slightly forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Tong Tong. Tong Tong cast a glance at him, asserting her resilience. "Indeed, let us proceed, my esteemed boss." Feng Liao extended his hand towards her. Tong Tong cast him a glare, this man devoid of substance. The two swiftly approached the crimson figure. As they unveiled the red silhouette, a pallid face, utterly drained of color, emerged. Tong Tong furrowed her brow as she gazed at the unfamiliar figure before her. She could sense that his vital signs were alarmingly faint, and the situation was exceedingly dire. From his appearance, he seemed to have ventured out to gather supplies. Feng Liao examined the wounds on the crimson figure once more and turned to Tong Tong, stating that there were no bite marks present, and the fatal injury was located in the chest, likely inflicted by a firearm or a similar weapon. Chapter 93. An Ominous Arrival. Tong Tong nodded. Since the injury was not inflicted by a zombie bite, they decided to bring the individual inside. As a member of the search team, it was reasonable to assume they possessed a crystal core. Feng Liao cast a resigned glance at her, acquiescing to her authority as the leader. Together, they cautiously lifted the injured person, proceeding step by step towards the inn. Behind them, snowflakes danced through the air, and the biting wind made one feel as though they were ensconced in an ice cellar. Upon their return to the inn, Tong Tong immediately began to administer aid alongside Meng Anya. Their medical skills were not particularly refined, yet fortunately, the procedure for the red-clad figure was not overly intricate. Extracting the bullet and properly bandaging the wound sufficed. After a diligent effort, the injured individual was finally stabilized, at least for the moment. Tong Tong gazed at the individual resting upon the bed, feeling a slight sense of relief. She turned to Feng Liao and said, "Liao, I'll leave the next steps to you." Feng Liao nodded and, turning on his heel, called out to Lu Sui. Lu Sui, a martial arts champion, was the most suitable choice for attending to a patient. He cast Feng Liao an incredulous glance, wondering if this was truly how one utilized a brother. Observing Feng Liao's departing figure, Lu Sui hesitated but eventually spoke up. "Boss, don't forget you have another purpose for being here." Feng Liao paused, acknowledging, "I am aware. Let us take our time." He understood the plan, yet he was acutely aware of Tong Tong's concerns. A counter-offensive against the city might benefit humanity, but for a nascent shelter, the risks were far too great. He needed to deliberate carefully. Watching the door close, Lu Sui could only shake his head in resignation. This matter required the boss to address it personally. It was inappropriate for any of the three of them to speak up. The patient awoke the following morning. Under Lu Sui's inquiry, he finally revealed his name, Li Hao, a survivor from a small base. Their base had been unaware of the impending snow disaster, and their provisions and clothing were insufficient. Just yesterday, they had been struck by a sudden attack. As their base fell, he had sustained severe injuries while fleeing. Upon receiving this news, Tong Tong and Feng Liao exchanged glances, each perceiving the palpable sense of crisis reflected in the other's eyes. Situations like Li Hao's were not uncommon in the apocalypse. Some mid-sized bases, facing resource shortages, would send out raiders to plunder smaller bases. The fact that Li Hao had ended up in their vicinity indicated two things. First, their base was not far from the inn, and second, that a larger group from a nearby small base might very well come to seize their resources. However, Tong Tong was not particularly worried about her in being plundered by a mid-sized base. Nonetheless, she needed to contemplate the authenticity of the information Li Hao had brought. "Let us observe him for a while and see if he exhibits any unusual behavior," she said, furrowing her brow, sensing that Li Hao seemed to harbor some secrets. Feng Liao nodded in agreement, and they decided to temporarily place Li Hao in an independent room at the inn, assigning personnel for round-the-clock surveillance. In the days that followed, Li Hao remained largely in a state of slumber due to excessive blood loss, showing no signs of unusual behavior. This brought a slight sense of relief to Tong Tong and Feng Liao, yet they both understood that it did not signify much. After another 2 days of silence from Li Hao, the roar of car engines echoed from outside. Tong Tong and Feng Liao promptly gathered the personnel from the inn, distributing weapons and preparing for the impending confrontation. Standing by the 5th-floor window, Tong Tong could distinctly see several red fire trucks arriving outside the inn. Of course, these vehicles had been modified. They came to a halt directly across from their establishment. A group of individuals clad in heavy winter attire disembarked from the trucks, their garb reminiscent of characters from a zombie film, armed with an array of weapons such as iron rods and machetes. One of the men who emerged from the first truck surveyed the surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the inn where Tong Tong stood. "Boss, the tire marks are fresh in this vicinity," he announced. At that moment, the door of the central vehicle swung open, revealing a burly figure stepping out. Even from the 5th floor, Tong Tong nearly exclaimed, "A giant." The man's stature was imposing, easily towering at nearly 2 meters. With a disdainful grunt, he remarked, "There is only one well-constructed building here. Where else could he have gone?" The realization dawned on the man who had first spoken, understanding the implication. However, confusion soon crossed his features. "But boss, he is just a man who was shot. Why pursue him so far?" The robust man raised his gaze to the 5-story structure standing amid the pristine snow, asserting, "A frightened rat will always scurry to the nearest, safest refuge. The rat we hunted before has led us right to its lair, has it not?" Upon hearing this, a subordinate immediately lauded him, as expected of the boss. "You think of everything. Enough with the flattery. We'll discuss it further once we're inside." The burly man waved his hand dismissively. Yet, the nearby underlings detected a glimmer of satisfaction in their leader's eyes. He relished praise. One particularly eager subordinate chimed in, "Boss, what is a little shelter like this? Let me handle it. I'll ensure you're comfortable." The distinction between a heated building and one without was significant, and those icicles outside hinted at the warmth within. The man referred to as the boss nodded in approval. "Go on." From the beginning, they had not regarded the humble inn with any seriousness. With their leader's endorsement, the subordinate swiftly drew the handgun from his waistband, stealthily advancing towards the inn under the cover of night. Unbeknownst to them, their every movement was being observed in clarity by Tong Tong and Feng Liao from the 5th floor. "They're about to launch a surprise attack," Tong Tong remarked. Glancing at Feng Liao, "The electric grid is operational, right?" Feng Liao's lips curled into an excited smile. "Rest assured, not only is it operational, but we've also added a few surprises for them." "Surprises?" Tong Tong raised an eyebrow, signaling him to elaborate. Feng Liao gestured for silence, unfazed, as he anticipated the unfolding drama. Chapter 94. The first wave of expulsion. While the two were in discussion, the young subordinate finally approached the inn. Cautiously, he raised his handgun and fired a shot at the entrance. Clang! A sharp metallic sound echoed, but contrary to his expectations, the door lock remained intact. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? His firearm had been modified, capable not only of inflicting harm, but also of breaching doors. Typically, even ordinary doors, and especially reinforced security doors, were no match for it. Staring at what appeared to be an ordinary security door, the subordinate found himself momentarily paralyzed. It was only when a voice behind him broke the silence. "Yin Xiaolu, why haven't you opened the door yet? The brothers are freezing out here." But he snapped back to reality. Chastened by his leader's call, Yin Xiaolu hastened his efforts. After rummaging through his belongings, he finally produced a card, entirely black and devoid of any markings. This was the universal key. In addition to generating a high-voltage electric pulse to unlock electronic locks. The tools on this card could dismantle non-electronic locks. In the past, he had relied on this powerful tool to bypass every lock encountered on their journey. He pressed the electric pulse button. After the pulse, there was no discernible change. It appeared this door was not equipped with an electronic lock. Anxiety crept onto his face as he hesitated momentarily before deciding to engage the mechanical lock. From a fifth floor, Tong Tong observed the man's actions with a furrowed brow. She turned to Feng Liao and questioned, "Is this what you meant by being prepared?" Feng Liao raised his hand to gently ruffle her hair, assuring her, "You must trust me." As Tong Tong observed his carefree demeanor, she could only respond, "All right, I shall wait." Yin Xiaolu fiddled at the door for quite some time. Despite it being winter, the tension and exertion caused beads of cold sweat to trickle down his forehead. Just as his anxiety escalated, a sharp click echoed nearby, and the door swung open. Yin Xiaolu exhaled in relief. At last, they could enter the inn. He cautiously stepped into the lobby, immediately enveloped by a wave of warm air. The sensation of transitioning from a frigid hell to a warm paradise prompted an involuntary sigh of contentment. Not wanting to linger, he hurried to the entrance and called out loudly to those behind him, "Boss, come in quickly. It's warm here." However, the man did not rush in. Instead, he instructed a few subordinates to follow Yin Xiaolu's footprints into the inn. The vast lobby appeared so tranquil. Just as Yin Xiaolu and his companions let their guard down, a surge of electricity jolted through their feet, causing him to collapse and convulse on the ground. Feng Liao turned to Tong Tong, saying, "Let us go down and see how my trap is faring." "Your trap? Wasn't he with her the entire time? When could he have set up an electric net?" Without answering her, Feng Liao took her hand and led her downstairs. As they reached the corner on the second floor, Tong Tong's keen eyes spotted thin wires on the ground, as delicate as a strand of hair. "Is this the new material you told me about?" she quickly deduced. Feng Liao nodded. "Indeed, this is the latest conductive wire. Do not be deceived by its slenderness. It can carry a current of 100,000 volts." Tong Tong's expression stiffened in disbelief. 100,000 volts? Do you think you are that yellow-haired rat? Yet, Feng Liao appeared unfazed, guiding her down the stairway. "What do you think? Although I haven't activated the electric net at the entrance, I have laid down a grid in the lobby. The effect is rather impressive, isn't it?" He gestured proudly at the dense webbing on the floor. "All of this was prepared by you?" Tong Tong gazed at the man in astonishment. Feng Liao shook his head. "Not me. It was Yi Cheng. He casually brought it along and helped you lay it out." With a smile, Feng Liao reassured her. "Rest assured, I've already devised a plan." He then called out into the surrounding darkness, "Everyone, be prepared. From now on, anyone who enters and is not incapacitated by the electric shock shall be eliminated." The man at the entrance, having waited for quite some time without news from his subordinates, felt increasingly uneasy and decided to investigate. He took the remaining lackeys and cautiously approached the lobby. As soon as he entered, he felt his legs weaken, and his body uncontrollably lurched towards the ground. Realizing something was amiss, he quickly turned and shouted, "Don't come in." "Petrify." As his words echoed, patches of muscle emerged on his body, resembling stone. The electrifying net, capable of incapacitating a person, was channeled into the ground beneath his petrified skin, rendering it utterly ineffective against his form. "Open fire," commanded Feng Liao. The concealed residents of the inn swiftly armed themselves and unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards the man. Though his skin had turned to stone, he could not withstand the relentless onslaught of bullets and cried out in distress. In a bid for self-preservation, he retreated rapidly, exiting the inn's grand hall. As they watched the departing vehicles, a triumphant cheer erupted among the crowd. However, only Tong Tong remained pensive. She observed the receding silhouettes of the cars, a grave expression crossing her features. A premonition stirred within her. This was merely a temporary withdrawal. With so many comrades and resources still present, that man would undoubtedly not relent. Acknowledging this, Tong Tong turned to her companions and declared, "Everyone, this is not the time for celebration. We must swiftly replace the pride door lock and prepare to withstand the next assault." Nods of agreement rippled through the group, and soon, the inn's occupants split into two factions. One group busied themselves with dismantling the electric net, while the other focused on repairing the main entrance, simultaneously scouting for any weaknesses around the inn. Should any be found, they would seal them immediately. Feng Liao regarded Tong Tong, a look of helplessness flickering in his eyes. Tong Tong, you need not oversee everything personally. My presence here suffices. Tong Tong smiled wryly, acknowledging your exceptional command skills. However, there are certain experiences that I must endure personally. Do not forget, the enemy will not wait for us. Tong Tong's words held merit, leaving Feng Liao at a loss for a rebuttal, forced to stand by and offer occasional pragmatic suggestions. Chapter 95. The second wave indeed, as Tong Tong had surmised. Their departure was merely to procure additional equipment. This time, they had brought along an extra fire truck. In pursuit of vengeance, the man wasted no words upon his descent. He cast a glance at the restored gates and promptly opened the door of the final fire truck. In the frigid winter, several flame-ensconced zombies were driven forth from the vehicle. Under their relentless prodding, the zombies advanced with purpose, closing in on the hotel entrance. Charge! The man commanded, seizing a baseball bat and delivering a forceful thrust. The zombie struck by his blow surged forward, propelled by the momentum, directly reaching the threshold of the hotel. Tong Tong smiled, and her smile was exceptionally radiant. She had not forgotten that this hotel possessed the remarkable quality of being impervious to zombie attacks. The man commanded the zombies to assault the hotel. While ordinary zombies might be affected by the cold, these fiery zombies were not. However, what the man could never have anticipated was that no matter how he directed the zombies, they seemed oblivious to the hotel, collectively ignoring it, let alone launching an attack. Frustration mounted within the man, and he could not help but raise his voice, berating them as a useless lot. Whether the zombies could comprehend his words was uncertain, but as he shouted, he immediately drew all the aimless, wandering zombies towards him. Open fire! Open fire! The man bellowed. Upon hearing his command, those behind him swiftly cocked their weapons and fired at the zombies that were now charging toward them. Tong Tong's face was adorned with a smile of anticipation. Beside her, Feng Liao casually offered her a packet of sunflower seeds, saying, "Here, have some." "Are you serious? Right now, others are besieging the city. Is it appropriate to openly produce sunflower seeds?" Feng Liao paid no heed to the appropriateness of the moment. He had brought them out, an open packet. So the question was whether she would partake. Naturally, she would. How could one resist seeds presented at such close quarters? Meanwhile, the onlooking bystanders found themselves in a predicament, having to remain vigilant against external assaults while simultaneously consuming the dog food. Among them, the trio of Wang Jun and his companions felt particularly exasperated. How should one express this sentiment? Were it not for their own leader, they would have long since charged forward to deliver a sound thrashing to their adversary. Yet, even acknowledging him as their leader, his demeanor was decidedly deserving of a reprimand. The three brothers exchanged glances, resolving that once the battle was concluded, they would ensure their leader received a lesson, however slight. At long last, after an arduous hour, the outside forces managed to eliminate the zombies and regroup for another assault. This time, they refrained from a reckless advance. The considerable depletion of their stamina rendered their faces marked by fatigue. The men cast wary glances at the seemingly feeble yet impenetrable door before them, their expressions tinged with irritation. "Boss!" A junior member cautiously addressed the man beside him. They all recognized this as a harbinger of their leader's impending fury. They understood the depths of his madness, and it was precisely this understanding that instilled fear within them. The man remained silent for an extended period before finally discarding the cigarette, but forcefully into the snow beside him. "Have someone bring over the fuel truck we spotted yesterday." Although the reason for the zombies' disinterest in attacking that particular hotel remained a mystery, he was certain that once the main door was breached, everything within the hotel, as well as the hotel itself, would belong to him. Consequently, those inside the hotel observed as the fire trucks that had previously obstructed their exit abruptly turned around and departed. Even Yi, furrowing his brow, mused, "I doubt they will relinquish their position so easily." Tong Tong tossed a handful of melon seeds into her mouth, turning her gaze towards the window. An overwhelming sense of foreboding welled up from the depths of her heart, as if something exceedingly ominous were about to unfold. They are about to launch a full-scale assault, Feng Liao declared. As if to validate Feng Liao's words, not long after the fire truck brigade had departed, a rustling sound echoed from afar. Soon after, a colossal figure emerged through the snowstorm, coming into view of the onlookers. It was a fuel tanker. Lu Sui shouted. Tong Tong gazed out the window. Tong Tong frowned. I recall that you have wielded a sniper rifle before, Feng Liao whispered softly in her ear. The most effective method to deal with a large oil tanker is to detonate it from a distance before it approaches. Tong Tong and Feng Liao exchanged a glance. Are you certain? She inquired, recalling the moment when she nearly shot him in the head. Feng Liao nonchalantly replied, regardless, this time you're not aiming for my head. If you miss, just fire a few more shots. I have plenty of ammunition. Tong Tong glanced at the bullets in his hand, some of which were merely adorned with a tangle of black lines. Was this a reflection of his utter lack of faith in her? He had prepared an entire 2 boxes of ammunition for her. However, there was no time to dwell on such thoughts. She lifted the sniper rifle from the window and aimed at the fuel tank of the tanker truck. The vehicle was moving at an astonishing speed, and those inside had evidently given no thought to leaving themselves an escape route. Just then, Feng Liao suddenly grasped her hand, his slightly rough fingers enveloping hers. Tong Tong was rendered speechless, yet she acquiesced to Feng Liao's strength and raised the sniper rifle. Subsequently, a shot rang out as the bullet soared from the chamber. Boom! The bullet struck the fuel tank with precision. Sparks ignited the remaining gasoline within the tank, and flames erupted forth. However, the occupants of the vehicle suddenly slammed down on the accelerator. The door swung open, and a person, engulfed in flames, tumbled out. Without granting the individual a moment to extinguish the fire, Feng Liao deftly aimed the sniper rifle and fired again. Bang! A pool of blood splattered onto the snow, quickly freezing into a solid mass, sinking into the icy ground. The fuel truck barreled toward the lodge, and as it drew perilously close, Feng Liao fired once more. The bullet found its mark within the fuel tank. Boom! The truck exploded, and a shockwave surged toward the lodge's entrance. The searing heat melted a considerable expanse of snow, an impressive display of marksmanship. Tong Tong regarded Feng Liao with an expression brimming with curiosity. Feng Liao cleared his throat and remarked, I'll tell you more in a few days. For now, let us deliberate on whether we should dare to venture outside and eliminate the threats that await us. Tong Tong's gaze suddenly turned frigid. Of course, he had to eliminate them. The first encounter involved zombies, and this time it was an oil tanker. What would happen next? Would he resort to artillery? While such weaponry may be uncommon, it certainly exists. Chapter 96. A proactive striker could withstand the onslaught of zombies, but it might not be able to endure a bombardment. To eradicate any future threats, Tong Tong had no choice but to take the initiative. The weather outside was exceptionally frigid. Every individual venturing out was clad in layers of warm clothing. Upon witnessing the oil tanker explode midway, the man quickly deduced that a sniper was present within the inn. He glanced at his subordinates, deliberating in his mind. His supernatural ability allowed his skin to petrify, rendering him impervious to bullets. However, the true concern lay with the group of lackeys he had brought along. With this thought, the man felt somewhat reassured. Turning to his eager subordinates, who were anxiously awaiting his decision, he began, with Lu Wei's demise, we cannot afford to retreat. Henceforth, I need you all. Before he could finish his sentence, he sensed an unusual presence behind him. Before his eyes stood 2 men and 2 women. The man and his lackeys regarded the 4 with envious expressions. Who are you? He inquired, suspecting they had overstepped their bounds in their quest for plunder. As soon as he noticed their approach, he instinctively assumed a defensive stance. The other lackeys followed suit, preparing for confrontation. You dare to assault my inn and yet inquire about my identity? Tong Tong replied with a smile, revealing her identity. The man's eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. Ah, so you're the innkeeper. We did not intend to attack. The bitter cold outside compelled my brothers and me to consider your establishment. His expression was one of sincerity, and had he not previously contemplated using an oil tanker to obliterate her inn, Tong Tong might have believed him. Unfortunately, none present were fools. The four of them, with 8 eyes, stared at the intruders with an expression of incredulity. The others standing behind Tong Tong were equally undeterred, exuding an overwhelming aura that caused even the larger group of adversaries to falter. The man took a step back, but soon he regained his senses, internally astonished by the formidable presence of these 4 individuals. "You wish to stay at my inn?" Tong Tong arched an eyebrow. The man flashed a bright smile. "Indeed. We came here with the intention of lodging at your establishment." Tong Tong gazed at the man before her, the words echoing with an unsettling familiarity. "If you wish to take up residence in our inn, surely you must exhibit some sincerity," she asserted, raising her gloved hand in an unmistakable gesture. The man's eyes darted about, and soon he had made up his mind. Sincerity, of course, was present, all contained within the vehicles behind him. The question remained, how much did the innkeeper desire? Not much, merely 10 third-tier crystal cores. Through the recent skirmishes, Tong Tong had discerned the true nature of the man before her. Although he wore a mask of sincerity, his eyes roamed frantically, seeking an opportunity to strike. "The man, why don't you seize the chance? 10 third-tier crystal cores? What kind of household can afford such extravagance?" Tong Tong flashed a brilliant smile, revealing her pearly whites. "Am I not just robbing you?" The man clutched his chest, feeling a suffocating pressure that he longed to release, yet remained trapped within him. "Speak, from which base do you hail, and what is your name?" Feng Liao inquired. The man cast a cold glance at Tong Tong before turning his attention to Feng Liao. "Given your relationship with her, are you two a pair? Let's see if I possess the right to know your information, or perhaps if you have the privilege to share yours." With a thunderous roar, the man's physique expanded, his skin transforming into a stony texture in an instant. His entire body solidified into stone. Only a concentrated bolt of lightning could inflict harm upon him. With this thought, a more arrogant expression spread across the man's face. "Tong Tong." Feng Liao turned to the person beside him. Tong Tong sensed the weight of Feng Liao's gaze. Although she was still unable to fully comprehend his intentions, she instinctively raised her hand. In her palm, a vivid crimson flame flickered to life. "Come on, let us see who truly fears whom." The man seized a fire axe from the side and swung it down towards Tong Tong's head. The sudden turn of events left everyone present momentarily stunned, and then Tong Tong was yanked backward, collapsing into the warm embrace of a broad chest. Tong Tong looked up and was met with the sight of Feng Liao's taut face, filled with an overwhelming fury. "You!" Feng Liao abruptly interrupted her, gently placing her behind him, and she raised her hand. Now was the moment. Feng Liao grasped Tong Tong's hand. With a convergence of thunder and flames, a colossal pillar of fiery lightning surged towards the man. He hastily retreated. The thunderous fire column ultimately struck the ground, tearing apart the already impassable path and creating a massive roadway. The man couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Had he chosen to stand his ground instead of retreating, he would likely have been reduced to nothing more than a mere skeletal frame. However, he could also sense that both Tong Tong and Feng Liao possessed not only abilities, but that their powers were significantly superior to his second-tier petrified skin. He shung, "Sister Anya, incapacitate the others. I have a purpose for keeping a few alive." They had already divided their roles before arriving. He Sheng and Meng Anya were tasked with clearing the surrounding minions, while Tong Tong and Feng Liao confronted the leader. Upon receiving Tong Tong's command, He Sheng and Meng Anya split to the left and right. "You leave me no choice." The man, no longer concerned with hiding his intentions, seized a shield from the vehicle and charged at Tong Tong. The shield was fireproof and explosion-resistant, rendering Tong Tong's flames ineffective against it. As for the lightning, plastic is not a conductor. Thus, with the shield, he felt invulnerable. Chapter 97, Encirclement. Tong Tong gazed at the shield in the opponent's hand, a hint of derision flickering in her eyes. Indeed, the blast shield was effective against fire and explosions, yet possessed but a single face. How much could it truly protect? She exchanged a glance with Feng Liao, and they simultaneously diverged in opposite directions, observing the sudden separation of the two before him. The man lifted his left foot and forcefully stomped down, forcibly restraining his advancing momentum. Utilizing the shield as a pivot, he pivoted halfway and launched himself towards Tong Tong. He was not foolish. The man on the right appeared formidable, and he certainly would not charge towards that adversary. In contrast to the evidently strong man, it was far more prudent to eliminate the petite woman on the left first. Tong Tong let out a cold laugh. She was well aware that the audacious man before her would undoubtedly attempt to launch an attack. Did she fear his assault? Not in the least. As the man advanced towards her, shield in hand, Tong Tong remained unperturbed, effortlessly producing a grenade. In a moment of stealth, she discreetly removed the safety pin. Recalling the instructions given by Feng Liao, after pulling the pin, silently count to 3 and then throw. As a dark object soared through the air, the man hastily raised his shield to block it. The grenade did not descend as anticipated but detonated mid-air. The resulting shrapnel rained down upon his shield with considerable force. One must concede that the shield was remarkably sturdy. The shards merely left faint white marks upon its surface. It was within this fleeting moment of distraction that Feng Liao had already positioned himself behind the man. Harnessing his lightning abilities, Feng Liao acted without hesitation, delivering a powerful strike to the man's back. Startled, the man realized he had no time to defend with his shield. However, his years of combat experience allowed him to react in an instant. He rolled on the ground, evading the brunt of Feng Liao's attack, which ultimately struck nothing but air. Yet Feng Liao's expression remained largely unchanged, as this assault was merely intended to restrict the man's movements. Now that the man lay on the ground, Feng Liao unceremoniously hurled the grenade he held. Just as the man had narrowly avoided the lightning strike, he was caught off guard by the grenade. Despite his efforts to shield himself, several shards found their mark on his arm, embedding themselves into his petrified skin. Damn it! The man seethed, slamming his hand against the ground, using the force to help him rise. However, before he could fully regain his footing, he felt a gust of wind sweep past him. Not daring to gamble on what lurked behind him, the man instinctively thrust his hand towards Feng Liao's eyes. Feng Liao dodged reflexively, inadvertently providing the man with an opening. The man scrambled through the gap Feng Liao had unwittingly created. In response, Feng Liao unleashed a punch, imbued with electricity, which collided forcefully with the man's back. A shard of metal had pierced his skin, allowing the electric current to surge into the muscle encased beneath his petrified exterior. A sharp pain coursed through the man's muscles, eliciting a cry of anguish from his lips. His body, propelled forward, fell uncontrollably to the ground, limbs beginning to convulse uncontrollably. Only after the man gradually lost the ability to move did Feng Liao approach him, just as he intended to crouch down and inspect the man's condition. The seemingly motionless figure suddenly lunged, brandishing a dagger aimed directly at Feng Liao's throat. Observing his appearance, it is evident that he has been affected by lightning, albeit the impact is not overtly pronounced. In the aftermath of the battle, Tong Tong and Feng Liao engaged in discussions, consistently sensing that this phenomenon may be linked to the man's skin turning to stone. Despite Feng Liao's usual carefree demeanor, it must be acknowledged that she has undergone rigorous training within the military. When confronted with a sudden assault, Feng Liao's body instinctively fell backward without hesitation. The man, seizing the opportunity, rose with great effort, suppressing the numbing sensation coursing through him, and plunged the dagger in his hand toward Feng Liao's chest. Tong Tong yearned to rush forward, yet Feng Liao interjected with a resolute declaration. I can handle this. The man's ferocity had evidently surpassed his expectations. He believed he could still fight alone. However, if Tong Tong approached, who could predict whether this man would unleash his wrath upon her? He was averse to the thought of Tong Tong being harmed. As the dagger in the man's grasp poised to strike, Feng Liao deftly turned his head aside and retaliated with a powerful punch. This was no ordinary blow, but one imbued with the force of lightning. As long as the man bore iron fragments upon him, the potential for inflicting maximum damage remained. The electric assault rendered the man momentarily paralyzed. In that fleeting moment, Feng Liao seized the opportunity to thrust the man aside with considerable force, simultaneously slipping an object into the man's pocket before swiftly retreating. Once the man regained his senses and reached for his pocket, the bomb detonated with a thunderous roar. Boom! The explosion was devastatingly close, ripping apart the skin over the man's chest and revealing the crimson flesh beneath. Observing the gruesome sight, Tong Tong furrowed her brows. The petrification of his abilities had reached an alarming depth. Very well, you have thoroughly incited my wrath. The man bellowed, blood still oozing from his chest as he lunged once more at Feng Liao. Having witnessed resilient spirits before, she had never encountered one as tenacious as this. His tenacity was so formidable that Tong Tong found herself wishing to avert her gaze. Let this end. She raised her sniper rifle, aiming directly at the man's chest. Bang! The bullet pierced through the unprotected flesh of his torso. Though he continued his charge, his vitality diminished at a visibly alarming rate. Feng Liao quickly retreated. His current objective was not to attack, but merely to evade the man's assault. At last, the man stumbled, collapsing to the ground. This time, he was truly unable to rise again. Tong Tong finally let out a sigh of relief. There was no need to wield any weapon. As the man's life force ebbed away, his petrified skin gradually returned to its original state. Feng Liao approached the man, raising a hand to turn him over. After a thorough search of the man's body, he ultimately discovered a wallet nestled in the pocket of his trousers. It was merely a piece of iron, shaped into a protruding form, adorned with a layer of red paint, and intricately welded with fine iron rods to spell out two prominent characters, Xinglong. Chapter 98. Break Xinglong base? Tong Tong cast a puzzled glance at Feng Liao, silently urging him to elucidate. What? Tong Tong inquired, taken aback. It was the first time she had witnessed such a grave expression on Feng Liao's face. Feng Liao took a deep breath, his gaze momentarily evasive. Here's how it transpired. He recounted the events that unfolded after his departure. And my home is at base 235. Sensing Tong Tong's potential ire, he deliberately emphasized his words at this juncture. Noticing little change in her expression, he continued, led by Xingho Base, the 5 major official bases, including Base 3235, are planning to mount a counteroffensive against the city. He paused for a moment, his deep brown eyes resting on Tong Tong's face. Tong Tong waited for him for quite a while, yet he received no further response. She looked at him with a puzzled expression, asking, "What is the matter?" Feng Liao cleared his throat and inquired, "Do you not find this plan to be utterly insane?" Tong Tong contemplated for a moment, recognizing the inherent madness of the idea, yet acknowledging its feasibility. It would necessitate formidable logistical support and substantial combat strength. In terms of military prowess, Tong Tong held no doubts. The so-called official bases were merely restructured remnants of the original military forces. Surely, the official army would not be lacking in weaponry. The term logistical support evoked memories of their previous expedition to scavenge grain reserves at the Starfire base. Feng Liao was taken aback by Tong Tong's remarkable capacity for acceptance, since she did not find the notion excessively insane. He felt compelled to express directly that launching a counteroffensive in the city would be unrealistic if solely reliant on the 5 major official bases, as the time frame would be protracted. Tong Tong remained remarkably composed, so much so that she cast aside even the slightest twinge of concern that lingered in her heart. Naturally, the rewards would be substantial. According to my elder brother, those who participate in the counteroffensive to reclaim the city would be granted their own territories, the size of which will be determined by the areas they conquer. Tong Tong fell into silence. Feng Liao cleared his throat and remarked that, in truth, it was perfectly acceptable if she chose not to respond. This information had been disseminated for a month, and few bases had shown interest. Tong Tong understood his words. In this apocalyptic world, everyone was eager to develop their own bases. She too desired progress, but advancement necessitated ample resources. What she lacked most were metals and various construction materials, along with a vast expanse of farmland. Will the government supply weapons? Tong Tong inquired. Feng Liao nodded affirmatively, stating that all weaponry for the counteroffensive would be provided by the 5 major bases. In Tong Tong's eyes, the stars shimmered brightly. Since the authorities would provide weapons, what was there to hesitate about? She decided to participate. However, as if struck by a thought, she continued, given the current circumstances of our base, there can't be many of us eligible to join, can there? Feng Liao shook his head, explaining that the 3235 base was primarily interested in those of us who had awakened our abilities. According to the leader of the 3235 base, ordinary zombies could be dealt with by regular soldiers armed with firearms, while we, the awakened, were tasked with confronting the mutated zombies. Tong Tong suddenly pondered a question. You mean this news has been disseminated for a month? Feng Liao nodded in affirmation. Tong Tong fell into deep contemplation once again. It had only been a month since the outbreak, which meant that the authorities had begun preparations for a counteroffensive against the city right at the onset of the apocalypse. Feng Liao understood her thoughts. The government had indeed been ready at the initial stages of the zombie outbreak. However, opinions were divided, with some supporting the initiative while others opposed it. Feng Liao refrained from mentioning that even within the 5 major official bases advocating for the counteroffensive, consensus was far from achievable. In the face of the apocalypse, human nature often revealed its selfish tendencies. Now, let's discuss the timing of the 3235 base's planned counteroffensive, Tong Tong suggested. Feng Liao shook his head, stating that there was no time to dwell on that. If they truly needed assistance, they could simply send out a radio transmission. In that case, it simplifies matters, she replied. While they conversed, Hisheng and Meng Anya had already dispatched the remaining enemies. Tong Tong observed as Meng Anya, wielding a rope, dragged over several individuals who had completely lost their ability to resist. Hisheng had gathered a few makeshift bags crafted from tattered clothing. Gazing at the bruised trio, Tong Tong gestured for Han Qianqian to bring them some food. The three, upon seeing a bowl of noodles topped with minced meat, instinctively swallowed hard. Meat. How long had it been since they last tasted meat? Since the onset of the apocalypse. Merely having something to eat was a luxury. Meat was a privilege reserved for base administrators or squad leaders. Is this for us? Little brother A asked incredulously as he looked up. This gesture immediately drew his attention to the food on the table. What did they see? Roast chicken, canned fish, braised pork. It was overwhelming. They could hardly contain their saliva. Little brother B swallowed hard, gazing longingly at the food, feeling the hunger that had been suppressed for days, surviving on only a pack of biscuits, finally erupt within him. Old Champ, little brother B, turned to little brother A. Tong Tong observed the reactions of the 3 individuals keenly. Currently, their lodge housed a total of 24 people, still 16 short of the 40 required to attain the 5th level. Although these individuals had participated in the assault, their contributions had been minimal, which was one of the reasons Meng Anyu had intentionally left them behind. The groundwork had been laid for them to voluntarily join, and now was the time for the carrot to be presented. Chapter 99. Recruiting the 3 young brothers. As for the feast before them, it was, of course, prepared by Gu Xian and her companions at Tong Tong's behest. Firstly, it served to commemorate their victory in battle. Secondly, it was intended as a means of persuasion. Picking up a piece of chicken, Tong Tong took a delicate bite. The exterior was crisp while the interior remained tender. As she bit through the flaky skin, succulent juices cascaded down into the ceramic bowl before her. Once she swallowed the morsel, she addressed them, stating, "This is all for you to enjoy. Once you have finished your meal, I have matters to discuss with you." Assured that the food was indeed meant for them, the 3 young brothers could no longer contain themselves. They eagerly grasped their bowls and chopsticks, devouring the meal with fervor. Delicately fragrant, exquisite beyond compare. Some culinary delights only reveal their true essence after a prolonged wait, becoming a true testament to the flavors of the world. After a hard-fought effort, they finally finished their meal, yet Brother B continued to gaze longingly at the remaining dishes. Sharing a knowing smile, the others kindly offered them more. At last, the 3 were thoroughly satiated, though their eyes remained fixed upon the remnants of the feast. Tong Tong wiped her mouth and gestured for Lien Yi and the others to tidy up the table. Once the restaurant was left with only the 2 opposing parties, Tong Tong finally spoke. "You are from the Xinglong base, aren't you?" Little brother B and little brother C turned to little brother A. who was the most worldly wise among them. Little brother A was left with a face full of dark lines, his mind racing at high speed. Firstly, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, they had never revealed their identities from the beginning until their capture. Now, however, the girl before them knew the name of their base, which could only mean one thing. She must have obtained their base's insignia from their captain. Realizing this, he decisively admitted, "Indeed, we are from the Xinglong base. But what we did today has nothing to do with our base. It was entirely our own decision." As Tong Tong listened to their words, her eyebrows involuntarily arched. "You all certainly possess a commendable sense of responsibility. Rest assured, we have no intention of targeting your base. We are merely observing your current circumstances and surmise that provisions may be scarce. We wish to propose a simple exchange." "Exchange?" Young brother A pondered, uncertain about what they could possibly have to trade with her. Tong Tong nodded affirmatively, acknowledging the notion of barter. "What would you like to trade?" inquired brother A. After a moment's hesitation, he introduced himself. "I am Shang," and, having disclosed his own name, he proceeded to reveal the names of the other two individuals as well. "This is Shui Dong." He gestured towards brother B. Subsequently, he mentioned brother C, stating, "He is Hao Lianyan." Tong Tong nodded, expressing that she lacked neither food nor supplies. What she truly yearned for was companionship. This time, the transaction she sought involved the individuals from their base. Shang En's eyes widened in disbelief. "They were not human traffickers." "Neither am I," she clarified. "What I desire are those who come willingly. You may discuss this with the leaders of your base. We can provide sustenance, requiring only 16 individuals. Of course, joining us is also an option." Her primary interest lay in 3 specific individuals. Since awakening her powers to level 4, she had gained the ability to perceive the flow of abilities. She could see the faint blue energy flowing within Shang in water-based abilities. Though only at level 1, it was better than nothing. While consuming the food, Shang had already contemplated Tong Tong's intentions. Even though he had surmised her purpose, he had not anticipated her bluntness, which rendered him momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, he finally spoke. "I need to confer with my brothers." Tong Tong gestured politely. "All right, Anya, please find them a room." Anya nodded, her gaze icy as she regarded the 3 individuals. "Follow me." Their recently healed wounds seemed to throb anew, unperturbed by their inner turmoil. Anya maintained her frosty demeanor until they arrived at room 503. "Your accommodation is here." Room 503 was conveniently located near the staircase, and upon entering, one would be immediately visible to the surveillance camera. Any actions taken within this space would be captured in full clarity. As she opened the door, they were greeted by a pristine and orderly room. The decor momentarily stunned the trio. Such a clean room. What refreshing air. Yet, glancing at their own attire, they hesitated to step inside. The room was equipped with facilities for bathing and laundry. Once they cleaned their clothes, they could dry them at the end of the first-floor corridor. After her introduction, Anya gave no thought to whether they would enter, turning on her heel and departing. Once Anya left, Shang En and Shui Dong exchanged glances. Finally, Shang En spoke. "Let us go in and freshen up." Over the next 24 hours, the trio savored the high-end services of the hotel. Once they experienced it, they found themselves captivated. "Dong, Lao Shang, what do you think about staying here?" Shang En bit his lip. "Though small, it's far superior to our base. Just imagine, at this moment, which base could afford heating, especially their Xinglong base. Not to mention heating, they wore only thin clothing and had to huddle together for warmth. Yet despite their efforts to stay warm, the sudden drop in temperature had tragically claimed several lives. In truth, they were reluctant to leave. However, I have family. Dong, you and Yun can stay, but I cannot." Shui Dong sighed. "I understand your predicament. He had a family. If he stayed, he would need to bring them along." Listening to their conversation, Shang En felt a surge of gratitude. "Thank you, but you should remain here and save my place. I will do my utmost to persuade my family to join me." Compared to Xinglong base, he truly wished for his family to settle here. Chapter 100. The prosperous base of technological civilization. Hao Lianyu nodded. "Shang En, it's freezing outside. Not suitable for driving. The distance to Xinglong base is at least a day's journey. Having more people adds a layer of safety." After further discussion, Shang ultimately succumbed to the persuasive arguments of Shui Dong and Hao Lianyun, agreeing to their proposal. Zhou Bao Bao cradled a cup of milk, turning to gaze at Tong Tong beside her. Sister Tong Tong, they wished to run. Tong Tong turned to Feng Liao and inquired, Liao, shall we pay a visit to the Xinglong base? Feng Liao, casually leaning against the wall, glanced at the surveillance monitors and replied, do you intend to confront the owner of the Xinglong base directly? Tong Tong nodded. Before launching a counterattack on the city, I must elevate the inn to level 5, which requires an additional 16 inhabitants. Feng Liao shrugged nonchalantly. If you wish to go to Xinglong base, it is not an issue. However, I have one condition. What condition? Tong Tong instinctively inquired. Feng Liao grinned, saying, of course, it is that I accompany you. Tong Tong observed his peculiar expression. Although he did not speak, the disdainful gaze she directed at him seemed to question his maturity. Feng Liao accepted her contemptuous look without any reaction, his countenance remaining utterly impassive. Do you know how to get to Xinglong base? I do not know. Are you aware of the name of the owner of Xinglong base and what they enjoy? Tong Tong fell into a moment of silence. Are you still willing to take me along? Feng Liao asked confidently, gazing at Tong Tong. Observing their interaction, Zhou Bao Bao could hardly bear to watch. Were these two adults truly allowing her to grow up in a healthy manner? Although Tong Tong was tempted to give Feng Liao a good thrashing, she ultimately agreed to let him accompany her, realizing her lack of familiarity with the Xinglong base. With Feng Liao by her side, she felt no need for anyone else. However, considering that the inn required more abilities, she decided to bring along others as well. This time, they were all individuals without awakened powers, including Yi and Wang Xin, plus Yi Cheng, whom Feng Liao later added. As the night deepened, the clock in the room struck midnight. A head poked out from room 503, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before signaling to his companions behind him. Led by Shui Dong, Shang'en, and Hao Lianyun followed closely behind. The three of them stealthily made their way to the empty hall. Inside the deserted space lay a splendid array of food and clothing. Old Shang, should we? Shui Dong suggested, pointing towards the bounty. Dong, the innkeeper has already provided us with ample food and lodging. We cannot take any more of her belongings. Shang'en replied firmly, despite his own desire. Observing Shui Dong's longing gaze upon the food, Hao Lianyun glanced around and suddenly noticed the price list. Old Shang, look over there. Hao Lianyun pointed at the list. Shang'en scrutinized the prices for a moment before finally retrieving a crystal core from his shoe. Let us buy it, he decided, handing the core to Shui Dong. Shui Dong expressed his gratitude and quickly gathered the items he desired. Once they had collected sufficient supplies, Shui Dong turned to leave, joined by Shang'en and Hao Lianyun as they exited the inn. Unbeknownst to them, their every movement was captured by surveillance, falling under Tong Tong's watchful gaze. I suddenly understand these fellows, Tong Tong remarked. Feng Liao nodded in agreement, acknowledging that maintaining their principles in a post-apocalyptic world was commendable. Given this insight, they were even more determined to bring these three individuals into their inn. The five of them boarded a truck heading to the Xinglong base. Along the journey, perhaps due to the snowfall, the movements of the surrounding zombies were exceedingly sluggish. From a distance, it resembled a marionette performance. Their vehicle, originally a fire truck, stood out vividly against the pristine white snow, its bright red hue unmistakably conspicuous. Tong Tong followed closely behind, and finally, as darkness fell on the second day, he glimpsed the silhouette of a building. Feng Liao did not continue to pursue, but instead found a relatively intact house by the roadside and took refuge there for the night. After resting, they set off again at dawn on the following day, heading towards Xinglong base. It was only when they arrived at the entrance of Xinglong base that Tong Tong began to understand why Feng Liao insisted on bringing Yi Cheng along. Upon noticing an unfamiliar vehicle, the guards instinctively attempted to block their path. However, before they could act, a card suddenly appeared before them. The moment they laid eyes on that card, their expressions transformed dramatically. Subsequently, they did not impose any difficulties and simply opened the gates, allowing them entry. This unexpected behavior from the guards incited discontent among those waiting in line to enter. Why should they be allowed to enter without any inspection while we must endure this wait? Once one individual took the lead in voicing their grievances, others joined in, exclaiming, "Indeed, do they not realize how cold it is outside? We wish to enter the base too." The guards, their expressions icy, observed as more and more people attempted to take advantage of the chaos to breach the entrance of Xinglong Base. Finally, the captain of the guards took action. He rose slowly from his seat, his voice hoarse and cold, commanding silence. When he saw that no one paid heed, he refrained from further words and hurled a fireball instead. The fiery sphere struck the initial instigator, transforming a living person into a blazing inferno. The uproar was quelled by the intense heat of the fireball, and at last they could listen in silence. All eyes were fixed upon the captain of the guards, who had rendered the crowd breathless and motionless. Satisfied with the newfound quiet, the captain spoke slowly. "The individuals who just entered are friends of our base's management. They possess their own base and do not require admission to ours. Is this explanation satisfactory?" His gaze remained cold as he scrutinized the tumultuous crowd before him. As his words echoed, the individual scorched by the flames gradually succumbed to his injuries, collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. Tong Tong and the others were unaware of the commotion outside. Upon entering the Xinglong base, the driver shifted from Feng Liao to Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng was already well acquainted with the surroundings, even taking a shortcut to reach the office area more swiftly. The fluidity of his driving astonished Tong Tong. Eventually, unable to contain her curiosity, she whispered to Feng Liao, "Liao, it seems that Yi Cheng is quite familiar with this place." A gentle warm breeze brushed past, causing Feng Liao to shiver involuntarily, with goosebumps rising on his skin and a faint blush creeping to his ears. Thankfully, the outside temperature was frigid, prompting everyone to wear earmuffs to shield their ears. Otherwise, it would have been somewhat embarrassing. Clearing his throat, Feng Liao replied to Tong Tong in as calm a tone as possible. Yi Cheng originally resided in this area, but he later moved to live with his grandfather, which is why he hasn't become a member of the Xinglong base. As for the administrator of the base, he cast a sidelong glance at Yi Cheng, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. They are childhood friends. As soon as the words childhood friends left his lips, the previously composed Yi Cheng erupted. He grabbed an empty mineral water bottle from the driver's seat and tossed it at Feng Liao, exclaiming, "You talk too much." Feng Liao laughed heartily, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Nevertheless, his brief remarks enlightened Tong Tong about Yi Cheng's background, and she suddenly understood why Feng Liao had been able to dismantle that company so swiftly. Before long, they arrived at the living quarters of the administrator. According to Yi Cheng, the Xinglong base was originally part of the high-tech zone of City A, inhabited by members of research institutes. As for the childhood friend Feng Liao mentioned, Yi Cheng casually added that she was the project leader of a new laboratory initiative. Perhaps due to the area's previous status as a high-tech zone, the researchers here still held considerable stature, with no need for them to engage in manual labor like building walls. Upon entering the administrator's building, Tong Tong observed researchers dressed neatly with rosy complexions, completely devoid of any signs of an apocalyptic scenario. Yi Cheng led them to the hall, where they greeted the intelligent robots stationed there. Following the robot's guidance, they proceeded to the reception area to wait. Once the robot departed, Yi Cheng, at Feng Liao's prompting, cleared his throat and began to speak slowly. The administrator, who will be arriving shortly, is named Lin Xianmeng. Her demeanor is rather, how shall I put it, cheerful. She interacts well with others. However, if you wish for her to release someone, you might need to present her with some gifts that pique her interest. Tong Tong inquired, as childhood friends. You should know what she likes, right? Yi Cheng coughed softly. What she cherished must be something that high technology could never replicate. Something irreplaceable by advanced technology? Tong Tong fell into contemplation. Just as she pondered, a familiar voice resonated in her mind. Ding. The system mall has been refreshed. New goods have been added. Please proceed to check, host. Tong Tong was momentarily taken aback, still pondering what gift to present. With the system's marketplace refreshing at this juncture, she felt compelled to take a look. Without hesitation, she opened the system's shop. 037. Please search for items that cannot be replicated by the technology of this era. Understood. responded 037 with palpable excitement. Soon, Tong Tong beheld the newly updated page of the system's marketplace. Indeed, there was an item, a blueprint for a pistol specifically designed to dismantle strings. The description indicated that it was a pistol tailored for the destruction of strings, where the most rudimentary damage could yield the greatest impact. Quite fittingly, this description bore the hallmark of 037 style. Upon glancing at the price listed above, 3,000 system coins, she noted that she had accumulated over 5,000. Could it be offered at a lower price? Tong Tong inquired. 037 shook its head. I'm afraid not, host. This is already the most economical option available. If it weren't for the main system's warehouse clearance, and considering your membership discount of 50%, it would be impossible to release this blueprint at the price of 3,000 coins. You must understand that weapons of war are priceless. To emphasize the significance of this blueprint's cost, 037 added a remark. Then I shall forego it, Tong Tong decisively concluded. After all, it was merely a gift for 16 individuals. It did not seem worthwhile. Are you truly not considering it? This item is genuinely a bargain. 037 continued to advocate. Tong Tong decisively blocked the conversation. She did not deny that upon first seeing the crossbow pistol, she felt a fleeting impulse to purchase it. However, upon observing the price, her composure was swiftly restored. Although Yi Cheng mentioned that Lin Xianming favored items that current technology cannot replicate, the crossbow pistol is indeed a product that cannot be reproduced in this era. Yet, it is overly advanced and ill-suited for contemporary times. If it were to be recklessly revealed, it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. For the sake of safety, Tong Tong resolutely abandoned the notion of acquiring the blueprints. As for other matters, Tong Tong had a contingency plan in place. Without making them wait too long, footsteps echoed in the corridor approximately 5 minutes later. The sound approached, and upon the opening of the door, a girl clad in athletic or with a high ponytail appeared at the entrance. Her gaze swept across the room before finally resting upon Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng, brother. Upon spotting him, the girl could no longer maintain her aloof demeanor and quickly made her way to his side. With arms outstretched, she embraced Yi Cheng, exclaiming, "It's been so long." Yi Cheng, brother. Yi Cheng appeared somewhat embarrassed and attempted to gently push her away, but to no avail. Xianming, there are others here. Only then did Lin Xianming release her hold on Yi Cheng. It seemed she had only just realized the presence of others in the room, and as she turned, her expression reverted to her earlier cool demeanor. "Greetings, and welcome to our Xinglong base." She nonchalantly pulled a chair closer and sat beside Yi Cheng. "By your appearances, you must be friends of Yi Cheng." Her vigilant gaze scanned the 3 girls present. Chapter 102. The transaction. Tong Tong looked at the man, whose expression was somewhat awkward, with a hint of helplessness. Clearing her throat softly, she began, "We are here to discuss a business matter." "Discuss business?" Lin Xianming straightened her posture, suddenly attentive. "From what I have observed during my journey here, it seems your grain reserves are rather depleted. Am I mistaken?" Tong Tong inquired directly. Lin Xianming raised an eyebrow, questioning. "And may I ask, miss, are you in a position to supply grain to our entire base?" Tong Tong shook her head, expressing that she did not possess the means to sustain a base. However, she offered to barter with food. "Barter? What do you wish to trade?" Lin Xianming's eyes glimmered with understanding. Typically, those who came here sought to exchange for technological items. "I wish to trade." 16 individuals, Tong Tong declared. "This pertains to our research facility." "Wait, what did you just say?" Lin Xianming's realization struck her, and her eyes widened in astonishment. "You said what?" Tong Tong placed her hand gently on the table, leaning slightly forward. "I expressed my desire to negotiate for the exchange of 16 individuals. Naturally, this would be contingent upon their voluntary agreement. If it is indeed voluntary, then we can proceed. However, for each individual, I require at least double their weight in provisions." "Double?" Tong Tong pondered, resting her chin in thought. "If it is merely double, that could be arranged, but given that this is a transaction, it is only fitting to negotiate. Double seems rather excessive, don't you think? You are aware that there are many waiting outside your base to gain entry. How about this? I request a greater quantity of the products you have developed instead. After all, what you truly seek is precisely those innovations we have created, is it not? Lin Xianming sat upright, her expression clearly indicating that she saw through my intentions. Tong Tong remained silent, allowing her thoughts to unfold within her mind. What she conjured up was of no concern to her. Observing her silence, Lin Xianming took it as tacit agreement. In truth, there was no need for such convoluted discourse regarding our product. A straightforward request for 1,000 kilograms of grain would suffice. 1,000. Such a bold demand indeed. Tong Tong felt a sense of relief that she had not explicitly expressed her desire to acquire the 16 individuals. Otherwise, the price for those 16 would surely have escalated. No, I must have these 16 individuals, Tong Tong insisted resolutely. Lin Xianming was taken aback by the unwavering determination of the person before her and felt a surge of irritation. If we proceed with your proposed price, we won't be able to exchange for anything of significant value, she retorted. No worries, we can accommodate that, Tong Tong replied. Lin Xianming regarded her with a puzzled expression, and after a moment of silence, she stood up in a huff and called out towards the door, Shaoli, please bring me a contract for the barter. Shortly thereafter, a person named Xiao Li hurriedly entered with a document in hand. Lin Xianming took the folder from Xiao Li, retrieved a pen from her pocket, and affixed her signature. She then placed the document and the pen before Tong Tong, saying, sign here. All the goods you desire are included within. Tong Tong glanced over the so-called goods, which primarily consisted of 16 individuals. To maintain appearances, Lin Xianming had even taken the liberty of adding the words voluntarily departed in the remarks section. Beneath the list of these 16 souls, there were also several reconnaissance and strike drones. Yi Cheng furrowed his brow, as he couldn't shake the feeling that his childhood companion had changed in an unsettling manner. In the end, Tong Tong inscribed her name on the paper. She had acquired what she desired, and the unexpected bonus of a drone was indeed a delightful surprise. Nevertheless, in an effort to ease Lin Xianming's discomfort, Tong Tong wore an expression of reluctant acceptance. After securing the contract, Lin Xianming took the initiative to invite Tong Tong and her companions to join her for a meal in the cafeteria, motivated in part by her desire to spend more time with Yi Cheng. The cafeteria was located on the 3rd floor of the Research Institute. Amidst a world where nearly everyone faced hunger in this apocalyptic reality, the Institute's cafeteria still managed to serve each person a bun accompanied by a few pickled vegetables. Considering it was a gesture of hospitality, Lin Xianming arranged for the kitchen to prepare a can of meat. Observing the specially arranged food on the table, everyone except Lin Xianming wore expressions of profound discomfort. While they understood this was a common situation, it remained difficult to accept. Could one bun truly suffice to satiate one's hunger? Regardless of the thoughts of others, Lin Xianming picked up a bun and began to eat it in small bites. Once she had finished, she lifted her gaze and was met with the same pained expressions from Tong Tong and the others. Why aren't you eating? Lin Xianming inquired. Casting a glance at Yi Cheng beside her, she nudged the can of meat toward him. Here, this is for you. No, thank you, Yi Cheng replied, waving his hand. Had it been before their trip to Tong Tong's lodge, he might have taken a bite or two of those cans. After confirming that no one was watching, he produced some jerky and directly placed it into her hand. Here, eat this. Lin Xianming was taken aback, and a hint of ambiguous emotion flickered in her gaze as she looked at Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng averted her gaze, silently chiding himself for being overly familiar. Tong Tong observed their interaction with a face full of curiosity. Feng Liao, somewhat helpless, offered a spoonful of canned meat, urging her, stop gossiping and have a bite. Tong Tong cast him a sidelong glance. She was not gossiping, merely sensing that there was chemistry between the two. After lunch, Lin Xianming, as the administrator of the base, had to attend to its affairs. After arranging accommodations for Tong Tong and the others, she hurriedly departed. Once the person who had brought them left, the group began to make their way outside. Their first destination, of course, was the residence of Shang En. As a member of the first combat team of Xinglong Base, Shang En's name was somewhat recognized. With a little inquiry, Tong Tong and her companions soon learned the address of Shang En's home. Approaching the vicinity, they were met with the sound of a heated argument emanating from within. What time is it now? You still want a 50% discount? Have you even passed the exam? Can our child endure this? Can your mother tolerate it? The sharpness of the woman's voice was crystal clear, even from outside the door. Following this, Shang An's voice could be heard, attempting to placate. I am thinking of our family too. Look at us, we can hardly eat or dress warmly here. Why can't we consider changing our environment? Chapter 103. A demand. It's freezing outside now. Who knows what we might encounter? Don't you know the rules of the base? If we choose to leave, all the supplies at home will be confiscated by the base. The same piercing voice echoed once again. Tong Tong and Feng Liao exchanged a glance before lifting the flap of the tent and stepping into the dilapidated shelter. You need not worry about such matters. We can provide you with sustenance and warm clothing. Who are you? The woman, who had been embroiled in an argument, immediately turned her head. I'm the manager of the Doomsday Inn, and I have met your husband. Tong Tong introduced herself. The woman looked to her husband, awaiting a reasonable explanation from him. Shang was also taken aback that Tong Tong and her companions had followed them, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. They're the owners of the inn I just mentioned, Shang said, his expression betraying a flicker of guilt. Miss Tong, you haven't come here for. Tong Tong wore a warm smile on her face, undoubtedly for your sake. However, the expression on Shang An's face grew rather grim. We have already made our payment, he replied, under the impression that Tong Tong had come to hold them accountable for the unauthorized appropriation of hotel supplies. I didn't mention this earlier, but I just overheard your discussion about moving into our hotel, Tong Tong inquired. Shang promptly nodded in affirmation. Yes, but my wife disagrees. This was indeed a source of frustration for Shang, and Tong Tong nodded and turned her gaze towards the woman standing vacantly beside her. Madam, do you harbor any concerns? She inquired. A cursory glance around revealed that the Shang and household consisted of a family of 5, although there were both elderly and young members. The system did not impose any criteria regarding the residence quality. If she could secure just 2 more families of this kind, Hearn would achieve an upgrade. Observing the rosy complexion and smooth tresses of Tong Tong, the woman's eyes brimmed with jealousy. I wonder, she mused, why that wretched man suddenly decided to move. Could it be that he has fallen prey to a temptress? The inexplicable animosity emanating from the woman caused both Tong Tong and Feng Liao to furrow their brows in discontent. Tong Tong found herself somewhat reluctant to entertain thoughts of Shang, while having a large number of people could be beneficial. The prospect of bringing individuals who were difficult to manage to her hotel raised concerns about potential chaos. Feng Liao stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Tong Tong. Madam, I urge you choose your words carefully. Shang, equally indignant, advanced and forcefully pulled the woman aside. Zhou Xan, I have tolerated you for far too long. You may speak of others as you wish, but this is the manager of our base. How dare you speak so casually of him? The woman referred to as Zhou Xian flashed a fierce glint in her eyes. Who do you think you are? If it weren't for your meager abilities, I would have parted ways with you long ago. With a violent shove, Zhou Xian laid bare her thoughts. Did you not express a desire to move? Then take your mother and that useless son of yours and leave. You. Shang was taken aback by Zhou Xian's audacity. His grip tightened, the veins on the back of his hand bulging ominously. Very well. I never imagined you harbored such thoughts about our child. Drawing a deep breath, Shang seemed to summon considerable strength before speaking again. In that case, we have nothing further to discuss. Let's divorce. With that, he turned away from the frenzied woman and walked toward Tong Tong. Miss Tong, I apologize for you having to witness such a scene. He had been tirelessly working to ensure a comfortable life for his family, only to find it culminating in this turmoil. Shang felt a profound weariness wash over him. Nevertheless, at least it was all coming to a resolution, and his family would be free. It's quite all right. Just handle your matters, Tong Tong replied nonchalantly. This was a private affair of Shang An's family, and she had no intention of meddling. Glancing at the elderly and the child behind Shang An, she added, as for our base, rest assured, while our supplies may not be abundant, we can certainly ensure that your family is well fed and clothed. Shang was well aware that Tong Tong spoke the truth. He had previously experienced the remarkable qualities of that hotel. We trust you, Miss Tong. Tong Tong waved her hand, indicating that reassurances were unnecessary. Can you locate your friend? Tong Tong refers to Shui Dong and Hao Lianyan. Shangin nodded, indicating that he could locate them. Miss Tong, do you mean? Yes, precisely as you surmise. Could you estimate the total number of individuals for both families? Tong Tong inquired. Shangin calculated using his fingers. As for the elder Shui, it was just him and his daughter, who appeared to be around 3 years of age. Regarding Hao Lian, it was merely him alone, as it was said that he had become separated from his family. Tong Tong carefully calculated that with the addition of the Shang and family, there were now a total of 6 individuals. Yet they still needed 10 more. Determined to find these 10, Tong Tong decided to search at the Xinglong base. She instructed Shang and to inform Shui Dong and their companions, while she and Feng Liyao made their way towards the commercial district. Despite the apocalyptic circumstances, a handful of vendors still emerged in the commercial area, showcasing their wares. There were those selling electrical appliances, while others offered handmade weapons. Amidst the myriad of goods, Tong Tong was astonished to see various denominations of currency for sale, vibrantly colored notes that, from a distance, appeared quite appealing. However, these items, once treasured by many before the end of the world, were now largely ignored. The vendor was a disheveled, middle-aged man, his gaunt face a testament to prolonged hunger. Upon noticing the approach of potential customers, he eagerly rushed over, exclaiming, Miss, take a look at these banknotes. We have dollars, euros, and currencies from other nations. Choose whatever you fancy. All it costs is just 2. No, merely 1 pack of instant noodles. Tong Tong silently took a step back, evading the man's assault. I apologize, but I do not require it. Tong Tong coldly refused once more. She was no saint, nor did she possess such immense compassion to alleviate the suffering of others. Given the current circumstances at Xinglong Base, there was a daily assurance of at least 1 meal. Therefore, the man's claim that it was impossible to go without food was unfounded. If one wished to eat to their fill, they could only trade points for it. She could not comprehend the man's reasoning. Clearly, undertaking missions was far more advantageous than selling currency here, yet he chose to abandon missions for this. Chapter 104. Discovering New Talents. He himself was unwilling to exert effort. As a mere bystander, what could she possibly do to assist him? The man attempted to approach again, but was halted by Feng Liyao. Sir, if you persist in this manner, I shall summon the enforcers. Upon hearing the word enforcers, the man immediately faltered. It was evident that those entangled in this chaos, regardless of their circumstances, dared not provoke the enforcers. Once the man retreated, Tong Tong continued onward with Feng Liyao. They had not ventured far when a loud reprimand echoed. Scram. You think you can exchange these items for instant noodles? You must still be dreaming. As the voice faded, an elderly figure was unceremoniously thrown out. The old man landed squarely at Tong Tong's feet, startling her into taking a step back. Accompanying the elder were 6 slender young individuals, each exuding an air of scholarly refinement. Unmistakably the kind who had spent years in laboratories. You cannot treat us this way. The 6 youths were instantly incensed. 2 rushed to assist the elder, while the other 4 rolled up their sleeves, ready to confront. After a moment of catching his breath, the elder managed to intervene, calming the ready fighters. Enough. This place will not do. Let us move on to the next. With their mentor's words, even if the others wished to express their anger, they were compelled to acquiesce. The elder turned to leave with his students, and the last of them, dressed in blue, picked up a black object from the ground, following closely behind as they departed. Tong Tong had been observing the elderly individuals, particularly the dark objects clutched in their hands. This couldn't possibly be. Confronted by the unsettling possibility, Tong Tong disregarded her reservations and approached the old man directly. Excuse me, sir, she implored. The elderly gentleman and his students turned their gazes upwards, startled by the sudden appearance of the woman before them. Especially after the preceding events, both the old man and his students exhibited a heightened sense of vigilance, suggesting that any slight provocation could lead to a fierce confrontation. Tong Tong raised her hands, signifying her lack of ill intent. I am curious, dear sir. What is that object you hold? The elderly man glanced at the items behind him, letting out a weary sigh. It is merely some polymer fill materials. These substances are beneficial solely to plants and hold no value for humans whatsoever. This is precisely why I find myself at an impasse here. Had these materials been applicable to humans, we would not have been expelled from the laboratory. Tong Tong raised her eyebrows. She understood that the primary reason these materials were shunned was due to the fact that many bases had yet to resume production. Without production, there is no need for these materials, which could only be utilized on plants. However, her situation was different. Their base had already commenced production once again. Though the duration of this disastrous weather remained uncertain, with such materials at hand, there would be no need to worry about the abrupt changes in temperature amidst the apocalypse. With this thought, her gaze towards the elderly gentleman softened considerably. "Sir, I am quite intrigued by the items in your possession. Might we find a suitable place to converse?" Upon hearing Tong Tong's words, a glimmer of hope ignited in the eyes of the elderly man and the youth behind him. Particularly, when they noticed Tong Tong's flushed cheeks and her flowing hair, that glimmer of hope shone even brighter. The thought of potential sustenance prompted the old man to nod eagerly, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, it is not far from where we reside. Let's go there to discuss." Tong Tong naturally had no objections. Whether regarding the research topics of the elderly or the number of individuals, including his students, involved, there were a total of 7 people. The group swiftly arrived at the residence of the old man. Unlike the rural farms, this central area was characterized by rows of 5-story buildings rather than single-story homes. However, the presence of several upright concrete columns atop the 5-story structure suggested that it was not limited to just 5 levels. The elderly gentleman resided on the 5th floor of this building, which measured a mere 40 square meters. The surrounding walls even exhibited translucent gaps, allowing light to seep through. Judged by pre-apocalyptic standards, this building would undoubtedly be deemed unsafe. Alas, it was the end of days, and, especially with the sudden drop in temperature, having any place to reside was a blessing. Those gaps had been blocked by the old man and his students with various items. Yet despite these efforts, a chill still managed to infiltrate the space. With a hint of regret, the old man approached a small copper basin, retrieved a stack of scrap paper from nearby, and gradually coaxed the ashes to life, feeding the papers into the flames. In an instant, the fire blazed forth, casting a crimson glow that illuminated the faces of everyone present. The flames dispelled the cold within the room. And it was only at this moment that the expressions of the old man and his students began to soften. "My apologies, miss," he said. "Our conditions are rather humble." "It's all right," Tong Tong replied, unfazed by the old man's apology. Her primary purpose was to recruit, thus her demeanor remained gentle. The old man rubbed his hands together, hesitating before speaking. Miss, you mentioned at the market that you wish to procure our materials. Is that true?" He remained uncertain, fearing that Tong Tong might have merely been jesting with him, as so many others had done in the past. Tong Tong nodded and, with genuine sincerity, retrieved a dozen instant noodles from her backpack. "Look, is this sufficient?" A profound silence enveloped the room. The elderly man, his lips trembling, stammered this. "This young lady, you have brought these. These are my sincere offerings to you, sir, and your students. My base is in dire need of the novel polymer materials you are developing. I wonder if you would consider relocating to our facility?" Tong Tong pushed the stack of instant noodles towards the elderly gentleman. He wished to convey that he was indeed a member of the Xinglong base. Tong Tong immediately discerned his thoughts. "In our base, we enjoy ample provisions. Not only do we have 3 hearty meals a day, but each meal is accompanied by meat, and the vegetables are always fresh." With every word she uttered, the sound of swallowed saliva resonated throughout the room. However, the more she spoke, the more incredulous the old man became. In the end, his gaze towards Tong Tong was filled with suspicion, as if he were confronting a deceiver. "You are lying. In this day and age, how could anyone possibly have 3 meals a day, let alone meat with every meal?" At the mention of meat, the old man unconsciously swallowed again. Indeed, it had been far too long since he had tasted meat. Chapter 105, just 2 people short. Yet, for the sake of his students, the old man could not betray his longing. Tong Tong gazed at the elderly man's solemn expression, feeling a twinge of helplessness within. Nevertheless, she empathized with him. Were she in his position, she too would harbor doubts. After all, to invest further resources after witnessing such circumstances would be a daunting prospect. As Tong Tong contemplated, she retrieved some jerky from her backpack. This was all prepared by Meng Anya, utilizing the leftover food from their usual cooking. The elderly man, who had initially harbored doubts, instinctively swallowed hard upon seeing the jerky in Tong Tong's hand. These are merely snacks, crafted for me by another administrator at the base when I departed. You do not believe me, do you? This food should suffice as evidence, no? Observing the jerky before him, the elder fell silent. How could such resources be abundant enough to transform fresh meat into jerky? At this moment, even if he remained skeptical, he had no choice but to concede. I can assure you of my willingness to join your base. But have you considered how to secure the release of those we hold? Population is precious to any base. Generally, they are reluctant to release individuals unless under exceptional circumstances or in exchange for a considerable price. Regarding the elder's concerns, Tong Tong felt confident. Rest assured, sir, prior to seeking you out, I obtained a release permit from Xinglong Base. You simply need to wait 2 days and meet at the entrance. The elder was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Tong Tong could secure a release from the administrator. However, considering that she was also a manager from another base, he felt reassured. With the young lady having procured the release permit, what was there to hesitate about? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a voice tinged with regret broke the silence. And Professor, I may not be able to go. The speaker, a man clad in a yellow checkered shirt, caught the elder's attention, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Tian Xiuming, what are you saying? Tian Xiuming met the elder's gaze, his expression laced with guilt, though he quickly masked it. I apologize, teacher. I managed to leverage connections to secure a new laboratory for myself within the research institute. He left the rest unspoken, yet those accompanying him displayed expressions of disdain and anger. Tian Xiuming, what the hell are you saying? Repeat that. The most impatient among them, a youth in a jacket, rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge at Tian Xiuming. Mu Wuming, don't point fingers. Didn't you also find a job at the research institute? Tian Xiuming retorted, rolling up his sleeves in anticipation of confrontation. Though the others shared disdain for Tian Xiuming, they intervened, grasping the two firmly to prevent an actual brawl. It was only then that the elder realized the situation, letting out a long sigh. Everyone, calm down. He turned his serious gaze towards Tian Xiuming. Have you truly made up your mind? Although we no longer inhabit ancient times, his decision to depart alone at such a critical juncture is rather excessive. Since he has voiced his thoughts, Tian Xiuming no longer evades the matter and openly admits, I have made my decision. Very well, since you have resolved it. I have nothing further to say, the elder replies, rising slowly. His disciples hastily assist him to his feet. The elder approaches Tian Xiuming, his gaze as frigid as ice. I, and Guangtian, as the head of the Polymer Research Laboratory, hereby declare that as of today, you, Tian Xiuming, will no longer be a member of our laboratory. From this day forth, any accomplishments you may achieve will have no association with me or our laboratory. Professor, leave. You're no longer my student. The elder, and Guangtian, turns away, choosing not to look back at Tian Xiuming. Upon realizing that the elder has indeed resolved to ignore him, Tian Xiuming can only sigh and turn toward the exit. Observing his retreating figure, relief washes over in Guangtian and the other students, their faces adorned with smiles. God knows how furious they felt upon discovering that a traitor had emerged among them. Professor and had always treated them well. Had it not been for the apocalypse and the exclusion from other laboratories, they would not have faced such a plight. Yet, under such circumstances, Tian Xiuming still chose to join their laboratory. Could this be deemed anything but betrayal? Tong Tong harbored little interest in the grievances between them. Since the remaining individuals had already consented to join her base, she felt no inclination to linger there any longer. With the departure of Tian Xiuming, the group of 13 had dwindled to 12. 12 individuals. They were still 4 short of upgrading the lodge. As for where to find these 4, Tong Tong had yet to devise a plan. Though she had not anticipated it, Feng Liao managed to procure 2 individuals for her. These 2 were high school students, and when Feng Liao brought them over, they wore attire that had been tarnished with dust, though upon closer inspection, one could still discern the style of their uniforms. The students consisted of a boy named Jiying and a girl named Rong Shanshan. Once a couple, they had not abandoned each other in the face of calamity. Throughout their journey, the boy diligently protected the girl, and when they joined the base, they were both drenched in blood. Their appearance, coupled with their stated ages, almost led the guards to refuse them entry. It was only after Ji Ying showcased his physique that the guards relented. However, having offended the guards, their life within the Xinglong base was far from pleasant. Upon hearing that individuals from another base sought to take people away, they eagerly rushed over. After posing a few questions and confirming the quality of the outsiders, they allowed Feng Liao to include them on the list of those to be taken away. As for the remaining two individuals, Tong Tong remained at a loss. Not only was she uncertain, but the cameraman and the perpetually carefree Feng Liao also wore expressions of resignation. They found themselves in a predicament. Those they desired refused to come, while those who were willing fell short of their standards. Under such stringent conditions, the cameraman suggested lowering their expectations. Nonetheless, Tong Tong remained steadfast in her beliefs. She had no intention of compromising. Lowering standards would only lead to regret in the future. Thus, they had no choice but to continue searching for suitable candidates. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Out of the 16 slots, there were still 2 vacancies. Chapter 106, Elevation, Level 5 Lodge. Regrettably, regarding the shortage of 2 individuals, Tong Tong could only let out a sigh. There was nothing to be done. Time was up. This was information imparted to her by Feng Liao. An unspoken rule had emerged among all the bases. Unless granted permission by the landowner, one could not remain within another's territory for more than 3 days, lest they be deemed an invader. Upon arriving at the entrance of the base, they were greeted by the sight of Nguang Tian and his students, each burdened with large packs, standing at the gate. Behind them were the Shang and family and Shui Yidong, along with her group. Upon careful inspection, there were a total of 40 individuals. The gatekeeper, too, was witnessing such a situation for the first time, yet he was in the midst of interrogating Nguang Tian and his companions. Tong Tong walked straight over. Their situation has been sanctioned by your administrators. Tong Tong spoke while presenting the contract signed with Lin Xianming. The guard glanced at the document, momentarily uncertain, and after a brief hesitation, decided to make a phone call for clarification. Once he received confirmation, he turned to Tong Tong and stated, "Miss, we have just verified with the management that you are now permitted to take them away. However, your contract stipulates a total of 16 individuals, yet you are currently only taking 14. Although there is a discrepancy of 2, the provisions you have paid for will still be calculated based on the original count of 16. The guard conveyed Lin Xianming's intentions succinctly. Tong Tong raised an eyebrow, fully comprehending Lin Xianming's implication. Essentially, it was a matter of, I granted you the authority over 16 individuals, yet you have only managed to recruit 40. Therefore, you cannot hold me accountable. Tong Tong's gaze gradually shifted toward the door. At first glance, she beheld 2 men whose muscular physiques could not be concealed even beneath their heavy winter coats. Tong Tong and Feng Liao exchanged a glance, and Feng Liao subtly nodded before slowly approaching the 2 muscular men. It remains unclear what was exchanged in their conversation, but after a brief moment of mutual understanding, the 2 men stepped away from the group and joined Feng Liao by the roadside, waiting for Tong Tong and the others to emerge. The departure process was rather straightforward, merely involving a check to ensure that their backpacks contained no food or other valuable resources. By the time everyone had been inspected, an hour had already elapsed. Though Tong Tong and her companions have departed, their influence lingers. Many individuals queued to enter the Xinglong base began to murmur amongst themselves. People are inherently gossipy, especially during prolonged waits. Soon, rumors began to circulate regarding Tong Tong and her Group S base. It was said to be a place where one could enjoy 3 meals a day, a base where merely submitting a crystal core could grant residency. As these tales spread, Tong Tong's garnered fame. Despite this newfound notoriety, no one harbored thoughts of moving there. The reason was simple. Such a base seemed too idyllic, almost too good to be true. Tong Tong remained oblivious to the events that transpired after her departure. After confirming the final 2 names, Mao Qiuan and Mao Qiping, a prompt from 037 chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired 40 tenants. The inn has met the conditions for upgrade. Would you like to upgrade to level 5? Upgrade? Naturally, she had eagerly anticipated this moment for quite some time. Ding! An upgrade complete. The inn has been upgraded to a 2-star establishment. Please select the architectural style. Oh, is the system, which previously seemed so limited, now allowing for the selection of architectural styles? Tong Tong gazed at the transparent panel before her, which showcased several hotel design styles along with the attribute enhancements each style would provide post-renovation. The first option was the European style with the following attributes. European style renovation. Increases core module. Ability recovery speed. 10. Ability level enhancement speed. 20. Exterior wall durability. 30. Visibility level. 50. Visibility level. Tong Tong pondered the last attribute, immediately associating it with 037. What exactly does this visibility level entail? Currently, the visibility level of the host's hotel stood at a mere 10. An increase in visibility could indeed heighten the likelihood of attracting tenants. However, she speculated on an alternative possibility. An increase in visibility might not solely enhance the chances of attracting tenants, but could also escalate the probability of drawing in adversaries. The thought of inviting external attacks daily following a European-style renovation prompted Tong Tong to decisively dismiss that option. What about the second option? The second design style was Chinese. Chinese-style renovation. Increases core module. Ability recovery speed. 20. Ability level enhancement speed. 10. Exterior wall durability. 30. Visibility level. 10. This style appeared quite appealing. Tong Tong initially placed this option in the pending area. The third option reflects an Islamic style, which is rather unique. This style does not augment the core modules. Instead, it enhances the combat modules. The features include a 10 increase in stamina recovery speed, a 20 reduction in stamina consumption rate, a 30 fortification of the outer walls, and a 10 increase in visibility. After a moment of hesitation, Tong Tong ultimately opted for the traditional Chinese decor. In the entire hotel, only He Sheng required stamina for his endeavors. The others predominantly relied on their supernatural abilities. Perhaps there would be others who consumed stamina in the future, but Tong Tong felt it unwise to design the hotel in an Islamic style for the sake of a select few. 037. I choose the Chinese style. 037. Understood. Commencing renovation of the building. Upon completion of the renovation, congratulations to the host for upgrading the hotel to level 5. The next upgrade to level 6, a 3-star hotel, requires a population of 81,000 kilograms of metal, 1,000 bags of cement, 2 level 3 cores, only 1 required for psychic types, and 10 level 2 cores. We hope the host will continue to strive for excellence. After hearing 037's announcement, a smile could no longer be contained on Tong Tong's face. Feng Liao, while driving, noticed Tong Tong's expression and inquired, "What's the matter? You seem so happy. Is it a delightful surprise?" With a raised eyebrow and a tender smile, he thought to himself, "It seems I have something to look forward to. I hope it aligns with my expectations." Chapter 107, Newly Added Area. At first, Tong Tong was taken aback, but once she regained her composure, she contemplated throwing a punch. This was her intention, and she acted upon it. However, her fist ultimately did not connect with Feng Liao's face. "Don't be ridiculous. I am driving." Feng Liao intercepted her punch. Tong Tong glared at him indignantly, her gaze imbued with a clear sense of menace. To tease her would come at a cost. Feng Liao chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed by his playful antics. After all, it was merely the flirtation between men and women. Yet the transformation of the inn was truly astounding. Had it not been for Tong Tong's mental preparation and the presence of Meng Anya and her companions standing at the entrance, Feng Liao might have driven right past. Even after alighting from the vehicle and standing before the inn, he still found it hard to believe his own eyes. Not only him, in fact, Meng Anya and the others, who resided within the inn and had witnessed its gradual metamorphosis, were still under the impression that they were trapped in a dream. "Sister Anya?" Tong Tong called out from afar as she stepped out of the car, greeting Meng Anya. Tong Tong's heart tightened. She initially feared something had transpired at the inn. Observing the residents around her, each bearing expressions that beseeched an explanation, She cleared her throat and deliberated momentarily before adhering to her prior narrative. Ahem. As you are all aware, this inn is actually a manifestation of my supernatural ability. Just yesterday, my powers experienced a breakthrough, resulting in the transformation of this establishment. As for the belongings you have placed within the inn, they will also be altered in accordance with the changes to the rooms. In the future, when my abilities advance further, I shall endeavor to notify you in advance, allowing you ample time to prepare. The earliest arrivals, including Meng, Anya, and Hisheng, had long since reconciled with the notion that the inn was an extension of Tong Tong's abilities, yet the newcomers exhibited signs of unease. They had heard of spatial powers, but had never anticipated that such abilities could manifest as a base. Nevertheless, since it was Tong Tong's power at play, they managed to come to terms with it. Once she observed that the crowd had largely accepted the situation, Tong Tong signaled for Guangtian and the others to disembark from the vehicle. Shang En and the others were familiar with the people present, while in Guangtian, the group regarded them with a mix of curiosity and intrigue. Tong stepped forward, introducing to the assembly, these 6 individuals are researchers specializing in polymer composite materials. Currently, they possess a thermal insulation material that can be applied to plants. Upon hearing her name, Gu Xian promptly emerged from the crowd, addressing her superior. Tong brought her before Professor and Professor In. This is the individual responsible for crop cultivation at our base. It would be greatly appreciated if you could provide her with guidance on how to utilize those materials. As for the subsequent research on materials, I will designate a room for you and your students to conduct your studies in the hotel. Upon hearing that he could continue his research, a constellation of brilliance sparkled in Professor An's eyes. Ever since he was expelled from the laboratory by Li Jiaming, he had believed that he would never again have the opportunity to enter a lab in his lifetime. Tears of gratitude welled up in his eyes as he exclaimed, thank you, Boss Tong. Rest assured, as long as we have sufficient instruments and experimental equipment, we will devote ourselves wholeheartedly to developing the most advanced materials for you and your hotel. Tong nodded. After discussing with 037, she made some adjustments regarding the rent for the researchers. Consequently, as researchers, their rent would consist of a monthly supply of high-performance polymer material. Naturally, Eldarin would not decline such an arrangement. However, he had his own stipulations. Boss Tong, we have no objections to the proposed rent. Yet at present, we lack the machinery required for production, rendering us unable to manufacture these materials. The production machinery. Tong turned her gaze towards Feng Liao. If one were to speak of the individual with the most extensive connections and information, it could only be Feng Liao. He then shifted his attention to Yi Cheng, who, momentarily taken aback, spoke with a hint of exasperation. Boss, why is it me again? Feng Liao shrugged, stating, who else? Given your family's vast network in this regard? Yi Cheng sighed, lamenting his choice of acquaintances. Although he voiced his reluctance, he began to ponder seriously. I am aware of such a location. However, I cannot venture there alone and will require someone to accompany me. This site, while primarily a factory for the production of polymer materials, has also developed into a technology-oriented tourist destination. Yi Cheng was quite clear about his role. He could guide them. But engaging in combat was entirely out of the question. After contemplating Yi Cheng's description, Tong replied, you may send me the coordinates, and I will lead a group to retrieve them. Understood, Yi Cheng noted as he jotted down the address. Feng Liao cast a brief glance at him, yet chose to remain silent. Tong watched his departing figure and sidled up to Feng Liao, whispering, Liao, what is the matter with him? Ever since that day they had shared a meal, Yi Cheng had not shown his face before them. Feng Liao cast a languid glance at Yi Cheng, who had vanished around the corner of the staircase, and remarked softly, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Upon hearing this, Tong understood everything. No wonder they hadn't seen Yi Cheng for 2 days. It turned out to be this. Clearing her throat, Tong resumed her serious demeanor. All right, let us conclude today's matters here. And I shall escort you to your rooms now. Tong gestured for everyone to disperse, while she led Guangtian and his companions to the 5th floor. Shang En and his group resided at the end of the left corridor in 3 rooms, whereas Guangtian and his companions were situated on the right. Their father was a descendant of swordsmiths, and they had followed in his footsteps, learning this craft. Chapter 108. The crystal core extractor, however. In this era of firearms, the swords they forged could only serve as ornamental artifacts. As Tong Tong arranged the rooms for them, she couldn't help but inquire of the two brothers. Liao must have informed you as well, hasn't he? We do not have many rules here. As long as you can provide the crystal cores, that will suffice. Mao Xiaoping scratched his head and replied, Boss Tong, that's not quite what Brother Feng conveyed to us. Tong Tong turned her head to glance at Feng Liao before inquiring. So, what did he say to you? Mao Xiaohan replied, after he learned that we brothers are swordsmiths. He told us to focus solely on forging cold weapons, claiming that a single weapon could cover a month's rent. Under Tong Tong's gaze, Feng Liao nodded slowly, affirming the statement. Given that, I shall agree with you. From now on, for every weapon you forge, I will exchange it for points. Mao Xiaoping and Mao Xiaohan were instantly elated, practically walking on air. Sister Anya, have you had the chance to observe the changes in the hotel after its recent upgrade? Tong Tong asked. Meng Anya was taken aback and then shook her head, admitting no. The hotel has undergone such a significant transformation that I have yet to grasp it. I haven't had the opportunity to witness the alterations. Since she had not seen it, Tong Tong was determined not to let her off the hook. Considering that He Sheng and Zhou Baobao were also long-standing members of the hotel, Tong Tong decided to take them directly to the newly added area, the Ability Enhancement Zone. This was a completely independent three-story building located beside the hotel. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, resembling a pavilion nestled within a garden. However, anyone who had awakened their abilities could sense that the moment they stepped into the pavilion, their powers began to stir restlessly within them. With so many individuals' abilities erupting simultaneously, particularly with a level 4 ability and 3 level 3 abilities present, the atmosphere became profoundly grand. Just as the energy from their abilities threatened to burst forth from the pavilion, a faint protective barrier materialized around it. All the energy colliding against the pavilion was immediately absorbed, reinforcing its strength. As everyone adjusted to the turbulence of their abilities, more than 10 minutes had elapsed. Those most adept at controlling their powers were Tong Tong and Feng Liao, followed by Han Qianqian, Zhou Baobao, and lastly, He Sheng. In contrast, Meng Anya stood to the side, appearing as though she were merely an observer. Once everyone had calmed down, Meng Anya approached Tong Tong again, her eyes wide with surprise. Tong Tong, is this the newly added area of the hotel? Tong Tong nodded, acknowledging that this place could accelerate the recovery of supernatural abilities while simultaneously enhancing their growth. Such powers remain largely unexplored, with numerous bases yet to discover methods of enhancement. Amidst the collective struggle to uncover these techniques, and with many individuals yet to awaken their abilities, the prospect of elevating their supernatural levels swiftly is undoubtedly advantageous for the establishment. Tong Tong obtained a user manual from 037, where the insertion point for the crystal core is located. Tong Tong procured a first-level crystal core and placed it within the crystal extraction machine. A symphony of mechanical sounds ensued, and shortly thereafter, a vial of extracted crystal solution emerged from the outlet. Under the astonished gaze of onlookers, Tong Tong gradually raised the vial of extraction liquid, declaring, "This is the extracted solution." The crystal core just inserted was of the power type. Tong Tong turned to He Sheng, a wave of foreboding rising within him, prompting He Sheng to instinctively take a step back. However, he found himself against the wall, unable to retreat any further. At that moment, Tong Tong approached him, stating, "He Sheng, this is the power-type crystal core." He Sheng's expression fell as he stared at the transparent liquid before him, reminiscent of water. Gritting his teeth, he seized a water bottle and consumed the liquid in one go. Contrary to his expectations, it was devoid of any stimulating sensation, tasting refreshingly light, akin to drinking water. After downing the entire bottle, a warm current surged from his abdomen, spreading throughout his limbs. Although there were no outward changes, He Sheng could distinctly feel an enhancement in the energy within him. He glanced around, ultimately selecting a stone, and with a punch directed at it, he exerted just a modicum of force, shattering the stone into fragments. Feng Liao observed the pulverized stone with keen interest. mimicking Tong Tong's earlier actions. He inserted a thunder-type crystal core into the extractor. In no time, a vial of extraction liquid was expelled from the machine. Building upon He Sheng's prior experience, Feng Liao promptly consumed the contents in one swift motion. The warm energy washed over him like a gentle breeze, devoid of any discomfort. Effortlessly and painlessly, he felt an enhancement without side effects. In an instant, he heard the sound signifying a breakthrough in his abilities. Level 4 lightning powers. Gazing at his hands, he realized that his lightning abilities had evolved beyond merely forming lightning orbs. Now, he was confident in his capacity to unleash a complete lightning domain. Amid his excitement, Tong Tong approached him, inquiring, "What do you think? The extraction liquid I provided should be quite impressive, no?" Feng Liao nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Not just impressive. It's utterly extraordinary." He added, "You must be aware that the Starfire base is also selling extraction liquids, correct?" Tong Tong nodded. Feng Liao continued, "The 3253 base has also made purchases before. I took a sample once, and the sensation of a stinging throat and a rigid body was something I never wished to experience again. After all, it's derived from the bodies of zombies, and exhibiting symptoms of zombification post-consumption is entirely to be expected." The Xingho base exerted considerable effort to extract this serum, which is of a vastly superior quality compared to what his girlfriend managed to obtain. So might I also venture into the business of serum production? As Tong Tong pondered for a moment, her eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Feng Liao looked at her with a hint of helplessness. "Indeed, one could delve into the serum trade. However, I advise you to engage solely with official bases, particularly Xingho or the 3253 base, as we share a mutual understanding that would prevent any disputes over serum theft. Since the inception of the serum at the Xingho base, it has become the coveted prize of countless other bases. Were it not for the ample martial virtue of the Xingho base, they wouldn't even need to sell it. Other bases would swarm and seize it all in a frenzy. After all, a person is innocent, yet possessing something valuable can lead to misfortune. This matter requires careful deliberation for our establishment." Chapter 109. The Serum Sales Plan. Tong Tong nodded. She was aware of Feng Liao's thoughts and recognized that the current capabilities of her were not well suited for directly selling crystal core extraction liquid. However, she pondered, what if I entrusted the goods to base 3253 for sale? Now that she was Feng Liao's girlfriend, it was only natural to consider his reputation first. Feng Liao contemplated briefly and quickly grasped Tong Tong's intentions. "From a personal perspective, I would naturally prefer you to hand over the extraction liquid to base 3253 for sale. However, if we aim for maximum profit, I would still advocate for you to sell it through Sparkbase, as they possess a relatively efficient sales system." Feng Liao analyzed the situation with a calm demeanor. Tong Tong gazed at him intently. After Feng Liao finished speaking, he raised his head and met Tong Tong's puzzled gaze, prompting him to inquire, "What is the matter?" "It's nothing. I merely assumed you would readily acquiesce to my choice," Tong Tong replied. Undeniably, the man before her appeared quite handsome when he calmly analyzed situations. While they were engaged in their discussion, onlookers nearby could no longer bear the scene and turned away. Once they confirmed the base they intended to sell, Feng Liao and Tong Tong deliberated briefly before finding a spot in the pavilion, where he extracted a vial of liquid from a lightning crystal core. This time, he aimed to test whether this extract could enhance their abilities multiple times consecutively. If it could indeed facilitate repeated enhancement, he mused, there would become the most powerful establishment in the entire region, if not the world. Without involving others, Tong Tong approached Meng Anya directly. "Sister Anya, among the initial few who joined our inn, you are the only one without abilities. This time, let's attempt to awaken your powers." Tong Tong harbored numerous hypotheses regarding the ability to extract that needed validation. For instance, could an individual who had never awakened abilities also do so after consuming the extract? Meng Anya hesitated as she observed the extraction machine before her expression wavering. "Can I truly awaken my powers?" She pondered. Although she earnestly wished to develop abilities, thus far, she had seen no signs of awakening. She had almost resigned herself to the belief that her hopes were futile. Yet unexpectedly, Tong Tong brought her an astonishing surprise, evoking a sense of anticipation akin to stepping onto a stage for the first time. "Do not worry, Sister Anya. With this machine, we will surely awaken your powers," Tong Tong assured her. Taking a deep breath, Meng Anya replied, "I am ready." Tong Tong smiled and asked, "Sister Anya, what kind of supernatural ability do you desire? Is there even a choice?" A look of surprise flickered across Meng Anya's face. Although she lacked any supernatural powers herself, she observed that the abilities awakened in others appeared to be entirely random. Tong Tong pondered for a moment before articulating her previous conjecture. "Sister Anya, perhaps if your desire is fervent enough, your abilities will awaken as you wish." Meng Anya was uncertain of the origin of Tong Tong's theory, yet she placed her trust in her. Meng Anya requested a level 1 wood crystal nucleus from Tong Tong. Once the extraction liquid was prepared, she seized it without hesitation and consumed it. As she watched Meng Anya drink it down, she braced herself for any eventuality. As the liquid coursed down her throat, Meng Anya, having never awakened her powers before, immediately sensed an unusual response from her body. A searing heat enveloped her, the temperature rising steadily until it felt as if she were being incinerated, each inch of her skin prickling with excruciating pain. Her consciousness began to blur, and in the instant her body collapsed, Tong Tong sprang into action, supporting her against the wall. At that moment, Meng Anya resembled a boiled crab, her entire body flushed crimson. This appearance was all too familiar to those present. It was a precursor to the awakening of abilities. In this state, no one could offer assistance. Only Meng Anya could endure the ordeal herself. "Let us step outside," Feng Liao said, grasping Tong Tong's hand. Tong Tong nodded, and at their suggestion, the others also exited the ability chamber. As they made their way to the hall, Tong Tong eagerly glanced at Feng Liao and inquired, "Liao, how did your test turn out?" Feng Liao sighed, stating, "The outcome of the experiment is that there is no outcome. It appears that the consumption of the extraction fluid is subject to limitations." Tong Tong furrowed her brows, wondering if it could only be used once. Wouldn't that be quite impractical? Feng Liao was also deep in thought. It was not until they reached Tong Tong's room on the top floor that he spoke up. "Perhaps the timing was not right. We could conduct further tests." Tong Tong nodded in agreement. In the days that followed, she visited Meng Anya daily to check on her condition. At last, on the third day, Meng Anya awoke. As Tong Tong prepared to push open the door, she was suddenly enveloped by an inexplicable pressure. This pressure was gentle, imbued with the rich fragrance of fresh grass. The mere thought of the person inside ignited her excitement, prompting her to swing the door wide. However, the scene that unfolded before her left her utterly astonished. When had the pavilion become adorned with so many vines? What captured Tong Tong's attention most was the vibrant, crimson fruit that had emerged at the center of the intertwining vines, glistening like a crystal gem. "Oh no!" Casting her gaze around, Tong Tong found no trace of Meng Anya. In that moment, confusion washed over her. There was clearly only one passage. Where could Meng Anya have vanished? Tentatively stepping further inside, several vines sprang forth, swiftly ensnaring her limbs. Tong Tong instinctively resisted, but upon seeing the enormous web woven entirely from vines at the end of the tendrils, her aggressive movements faltered. It seemed she had an inkling of Meng Anya's whereabouts. She allowed the vines to guide her into the vast net crafted from their intertwining forms. Once inside, she spotted someone leaning against the roof, a look of pure delight on her face. "Sister Anya." Tong Tong descended from the vines and walked directly to Meng Anya's side. Anya stepped forward, extending her arms to embrace her tightly. "Thank you, Tong Tong." Without Tong Tong's extraordinary abilities, it might have taken Anya an eternity to awaken her own powers. Or perhaps she would never have awakened them at all. Tong Tong gently patted her shoulder and said, "Why thank me? We are friends now, are we not?" "Indeed," Meng Anya replied, releasing her grasp. "From now on, I too shall contribute to the base." Chapter 110, Superpower, Resurrection and Truth, Sister Anya. "You have already done quite a lot for the base," Tong Tong remarked. "Let's not dwell on that." It was evident that, rather than focusing on contributions, Meng Anya was more eager to convey to Tong Tong the essence of her abilities. Tong Tong, would you like to know about my powers? Tong Tong nodded, clearly intrigued. Meng Anyang gestured towards the vines beneath her, explaining that they possessed the ability to absorb. Tong Tong recalled the crimson fruit she had seen. The one below was. That fruit was the energy gathered by these vines. One single fruit had the power to heal all wounds, and it seemed to possess the ability to... To what? Tong Tong inquired. Tong Tong couldn't help but spit it out. Cough, cough, cough. After a prolonged bout of coughing, she finally regained her composure. Sister Anya, what did you say? Could you please repeat that? Tong Tong took a deep breath. Sister Anya, you have struck gold this time. Meng Anya was momentarily taken aback. This was news to her. However, she suddenly closed her eyes. After a brief pause, she reopened them. It is said that one can resurrect individuals who have been deceased for no longer than 6 hours, Meng Anya remarked. 6 hours may not seem extensive, yet with the power of resurrection at her disposal, the duration became less of a concern. She could merely manipulate time, if necessary. Suddenly, Tong Tong recalled something. Sister Anya, can your ability communicate? Meng Anya nodded, her unwavering trust in Tong Tong evident. Indeed, my ability is essentially a plant. With that, Meng Anya snapped her fingers, and the surrounding vines converged, transporting them to a gazebo. At her command, the vines began to gather around her, ultimately coalescing in her hands into a somewhat withered-looking plant. Sensing her emotions, the desiccated branches unleashed a torrent of thoughts in her mind for a full 10 minutes, expressing their dissatisfaction with her disdain. It was at that moment that Meng Anya realized her ability could indeed communicate. Not just that, but it was quite the chatterbox. Looking at Tong Tong, she sighed in exasperation. Just a moment ago, it was bombarding my mind, insisting that you apologize to it. Tong Tong raised an eyebrow and reached out towards the withered, yellowing plant. To her surprise, the plant twisted away from her finger. Oh, it has a temper? Tong Tong observed the desiccated plant with keen interest. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved a crystal core from her pocket and presented it before the plant. The plant hesitated for 3 seconds before, with a flourish, it enveloped the crystal core, which then disintegrated into a cloud of dust, gently cascading to the ground. Meng Anya wore a smile that mingled exasperation with affection, declaring that it had forgiven her. Quite easy to appease. Following this, Meng Anya managed the affairs of the inn, while her ability manifested as a healing skill to others. In the days that followed, Tong Tong exchanged crystal cores for some extraction liquid. Subsequently, she sent a message to the Xingho base. This marked the first time Lin Sheng received a message from Tong Tong, and upon hearing her identify herself, a note of delight crept into his voice. Miss Tong, it has been a while. Is there something you wish to discuss? Lin Sheng inquired over the radio. I have heard that you are selling extraction liquid, Tong Tong replied. I am indeed quite interested. In light of our previous acquaintance, I can offer you a discount. How does 1 unit of extraction liquid in exchange for a unit of food sound? Lin Sheng proposed. Tong Tong interrupted him. Captain Lin, I am indeed interested in the extract, but not in purchasing it. Rather, my interest lies in selling it. There was a prolonged silence on the other end of the radio. Just as Tong Tong began to suspect a signal failure and contemplated asking Zhou Baobao to take a look, Lin Sheng finally spoke. Ms. Tong, if I understand correctly, you wish to sell the extract? At this moment, he still found it difficult to believe. Tong Tong asserted resolutely, Indeed, and I have a considerable quantity for sale. Lin Sheng's tone remained unchanged as he inquired, Miss Tong, how many do you intend to sell? Not many, merely a box of 50, replied Tong Tong. In her quest to exchange for more valuable items, she had particularly extracted a significant amount of essence. Although all of it was of the finest quality, its superiority was unquestionable. 50 is indeed not a large number. Wait, how many did you say? Upon realizing the quantity Tong Tong had mentioned, Lin Sheng was immediately taken aback by her astonishing declaration. Tong Tong smiled silently, her tone resolute as she reiterated, Indeed, 50 units, and in terms of quality, it should not be inferior to the extract produced at your base. Miss Tong, you seem quite intrigued by the extract from your base, Lin Sheng remarked. Tong Tong, naturally. If Captain Lin could personally come and see, he would understand the exceptional quality of the extraction liquid here. Lin Sheng spoke with a hint of amusement. All right, I will visit your location in a couple of days. After concluding the call, Lin Sheng turned and exited the room, unaware of the flickering red light beneath the table nearby. Half a day later, a modified cargo truck sped out of the Xingho base. The guards recognized the insignia on the truck and promptly cleared a path. Inside the vehicle sat a woman clad in a form-fitting leather outfit. A tang knife rested beside her as she slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. "Sister Zhang, don't you think it's inappropriate for us to leave like this?" inquired her companion. The woman known as Sister Zhang let out a cold laugh. "Inappropriate? If I can procure a higher quality extraction liquid, the Zhang family's standing in the Xingho base will undoubtedly ascend to unprecedented heights." Chapter 111. Zhang Fenger, however, this was discovered by Captain Lin, her companion remarked, still somewhat apprehensive. "What does Captain Lin matter?" She scoffed disdainfully. "Didn't they merely rely on their official capacity to locate the laboratory?" The woman, named Zhang Feng, was the granddaughter of the second-in-command at the Xingho base. Her family had long harbored ambitions to oust the officials and seize true control of the base. The thought of her grandfather becoming the authority at the base, thus elevating her own status, only fueled her disdain for Lin Sheng. Yet, she was acutely aware that the success of her plans hinged entirely on her ability to acquire superior extraction liquid. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng was engaged in discussions with his grandfather, Lin Changfeng, regarding the extraction liquid when a team member hurriedly approached. He politely knocked a few times at the door, prompting Lin Sheng to pause his report. "Come in," he called. The eager team member entered and reported, "Captain Lin, a call just came in from the gate. They said Captain Zhang has left with her team." I overheard them mention extraction liquid. Lin Sheng's expression darkened. It seemed the Zhang family could no longer restrain themselves. Lin Changfeng nodded slightly. The Zhang family, having provided most of the initial supplies, often positions themselves as the de facto leaders of the base. With such ambition, they would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. As he spoke, Lin Changfeng's expression suddenly turned grave. "Sheng, since you intend to collaborate with the management of the base, you must depart at once." Lin Sheng recognized the urgency and promptly stood, issuing orders for Team 1 to set out immediately. Soon, the gates of the Xingho base opened once more. In stark contrast to Zhang Fenger's convoy, Lin Sheng's procession clearly commanded greater respect within the base. The guards greeted Lin Sheng's team with warm smiles. Considering that Zhang Fenger had already set off in advance, Lin Sheng decisively seized the driver's seat. With a swift press of the accelerator, heedless of the terrified gazes from his teammates behind him, he began to drift across the snow-covered terrain. At the moment of departure from the Spark base, Tong Tong gathered all the residents of the inn. It was the first time such a multitude had assembled, and the expressions of the inn's tenants, particularly the newcomers, visibly reflected their anxiety. As Tong Tong observed that everyone had arrived, she cleared her throat and began to speak slowly. "Today, I have summoned you all to convey an important matter." She paused for effect, allowing her words to linger in the air. "Our inn now offers an extract for sale. However, the price is merely 3 crystal nuclei of the same grade." She continued, "Yet, there is a prerequisite for purchasing." After deliberately pausing to capture everyone's attention, she elaborated, "This prerequisite is that one must reside here for a full month, thereby becoming a core citizen." A full month of residency? A wave of puzzled expressions crossed the faces of the crowd as they exchanged glances, with the exception of Nguangtian and his students. Finally, it was Lian Yi who could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Boss Tong, what exactly is the extract you mentioned?" "An excellent question. Tong Tong is merely a questioner. The so-called extract refers to the liquid obtained from crystal nuclei." Tong Tong elaborated that consuming crystal nuclei carries the potential for awakening extraordinary abilities, yet the risks are exceedingly high. Should one fail to endure, they could very well become a zombie. Tong Tong's words immediately enlivened the majority of those present. Even Lu Sui felt a flicker of anticipation. Unlike the others, Lu Sui, having emerged from the grand base, understood the value and function of the extraction fluid. Now, with Tong Tong claiming that this inn also possessed the extraction fluid, He thought that remaining here for another month or two might not pose any issue at all. As the crowd excitedly debated how to obtain the extraction fluid, Zhou Baobao unexpectedly spoke up. Sister Tong Tong, I also have something to share. What is it? Tong Tong inquired. Zhou Baobao's sudden rise was entirely unforeseen by Tong Tong. However, upon seeing his earnest expression, she nodded in encouragement for him to continue. Zhou Baobao retrieved a metal box from beneath the table, straining slightly as he placed it atop the surface. Upon opening the box, a hefty computer was revealed. Clearly, this device had been assembled by Tong Tong and Zhou Baobao using components from the warehouse. With a press of the power button, the computer's desktop appeared in less than a second, featuring a rather distinctive image, a large cat head. It was evident that the cat head belonged to Demi. With a meow, the computer interface transitioned once more, revealing a total of 12 screens. These are. Zhou Baobao gently patted Demi's head and continued. The most crucial aspect is the automated attack system. As soon as it detects any hostile intent, the reconnaissance and strike drone will launch an assault against the enemy. Tong Tong gazed at the control system before her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Overcome with joy, she couldn't resist tousling Zhou Baobao's meticulously arranged hair, transforming it into a chaotic nest. Baobao, you are truly remarkable, the very essence of our establishment's technical prowess. Zhou Baobao, in mild exasperation, evaded Tong Tong's hand and meticulously restored his hair before continuing. It's nothing much, but in light of this, I desire a reward. Speak, Tong Tong replied with a nod. In her eyes, Zhou Baobao had become an extraordinary treasure, and naturally, she was eager to fulfill his wishes. Casting a glance at Nguangtian and the other 6, Baobao pouted. I too wish for rent exemption. Tong Tong was taken aback, not expecting him to mean that. However, upon reflection, ever since Zhou Baobao's arrival, she had indeed made significant contributions to the inn. Given this, very well, in light of your achievement in developing the reconnaissance and strike integrated control system, I shall waive half a year's rent for you. Thank you so much, Tong Tong Jia, Lin replied, his spirits lifted. Zhou Baobao, no longer pretending to be aggrieved, happily embraced me and stepped aside with delight. Tong Tong turned to the crowd, remarking that everyone could also benefit from special contributions that would offset their rent. Chapter 112. Subsystem. Gazing at the control system before her, Tong Tong connected with 037. 037. Do you think this system can link up with you? With its advanced intelligence, if 037, being a system itself, could connect with the reconnaissance and strike integrated machine system, her Hotel S reconnaissance machine would become invincible. Listening to its disdainful tone, Tong Tong couldn't help but chuckle. It appeared to be a rather proud system. Hold on, let me finish. Tong Tong interrupted its words. You see, you and I are bound together, right? Indeed, 037 affirmed without a hint of doubt. Then, were you not the one who allowed me to inherit this hotel? Tong Tong pressed on. Yes, 037 replied. In Tong Tong's eyes sparkled the twinkling light of distant stars. Could you spare a moment of your thoughts to keep an eye on the inn while I am away? 037 paused, perplexed by the escalating absurdity of her request. Before it could gather its thoughts, Tong Tong pressed on. Surely, you would not wish to see someone break into our home while I am out? If our abode were to be robbed, your mission would remain unfulfilled. Her tone was remarkably nonchalant, as if she were discussing an utterly mundane matter. Her words rendered 037 once more into silence. After a prolonged moment, 037 finally relented. Very well, you present a valid point. I can detach a subsystem for you, but it will require a financial transaction. It offered no opportunity for Tong Tong to respond further, swiftly directing her to the system's marketplace. Ding! Your system marketplace has been refreshed. Tong Tong, the efficiency is commendable. Gazing at the blue orb already marked with a price, Tong Tong could only express her silence. Is this price not excessively high? 100,000 gold coins. Even with a discount, it still amounts to 50,000 gold coins. Why don't you just steal it? 037 remarked. I am effectively stealing it from you. There was a lightness in 037's tone. See, I have placed the subsystem in the marketplace. Whether you can acquire it is entirely your own concern. Tong Tong expressed her frustration regarding the matter and had no desire to continue conversing with 037. At present, she was unable to purchase the subsystem. However, she was capable of saving. After all, she had done so before. With this thought in mind, Tong Tong felt revitalized. Tong Tong was unaware that her subsystem would arrive so swiftly. It was 3 days after its launch when a modified truck sped towards her location. Before it even neared the inn, an integrated reconnaissance drone emitted an automatic alert. The occupants of the inn had already prepared for the impending arrival. On board the truck was none other than Zhang Feng. From a distance, she spotted the towering structure amidst the snow, which bore little resemblance to an apocalyptic edifice. Its ornate design made her momentarily question the allure of the extraction fluid. The truck screeched to a halt at the entrance, sending a flurry of snowflakes into the air. Is this the place? Zhang Fenger stepped out of the vehicle, her gaze cold and disdainful as she surveyed the inn before her. While it appeared grand, it was rather diminutive and poorly situated. Open the door, open the door. We are from the Spark Base, Zhang Fenger declared. In her utterance, she cleverly crafted a subtle trap, merely stating her affiliation with the Spark Base without disclosing that she belonged to its second squad, intending to lead Tong Tong into misunderstanding. Tong Tong furrowed her brows, gazing at the woman at the entrance. Had she seen this woman before? The Spark Base? If memory serves. I was looking for Captain Lin Sheng, she remarked. Zhang Fenger had never endured such indignities within the confines of the Spark Base. Not only would she never be shown the cold shoulder, but even a raised voice would prompt her to seek retribution. With this thought, her tone became decidedly less cordial. I am sent by Captain Lin Sheng, she asserted. Did you not mention that there were crystal core extraction liquids for sale here? Hurry up, do not waste my time. Zhang Fenger was pressed for time, having ventured out covertly with Lin Sheng. A person as astute as him would likely uncover her clandestine departure from the base in no time. If he did not act swiftly, the arrival of Lin Sheng would spell disaster. As another power holder within the Spark Base, he possessed absolute impeachment authority. Tong Tong shook her head, expressing her apologies. I only recognize Captain Lin Sheng, or perhaps if you possess his token, that would suffice. Seeing that Tong Tong was unwilling to open the door, Zhang Fenger grew somewhat anxious. Her voice turned icy as she inquired, Are you truly unwilling to open the door? Tong Tong shrugged as she observed Captain Lin Sheng's token. All right, it seems our negotiations have reached an impasse. Zhang Fenger swiftly produced a shotgun from behind her. As one of the few official bases, they undoubtedly possessed an arsenal of firearms. Particularly, the shotgun, a weapon of immense destructive capability, was stored in their warehouse. I'll ask you once more, are you unable to open the door? Zhang Fenger loaded the shotgun with bullets. No. Tong Tong's gaze focused on her actions, further affirming her belief that Zhang Fenger was certainly not sent by Lin Sheng. With that realization, Tong Tong felt there was little left to discuss. In stark contrast to her composed demeanor, Zhang Fenger was far from calm. With the negotiations having collapsed, she saw no need to feign civility. It was time for decisive action. She raised a shotgun and fired at the lock. However, contrary to her expectations, the lock did not fall away. In fact, there was not even a trace of damage on it. How is this possible? Zhang Fenger instinctively glanced at her weapon. It was indeed a shotgun. Yet, why did the lock remain steadfast upon the deep brown wooden door? Observing Zhang Fenger's astonishment, Tong Tong's lips curled into a smile. Excellent. As I stated, miss, unless I see Captain Lin's token or the captain himself, I shall not open the door for negotiations, Tong Tong declared. The words of Tong Tong successfully provoked Zhang Feng, and just as Zhang Fenger was about to take action, a truck approached from the distance. Observing the oncoming vehicle, Tong Tong raised an eyebrow. It seems there are quite a number of visitors today. Chapter 113. Lin Sheng's arrival as she watched the person disembark from the truck. A subtle smile graced Tong Tong's lips. Ah, the main character has arrived. Tong Tong observed the approaching figure and raised her hand in greeting. Hello, Captain Lin. It has been quite a while. Lin Sheng looked up, offering her a warm smile. Hello, Miss Tong. It has indeed been some time. After glancing at Zhang Feng, who stood at the doorway with a sullen expression, he turned his gaze back to Tong Tong. Miss Tong, would you mind if I attend to a few personal matters within the base first? Tong Tong gestured politely, inviting Lin Cheng to proceed. Lin Cheng then approached Captain Zhang Feng. Captain Zhang, I believe you have no tasks to execute today, correct? As Zhang Fenger regarded the approaching Lin Cheng, her countenance gradually returned to normal. Captain Lin, it appears you have not received any assignment to be here either. Our intentions are aligned. None of us are above the others. Lin Cheng smiled casually. Ah, Captain Zhang, one cannot be so certain. As he spoke, he raised his left hand, revealing a piece of paper. Written in bold letters on the paper was the directive. Proceed to the Doomsday Hotel for liquid procurement. Clearly, this was a task issued by the base. Impossible, Zhang Fenger exclaimed, gazing incredulously at the paper in front of her. Yet, even if she pressed her entire being against the paper, the words remained unchanged. On what grounds? You officials always don a facade of integrity, yet here you are, engaging in nepotism. Zhang Fenger believed Lin Cheng's task was a result of favoritism. Lin Cheng chuckled. Not everyone is like your Zhang family. Long before receiving Tong Tong's invitation, he had already begun to request a task from the base. Had Zhang Fenger not acted so impulsively, perhaps her father, Zhang Qingshan, would have entrusted the mission to her. Unfortunately, her haste led her to leave the base early. When Lin Cheng departed, Zhang Qingshan was still searching for personnel. As Lin Cheng sincerely recounted the circumstances surrounding his task application, Zhang Feng's expression darkened further. So, this task was originally mine? She said, extending her hand to seize the paper from him. With a swift motion, Lin Cheng withdrew the paper, and when he faced Zhang Fenger again, the warmth had vanished from his demeanor. Captain Zhang, I had intended to extend you a courtesy, considering your family's contributions to the Xingho base. But you have audaciously placed a listening device in my room. With a click, a bullet was chambered, and the barrel of a dark submachine gun was pressed against Zhang Fenger's forehead. The second option is to die here, merging with the snow. Given a choice, who would willingly choose death? Though she was a team leader, Zhang Fenger was not immune to the gravity of mortality. I choose the first option. Without a moment's hesitation, she declared. Gazing at the gun still aimed at her head, she felt a surge of anger. Captain Lin, do not take advantage of me. Lin Cheng replied coolly. I am not bullying you. I simply wish to ensure that my people remain unharmed when I depart. You. Zhang Fenger knew that whenever she encountered Lin Cheng, things rarely ended well for her. Do not be upset. Just leave your weapon behind, Lin Cheng suggested politely. With no other recourse for her survival, Zhang Fenger reluctantly relinquished her weapon. Only after ensuring that all her team members were unarmed did Lin Cheng wave his hand, signaling for Zhang Fenger to be released. Once he confirmed her departure, Tong Tong finally opened the door to the inn. Please come in, Captain Lin. Lin Cheng expressed his gratitude and, accompanied by his subordinate, entered the inn. The excessive heat within prompted Lin Cheng to remove his outer garment as soon as he stepped inside. Tong Tong led them to the dining hall, where Feng Liao and Meng Anya were already prepared. Captain Lin, please take a seat. Tong Tong gestured for Lin Cheng to sit in the chair opposite the table. Once they were all seated, Tong Tong exchanged a knowing glance with Meng Anya. Instantly understanding, Meng Anya retrieved a vial of extract from beneath the table and placed it before Lin Cheng. At an opportune moment, Tong Tong spoke up. Captain Lin, why not give her base's extract a try? Though he held Tong Tong in high regard, he was acutely aware of the allegiance to his own base. Naturally, he felt compelled to scrutinize the extract thoroughly. After all, their base had only recently managed to secure a market for the crystal nucleus extraction liquid, and he was unwilling to jeopardize this hard-won opportunity due to an extract from an external base. However, upon merely taking a tentative sip of the extract, he instantly sensed something unusual. It was a gentle, warm energy that enveloped him in a profound sense of comfort. The fatigue accumulated from days of relentless travel began to wane and dissipate under the soothing embrace of this energy. What is the purity of the extract? This question posed a challenge for Tong Tong. She promptly approached 037. Do you happen to know the purity level of that machine? With an air of pride, 037 replied. Of course I know. That machine was personally selected by me, and its purity level is exceptionally high. Tong Tong sighed with a hint of helplessness, exclaiming, Yes, you hold the greatest merit. Now do tell me, what is the purity level? With a sudden shift in tone, 037 responded. The precision of purification? Naturally, it is 100%. Tong Tong nearly choked on her own saliva. 100%. What does that even imply? It signifies the complete eradication of the zombie virus within. Observing Lin Sheng across from her, whose interest was piqued, Tong Tong cleared her throat and endeavored to convey the earth-shattering revelation with a calm demeanor. In truth, it is not much, merely 100%. 100% is indeed no small feat weight. How much did you say? Lin Sheng's eyes widened in astonishment, his grip on Tong Tong's hand tightening with fervor. His actions prompted a frown from Feng Liao, who regarded him with concern. This person, Tong Tong, cleared her throat and, with a grave expression, reiterated her previous statement. It was nothing more than 100% commission. Once she confirmed that she was not imagining things, Lin Sheng and his teammates behind him were equally astounded. Chapter 114. The ostentation of wealth from a simple meal, Miss Tong. Are you certain that the extract you have obtained is indeed of 100% purity? This is a serious matter that leaves no room for Lin Sheng's carelessness. Tong Tong sat in his seat, presenting the data he had meticulously gathered from his experiments. If one were to doubt its validity, they could easily arrange for verification. He vividly recalled the sensation of his first encounter with a base extraction liquid, which boasted a purity of 40%. That single sip left an indelible mark on his memory. The fire-like burn that seared his throat rendered his voice hoarse. Subsequently, a numbing rigidity enveloped his body, while an overwhelming urge to ferociously tear into living beings surged within him, a feeling that remained etched in his mind. In stark contrast, Lin Sheng began to entertain the notion that Tong Tong's claim of a 100% purity might not be implausible. No need. I believe you. Lin Sheng signaled to his team to secure all the extraction liquid. Miss Tong, the 50% extraction liquid from our base is sold for 5 bags of grain or 5 crystals of the same grade. Lin Sheng's expression turned unusually solemn as he surveyed the 2 full boxes of purified liquid. Now, Miss Tong, you are offering me a 100% extraction liquid. According to our base pricing, I can offer you 10 bags of grain or 10 crystals of the same grade. How does that sound? Their pricing model was predicated on the purity of the crystals used for extraction. With a 50% purity level, it required 4 crystals to yield enough liquid to fill a single bottle, thus justifying the 5 crystal charge for external sales. 10 crystals, in light of their base's pricing structure, was already a fair offer. However, considering the superior purity of this extraction liquid, Lin Sheng was prepared for the possibility of negotiation, as long as the terms remained reasonable. Tong Tong pondered for a moment and replied, I can agree to your terms. However, I have an additional request beyond the price you have offered. The price quoted by Lin Sheng had caused her to tearfully earn an astonishing 11 crystal cores, despite her needing only 1 for purification. Please, Miss Tong. Lin Sheng gestured invitingly, awaiting her counteroffer. Tong Tong, I am in urgent need of a psychic core. A single psychic core can serve the purpose of 2 cores of the same rank. Lin Sheng was taken aback. Miss Tong, are you certain you wish to set the price this way? In truth, if you simply express your preference for acquiring psychic cores, there will undoubtedly be individuals willing to offer them to you. There is no need to voluntarily lower the price. Tong Tong shrugged nonchalantly, expressing indifference. She did not lack for these crystal cores. After all, with just 1 crystal core, she could refine an entire vial of purifying liquid. Lin Sheng, seeing her unwavering stance, could only acquiesce. Very well, if this is your perspective, we shall proceed with your pricing for external release. However, we must also ensure profitability when selling to outsiders. We will offer it at the equivalent of 15 crystal cores. You have no objections to this price, do you? Understanding dawned upon Tong Tong, and she nodded in agreement. Everyone is out here navigating the world. Only a fool would engage in ventures devoid of profit. Tong Tong handed the contract to Meng Anya, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction as she gazed at Captain Lin Sheng. Since you are here, Captain Lin, why not stay a while longer and enjoy a home-cooked meal with us? Lin Sheng smiled, acknowledging her invitation, as Miss Tong has graciously extended her hospitality. I shall gladly accept. He then cast a sidelong glance at the ever-present backdrop, Feng Liao, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Feng Liao furrowed his brow. Remaining unresponsive to Lin Sheng's smile, his fists clenched in silence. Once Tong Tong retreated to the kitchen, Lin Sheng slowly began to speak. The second young master of the Feng family, surprisingly not affiliated with Base 3253? Is this a premeditated scheme on your part, or do you harbor ulterior motives? Feng Liao's expression turned icy. Captain Lin, this matter seems to have little to do with you. Lin Sheng shrugged. How can you say it doesn't concern me? Miss Tong is currently my most significant supplier. Feng Liao frowned. She is at present my girlfriend. Observing the unmistakable displeasure on Feng Liao's face, Lin Sheng, valuing his own safety, cleared his throat and shifted the topic. Have you discussed the matters we deliberated upon at the 5 major bases with your young lady? Given her current influence, she is quite qualified to join our plans. Feng Liao raised his hand, interrupting him. Captain Lin, your visit this time is solely for the transaction of the extraction liquid. Anything beyond that is not within your purview. Lin Sheng, understanding the implicit warning, decided not to pursue the subject further, recognizing that everyone possesses their own secrets and boundaries. The atmosphere between them grew subtly tense, with Feng Liao displaying a hint of wariness, while Lin Sheng maintained an indifferent demeanor. Fortunately, Tong Tong soon returned with an array of dishes, their rich aromas effectively easing the tension between the two. Although Lin Sheng was aware that Tong Tong had been the primary beneficiary of the previous grain depot incident, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the spread before him. Miss Tong, is this what you refer to as home-cooked fare? Lin Sheng inquired, astonished. For dishes and a soup, quite ordinary, don't you think? Tong Tong replied innocently. Lin Sheng fell silent. For dishes and a soup might have been considered a modest meal in pre-apocalyptic times, but now, in a world where most could scarcely secure a single meal, was it truly reasonable for their base to present such a feast? Even if she had profited significantly from the last grain operation, it seemed implausible that she could procure such an abundance of dishes. 2 stir-fried vegetables, a white-cut chicken, a steamed fish, and a generous bowl of mustard greens and pork meatball soup. Tong Tong observed the expressions of Lin Sheng and his companions, a subtle smile flickering in her eyes. It appeared that her culinary efforts had finally borne fruit. The reason she prepared these dishes was not to flaunt her wealth, but rather to establish a long-term collaboration with the Xingho base, ensuring that she could maintain a leading position within this partnership. With this thought in mind, Tong Tong smiled graciously and gestured invitingly. Captain Lin, let us commence our meal before the dishes grow cold. Chapter 115. Subsystem integration. Feng Liao initially felt a twinge of dissatisfaction upon seeing Tong Tong smile at Lin Sheng, but he soon found solace in her tone. Her demeanor resembled that of a devoted housewife hosting guests. Feng Liao expressed his contentment with the situation. After lunch, Lin Sheng and his team departed. The 2 large boxes of extracted liquid, exchanged for crystal cores, had sent her gold reserves soaring to over 200,000 coins. At last, the subsystem was within her grasp. Following the system's prompt, Tong Tong gently placed the blue orb upon her computer's keyboard. Almost instantaneously upon contact, the blue orb melted rapidly, akin to wax subjected to high temperatures, and seamlessly integrated into the computer. The screen flickered twice before rebooting. This time, the interface underwent a remarkable transformation. The once static image of Demi on the screen appeared more animated and vibrant, imbued with a newfound spirit. Thanks to the enhancements provided by 037. 037? Greetings, host. I am your steward subsystem, 037-1, tasked with overseeing the operation of all reconnaissance and strike machines within your territory. The subsystem introduced itself. It continued, as a subsystem, I operate under the direct control of the main system, and I possess the capability to interface with other systems within the same spatial domain. Other systems within the same spatial domain? Tong Tong raised her eyebrows. In that case, please connect me to the radio system. 037-1 immediately nodded in understanding and began the connection process. Once connected, it commenced taking control of the radio system. As 037-1 integrated, a plethora of unprocessed information flooded Tong Tong's mind. The earliest message had been sent 3 days prior, To all base managers. We have an abundance of gold and various gems for sale. For just 10 sacks of food, I can provide you with everything. Tong Tong felt no interest in this foolish proclamation made amidst the apocalypse. Her focus lay instead on the timing of the message. Given the timestamp, it was apparent that 037-1 could only process messages from the past 3 days. Furthermore, as a subsystem, 037-1 had no potential for upgrades. Subsequently, Tong Tong integrated other systems into 037-1 as well. With 037-1 in existence, she would no longer have to worry about unforeseen events occurring in the inn during her outings. Having concluded these tasks, Tong Tong decided to embark on a journey the following day, when the snowfall had ceased, to assist Professor in procuring some experimental apparatus for the creation of polymer materials. Considering the quantity of items needed, she opted to drive the modified fire truck. Accompanying her on this expedition were not only Feng Liao and the guiding Yi Cheng, but also Meng Anya and Han Qianqian. Meanwhile, He Sheng and Zhou Baobao remained behind to temporarily manage the inn with the assistance of 037-1. Before departing, Tong Tong briefly explained the existence and function of 037-1 to Zhou Baobao. Although still a child, Zhou Baobao had been exposed to high-tech products for an extended period. Upon hearing just a few words, he immediately grasped the essence of 037-1. Wasn't it simply a more advanced form of artificial intelligence? Observing his obedient demeanor, Tong Tong couldn't help but ruffle his hair, saying, "All right, sister believes in you." The snow disaster had persisted for several days, and no one knew how long this calamity would endure. Even the zombies had grown lethargic in the frigid temperatures. Yet, beneath the vast expanse of white snow, there were areas that remained untouched by the frost. One such location was the New Materials Industrial Park, situated 10 kilometers west of City A. This park boasted the largest production area in the city. As a pillar industry of City A prior to the apocalypse, it not only supplied new materials nationwide, but also served as a technological research and learning destination during holidays. Just before the apocalypse, an event had been held here, attracting visitors from all over the country. To better serve these guests, the park was constructed utilizing principles of air circulation, ensuring that even with exterior temperatures plummeting to a frigid -100 degrees, the interior maintained a pleasantly temperate climate. As Tong Tong and her companions stepped into the industrial park, they felt as though they had instantaneously transitioned from winter to spring. The heavy coat draped upon me, in this moment, surprisingly feels somewhat cumbersome. Tong Tong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately instructed everyone to remove their outer garments. Yi Cheng led the way to the entrance, and upon witnessing the throng of silhouettes behind the door, he fell silent. "I have brought you here. As for the rest, you must venture in on your own." Yi Cheng truly harbored no desire to enter such a perilous location. Even with a firearm in hand, he would refrain from stepping inside, as he had other matters to attend to. Tong Tong cast a glance at him, considering he was an ordinary individual devoid of any extraordinary abilities, and thus chose not to insist on his accompanying her inside. After speaking, she effortlessly closed the door, providing Yi Cheng within the car with an added sense of security. Feng Liao took Tong Tong's hand, leading the way as he spoke in a tone only they could hear. "Tong Tong, do not hold it against Yi Cheng. He is not a timid person. He merely has other matters to attend to, which is why he opted to remain in the vehicle. It is quite all right. This occasion is not particularly suited for an ordinary person like him to enter," Tong Tong casually remarked, offering Feng Liao a gentle smile to convey her indifference. Observing her smile, Feng Liao understood that she truly did not mind, and a smile graced his lips as well. "It seemed that my dear girlfriend possessed a generous heart." "That is only natural," Tong Tong replied, puffing out her chest. Feng Liao cast a subtle glance at a certain spot, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, "Now, it appears your heart is even more expansive." With a momentary pause, Tong Tong raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap across Feng Liao's face. "How could you still be preoccupied with such thoughts at this juncture? It is time to prepare for battle." The last 4 words were directed at everyone present. As her voice resonated, Han Qianqian was the first to spring into action. The teddy bear fell from her embrace, shaking itself vigorously as tufts of fur cascaded to the ground. The instant the fur touched the floor, it began to grow uncontrollably, transforming into countless miniature teddy bears, each half the size of the original during its explosive phase. Chapter 116, The Technology Park. "Let us go, Teddy," Han Qianqian exclaimed dramatically. Tong Tong gazed at her, a thought quietly emerging. It seemed that since entering the hotel, Han Qianqian had become significantly more cheerful. Observing the group of Teddy squad surrounding her, Tong Tong fell silent once more. Could this be a result of the Teddy squad's influence? Shaking her head, she cast away the disordered thoughts swirling in her mind. Tong Tong cast her gaze towards Meng Anya. From the moment she uttered the word begin, Meng Anya had already poised herself. Vines danced and coiled around her form, resembling venomous serpents emerging from their lairs, poised to unleash chaos at Meng Anya's command. Tong Tong took a deep breath, raised her hand, and pointed straight ahead. "Charge!" The door was violently thrust open by the vines, and several zombies, caught off guard, were ensnared and subsequently obliterated, reduced to mere dust. With the vines clearing the path, Teddy, undeterred, clung to the vines and surged into the factory area. Before a few zombies could react, a flash darted before their eyes, and in the next moment, their world underwent a dizzying transformation. Teddy exemplified how a true gourmand savors exquisite delicacies. When faced with the delectable zombies, how should one indulge? First, sever the head, then with a single bite, consume the entire zombie. Such is the delight of wild zombie fare. The initial few small teddies served merely as appetizers. The imposing giant teddy, unable to be supported by the vines due to its weight, lagged behind its smaller companions. After the front line of Teddy's squad had dispatched several rounds of zombies, it finally made its grand entrance. Although delayed, its combat prowess surpassed that of the Teddy squad by several magnitudes. While the Teddy squad feasted one by one, the giant Teddy devoured them by the handful. Perhaps finding handfuls insufficient, its tail transformed into that of a scorpion. With a swift motion, it gathered not just a handful, but several. The scorpion tail lifted high and was presented to Teddy's gaping maw. With a mighty roar, all the zombies ensnared by the scorpion tail were swept into its mouth. The number of zombies in the compound was indeed staggering, representing a fraction of the national population. In the end, even Teddy could no longer consume more, as all the Teddys had noticeably thickened. Burp! The Teddy squad, being manifestations of teddy bears, caused the onlookers to witness a chorus of simultaneous belches from the dozen or so small bears. "It's our turn." Gazing at the production workshop, so close at hand, Tong Tong turned to Feng Liao. Feng Liao smiled at her, and since it was thus, male on the left, female on the right, the two, in perfect synchrony, launched their attacks. Lightning serpents flew from the left, while fire phoenixes soared from the right. With each strike, they took down a considerable horde of zombies. These zombies shared a common trait. They were charred and emitting wisps of smoke, with Tong Tong and Feng Liao's extraordinary abilities clearing the way. The four effortlessly reached the production workshop. After all, this was a workshop for new materials, equipped with the most sophisticated locks in the world. Feng Liao, Meng Anya, and Han Qianqian found themselves stumped, exchanging glances, each hoping to glean a solution to the lock from the other's eyes. Tong Tong glanced at the door lock, noting its sturdy metallic composition. Then, she turned her gaze to the flame in her hand and, with a decisive motion, pressed it directly against the lock. Tong Tong's extraordinary ability stems from the fiery undead of the ironworks, whose flames possess an exceedingly scorching temperature. The intense heat effortlessly melted the lock. While others pondered how to unlock it, she swiftly resolved the issue. The door swung wide open, revealing the slightly exasperated expressions on Feng Liao and his companions. Undeniably, Tong Tong's method was unconventional, yet it proved remarkably effective. When faced with an insurmountable problem, one must tackle the problem itself. The group promptly entered the production workshop. Within, the number of zombies was significantly diminished compared to those outside, as this was indeed a production area. Despite the throngs of visitors outside, they lacked the privilege to enter. Tong Tong held an unwavering trust in Feng Liao and the other two. Naturally, this trust allowed her to be less meticulous while packing items. In the face of these new production lines, Tong Tong swept through an entire row with ease. After all, the inventory could be stacked. By the time they emerged from the production workshop, the entire facility had been thoroughly looted, leaving not even a scrap behind. Not far away from a high building, a young woman with disheveled hair suddenly let out a piercing scream. Brother Wong, look over there." Her cry immediately drew the attention of those lying or sitting behind her. Everyone congregated around her, as they witnessed someone truly moving freely within the park. Their eyes glinted with a ravenous, wolf-like crimson light. It had been so long since they had seen a living person. Tong Tong was unaware that someone was observing her as she indulged in a holiday amidst the apocalypse. Before the end of the world, she toiled for her daily sustenance. After the cataclysm, she labored for the enhancement of her hotel. Now, with such rare leisure time at her disposal, she certainly could not forego the opportunity to explore and document her travels here. Feng Liao was equally delighted to join her in this whimsical escapade. After all, with their extraordinary abilities, they could easily handle any zombies they encountered, even those of level 5 and above. Now, with the addition of Meng Anya and Han Qianqian, Tong Tong felt confident in their capability to vanquish level 6 mutated zombies. Their first destination was, of course, a theme park centered around technology. The facilities, having been neglected for a month, appeared somewhat antiquated, and some equipment exhibited signs of rust due to the extreme weather conditions. Feng Liao inspected the surroundings, identified several operable devices, and, upon restoring the power, the attractions sprang to life. Tong Tong began to revel in the amusement park, initially intending merely to observe. Han Qianqian ultimately succumbed to the enticing invitation of her teddy bear and joined her on the carousel. Beyond the carousel, they indulged in the spinning wings and roller coaster. They experienced every ride available. While they basked in joy, a group of onlookers standing atop a distant rooftop were left in utter astonishment. How tranquil they appeared. The girl who first noticed them now wore a completely dazed expression. She could hardly fathom what sort of individuals could find such delight amidst an apocalyptic scenario. Were they truly unafraid of attracting the undead? It seemed to validate her concerns when, from afar, the chilling roar of a zombie suddenly echoed through the air. Tong Tong had just disembarked from the roller coaster when she heard the chilling roar of a zombie. Unlike the others, who displayed expressions of trepidation, the 4 individuals present revealed an exhilarating glint in their eyes. Such a thunderous growl could only emanate from a mutated zombie. Chapter 117, The Haunted House Zombie. What does a mutated zombie signify? It heralds the presence of glimmering crystal cores. Above, a group of spectators wore expressions of delight, anticipating the unfolding drama. They had roused the level 3 zombies from the underground warehouse. A woman, pale and gaunt yet still exuding youthful allure, let out a derisive laugh. "I thought they were bold enough to play here, but it turns out they are merely a bunch of mindless fools. Who in their right mind would venture into an amusement park at a time like this? Have they lost their senses?" Tong Tong was, of course, unaware of the audience present. After exchanging glances with Feng Liao and the others, they discerned a shared determination in each other's eyes. In light of this, they resolved to proceed. According to the sound's localization, the zombies were roughly situated within the haunted house of the amusement area. Upon observing the facade of the haunted house before her, Tong Tong fell into a contemplative silence. The high-tech construction of the haunted house was undoubtedly characteristic of the magnates of City A. Pushing the door open, Teddy swiftly consumed 2 zombies. These were still alive, concealed within the walls, with others feigning death. Han Qianqian boldly instructed Teddy's avatars to commence exploration within the haunted house. With Teddy leading the way, the disguised zombies were swiftly uncovered and devoured one by one. At last, the group arrived at the innermost sanctum of the haunted house, the Ghost Theater. This space, originally designed to showcase traditional Chinese horror in conjunction with technology, now lay in darkness due to a lack of power. Its terrifying elements limited to the crumbling walls surrounding them and the tattered cloths hanging from the ceiling. Moreover, lurking amidst a multitude of these cloths was a corpulent zombie. Sensing the presence of the living, it emitted a low grunt and slowly rose from the ground. As it turned, Tong Tong beheld a ghastly visage, not exactly a ghostly face, for upon closer inspection, It revealed itself to be a staff member of the haunted house. The ghastly mask upon its face had merely been affixed to it. But as the staff member succumbed to zombification, decaying flesh had adhered the mask to its features, rendering it a part of its very being. Be cautious. This is a spitting zombie, Feng Liao warned. What is a spitting zombie? The term spoke for itself. These were the undead capable of ejecting venom. Upon hearing this, the three immediately distanced themselves. In a bid to assert its menace, the spitting zombie unleashed its specialty in its inaugural attack. With a wide-open mouth, a substantial surge of emerald green liquid erupted forth. The toxic fluid splattered mere half a meter before them, leaving a significant pit in its wake. The caustic venom, intensely corrosive, burned into the ground, creating an ever-deepening chasm, a testament to its formidable toxicity. How frightfully potent! Tong Tong can now discern that the zombie before her is undoubtedly a mutated level 4 zombie, possessing the rare attribute of poison. Tong Tong immediately contemplated whom she might bestow it upon her first glance. When Han Qianqian beheld the zombie, her eyes sparkled with excitement. What Teddy desperately needed was the attribute of potent toxicity. Sister Tong Tong, let me take this one, Han Qianqian urged. Tong Tong hesitated for a moment before nodding her approval for Han Qianqian to proceed. She had faith in Han Qianqian's capabilities, especially since she had not yet fought with full strength after absorbing the scorpion's crystal core. She was quite eager to witness the extent of the combat prowess that Teddy could unleash during an all-out battle. With Tong Tong's nod, Han Qianqian swiftly commanded Teddy. The bear, displaying remarkable intelligence, nodded in response, then leaped forward to confront the zombie directly. It was the first time the zombie had encountered someone bold enough to jump right into its presence. This peculiar individual seemed oddly unusual. It emitted a low, threatening growl. Then, with a swift motion, it unleashed a spray of venom. Teddy, seemingly oblivious to the toxic assault, charged straight at the zombie spewing the liquid. The zombie's attack struck Teddy, corroding its skin and leaving a massive gash. Casting a glance at the wound on its body, a glimmer of red light flashed in Teddy's eyes. Subsequently, it opened its mouth and lunged for the zombie's head. Despite being a level 4 zombie, it recognized the imminent danger posed by Teddy. Instinctively, the zombie began to retreat, but its movements were slow. Even with the prior warning, Teddy managed to bite off one of its arms. Grr! Enraged, the zombie's body suddenly swelled to several times its original size. The shoulder that Teddy had pinned down slipped from its grasp due to the expansion. Faced with the unexpectedly enlarged zombie, Teddy disdainfully sneered, then let out a fierce roar as its own body swelled in response. Before the now massive zombie could react, Teddy brought down a massive paw. The zombie hastily lifted its remaining hand in a futile attempt to resist. However, before it could mount a defense, Teddy's claw struck with a force imbued with black toxic mist. The zombie felt itself enveloped by an icy aura, and in the next moment, an overwhelming sensation of softness surged into its being. Sensing an unprecedented crisis, the zombie emitted a pained groan, and soon after, Tong Tong observed its body stiffen abruptly before it began to tremble uncontrollably. This was bad. It was about to self-destruct. How could Feng Liao forget that these venomous zombies had a tendency to explode? But there was no need to worry. It wouldn't self-destruct. Han Qianqian suddenly seated herself on the ground, forming an intricate gesture with her hands, invoking the magic flame poison mist. Tong Tong was aware that the teddy bear was Han Qianqian's extraordinary ability, yet she was astounded to discover that Han Qianqian could remotely control the teddy. With Han Qianqian's enhancement, the toxic mist emanating from the teddy suddenly surged. The dense poisonous fog swiftly enveloped the entire spitting zombie. The spitting zombie, initially intending to self-detonate, found itself immobilized within the clutches of the toxic mist. Even the teddy, along with the zombie, became ensnared in this noxious haze. After a brief moment of turbulence, the poisonous fog dissipated, revealing the teddy once more to the astonished onlookers. As the teddy reappeared, Han Qianqian also opened her eyes. "How are you?" Tong Tong inquired anxiously, her gaze fixed on Han Qianqian. This was a level 4 zombie, forcibly consuming its crystal core, posed a significant risk, especially considering that Han Qianqian was swallowing it along with the zombie. "Do not worry, Sister Tong Tong. This mere zombie is nothing to me," Han Qianqian assured her. As for Teddy, after devouring the zombie, it exhibited no noticeable changes, save for an added layer of corrosive toxicity. Chapter 118. The survivors on a rooftop do not underestimate the addition of corrosive toxicity. This toxin, with its corrosive properties, theoretically has the potential to breach all defenses. The only variable is the speed at which it does so. Nevertheless, the most astonishing revelation was that the teddy bear had successfully transcended to level 4. Its current stature reached the height of 2 stories, a delightful surprise for Han Qianqian. After all, the toxic mist surrounding Teddy posed no threat to her. It provided warmth in winter and coolness in summer, warding off insects. With Teddy's increased size, she now had an expansive and comfortable bed. Sensing her thoughts, Teddy slowly approached her and wrapped an arm around her. Meanwhile, a group of individuals on a distant building was engaged in fervent discussion concerning them. "That sharp-tongued woman again. I believe we should not hold out any hope. Those people will not escape," one remarked. "I disagree. You must have seen how ruthlessly they dealt with the zombies downstairs. They were even more ferocious than Asan. With their abilities, surviving inside is not an issue," countered a burly man with a Satan tattoo on his neck. Asan, a man of Southeast Asian descent with dark skin, sat silently in the corner, his head bowed, a pair of curved crescent-shaped blades resting beside him. Despite the heated discussion surrounding him, he remained oblivious, lost in his own world. Observing his indifferent demeanor, the girl who had previously screamed could no longer contain herself. She approached him, kicked Asan, and exclaimed, "Hey Asan, we were discussing something here. Why are you acting so aloof?" Asan coldly lifted his gaze, the chill in his eyes causing the girl to step back in fright. In the next moment, she burst into tears. As her tears flowed, the bats gathered under the distant eaves unexpectedly flew towards them, lunging at Asan. Clearly taken aback, Asan did not anticipate the girl would launch an attack at that moment. Yet, the combat instincts ingrained in his blood prompted an instantaneous reaction. His crescent-shaped blade danced skillfully in his hands, severing every bat that approached him, leaving their remains scattered on the ground. "You, do not disturb me. Otherwise, next time, you shall perish," Asan declared, turning away to venture further, leaving the girl standing there, her face a portrait of grievance. Pouting, the girl approached the boy's side and began to weep pitifully. "Liranua, are you still not my appa? Seeing me in distress, you do not come to my aid?" As she stood beside him, her sobs grew softer, no longer sharp enough to attract the creatures lurking in the darkness. The boy sighed and enveloped her in his arms. These were extraordinary times, and they required a formidable protector. Throughout their days together, although unspoken, they could not deny that among them, Asan was indeed the strongest and most battle-hardened. Even the elder, who frequently engaged in fitness, could not compare to Asan's prowess. However, the atmosphere on the rooftop was abruptly shattered by a sharp, acerbic voice. "Look over there. What is that?" As her voice echoed, everyone turned their gaze towards the haunted house. The individuals previously deemed deceased emerged unscathed from within, their bodies immaculate, devoid of any dirt. The expressions on the faces of the onlookers morphed into one of sheer disbelief. Is it a zombie down there, spewing its innards? The once caustic woman was now rendered speechless by shock. Li Ranue furrowed his brow. He understood better than anyone present just how troublesome that zombie could be. If he had not lost control over these creatures, he would not have been left behind. Gazing at the intact figure below, an ominous premonition nagged at him. "We should go down and investigate," Li Ranue suddenly suggested. Those beside him turned in astonishment. "Jin Suyan, what did you just say? We're going down?" The sharp-tongued woman exclaimed incredulously. "What nonsense are you spouting? With our current abilities, going down there? Isn't that tantamount to courting death?" Indeed, an elder, appearing around 60, interjected, firmly opposing the idea of leaving. Yet, Asan, upon hearing Li Ranue's words, slowly rose to his feet, his crescent blade now in hand. "What time shall we depart?" With only 10 individuals on the rooftop, and the 2 with the highest combat capabilities intending to leave, Those remaining lacked both the desire and the courage to stay behind. At last, as a bespectacled man rose to follow Asan and Li Ranue, the others hastily gathered their dwindling supplies and rushed downstairs. Following the harrowing incident involving the spitting zombies, Tong Tong had also lost any desire to remain there. However, just as they reached the entrance, before they could make their escape, they heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from the side. Wait. With a chilling gaze, Tong Tong swiftly drew her submachine gun from her waist. Halt! The crowd, which had been hastily approaching, came to an abrupt standstill before the ominous muzzle of the weapon. At the forefront stood a man with a distinctive complexion typical of Southeast Asians, wielding two curved sabers in his hands. Behind him lingered a youthful man, possessing a face reminiscent of a pop idol. These two were the only individuals who captured Tong Tong's attention. The rest were barely acknowledged. Who are you? As Tong Tong raised her submachine gun, Feng Liao, Meng Anya, and Han Qianqian simultaneously lifted their own weapons. Just then, the door of the fire truck's cabin creaked open, and Yi Cheng hurriedly descended, also brandishing a submachine gun. He quickly approached Tong Tong, joining the quartet as they aimed their firearms at the encroaching crowd. The man with the idol-like visage spoke up, while the other remained silent. Greetings, beautiful lady. My name is Li Ranue, hailing from the land of kimchi. I find myself here on a visit, regrettably encountering zombies. As he spoke, he flashed a self-assured smile and playfully winked at her. Tong Tong was thoroughly disgusted. Had it not been for the Hague's inquiry into these individuals, she would have already pulled the trigger of her submachine gun. As for inviting these people to the hotel, upon her first glance at them, Tong Tong had already abandoned the thought. Among these 10 individuals, the majority exhibited a lack of coordination in their movements. Even in their standing posture, they were askew. Moreover, several of them possessed eyes tinged with a reddish hue. These characteristics bore an unsettling resemblance to the traits that Feng Liao had once described to her regarding individuals infected with prion disease. Prion disease, that which is most commonly encountered in cannibalistic tribes. Tong Tong was reluctant to allow these ticking time bombs in her inn. Upshadabing Li Ranue, who seemed intent on moving forward, her gaze turned icy as she fired a shot at his feet. Did I invite you over? She demanded. If you wish to avoid death, then remain where you are. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that my next bullet won't shatter your skull. Li Ranue could only raise his hands and remain stationary, yet a smile lingered on his face. We harbor no ill intentions. We simply noticed your small numbers and came to inquire whether you require assistance. If so, perhaps we might travel together. You would assist me? A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Tong Tong's lips. Are you here to help us, or merely to hitch a ride? I believe you are far more aware of the truth than I am. Before Li Ranue could respond, the girl standing behind him could no longer contain herself. How ungrateful can you be? She exclaimed. My brother only brought us here to offer help because he was concerned for your safety, and instead of gratitude, you question his intentions? The speaker was Jin Suyun. From a moment Li Ranue began to speak, Jin Suyun's heart brimmed with jealousy and fury. Why should someone who had expended so much effort to gain his attention be overshadowed by this woman, who had seemingly done nothing to warrant his interest? Was it merely her alluring visage that captivated him? How infuriating! How could she maintain such flawless skin even in these apocalyptic times? Enveloped in jealousy and rage, her words erupted like gunpowder. Tong Tong cast a fleeting glance at her, dismissing the notion as merely a figment of their unilateral desires. Did we ever implore you to come and assist us? You. Jin Siyun pointed an accusatory finger at Tong Tong, poised to unleash her wrath. However, before she could utter a word, an overwhelming pressure enveloped her, leaving her nearly breathless. Tong Tong stepped forward, only to have him retreat a step. Despite the two maintaining a distance of 2 to 3 meters, Tong Tong, a level 4 ability user and a formidable figure who had fought her way out of a horde of zombies, emanated an aura that was far beyond what Jin Suyun, a mere weed, could compare to. His considerable presence made Tong Tong raise an eyebrow. Slowly, he lifted his left hand, and a block of purple ice materialized in his grasp. This is an ability? Tong Tong furrowed her brows and exchanged a glance with Feng Liao, who mirrored her expression of concern. Both were fourth-level supernatural beings and could distinctly sense the energy fluctuations emanating from Li Ranue, which were approaching the threshold of fourth-level abilities. Yet, therein lay the peculiarity. If he were indeed a third-level supernatural being, it would be no challenge for him to single-handedly carve a path through the horde of zombies, even without any abilities to escort everyone to safety. However, he chose to remain, enduring the agony inflicted by the parasitic virus alongside these individuals. What hidden truths lay beneath this decision remain a matter for contemplation. Tong Tong suddenly recalled the peculiarities she had encountered within the haunted house, and it became evident to her that a conspiracy was afoot. It was not that she harbored any prejudice against the nation of pickled vegetables, but rather that individuals capable of such malevolent deeds were indeed rare. Observing the sudden change in the expressions of Tong Tong and her companions, Li Ranue couldn't help but smirk inwardly. The reason for his display of prowess was his awareness that among the 5 individuals before him, 4 were endowed with extraordinary abilities. Communication among those with such powers was undoubtedly more effective when one openly showcased their abilities. Having achieved the desired effect, he continued, "Beautiful lady, as you can see, I am also an extraordinary being, my power being that of purple ice, a type of ice ability imbued with a lethal toxin." His words were delivered with candor. Yet his inner desires towards Tong Tong and Feng Liao had reached a fever pitch. When not employing his powers, he sensed that the man and woman at the forefront possessed the greatest strength, thus establishing themselves as the leaders of this quintet. Upon unleashing his abilities, he was able to perceive the flow of their powers more distinctly, recognizing it as a force even more formidable than his own. The one destined to lead, regardless of will or temperament, represented the finest specimen for experimentation, further amplified by their superior strength. He found himself ensnared by thoughts that made him salivate with desire. However, the man's gaze was so frigid that he decided to temper his ambitions for another occasion. For now, he fixed his ardent gaze upon Tong Tong, saying, "Beautiful lady, I wonder if I might have the fortune to stand by your side and become your devoted protector?" He concluded with a flirtatious wink directed at her. Tong Tong could no longer endure the situation. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront the aggressor. Before she could make a move, a sudden gust of wind swept by her, and in the next moment, the individual who had been standing beside her, emitting an icy aura, had already appeared before Li Ranue. Without affording Li Ranue a moment to react, Feng Liao launched a punch. The impact of flesh meeting flesh sent Li Ranue hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto a pile of zombie corpses. "Appa!" Jean Xian screamed and rushed towards Li Ranue. As the pain from the left side of her face registered, Li Ranue instinctively gasped. Just as she sat up, she felt an unsettling presence in her mouth. Upon opening it, 2 teeth fell out. The previously innocuous visage of an idol was now consumed by fury. She glared at Feng Liao. "You seek death." This face was her very foundation for survival, and Feng Liao's punch had nearly obliterated her reputation. Feng Liao, fully aware of his intentions, acknowledged that it was deliberate. After all, the man had no semblance of shame, openly flirting with his little girlfriend in public, utterly reckless. As Li Ranue raised her left hand, conjuring violet ice from her palm, Feng Liao also lifted his hand, a sphere of lightning materializing within his grasp. "Liao, be cautious. That violet ice is peculiar," Tong Tong warned. A disdainful smile crept across Feng Liao's face. "Do not worry. Merely a weakling, easily extinguished." He exchanged a knowing glance with Tong Tong before turning to face Li Ranue's onslaught. However, just as Li Ranue's violet ice-encased hand was about to make contact with Feng Liao, a flash of white light momentarily blinded her. In that fleeting instant, the target she intended to strike vanished. Where'd he go? Losing focus during battle could prove fatal. Feng Liao sneered, having procured an iron rod from an unknown source. He struck Li Ranue at the nape of her neck. Aware of the issues surrounding the violet ice, he would not foolishly engage in a direct confrontation. Moreover, he refrained from any unnecessary physical contact, especially after the previous encounter with the venomous zombies. He needed to remain cautious, considering whether her violet ice possessed corrosive or infectious properties akin to the toxic saliva of the zombies. Li Ranue, being an ability user, found that the blow caused only temporary pain and a brief moment of dizziness. In those precious seconds of disorientation, Feng Liao had already maneuvered behind her, positioning the iron rod against her body. A surge of high-voltage electricity coursed gently through her, and just as she regained a semblance of mobility, she was plunged once more into a state of paralysis. After several repeated instances, the once pristine visage of the idol has been transformed into a charred countenance reminiscent of Zhang Fei, courtesy of the relentless onslaught of lightning. Upon witnessing the person before him, now resembling Zhang Fei, Feng Liao decided to cease his actions. The onlookers could not help but ponder whether Li Ranue had been thoroughly scorched by Feng Liao's antics. Initially, Tong Tong harbored doubts, but upon observing Li Ranue's hands, which were subtly clenched in determination, she raised an eyebrow at Feng Liao. Feng Liao nodded and lifted Li Ranue by her collar. As he did so, he released a brief surge of electricity. Li Ranue's body stiffened before she fell once more. Upon reaching Tong Tong, Feng Liao simply let go. Thud! Li Ranue collapsed heavily to the ground. Tong Tong gazed at Feng Liao, and she couldn't help but feel that his every move today seemed directed at Li Ranue's face. However, this coincided perfectly with her wishes, for who could blame her? After all, he paraded that idol-like visage while casting flirtatious glances everywhere. One could only say, he deserved it. Tong Tong extended her hand and took the iron rod from Feng Liao. After Feng Liao delivered another strike to Li Ranue, Tong Tong, utilizing her extraordinary powers, heated the iron rod until it glowed red. With her bare hands, she bent the rod into a pair of handcuffs and swiftly secured them onto Li Ranue's wrists. Now, I shall take him away to settle matters. Is there anything else you wish to address? After ensuring Li Ranue was restrained, Tong Tong turned her gaze towards the remaining individuals. Upon hearing her words, everyone focused their attention on the Southeast Asian man. Among them, the two strongest fighters had already been subdued, leaving them reliant solely on the presence of a lone individual. The man stepped forth from the crowd, declaring, "I shall engage you in combat." Tong Tong furrowed her brows, questioning why they were fighting again. Was this group resorting to violence in a bid to compel them to join their ranks? Asan approached them, brandishing his crescent-shaped blade, declaring that they would engage in combat without the use of any supernatural abilities. Tong Tong glanced at Feng Liao. "Shall we?" Feng Liao scrutinized Asan for a moment and replied, "It's worth a try. At least he has not shown any signs of prion infection." Since Feng Liao suggested it was worth attempting, Asan would indeed take the chance. In such times, those wielding weapons often possessed a certain level of skill. Thus, Feng Liao stepped onto the open ground once more. Asan bowed, introducing himself. "Wang, Asan." Feng Liao came to reply with a nod, and the two began to engage in combat. Asan primarily excelled in speed, launching rapid attacks aimed at Feng Liao's vital points. Yet, Feng Liao, utilizing his technique, managed to accurately block every assault and counter with precision. To an onlooker, it appeared to be a brutal melee, yet the reality was more nuanced. As soon as Feng Liao's hand met Asan's, a whisper reached his ears amidst the clashing sounds of metal. "Shelter me. I can help you. Kill." Feng Liao was taken aback that Asan sought him out to discuss such matters. After pondering for a moment, he responded, "I can agree to your proposal for now, but whether you can truly join our base depends on the opinion of our leader." Upon hearing this, Asan's expression remained untroubled, as he swung his crescent blade towards Feng Liao's face. Feng Liao stepped back, evading the blade with a sidestep. As Asan attacked again, Feng Liao swiftly maneuvered to his rear. It seemed as though Asan had eyes in the back of his head. As he struck, he deftly brought his left hand behind him to block. After deflecting Feng Liao's attack, he used Feng Liao's hand as leverage to execute a backflip, reversing their positions and placing the crescent blade against Feng Liao's throat. With a twist of his wrist, Feng Liao pressed firmly against Asan's hand. Seizing the moment of Asan's release, he swiftly countered with a grappling technique, pinning Asan to the ground. "You lose," Feng Liao declared decisively. "All right, Asan replied with a single word, his demeanor remarkably composed, indifferent to the outcome. In the haunted house, amidst the ghostly theater, Li Ranyue was abruptly awakened by cold water splashed on him, jolting him from a stupor akin to one struck by lightning. As he regained his senses, he realized he was lying on a cold, uneven floor. The previously pitch-black surroundings were illuminated by the flickering light of a campfire, allowing him to discern the figures before him, though not in perfect clarity. Faced with them, Li Ranyue could no longer maintain his previously lofty demeanor. "Who are you?" he demanded. Tong Tong looked at her helplessly and said, "This question should be directed at me. Who exactly are you? What is your connection to these mutated zombies?" Li Ranyue gazed at the broken syringes placed before Tong Tong, and distant memories resurfaced in his mind. Suddenly, he lifted his head and burst into raucous laughter. It felt exhilarating, utterly delightful. He struggled to rise from the ground, but his limbs were bound by steel pipes, causing him to crash back down heavily. Chapter 121. The deranged murderer Li Ranyue conjured purple ice in his hands, but before he could launch an attack, he felt a chill around his neck, followed by a tingling sensation. When he regained consciousness, he discovered a pair of protective gloves adorning his hands. This time, he remained remarkably composed. He licked his lips and spoke with an air of calm. "You are unaware that at that time, there were numerous survivors from your country, Xia. They utilized props from the haunted house to create a makeshift sanctuary. Unfortunately, they lacked a sense of crisis. I merely knocked on the door and uttered a few pitiful words, and they welcomed me in. With such an abundance of resources, how could I resist? Unable to contain myself, I transformed them all into zombies." Observing Li Ranyue's near-manic demeanor made Tong Tong, who had meticulously planned the interrogation process, furrow his brow in concern. Tong Tong cast a glance at Feng Liao, signaling that she had no further inquiries, leaving the remainder in his hands. Feng Liao, while listening to Li Ranyue's nonsensical prattle, felt a tempest of fury brewing within him. However, considering the greater good, he endeavored to suppress the rising anger and slowly approached Li Ranyue. With a metal rod, he lifted her chin, addressing her with a steely gaze. "Li Ranyue, a private from the esteemed nation of Kimchi, you must realize your presence here is hardly a coincidence. Is it?" Tong Tong's interrogation had concluded, and now it was his turn to take center stage. Li Ranyue let out a derisive laugh, her expression one of arrogance. "Of course, it is no mere coincidence. It is simply my personal desire to see your people perish. You people from Xia deserve to die. If it weren't for your Xiagua, our great nation of Kimchi would already reign supreme over the entire peninsula." Tong Tong felt somewhat speechless. The individuals from the pickled vegetable nation were always inept yet playful. Despite their evident lack of skill, they insisted on blaming their opponents for not granting them leniency. What audacity! However, the words of Li Ranyue did not align with the response that Feng Liao sought. "You from the pickled vegetable nation have always been subservient to the American Empire. Surely, these matters cannot be orchestrated by the Americans instructing your country to send you here." Feng Liao released a slight jolt of electricity. The minor electric current generated by his level 4 ability was far from trivial for an ordinary person. Li Ranyue was instantly left rolling his eyes from the shock. After finally regaining his composure, he began to struggle desperately. "Kill me. You can kill me. I will not divulge any information." Feng Liao furrowed his brows. If one were to say that the people from the northern possessed integrity, he might still believe it. However, as for the pickled vegetable nation, any semblance of integrity had long been eroded by the American Empire. Tong Tong shook her head, insisting she was unfazed by the mere trickle of blood, having already dispatched numerous zombies. With that assurance, Feng Liao acted without hesitation. First, he unleashed the power of the sacred sword of physics. The blade struck heavily against Li Ranyue, eliciting an involuntary cry from him. "Kill me. You might as well kill me." Feng Liao disregarded his wails, pressing on with his interrogation. "You are as good as dead, rather than losing limbs. It would be wise to speak swiftly. At least I can grant you a complete corpse." "No, I will not divulge anything. Just kill me," Li Ranyue shouted defiantly. As he listened to the piercing cries, Feng Liao casually dug into his ears. "In all my years, This is the first time I've encountered such a request. With a resigned sigh, he retrieved a dagger from his lower back. Since you have made such a request, I shall oblige. As he spoke, he began to toy with the dagger against Liranou's flesh, contemplating where to begin his grim task. Although Liranou's bravado echoed in his words, his eyes, which followed the dagger's movement, betrayed a deeper fear within. Finally, Feng Liao remarked, "The thigh is the most succulent. Let us commence there." With that, he ready to strike. Liranou could no longer contain himself, his screams escalating beyond their previous intensity. No, I will speak. I will tell you everything." He then divulged all that he knew. He had come here under orders from the official authorities of his homeland, tasked with sowing chaos in Xia country by slaughtering survivors, an endeavor stemming from his own dark inclinations. He reveled in taking lives and relished the thrill of combat. Indeed, during the zombie crisis, he killed without so much as a blink. This was all he could share. Any deeper secrets lay with the officials. Sensing that Feng Liao had no further inquiries, Liranou summoned his courage. "You just stated that if I reveal everything I know, I shall be granted a complete corpse. Correct?" Tong Tong wore a smile, undoubtedly promising to leave you with a whole corpse. That smile appeared innocuous, and when combined with her delicate features, it easily evoked a sense of her being exceptionally kind and gentle. At this moment, Liranou's heart brimmed with an unusual trust in Tong Tong, to the point where a serene expression graced his lips. However, in the next instant, a sharp pain shot through his groin, and a cry of agony escaped his lips. His previously tranquil eyes flew open, now filled with a fierce intensity as they fixated on the one who had dealt him this blow. "You." His voice was hoarse, laced with suppressed anguish. "This strike is for all the survivors you have deceived." Tong Tong's cold voice pierced through the air. The chilling intent to kill caused Liranou, who fancied himself a perverse individual, to tremble ever so slightly. He had once believed he had witnessed the terrors of hell, but now he realized that was merely the tip of the iceberg. In Tong Tong's gaze, there resided a chilling intent to kill. The mere thought that so many survivors had been transformed into zombies due to Liranou's twisted desires intensified her resolve, causing her actions to grow increasingly ruthless. Meanwhile, Feng Liao stood nearby with an expression of indifference, as if he had become accustomed to such scenes. His eyes glimmered with a frosty light, a reflection of his mercilessness towards the enemy and an unwavering commitment to his mission. You will come to regret this." Liranou struggled, attempting to flee from the terrifying place. Yet his limbs were bound tightly, rendering movement a distant dream. Chapter 122. The counterattack begins regret? Tong Tong scoffed, tossing the fireball in her hand up and down. "Do enlighten us. What could possibly lead us to regret?" Tong Tong displayed a dismissive smile upon her face. She was unconcerned with any attempts to instill regret within her. For today, she had no intention of letting him escape. Liranou's lips curled into a maniacal grin as he exclaimed, "Ah, you are still unaware, aren't you? The kingdom of Wu has already developed a new viral mutation. Once these new pathogens are unleashed, those nations that refuse to join will be completely eradicated from the map. At that time, our great pickled cabbage nation shall rise to become the most formidable empire in the world." As he concluded, he suddenly began to spew forth blood in great quantities. Tong Tong gazed at Feng Liao, who shook his head, expressing his own helplessness. In resignation, Tong Tong resorted to incinerating the adversaries with a fireball. As he observed the flames consuming before him, he hesitated momentarily before speaking slowly. "Tong Tong, there are certain matters we may need to address in advance. Are you suggesting?" "Indeed, a counteroffensive in the city," Feng Liao replied. After dealing with Liranou, Tong Tong gathered those unaffected by the virus into the vehicle. For those infected, she left behind some provisions, a gesture of humanitarianism. Although they were unwilling to bring the infected along, they were equally reluctant to part ways. Without Asan and Liranou, they perceived no safety in their surroundings. Faced with their hopeful gazes, Tong Tong pressed the accelerator and drove away, indifferent to whether they could keep pace. They had been outside long enough. "Captain Lin, we have decided to initiate the counteroffensive in a couple of days. I wonder if you would be interested?" "Greetings, Captain Tong." Regarding the message you sent, I am already informed. Our base has conferred with the administrators of several other main battle bases, and to avoid prolonged uncertainty, we have resolved to advance the date of the counteroffensive. Based on the different locations of the bases, we have distributed an offensive route to all participating bases. As for your route, Miss Tong, we will send it to you in a few days. Indeed, it would take several days, as the Xingho base was quite distant from their current lodging, even under the fastest of circumstances. Tong Tong furrowed her brows and instructed Zhou Bao to send a message. Captain Lin, I shall take care of the offensive route with a drone. Between any 2 points, what is the swiftest path? Naturally, it is a straight line. When Lin Sheng received Tong Tong's message, he pondered why she would still dispatch a drone, having already reached a distance suitable for its use. He assumed that the drones at her disposal were merely civilian models. Despite their superior performance, civilian drones are incapable of long-distance flights, especially given the restrictions imposed on them prior to the apocalypse. However, when he stood atop the building and beheld the UAV soaring towards him from afar, he was rendered speechless. This is a military-grade reconnaissance and strike drone? Lin Sheng was astounded. He believed he had come to understand Tong Tong. Yet she continued to unveil unexpected facets of herself. Nevertheless, upon reflection, having such an enigmatic ally seemed to be a fortuitous advantage. With this thought, Lin Sheng's capacity for acceptance appeared to strengthen. The drone's flight path was continuously relayed to Tong Tong's mind via real-time cameras. Whenever she desired to check, she could behold the scenic beauty along the route. What would have taken 3 days to traverse was accomplished in a single day with the drone's assistance. Although the path was predetermined, considering their small group, Tong Tong extended an invitation to the leaching farm. Chun Sheng, a man of loyalty, promptly arrived the next day with nearly half of the leaching farm's team at the hotel entrance. Tong Tong provided firearms to Chun Sheng, while her companions, apart from He Sheng, Meng Anya, Han Qianqian, and Feng Liao, remained at the hotel. Naturally, there would be no issues for Chun Sheng and his team regarding the individual who supplied the weapons. The two soon arrived at the first congregation of zombies, located on Liberation Road in City A. This area, once the most prosperous commercial street in City A before the apocalypse, had transformed into a hell for explorers and a paradise for the undead. Standing at the intersection, just as Tong Tong was preparing to take action, a shadow suddenly appeared beside her. Tong Tong turned in astonishment, discovering that Chun Sheng, who should have approached from another route, was inexplicably standing beside her. Uncle Chun, what brings you here? Chun Sheng retrieved an object crafted from iron wire from his backpack. He placed 2 such items before Tong Tong, stating, "These are traps fashioned from iron wire, specifically designed to deal with zombies. I happened upon a small village where the inhabitants utilized these devices to hunt zombies. I lent them considerable assistance, and, in gratitude, they gifted me several of these traps. I thought there might come a time when they would prove useful, and it seems my anticipation was indeed prescient." "Thank you, Uncle Chun," Tong Tong replied, accepting the wire traps from him. "Please be careful." Chun Sheng raised his hand and gently patted the shoulders of both her and Feng Liao. Tong Tong nodded, "And you as well." Chun Sheng smiled, but refrained from saying more. He held great confidence in the abilities of Tong Tong and Feng Liao, marveling at how they had managed to ascend to the 5th level of their powers in such a brief period. Indeed, Tong Tong and Feng Liao had experienced another breakthrough the previous night. This was the pinnacle that Chun Sheng aspired to reach, but had yet to attain. As he watched Chun Sheng's departing figure, Tong Tong fell into a moment of silence before turning to Feng Liao. "Liao, when we have a chance to rest, let's prepare a supply of extraction liquid for Uncle Chun. In such circumstances, achieving an additional level would provide an extra layer of assurance." Feng Liao was indifferent. In his own words, he was wholly devoted to Tong Tong. Whatever she wished to undertake, he would unconditionally support. As for any potential adverse consequences, well, he was there to mitigate those risks. Chapter 123. The conclusion? Tong Tong was uncertain of his thoughts, yet after a discussion with him, she delved into the meticulous preparations for battle. Following the designated combat route, they initiated their assault from the western entrance of Liberation Road, converging with Uncle Chun and his group at the Northern Run Mall and the eastern entrance. Uncle Chun initially intended to launch an attack from the western entrance, believing that their larger numbers should target the area most swarmed by zombies. However, his proposal was met with Tong Tong's firm refusal. While their numbers were indeed considerable, in terms of abilities, Tong Tong's team possessed superior strength. Ultimately, the debate concluded with Tong Tong's victory. After all, in the face of absolute superiority in levels, sheer numbers held little significance. Tong Tong currently has no intention of employing wire traps. With the temperature lingering at a frigid -50 degrees, the zombies move sluggishly, rendering such contraptions unnecessary. In fact, they still possess the capacity to act independently. Naturally, He Sheng and Zhou Baobao, along with Meng Anya and Han Qianqian, are divided into two groups. The third group consists of Feng Liao and herself. Although Han Qianqian wishes to be with Tong Tong, she begrudgingly accepts the situation due to Feng Liao's superior rank. Observing Han Qianqian's expression, Meng Anya can only smile with a hint of resignation as she gently takes Han Qianqian's hand, leading her towards the right path. As for Zhou Baobao, after casting a disdainful glance at He Sheng, she turns her head away, tenderly ruffling Demi's head before joining He Sheng on the left path. "Let us proceed," Tong Tong says, glancing at Feng Liao. Feng Liao responds with a tender smile. "Very well, let us go." They exchange a knowing smile, and as they journey onward, Feng Liao uses his powers to recharge a shared bicycle. Thus, when not encountering zombies, they need not rely solely on their legs for travel. With the shared bicycle at their disposal, they soon encounter their first wave of zombies. Previously, some naive supply teams would deliver goods, but since the temperature plummeted below zero, no one has ventured here. The zombies wandering the streets are already ravenous. Upon catching a whiff of meat, how could they possibly resist? Without regard for the intensity of the aura emanating from the two, they rush forward, fearing that they might miss the chance to feast. At last, the first zombie approaches. "Allow me," Tong Tong declares as she dismounts from the shared bicycle. With a swift motion, she seizes a nearby iron rod and, relying on her physical strength, brings it crashing down upon the zombie's head. These are mere ordinary zombies. There is no need to concern herself with potential damage to their cores. Raw brute force will suffice. "Now, it's my turn." Feng Liao chuckles lightly as electricity crackles around him, charging into the horde of zombies. In a flash of purple lightning, all nearby zombies are reduced to nothing more than charred remnants. "You two can bend the rules," Feng Liao remarks, his demeanor relaxed. Tong Tong comprehended his meaning. "Very well. If that is the case, then I shall resort to deception as well." Flames erupted from his hands, transforming into a colossal fire dragon. Of course, it was but a mere wisp, for in the next moment, all the zombies, scorched by the flames, instantaneously dissipated into thin air. The intense heat was quite terrifying. Feng Liao observed the snow that had been instantly cleared away, leaving behind a vast pit that exposed the ground beneath, and could not help but express his awe. One must acknowledge that Tong Tong's extraordinary ability was the most fitting for the current environment. Was street sweeping. They were the embodiment of it. Wherever they went, not only did they clear away the snow, but they also exterminated a horde of zombies. In stark contrast to their situation, Meng Anya and Han Qianqian faced a far more brutal scenario. All the zombies under their command became mere appetizers. Meng Anya skillfully ensnared a group with her vines, which perpetually coiled around her, continuously producing crimson fruits. She silently collected the fruits, bagging them neatly before pressing onward. Han Qianqian, observing Meng Anya's actions and considering the significance of the cores, shouted to Teddy, "Teddy, don't consume them all. Save the cores for later to enhance your level." Teddy paused his voracious feast, then opened his mouth to regurgitate 2 cores. Han Qianqian swiftly approached Teddy, retrieving the 2 level 1 cores from its grasp and placing them into her backpack. As they delved deeper, the zombies began to exhibit a semblance of intelligence. Although their awareness was rudimentary, witnessing their brutality caused them to retreat in droves. Seeking to escape, Meng Anya scoffed, her crimson lips curving into a chilling arc against the snowy backdrop. Her open palm suddenly clenched into a fist. An abundance of vines erupted from behind her, fueled by her sudden surge of power. The zombies, already hindered by the cold, found their mobility severely compromised, allowing Meng Anya's vines to effortlessly reach the forefront of the horde. The vines grew wildly, ultimately forming an insurmountable wall before the zombies. The horde erupted in frenzied roars. Han Qianqian exchanged a glance with Meng Anya, and finally, it was Han Qianqian who spoke. "Little teddies, it's time to feast." Indeed, it was time to indulge. In the encirclement and pursuit by the vines and the little teddy bears, it wasn't long before the zombie horde was utterly obliterated. However, the annihilation of this particular group of zombies was still insufficient for them to reunite with Tong Tong. There were still several small paths ahead. As for He Sheng, he perfectly embodied the concept of violent aesthetics. He employed tank-like tactics, demolishing walls and crashing through, sweeping away a large swath of zombies in one fell swoop. Demi was even more direct, gnawing and striking, clearing a vast area of zombies in her wake. After continuous slaughters by the three groups, the streets from the west of the city to Beirun were completely emptied. They did not linger any longer. Instead, they advanced towards the eastern part of the city with their companions in tow. It soon became evident that Tong Tong and her team had made the right decision. Chun Sheng and his group encountered an 8th-level mutated zombie in the eastern district. Through their combined efforts, the 8th-level mutated zombie was ultimately eradicated, restoring tranquility to City A. With Tong Tong's victory, the combat pace of other bases reached unprecedented heights. As most cities were reclaimed, Tong Tong and her team received alarming news. In the land of Wu, 10th-level mutated zombies and a plethora of unidentified mutated viruses began to emerge. At the invitation of Base 3253, Tong Tong led her contingent to the land of Wu. The extensive slaughter of zombies resulted in a significant elevation of the status of Tong Tong's establishment. Tong Tong naturally chose to journey to the island. In the days that followed, under the witness of all present at the inn, Tong Tong and Feng Liao celebrated their nuptials. A momentary reprieve from the apocalyptic crisis had been achieved. However, the reason for its transience remained unclear. News from the Yinan archipelago reported that fishermen had encountered an unknown creature in the sea, suspected to be an extraterrestrial life form. And scientists are currently engaged in research on this enigmatic being.